Just a moment ago, Chen Mu was troubled by his reincarnation into a mystical realm, forced to endure a life of relentless humiliation as a lowly servant in the sect's outer courtyard. In his previous life, he perished from overwork. In this one, he had only wished for a languid existence. Yet an undercurrent of danger laced the very fabric of his fate. To his astonishment, the bound system declared that the entire Xianxia world had been compromised. In other words, he had been reborn in a hacked fantasy world. Surely this must be akin to playing a cracked game. Chen Mu normally enjoyed indulging in hacked mini-games to lift his mood. Uninterested in the long, arduous quest to gain strength, he preferred to directly modify his stats to a staggering 9999999, reveling in sheer invincibility. To effortlessly decimate monsters. To confirm his suspicion, Chen Mu opened his personal attributes panel, murmuring to himself, if this truly is a hacked version, then surely I can adjust every facet of my own parameters. Upon seeing that every detail was marked as modifiable, Chen Mu's eyes widened in ecstatic surprise. With a sardonic laugh, he remarked, no way. Even gender is adjustable. His gaze quickly scanned the screen until it rested on the cultivation section. In a fantastical realm where martial prowess reigns supreme, a hacked world compels one to configure oneself at the highest cultivation level merely to survive. Inheriting memories of his past life, he vividly recalled that within the Xianxia sect, he was nothing more than an easy target, bullied for his lackluster talent and feeble strength. Foundation Establishment Level 1, the lowest, most contemptible rank, explained why he was perpetually exploited and demeaned. Determinately, he declared, from today onward none shall oppose me. Chen Mu affirmed the change as a prompt inquired whether to upgrade his cultivation from Foundation Establishment Level 1 to Tribulation Transcendence Level 9. Without hesitation, he initiated the modification. A moment's later, success was confirmed. In that very instant, Chen Mu could distinctly sense his burgeoning strength as an inexhaustible stream of qi surged into his dantian channels and every part of his body. Power. At that moment, he had become extraordinarily formidable. So much so that with a single snap, a millennium-old tree standing 100 meters away was shattered, leaving not even a trace of ash. Is this the sensation of ultimate power? Chen Mu exclaimed with elation. Even without practicing any techniques, I have grown so formidable. Imagine if I were to cultivate a truly potent art. None in this world would dare oppose me. Thus, having spoken, Chen Mu turned toward the inner treasure pavilion to fetch a few manuals for further cultivation. Yet as he turned, he was met by several faces contorted in utter disdain. The outer court disciples Su Qingchang, Zhu Guangyuan, and Lin Sifan, all ranked among the top 100 in the outer court roster. Having entered the sect just under 2 years ago, their rapid ascent was achieved by a simple, yet ruthless method, seizing others' cultivation resources to bolster their own strength. The sect had long chosen to turn a blind eye to such transgressions. In an era where might is paramount, lacking ruthlessness was simply not an option. Even if one were to lodge a complaint, no one would ever intervene. Instead, the offender would be ridiculed for not having the strength to even guard a single pill. Get off the mountain and stop wasting the sect's resources. Moreover, in his past life, Chen Mu had been the prime target of bullying by these very three, robbed not only of his scant cultivation resources, but also used as a mere beast of burden. Whenever displeased, they would land a couple of punches, sending him flying several meters, venting their anger with an utter disregard for his well-being. Fate, it seemed, was inescapably intertwined. Along with that, he inherited their enmity. In a hacked life, there was no room for discomfort. This indignation demanded redress. Oh, isn't that Brother Chen? A voice exclaimed in a tone of ironic serendipity. Su Qingchang approached, draping an arm around Chen Mu's shoulder in a fraternal manner, and sneered, tomorrow is the day the sect distributes cultivation resources. You surely know what must be done, don't you? If you dare to run away again and refuse to hand over the pill resources obediently, I'll break an arm off you, he threatened, his eyes blazing with menace. You mean like this? Crack, crack, crack. As soon as Chen Mu had finished speaking, Su Qingchang, before he could even react, watched in horror as his right arm, beginning at the fingertips, was twisted and shattered into a crimson mist by an unseen force. In an instant, his entire arm vanished. Oh, my hand, he cried out, collapsing to the ground and glaring at Chen Mu in fury. You bastard. What have you done to me? He demanded. Chen Mu nonchalantly fiddled with his ear and sneered, I merely broke off an arm. Why all the clamoring? So noisy. Just one broken arm. Is that all it? Su Qingchang gritted his teeth and turned toward Zhu Guangyuan and Lin Sifan. What are you waiting for? Break his hands and his feet, he commanded. I demand double, no quadruple retribution. Let Chen Mu forever remember the grim fate awaiting those who dare oppose me. Zhu Guangyuan and Lin Sifan quickly regained their composure, summoning their qi as they advanced with raised fists toward Chen Mu. Insects. Chen Mu's eyes gleamed coldly as he swung his arm. Bang! Boom! The two halfway forward instantly dissolved into a swirling crimson mist that drifted away until they vanished. Only two broad ink-like streaks remained on the ground. Thighs is impossible. Su Qingchong was so frightened that his pupils trembled and his lips quivered uncontrollably, his voice shaking with terror. He could not fathom how Chen Mu, seemingly at the pitiable level of Foundation Establishment Level 1, was able to effortlessly vanquish Zhu Guangyuan and Lin Sifan, who possessed Foundation Establishment Level 3. It was a genuine, instantaneous defeat. Could this brat have encountered some providence? With that thought, Su Qingchong was overwhelmed by terror and cowardice. Quickly he adjusted his posture, dropping to his knees before Chen Mu, and kowtowing in supplication. Brother Chen, I was once heedless, failing to recognize greatness. Please grant me a chance to live. Henceforth I shall heed your every command. Seeing Su Qingchong in his humbling posture, Chen Mu's lips curled into a smile. This surpassed the thrill of any hacked game 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 1,000,000-fold, rendering reality a surreal, immersive experience. With your insignificance, you are unworthy of allegiance to me. Su Qingchong retorted, raising his head with a hint of anger, determined not to be treated so contemptuously. Bang! Boom! Yet Chen Mu granted him no chance to speak. As a gust of wind stirred the crimson mist scattered across his face, still retaining a trace of residual heat. After eliminating the three, Chen Mu felt an incomparable exhilaration stir within him. The flame of hatred was instantly extinguished. Determined to follow through with his earlier plan, Chen Mu set off for the inner courtyard to search for martial arts manuals, record them in his personal panel, and modify them to attain maximum mastery. After all, on the Zhangshuan continent, there is a saying: cultivation is the bone, and martial arts manuals, the flesh of both, are indispensable for true strength. At this moment, thanks to his role as a servant, Chen Mu could enter the inner courtyard unnoticed by anyone, a privilege not even outer courtyard disciples would normally enjoy without permission. The inner and outer courtyards were like two distinct worlds. Servants burdened with trivial tasks were hardly taken seriously by the inner disciples, who assumed Chen Mu was merely sent to run errands. Rather than squandering time, he resolved to focus on the present, enhancing his strength before the day when cultivation resources were distributed so as to claim even greater rewards. Thus, Chen Mu arrived at the treasure pavilion without incident. Pass token. A guard stopped him, for without the proper token no disciple, inner or outer, was permitted to enter. After all, this place was of utmost importance to the sect. Chen Mu did not rush to reply. Instead, he examined the guard's personal attribute panel. Afterwards, Chen Mu pretended to rummage through his attire and then said, "It seems I've forgotten my token. Could you possibly make an exception?" The guard replied, "All right, but don't let it happen again." Raising his arm, he allowed Chen Mu to pass. Chen Mu strolled effortlessly into the treasure pavilion. To avoid trouble, his rough servant garb was modified into the Qingyun robe worn by inner disciples. Instantly, he appeared graceful and dashing. This transformation drew the attention of many senior female disciples in the treasure pavilion, who stopped in their tracks, unable to look away. "Do we really have such a handsome disciple in our inner sect?" they murmured. One remarked, "He exudes an air of refinement that makes you want to protect him." Another added, "I wonder which sect this little junior belongs to. If we knew, we might seek him out more often." Some retorted, "You are not worthy of him. Give it up." While another challenged, "And do you think you're any better?" Amidst the bickering, Chen Mu remained completely unbothered. Casually, he pulled a martial arts manual from the bookshelf titled Xianxia Lower Grade Flame Palm. If I am not mistaken, manuals are ranked in 4 levels from heaven to earth, with each major level further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, he mused. Scanning the surroundings, he wondered, are all the manuals on this level of the Pavilion of Treasures of the lowest grade? Before ascending to higher floors, he decided to test his hunch. He then opened the Flame Palm manual and began studying it intently. Hiss! In the next moment, his eyes lit up as if struck by an epiphany. Then he accessed his personal attribute panel to check his comprehension level. He affirmed, and in the very next moment, the obscure texts of the manual transformed into straightforward arithmetic as simple as 11 equaling 2. Refreshing his attribute panel, he discovered that the Flame Palm had indeed appeared in his martial arts section, now marked as perfected. Is this what top-tier comprehension feels like? He wondered. Yet Chen Mu was not content. He selected the Flame Palm manual to modify it further. He executed the modification, and success was confirmed when the manual now read Flame Palm, Tianjia Exquisite. It truly worked, he exclaimed. Chen Mu could hardly contain his joy. The once forlorn trash-tier Xianxia lower grade manual had in an instant transformed into the most coveted top-tier martial art in his possession. It was beyond belief, invincibility incarnate. As he surveyed the countless shelves lined with tens of thousands of Xianxia manuals, his inner self underwent a monumental transformation. Without even venturing to the upper levels of the pavilion, he could still acquire the finest martial arts. Xianxia lower grade Ghost Shadow Body Technique, the Xianxia middle grade Shattering Mountain Palm, and the Xianxia middle grade Clear Wind Sword Technique. With his newfound top-tier comprehension, Chenmu mastered several thousand Xianxia manuals within half an hour, transforming them all into Xianxia exquisite editions. Now Chenmu felt that he was ever closer to becoming invincible. Leaving was out of the question. He intended to master the tens of thousands, even over 100,000 manuals on this floor today. However, as his hand reached for the next manual, it brushed against that of a female disciple. With an expression of utter disgust, she hastily pulled out a handkerchief, wiping her hand before exclaiming, "Disgusting." Chenmu retorted sharply, "Are you out of your mind? What did you say?" The woman erupted in anger, shocked that Chenmu dared to defy her. She demanded, "Do you know who I am?" Chenmu shot back, "I care not who you are." Then she declared, "I am Zhao Yue, among the top 500 inner disciples." Zhao Yue introduced herself, but Chenmu, indifferent, took the Xianxia upper grade manual and moved aside to study it. "Stop right there." Never having been so humiliated before, Zhao Yue quickly advanced, spreading her arms to block Chenmu's path, exclaiming, "I was the first to lay eyes on that manual. Give it to me." In a commanding tone, Zhao Yue ordered, "Is it yours merely because you saw it first?" Chenmu retorted with indifference, "Don't refuse an offering and then expect punishment." As the gathering crowd grew, Zhao Yue felt increasingly humiliated. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She cherished her pride, and no one had ever dared to slight her honor as Chenmu had. Little did she know that today she had met a formidable opponent. "I do enjoy a good punishment drink. What are you going to do about it?" Chenmu shot back, You have gone too far." Determined to teach Chenmu a lesson, Zhao Yue gripped the hilt of her sword, drew it swiftly, and with a flash of icy brilliance pointed it squarely at him, declaring, "I challenge you." "Do you dare?" she taunted. "If you lose, you must obediently hand over the manual, and in front of everyone kneel down and grovel an apology." Chenmu retorted coolly, "Then you can kneel right now." Having encountered many such little fairies in his past life, which he had long avoided, he now had no intention of indulging her. After all, this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme. The one with the mightier fist had the last word. "You insolent wretch. Come with me, for today I shall beat you senseless." Zhao Yue had clearly harbored murderous intent. And Chenmu, he too was equally ready for a fight. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. How could Chenmu, living his second life, not perceive the murderous intent within Zhao Yue? He understood well the principle of uprooting the weeds. Leaving a potential threat alive would only invite future troubles. It was better to act first and eliminate the opponent. As he locked eyes with Chenmu, Zhao Yue felt an inexplicable fear rising within her. How could this guy's gaze be so terrifying? Shaking her head, she thought that she must be overthinking it. She knew all the top 500 in the inner court, and there was simply no one like Chenmu. Moreover, she had never seen him in the inner court. She assumed he must have recently advanced to the inner court and was unaware of the rules, acting with arrogance due to his inflated ego. This was a perfect opportunity to make an example out of him, to let those who harbored ill intentions towards her understand the gap in power. Those without strength should stay away from her, acting like clowns. Soon Chenmu and Zhao Yue arrived at the martial arena, surrounded by onlookers. According to the sect's rules, all disputes among inner court disciples could be resolved here. Life and death depended solely on strength. Now is the time to kneel and beg for mercy. Once we are on the life and death platform, even if I kill you, no one will blame me, Zhao Yue said in a sarcastic tone. Conversely, if I kill you, no one will blame me either, right? Chenmu retorted. "Oomph." Zhao Yue scoffed. "You are overestimating yourself." She ascended the life and death platform first. Drawing her sword, she pointed it at Chenmu below and shouted, "Get up here and die." Chenmu stood with his hands behind his back, lightly leaping onto the stage like a swallow. At this moment, over 100 disciples had gathered around the life and death platform. It was rare for someone to venture onto this stage. The last time was 7 days ago. Not every martial arena could be called a life and death platform. The arena beneath Chenmu's feet had become the life and death platform due to the numerous deaths that had occurred there. The tradition of resolving life and death grievances on this platform had been passed down for hundreds of years. The stone surface of the life and death platform, soaked in blood for centuries, had a noticeably different color than other martial arenas. The faint smell of blood still lingered in the air. "Watch my sword." Zhao Yue seized the initiative, striking out with her sword. No wonder she is among the top 500 inner court disciples. Her speed and swordsmanship are astonishingly fast. Who is that kid? I don't think I've seen him before. He should be a newly promoted inner court disciple, right? What kind of courage does a new inner court disciple have to challenge Zhao Yue? Is he tired of living? What nonsense. He is just an outer court servant. I saw him being bullied in the outer court last time I saw him. What? I really think he is tired of living to impersonate an inner court disciple and provoke the inner court genius. Among the crowd, someone recognized Chen Mu. Chen Mu had considered this possibility beforehand, but he didn't care at all. Zhao Yue, on the other hand, was enraged to learn that Chen Mu was merely an outer court servant masquerading as an inner court disciple. Her anger surged. How dare a mere outer court servant act so arrogantly before her? Who gave you the audacity? Very well. Since you seek death, I shall send you on your way. Zhao Yu then unleashed her most prized low-grade Xianxia swordsmanship, the flowing shadow sword technique. She aimed to pierce Chen Mu's heart with a single strike. The sword light was chillingly swift, leaving trails in the air. However, before the onlookers could praise her, Chen Mu raised his hand, effortlessly pinching the sword between his index and middle fingers. What? Zhao Yu's heart sank. Her flowing shadow sword technique had even garnered praise from sect elders. How could it be stopped by an outer court servant? She refused to believe it. There must be something wrong. She tried to withdraw her sword, but no matter how much strength she exerted, the blade remained motionless at Chen Mu's fingertips. With a slight force from Chen Mu, a crisp sound rang out as the sword shattered into hundreds of pieces. Chen Mu then casually thrust his palm forward, not even using spiritual energy, but relying on the wind to accelerate the fragments towards Zhao Yu. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Yu's body was continuously knocked back, her white robe now dotted with blood. Her face and body were riddled with wounds. PFF. A mouthful of blood was spat out as Zhao Yu's eyes filled with unwillingness. Her lips parted as if to say something, but she had no chance. Her body fell backward and heavily crashed to the ground. Silence. The entire arena fell into a deathly stillness. Those who knew realized they were in a martial arena surrounded by over 100 disciples. Those who didn't know might have thought it was a graveyard, as it was quiet to such an extent. Hey, what just happened? Didn't you say he was an outer court servant? Is this what you call an outer court servant? Then are we inner court disciples even inferior to a servant? This kid, what is his background? He actually defeated Zhao Yue, who is well known, without even using spiritual energy. Could he be a genius disciple that the elders or the sect leader brought over from other sects at great cost? That's definitely a possibility. To have such a talent is indeed a great fortune for our Xianxia sect. The crowd began to shift their allegiances, praising this mysterious genius Chen Mu. As for Zhao Yue lying in a pool of blood, no one cared about her. If she were to know, she would be enraged to the point of dying. Is this how you can't take it anymore? Chen Mu shook his head and smiled, feeling utterly disappointed. Seeing Zhao Yu's previous arrogance, he had truly thought she possessed some extraordinary abilities. He never expected that he wouldn't even need to use a fraction of his strength to bring her down. Inner court genius. Just that. Get out of the way. Everyone move aside. At that moment, shouts rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, their eyes wide in shock. Isn't that senior brother Chu Yun ranked among the top 100 in the inner court? What is he doing here? He must have missed the news. Senior brother Chu Yun and senior sister Zhao Yu became partners a month ago. Then, glancing at Chen Mu on the life and death platform, if he killed Zhao Yu, can senior brother Chu Yun let him go? No way. How could he allow another man to kill his woman? If he doesn't seek revenge, how will he face anyone? I've heard that senior brother Chu Yun has already broken through to the light manifestation realm. That kid is in for a lot of trouble. I also heard that senior brother Chu Yun's purple flame palm has reached the 5th level. What? The 5th level? That is a high-grade Xianxia technique. Hearing this, the crowd silently concluded that Chen Mu was doomed. He might be strong, but in the face of senior brother Chu Yun, he was far from strong enough. Zhao Yu. Stepping out of the crowd upon seeing Zhao Yu lying in a pool of blood, her face turned toward him, eyes wide open in death. Chu Yun's pupils constricted sharply. Then a surge of rage erupted in his chest. His gaze turned to Chen Mu, grinding his teeth as he rushed up to the life and death platform, quickly channeling his spiritual energy. Purple flames erupted from his arms, exuding an astonishing aura. His eyes turned blood red as he glared at Chen Mu. I will kill you. Chen Mu's fist techniques and movements appeared to the spectators below as fast as lightning, almost impossible to comprehend. They were completely unable to keep up. Yet for Chen Mu, every move seemed to slow down by hundreds or even thousands of times. So slow it was pitiful. He sidestepped, evading. What? Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, he had already received a palm strike from Chen Mu, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Bang! Boom! He crashed heavily into the wall, creating a large dent with cracks spreading out like a spider web around him. Pooh! Immediately after, his throat felt sweet and blood spewed out half a meter away. What a... The top 100 talents of the inner court were actually knocked away by a single palm from him. This guy's strength is simply too monstrous, right? Are you sure this isn't a joke? I must be dreaming. When I saw him earlier, he was just a lowly servant of the outer court. How is it that in a blink of an eye? You must have mistaken him for someone else. Such a peerless genius is certainly a target for the major sects. How could he possibly be a servant? Hearing this, the young man began to doubt himself, wondering if he truly had experienced some confusion in his memory. As they said, if such a talent were indeed a servant, wouldn't that mean he was even beneath a servant? On the life and death stage, seeing that Chu Yun still had a breath left, Chen Mu was quite surprised. It seems that this top 100 is indeed stronger than the 500, able to withstand 1 in a billion of my strength. Next, he planned to use 2 in a billion of his strength. However, the other disciples, upon hearing this, felt that he was just boasting. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible to knock Chu Yun into such a miserable state with just 1 in a billion of his strength. Lifting his heavy eyelids, Chu Yun realized that if this continued, he would surely follow in Zhao Yu's footsteps, dying in this martial arena. He was unwilling to perish like this. Even if he died, he would drag Chen Mu down with him. So he reached into his pocket and took out a small vial, opening it and pouring out a blood-red, extremely sinister pill. Blood-burning pill. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, evidently recognizing what kind of pill it was. What? Blood-burning pill? Isn't that a banned pill? I didn't expect a disciple from a prestigious sect's inner court to actually hoard a banned pill. It is rumored that the effects of the blood-burning pill are incredibly terrifying, allowing one to dramatically increase their strength at the cost of burning their life, even multiplying it several times, or even tenfold. Is it really that powerful? He is in danger. With a gulp, he swallowed the blood-burning pill. Immediately, the veins on Chu Yun's neck bulged, extending all the way to his face and forehead. It looked like ancient tree roots, appearing extremely terrifying, especially combined with his reddened complexion. So strong. Is this the effect of the blood-burning pill? Chu Yun stood up, all pain disappearing, feeling the spiritual energy inside him surge 7 or 8 times. His gaze shifted back to Chen Mu, fear vanishing, and his demeanor became relaxed. He believed that with his current self, wanting to kill Chen Mu would be as easy as lifting a hand. He again summoned his spiritual energy, an even more overwhelming purple flame erupting from his entire body. The onlookers stepped back, feeling an unbearable heat as they got too close. The purple flames intertwined in Chu Yun's palms, forming 2 massive fireballs, which he then brought together into one large mass. With a diameter of over 2 meters, he raised it above his head. Chu Yun grinned savagely. Now you are undoubtedly dead. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mu's attention was nowhere near him. Looking at the system panel that only he could see, it couldn't be said that it had nothing to do with Chu Yun. After all, he was looking at his personal attribute panel. Name Chu Yun, modifiable, age 23, modifiable, gender male, modifiable. Status strength increased 7-fold due to taking a banned pill. Modifiable. Chen Mu's gaze fell on this status line, and he directly deleted it. Modification successful. Die. Chu Yun was just about to throw the fireball to burn Chen Mu to death, but in an instant his spiritual energy dissipated. Then the pain from the shattered bones due to Chen Mu's previous strike swept through his body again, surging up to his brain. Unable to hold on, he collapsed to the ground. Chen Mu closed the system panel, lowered his gaze, and smiled at Chu Yun. What are you barking about? What have you done to me? Why did the blood-burning pill not work? Chu Yun frantically questioned Chen Mu. He had spent a huge amount of money to obtain this blood-burning pill, and its quality was definitely no problem. The only explanation he could think of was that Chen Mu had tampered with it. Chen Mu had no intention of answering. The secret of the system was decided to be taken to the grave the moment he bound it. He countered, do you like playing with fire? Chen Mu raised his hand, and a flame flickered in his palm. Someone was about to mock him, but was preempted by another, exclaiming in awe, heavens. Is that a dragon? In the shape of fire. And it's dragon-shaped. This guy is a prodigy. With just a lift of his hand, a fire dragon is born. Can I call him a peerless genius? Isn't that too much? Not too much. Absolutely not too much. Go. With a wave of his hand, Chen Mu sent the little fire dragon towards Chu Yun, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. During the process, its body swelled 100-fold, transforming into dozens of zhang. It crashed heavily into Chu Yun. The scream abruptly ceased. The fire dragon vanished, and Chu Yun was completely obliterated, no trace or even ash remaining. Over 100 disciples witnessed this scene, and aside from shock, there was only awe and a strong, uncontrollable fear. Their bodies trembled. When they looked at Chen Mu again, his figure instantly became towering and grand, as if he were a deity standing tall, eliciting a reverence. Crowned with the title of Invincible, Chen Mu looked towards the few disciples who had come with Chu Yun and asked, do you wish to take revenge for him? We dare not. Please spare our lives. We are not familiar with him at all. Kneeling on the ground, they laid down everything, dignity, pride. They were worthless, only wishing to live. Looking up again, Chen Mu had long since vanished from the life and death stage. The heart that had been suspended was finally at ease. Gazing at the wall that had been broken through by the dragon flames, he cursed Chu Yun for nearly causing his own demise. Soon the news of the two talented individuals from the top 100 and the inner court dying tragically on the life and death stage reached the ears of the elders. More than anger, there was confusion, perplexity, and an inability to comprehend. Not to mention Zhao Yue, we have all witnessed Chu Yun's strength. How could he be killed in an instant? According to those disciples, Chu Yun had taken the banned blood-burning pill. Even so, he still couldn't escape death. What? The blood-burning pill? That damn Chu Yun. He died without injustice. Does anyone know about that kid, eh? The elders all shook their heads, indicating that they were unaware. Seeing this, the second elder continued. In any case, the urgent task at hand is to find that kid. Such a talent must be reused. Soon news of a mysterious genius emerging from the Xianxia sect spread throughout the sect. Some said he resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, possessing extraordinary looks and an imposing demeanor. Others claimed he was immensely powerful, capable of annihilating the heavens with a single palm. In short, the rumors became increasingly absurd. From 10 mouths, one could find 10 different versions of the story. Many were seeking Chun Mu, inquiring about him, eager to catch a glimpse of his brilliance. Of course, there were also those who felt uneasy and wary about his existence, particularly the top 10 prodigies of the inner courtyard. They were all worried that with the arrival of this mysterious figure, their own rankings would drop, perhaps even falling out of the top 10. Although the difference between the 10th and 11th places was just a stroke of a pen, the reality was worlds apart. As for Chun Mu, he had no interest in rankings. For as long as he wished, he could easily become the number one in the sect without even needing to use the system. If memory serves, the sect master had just recently broken through to the golden core stage. He was a full 7 major realms away from Chun Mu's Tribulation Transcendence. To put it bluntly, not only could he claim the title of sect number 1, but even the position of sect master was something he could take at will. Compared to that, Chun Mu was currently more interested in finding himself a good place to live. He had long since had enough of the thatched house that was cold in winter and hot in summer and leaked every time it rained. Stopping in front of a luxurious mansion, he glanced at the large lock on the door and realized that this place had neither been rewarded by the sect nor sold off. In the Xianxia sect, to reside in such a luxurious mansion, one would either need to hold a high position or have made significant contributions to the sect to receive such a reward, or have enough money. Opening his personal attribute panel, he looked at the Spirit Stone section. Spirit Stone 0. That 0 was indeed a bit glaring. Chun Mu immediately tapped into the essence of a cracked version. Would you like to change 0 to 9999999999999, directly modifying to trillions of spirit stones? Modifying. Modification successful. Trillions of spirit stones easily obtained. Brother, don't look any longer. This kind of place is not something we can afford. A voice floated into Chun Mu's ear. How do you know I can't afford it? Chun Mu turned to the disciple clad in brocade, exuding an aura of wealth. Can't you see that? The young man spread his arms wide, indicating for Chun Mu to take a good look at him. I can't see it. Chun Mu shook his head. You don't recognize me. The young man's brows furrowed as he confirmed repeatedly. Chun Mu still shook his head. Lu Xiaoyan of the Lu family in Tianfu City. The young man emphasized. Compared to the 3 words Lu Xiaoyan, Chun Mu, being from Tianfu, was more familiar with the name Lu family. The head of the Lu family was the richest man in Tianfu City, with immense wealth, said to be comparable to a nation. Even with such wealth, my family can't afford this mansion. You don't seem like a wealthy scion either, and your cultivation is quite ordinary. What could you use to live here? However, having ambition is a good thing, Lu Xiaoyan consoled, encouraging him not to lose heart as life was long ahead. Chun Mu ignored Lu Xiaoyan and stepped up the stairs, approaching the front door, grasping the door lock and crushing it. Are you crazy? This lock is sealed. Damaging it will attract the guards. Be careful of being locked up and kicked down the mountain. Lu Xiaoyan had seen boldness, but he had never witnessed anyone so daring as Chun Mu. Moments later, a furious shout echoed from afar. Who dares to trespass upon the Qingyun mansion? Soon after, a figure seemingly appeared out of thin air behind Chun Mu, swiftly reaching out to grab his shoulder. Bang! Boom! Yet he was repelled back by the aura emanating from Chun Mu, staggering back several steps. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This guard was at least at the half-step integration stage, yet Chun Mu hadn't even moved a finger to force him back. How terrifying was this kid's strength? Suddenly recalling his earlier comment about Chun Mu's cultivation being ordinary, he felt embarrassed. Don't get me wrong, I only used this method to get you to come find me, because I didn't know where else to look for you. Find me? The guard asked in confusion. I want to buy this mansion. How many spirit stones do you need? Chun Mu asked straightforwardly, disliking beating around the bush. By the Qingyun mansion. If he had said that he had made great contributions and that the sect master and elders had awarded him the Qingyun mansion, Lu Xiaoyan would have been more willing to believe it. Buying the Qingyun mansion. The amount of spirit stones required was astronomical even for the Liu family, which was said to be wealthier than a nation. It requires 1 billion spirit stones. The guard, knowing his cultivation was inferior to Chun Mu's, answered honestly. 1 billion. So cheap. After hearing Liu Xiaoyan's earlier words, Chun Mu had expected it to cost hundreds of billions of spirit stones, yet it turned out to be only 1 billion. Compared to the trillions he possessed, that was merely a drop in the bucket. 1 billion. So cheap. Liu Xiaoyan raised his hand to his forehead, not knowing how to respond. Even being a top-tier wealthy scion, he didn't have the confidence to utter such words. What right did Chun Mu have? Before showing off, he should at least draft a rough outline. However, what he witnessed next nearly dropped Liu Xiaoyan's jaw. Chun Mu waved his hand, and a heap of top-grade spirit stones appeared out of thin air, instantly piling up into a small mountain. Under the sunlight, they shimmered dazzlingly, even a bit blinding. Count them. If it's not enough, come find me, and be sure to bring the land deed and house deed with you. Boom. Chun Mu pushed the door and stepped into Qingyun Mansion. Bang. Hey. Liu Xiaoyan wanted to follow, but ended up hitting a closed door. He awkwardly turned away. With his arms crossed over his chest, he sometimes looked down, sometimes looked up, pondering in confusion, what on earth is that guy's background? 1 billion spirit stones, how is it as simple as drinking water? Could it be that I'm not as wealthy as I imagined? He began to question his life. Compared to Chun Mu's display just now, what was he even worth? He felt that no matter whom he looked at now, even if the other party was dressed plainly, they seemed to be wealthier than a nation. Inside the Qingyun mansion, truly worthy of a mansion worth 1 billion spirit stones, even the rockery and the pond are imbued with spiritual energy. This koi must be close to becoming a spirit. The architecture of the house was ancient and charming. Compared to this, describing that thatched house as a pigsty would be an understatement. In the backyard, Chun Mu was even more delighted to find a place with spiritual energy, a rejuvenating spring. Suddenly he understood why everyone was eager to live here. Without delay, he stripped off his clothes, eager to try out the difference of soaking in this spiritual spring water compared to a regular hot spring. As he sat down, and the spring water submerged his shoulders, Chun Mu felt as if he were in a realm of bliss, completely relaxing his body and mind. The comfort enveloped him from the inside out. Just this spiritual spring alone was already worth 10 billion spirit stones to him. Time passed, and he didn't know how long it had been. Cough, cough, cough. The mansion's guard found his way over to see Chun Mu bathing and resting. He coughed a few times, placing a wooden tray aside that held the land deed and house deed of Qingyun Mansion. He then prepared to leave. By the way, Chun Mu suddenly spoke, calling the guard back. The guard stopped and slightly bowed, asking, "What further orders do you have, master?" Chun Mu swallowed the words he was about to say and instead confirmed, "You call me master." He then learned from the guard that his name was Su Qingtian, and he was the exclusive guardian of this Qingyun Manor. Whoever resided in Qingyun Manor would be served by him, as the master, essentially acting as a steward. Hearing this, Chun Mu felt immediately at ease. He had thought that spending 10 billion spirit stones was just for purchasing a residence. It now seemed that daily living, including meals, was all taken care of. It made sense who would live in a luxurious mansion and still handle their own daily life. Chun Mu just wanted to enjoy this rare second life. "I'm a bit hungry now. Who is in charge of the meals?" Chun Mu asked Su Qingtian. Since this was a modified fantasy world, he could easily set himself to a state of never feeling hungry. But what's the point of living if not for enjoyment? Chun Mu wanted to savor the exquisite spiritual food that cultivators consumed during their daily meals. "My cooking skills aren't very good. If the master has any specific dishes in mind, please let me know and I can go down the mountain to buy them, or have the sect's kitchen prepare them," Su Qingtian said honestly. He was also worried that his cooking skills would not satisfy Chun Mu and that he would be blamed. "Not good at cooking." Chun Mu raised his hand and opened the system panel to check Su Qingtian's personal attributes. In the cooking section, culinary novice, only able to boil noodles, modifiable. Would you like to change culinary novice to top culinary skills? Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Just as he received the notification, Su Qingtian's pupils constricted as a wealth of culinary knowledge flooded into his mind. He raised his hands. Looking at these hands, the one who could only boil noodles now felt confident that he could cook dishes that rivaled those from the finest restaurants in the capital, akin to the royal chefs. Suddenly recalling Chun Mu's earlier gesture in the air, Su Qingtian's mind sparked with a bold idea. Could it be? However, Chun Mu anticipated his words, putting a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, then waved his hand. "Go prepare the food. Oh, I'm hungry." "Yes, master." Su Qingtian knew better than anyone that this master was no ordinary person. He absolutely could not defy him and didn't dare. Besides improving his cooking skills, Chun Mu also modified Su Qingtian's loyalty to him, which was originally only 30%. Chun Mu changed it directly to 1000%. far exceeding the maximum value, yet it still worked. He wouldn't hesitate to choose self-termination even if Chun Mu ordered him to die. Lying back looking at the dense leaves of the bamboo forest and the beams of light filtering through, Chun Mu let out a long sigh of relief. This is nice, really nice. He had initially thought that this system was just a facade like those novels he had read in his past life that assigned ridiculous tasks. Completing tasks could yield rewards, slowly accumulating power and leading to invincibility. While enduring hardship before enjoying sweetness wasn't out of the question, Chun Mu just wanted to be a lazy fish without the inclination to strive for cultivation or compete with others. Moreover, what if he failed to complete a task, directly eliminated, or perhaps dealt with his second brother? That kind of worthless system was better left unbound, so he wouldn't be enslaved by it. Fortunately, he awoke to a rather excellent system that never pressured him and didn't restrict his modifications. Giving it a score of 101, Chun Mu wasn't worried about it getting arrogant. After clearing unnecessary thoughts from his mind, he planned to enjoy the sensation of soaking in the spiritual spring while awaiting the finest delicacies. At the entrance of the Xianxia sect, hundreds of disciples gathered. They were there early because today the inner court's senior brothers and sisters who had gone down the mountain to hunt demonic beasts were returning. They were eager to curry favor, hoping to ingratiate themselves with those senior brothers and sisters so they could walk proudly within the sect in the future. Look, it's senior brother Sima. He truly is the pillar of our inner court. A look at his stature and aura, like an immortal descending to earth. A few less of them. It seems this time senior brother and his group returned victorious. They quelled the beast tide, saving the common people from peril, enhancing our Xianxia sect's reputation. The sect master and elders will surely reward them handsomely. How enviable. I'm so envious. If I could gain senior brother Sima's favor, I would have no regrets in this life. Soon at the sect's grand hall, Sima detailed his experiences after descending the mountain to the sect master and the elders by the sides of the hall. He emphasized how hard his junior brothers and sisters worked and how selflessly they contributed. He didn't mention his own contributions at all, yet he earned unanimous praise in the minds of the sect master and elders. After the sect master announced a grand reward for everyone, he specifically said to Sima, you have made contributions in quelling the beast tide. Feel free to ask for anything you desire. In response to the sect master, my residence at Qingfeng Manor was mostly buried due to a landslide, so I would like to request that you grant me Qingyun Manor. This was the main reason Sima volunteered to descend the mountain and quell the beast tide. Among the hundreds of residences in the Xianxia sect, the one he coveted the most was Qingyun Manor. Not to mention the environment, that unique spiritual spring pool had been on Sima's mind for quite some time. Good. Just as you said, I will grant you Qingyun Manor. The sect master was in high spirits and answered without hesitation. Thank you, sect master. Sima clasped his hands in gratitude. Exiting the grand hall, Sima hurried towards Qingyun Manor without wanting to delay even a moment. The Xianxia sect had been established for 10,000 years, and looking back through history, anyone who could reside in Qingyun Manor had to be extraordinary. Now being able to reside in Qingyun Manor would only enhance the prestige of the senior brother. Perhaps there would be a chance to become an elder in the future, or even inherit the position of sect master. As various fantasies filled his mind. However, upon arriving at Qingyun Manor, he noticed that the main gate was unlocked. Looking up, he could even smell the enticing aroma of food wafting from within the manor. Sima felt a surge of joy. Could it be that the servants in the manor knew I would come and prepared a meal in advance to welcome me? Great. Wonderful. Sima pushed open the door and walked straight into Qingyun Manor. Upon arriving at the main hall, he saw Su Qingtian setting the table with dishes. It was a feast of at least 20 or 30 varieties. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, all sorts of delicacies were almost all visible. Gulp. Even Sima, used to dining at grand restaurants, couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the feast, exclaiming that the chefs of Qingyun Manor were truly exceptional. This was the kind of meal that he as a distinguished individual should enjoy. He stepped forward, confidently sat on a round stool, and picked up chopsticks ready to grab some food. Seeing this scene, Su Qingtian hurriedly stopped him. Hey, what are you doing? What? I can't eat. Sima questioned Su Qingtian. Of course you can't eat. This feast is prepared for the family head. So he said, I am the new master of Qingyun Manor, your family head. Now I should be able to eat right. No way. Su Qingtian interrupted firmly. What? Do you doubt my words? Sima slammed his chopsticks on the table, feeling a bit angry after being stopped by Su Qingtian repeatedly. It's not doubt, it's that what you said holds no credibility whatsoever. At that moment, Chun Mu walked out from behind the wall, fastening his belt. Sima turned to look, seeing Chun Mu wearing the blue robe of an inner courtyard disciple appearing in his manor. His expression instantly turned cold. Who let you in? Get out. Especially after noticing Chun Mu's half-wet hair, he became even angrier. This kid actually desecrated the spiritual spring that he hadn't even had the chance to use. Heh. Chun Mu sneered dismissively. This is my home. You're telling me to get out. Your home. Sima Qing chuckled. The sect leader just awarded this Qingyun manor to me. When did it become your home? I suspect you're impersonating me to steal the spiritual spring. Thinking of this, unable to hold back any longer, he drew his sword and pointed it at Chun Mu. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian immediately understood what was happening and hurriedly explained, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Sima Qing's gaze turned to Su Qingtian. Yes. Su Qingtian nodded heavily. Before you, the family head had already spent 1 billion spirit stones to buy this Qingyun manor. 1 billion spirit stones. Sima Qing's eyes widened in shock at this number. He put down his sword, not wanting to argue with Chun Mu, and ordered Su Qingtian, return that 1 billion spirit stones to him. This Qingyun manor can only belong to me, Sima Qing. This? Su Qingtian looked troubled. What? Do you want to defy the sect leader's orders? Sima Qing shouted angrily. Enough. Chun Mu, losing his patience, flashed in front of Sima Qing. So fast. Sima Qing didn't have time to react before he was grabbed by the collar and thrown out the door. He clumsily got up from the ground, wanting to go back in and regain his dignity. How could the inner courtyard's senior brother be humiliated like this? Bang. At that moment, the door suddenly slammed shut. Bang. Boom. Sima Qing, caught off guard, was sent flying back several meters. Oh, damn it. Sima Qing was furiously enraged. He had to slash Chun Mu several times today. Kill him. To be honest, Sima Qing was still somewhat hesitant about this matter. After all, it's easy to guess that someone who could take out 1 billion spirit stones must have a significant background. Bang. Boom. While lost in thought, he was once again knocked back by an invisible force. He crashed into the courtyard wall of the opposite manor, creating a large crater. Puff. Sima Qing clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in horror as he looked at Qingyun Manor. A formation. At this moment, quite a few disciples who had passed by had gathered around him. What happened? Isn't that our inner courtyard's senior brother Sima? How did he end up like this? I just heard them say it was because of the matter regarding Qingyun Manor that they got into an argument. Tell me more details. After understanding the situation for a moment, they didn't know whom to support. One party had money while the other had merit. According to the principle of first come first served, I think this Qingyun Manor should belong to the guy inside. But this was personally promised by the sect leader to the senior brother. If we don't hand over Qingyun Manor, wouldn't that be slapping the sect leader in the face? Are you stupid? Someone who can buy Qingyun Manor and injure Sima Qing like this can't be an ordinary character. If you can think of it, he can think of it too. This means he isn't afraid of the sect leader at all. Moreover, he set up a formation that even the senior brother can't break. This person is definitely not simple. Hearing the crowd's unanimous support for Chun Mu, while belittling him, Sima Qing couldn't hold back his anger. After taking a healing pill, his injuries eased by quite a bit. Looking at the door of Qingyun Manor, he secretly vowed, all right, since you all say I can't break that formation, then I'll break it for you to see. Then I'll go find that kid and demand an explanation. After all, I am the senior brother of the sect. Do you dare to take action against me? Seeing Sima Qing approach the door, one hand gripping his sword, his index and middle fingers together sweeping upward along the blade, the disciples couldn't help but be curious. What's the senior brother doing? Chill. That's senior brother Sima's signature move, the Breaking Heaven Sword. Breaking Heaven Sword. Isn't that the unique technique created by the second elder? It seems that, as rumored outside, the senior brother has truly become the true disciple of the second elder. True disciple. Now it's really hard to say who will win and who will lose. They were truly swaying like a reed in the wind, perfectly embodying the act of playing both sides. Break for me. Sima Qing swiftly drew his sword. The Breaking Heaven Sword can break even the heavens. Although he had not cultivated to that realm, yet Sima Qing did not believe that he couldn't break such a small formation. The sword shot out like a dragon, its cold radiance piercing. One could still hear the sound of the sword singing, as if a tiger roared and a dragon chanted. What a domineering sword. The crowd was praising. Bang. Boom. Dust and smoke rose. After the dust settled, it was clear to see Sima Qing lying unconscious under the completely shattered stone wall. All this. Why is the door perfectly fine, yet the senior brother has fainted? It seems that the person inside is 100 times more powerful than we imagined. 1,000 times. Yes, the Breaking Heaven Sword, such a powerful technique, not only failed to break the formation, but also resulted in a serious injury. His strength is unimaginable. As for Chun Mu, he was unaware and uninterested. He was wolfing down the food cooked by Su Qingtian, occasionally mumbling, delicious, delicious. It is my honor that you are satisfied. Seeing Chun Mu eat so happily, Su Qingtian was all smiles. The big stone in his heart finally settled. He glanced towards the door. He could feel the presence of the formation. He could also sense the disastrous fate of Sima Qing under this indescribably powerful formation. Unexpectedly, the illustrious inner courtyard senior brother, the elite of the Qingxian sect, was rendered unconscious and lost his fighting ability, without Chen Mu even lifting a finger. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would dare to believe it? His gaze returned to Chen Mu. After carefully searching his memory, Su Qingtian found no impression of this person. But he felt conflicted. How could such a genius not have been heard of? Unable to resist his curiosity, he thought, who exactly is this person? Could it be some ancient monster of the Qingxian sect who has returned to youth? Upon careful reflection, Su Qingtian believed that such a possibility was not entirely absent. Every sect had its powerful members who, choosing to retreat from worldly disputes, focused solely on breaking through to pursue a higher realm. However, if the sect were to face adversity, they would undoubtedly be the first to step forward. This was one of the foundational strengths of the sect. The true identity of the family head was in fact a successful immortal who had returned to youth, a hidden powerhouse of the sect. Beyond this, Su Qingtian could think of no more reasonable explanation. Yet he did not inquire further, for he understood better than anyone else that there was only one thing he needed to know: to unconditionally follow Chen Mu and stand by his side was enough. Meanwhile, in the residence of Lu Chanming, the second elder of the Qingxian sect, he turned his finger, severing the connection of spiritual energy with Situ Qing. He raised his sleeve to wipe away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Huff! He exhaled. Finally, it's over. With Situ Qing out of life-threatening danger, what replaced it was a surge of anger. How could someone of his stature as the second elder of the Qingxian sect endure that someone dared to disrespect him and severely injure his precious disciple? This matter was far from over. Absolutely far from over. It wasn't that Lu Chanming cared so deeply for this disciple, it was mainly because so many people were watching, and as a master and elder, he could not lose face. If he did not seek retribution, would it not make those people think he was powerless and could be bullied at will? Cough, cough, cough. Situ Qing opened his eyes, regaining consciousness as his vision slowly focused. Upon seeing Lu Chanming, he appeared aggrieved and said, "Master, that guy was simply too much. He was utterly unreasonable. I only said a few words to him, and he struck first, severely injuring me. You must stand up for me." Situ Qing fully placed himself in the position of the victim. His goal was to compel Lu Chanming to act. As for the strength comparison between himself and Chen Mu, Situ Qing had not yet reached a conclusion. But it was certain that that guy possessed treasures of heaven and earth that could easily crush him. That formation barrier was most likely created by that treasure. It was only natural for him to lose. Rest assured, you take the time to heal, and once you recover, I will personally take you to seek justice. Lu Chanming promised. Thank you, master. With his words, Situ Qing felt relieved. In no more than a day, his body would fully recover. At that time, he would see. Just the thought of Chen Mu being crushed by his own master made Situ Qing's lips uncontrollably curve upwards. He then closed his eyes, choosing not to think further, deciding to rest well and await tomorrow. Revenge. At the Jinghua Peak in the Falling Water Manor. In the courtyard, a young woman dressed in blue was meditating in the pavilion, diligently cultivating. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate face was flushed with a rosy hue, her tender lips enticing thoughts. Her natural fragrance attracted butterflies, and this scene could only be described as picturesque. At that moment, voices from outside the courtyard unexpectedly reached her ears. I didn't expect even the mighty senior brother would be severely injured and unconscious. Senior brother. Severely injured and unconscious. Upon hearing this, the young woman could no longer sit still. She immediately rose, stepping lightly like a swallow leaping over the wall and landing silently in front of the two women. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the two women hurriedly bowed their heads and greeted, "Greetings, junior sister Roche. What you just said, that senior brother was severely injured and unconscious. What happened?" Lu Ruoxue quickly inquired, unable to hide her anxious expression. In response to junior sister Rishue, senior brother Situ was involved in a dispute due to matters concerning the Qingyun Manor, and as a result, he was severely injured and sent to the second elder's residence for treatment just now, one of the female disciples explained. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ruoxue had vanished into thin air. Where did junior sister Ruoxue go? Another asked. She must have gone to seek revenge on that guy. Revenge? On whom? Of course it is for senior brother Situ. Don't you know? Junior sister Ruoxue has always admired senior brother Situ, and it's said that the two families have even arranged a marriage. I see. And indeed it was so. Lu Ruoxue had always admired Situ Qing and regarded him as her goal. Moreover, with their betrothal relationship, how could she as the fiancé sit idly by when her fiancé was injured to the point of spitting blood and falling unconscious? She wanted to see who had the audacity to lay hands on someone belonging to her. Lu Ruoxue. Before long, she arrived at the Qingyun Manor. just in time to bump into Chun Mu, who was about to leave. Seeing the woman's eyes gleaming with cold light sharper than a sword staring at him, Chun Mu knew this was not a good sign and prepared to bypass her. Stop! Lu Ruoxue, noticing his guilty demeanor, raised her hand to stop him. You are the one who injured senior brother Situ. Lu Ruoxue examined him from head to toe, finding him rather ordinary looking, merely possessing a somewhat handsome and pleasant face. Compared to her image of the dashing Situ Qing, he fell far short. What does it have to do with you? Chun Mu replied, speechless. It has everything to do with me. He is my fiancé. Lu Ruoxue stated her reason. Lu Ruoxue. If Chun Mu remembered correctly, she seemed to be a direct disciple of an elder. It was rumored that she was breathtakingly beautiful, unparalleled in the world. After examining her, he found the rumors were not exaggerated. But why was this exquisite flower planted next to that pile of cow dung Situ Qing? What? He can't defeat me, so he sends a woman to confront me. Chun Mu questioned again. Don't speak nonsense, this was my own idea, it has nothing to do with him. Lu Ruoxue explained, unwilling to let Situ Qing be slandered. Chun Mu raised his hand about to slap Lu Ruoxue away. Hiss! Suddenly his eyes brightened as if he thought of something. As their gazes locked, Lu Ruoxue could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. It was as if she were being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, and every part of her warned her that this guy was very dangerous. In his heart, Chun Mu pondered that once Situ Qing returned to heal, he would undoubtedly come looking for trouble again. Recalling his previous arrogant attitude made him increasingly displeased. And there was also this stunning fiancée in front of him who was utterly devoted to him. Thinking of this, Chun Mu felt even more irritated. Why? Was he the protagonist? Why did he have such favorable treatment? In his past life and this life, he had not committed any heinous deeds, so why was he being bullied to this extent? One was not enough, another came. The more he thought, the deeper his resentment grew. He could not help but open the personal attributes panel regarding Lu Ruoxue. Name Lu Ruoxue modifiable. Age 21 modifiable. Gender female modifiable. Favorability towards Situ Qing 70. Favorability towards Chun Mu 0. 0 favorability. Indeed, no matter how many times he looked, the number 0 was always so glaring. Fortunately, he had a system to break the curse. He coldly smiled. Since heaven granted him this power, why should he not use it? Hey, I'm speaking to you. Can't you understand human speech? She noticed Chun Mu's attention wasn't on her at all. Lu Ruoxue followed his gaze downward, her delicate face flushing crimson. Hastily, she crossed her arms over her chest and retreated several steps, glaring at Chun Mu with suspicion, revulsion, and disdain. You lecherous rogue. Unbeknownst to her, Chun Mu wasn't gazing at her, but at her personal attribute panel, having already studied her more thoroughly than if had stripped her bare. Shall affection level 0 be modified to affection level 100 in modify? In modifying, in modification successful. Why 100%, not 1,000? 10,000. And because anything above Sima Qing's level would suffice. Moreover, Chun Mu worried that excessively high affection values might backfire, triggering pathological devotion, for instance. In, shall affection towards Sima Qing 70 be modified to affection towards Sima Qing 0? Modifying, in modification successful, in, I challenge you to. Lu Ruoxue abruptly fell silent mid-sentence. Chun Mu clearly saw the shift in her gaze, from sharpness to vigilance to revulsion, and finally into tender liquid warmth. What did you wish to do with me? Chun Mu pressed gently. And I. Lu Ruoxue stammered, trembling like a soft, bashful junior sister who'd mustered every ounce of courage to confess to her senior brother, only to lose her voice at the crucial moment. Fidgeting with her fingers, she twisted shyly. Recently, the blossoms on Jingyue Peak have bloomed in full splendor. Might you, junior brother, care to accompany me for a stroll among them? She summoned her courage, offering this invitation as an apology for her earlier rudeness. Not interested. Chun Mu waved dismissively, cutting her off mid-sentence. N. Bystanders stared, jaws slackened in stunned disbelief. Lu Ruoxue, the undisputed most beautiful senior sister of Xianxia sect. That she would voluntarily invite a complete stranger to admire flowers defied all expectations. And even less imaginable was Chun Mu's outright refusal, denying her even the chance to finish her sentence. Junior brother, the peach blossoms truly are exquisite. Do grant your senior sister this small courtesy and accompany me in. I also possess several jars of century-aged peach blossom wine, so rare that even our master has pleaded for it, yet I've refused him each time. I'll give them all to you. Strolling amid blossoms, sipping wine, it would be sheer bliss. And her relentless persistence shattered the hearts of onlookers. Their dream goddess had become another's devoted supplicant. And what then made this young man so extraordinary? And even Chun Mu himself was startled, never imagining that a mere 100% affection level could yield such overwhelming effect. What if it were 1,000? 10,000. And unimaginable. Utterly unimaginable. And, I've already said, am not interested. Chunmu brushed aside Lu Ruoshue's hand. Lu Ruoshue nearly stumbled. Watching Chunmu stride away, several junior brothers stepped forward to comfort Lu Ruoshue. Senior sister Lu, that fellow is blind to virtue. Don't take his insolence to heart. We'd gladly. Na flash of cold steel froze them mid-step, hands shot up, unwilling to advance another inch. For the blade now rested against their throats, poised to claim their lives at any instant. I forbid you to slander him. Next time I'll show no mercy. Lu Ruoshue's eyes gleamed with lethal frost. And had glances been daggers, those men would have perished hundreds, thousands of times over. And, truly worthy of my admiration, dominant just as I imagined. Watching Lu Ruoshue gaze after Chunmu with rapt, self-absorbed tenderness, her posture, her expression, the juniors scrambled away in terror, fearing she might in a sudden fit of passion cleave them in two. What era is this? NIS, this truly the same aloof, untouchable beauty, revered from afar, never to be approached, that everyone once knew. And she's fallen headlong into infatuation, blinded by obsession. Just who is this young man? What spell has he cast upon senior sister Lu? And, come to think of it, wasn't it rumored she favored senior brother Sima? And they're even betrothed, yet she behaves like this, and no idea. One thing's certain, senior brother Sima's crown of horns is about to be firmly cemented. And from junior brothers visiting him, Sima Qing learned of Lu Ruoshue's conduct. And excellent. A woman worthy of Sima Qing's esteem indeed. Sima Qing declared, pride swelling across his features. Unaware he'd heard only half the tale, while the other half spread like wildfire, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, and how fortunate senior brother is to have such a fiancé. Indeed, unlike me who can't even find a companion even with a lantern in hand. And senior sister Lu is peerless in beauty, senior brother Sima unmatched in martial cultivation. A perfect match. Truly a perfect match. Huh. Too kind, too kind. He chuckled modestly, while inwardly elation surged beyond restraint. Yet recalling the strange formation, he decided to dispatch several juniors to investigate, lest his beloved fall into peril at Chunmu's hands. He feared especially that Chunmu, seduced by her beauty, might dare transgress. And should trouble arise, they were to notify him instantly. And even injured, he'd race there without delay. His woman belonged to him alone, Sima Qing, and to no one else. And, yes, senior brother, rest assured, we'll guard senior sister with our lives. They pounded their chests, vowing solemnly, then hurried off. But upon reaching Qingyun Manor's gate, the disciples stood utterly dumbfounded. There stood Su Qingtian, straining to bar Lu Ruoshue's entry, carefully avoiding physical contact. And after all, she was a young maiden enamored with his master. Any misunderstanding would be regrettable, even though his master currently held no interest in her. At first, the disciples assumed Su Qingtian was zealously protecting his master, deliberately preventing Lu Ruoshue from entering to confront Chunmu. But then Lu Ruoshue spoke, and nearly made them hemorrhage thrice. And let me in, please. I ask for nothing more, just to wash his clothes, clean his quarters, or fetch his foot-washing water. That alone would fulfill me. Who storms into clean scrub and fetch foot-washing water as retribution? And if such a person exists, bring me 10 at once. And Miss Lu, these tasks fall under my duties. Without explicit orders from Chunmu, Su Qingtian dared not admit her. And I could even scrub his back. And don't say you could. Lu Ruoshue pointed at Su Qingtian, denying him the chance to reply. A grown man performing such a task. You may feel no discomfort, but wouldn't he, scrub his back? And hearing those words, the disciples grew even more unsettled. And what on earth was happening? And they exchanged blank stares, bewildered, speechless. Had they misread the situation entirely? And, in short, without the master's command you may not enter, Su Qingtian declared, sealing the gate with unwavering resolve. How can you be so heartless? I mean him no harm. I only wish to care for him to earn his notice. Why obstruct someone pursuing their own happiness? Does your conscience feel no pang? And tears welled in Lu Ruoshue's eyes, trembling on her lashes. In her pitiful, fragile demeanor almost softened Su Qingtian's heart. He admired Chunmu even more. Such a peerless beauty reduced to begging entrance as a lowly maid, all to win his favor. Nan, she was none other than Qingxian sect's top senior sister, a direct disciple of the elder himself. Among the top 10 prodigies. And no, mere admiration no longer sufficed to capture Su Qingtian's awe. It was reverence. Pure, unshakable reverence. And yet in that single moment of distraction, Lu Ruoshue slipped past him, vanishing into Qingyun Manor. Wait, Miss Lu, you mustn't enter. Su Qingtian rushed after her, leaving 3 disciples stranded, uncertain where to go or what to say. What do? Should we inform senior brother Sima? Best keep it quiet, for now. His body is still recovering. Learning of Senior Sister Lu's conduct would surely make him hemorrhage. How then did Senior Sister Lu fall for the very man who injured Senior Brother? And if I knew, I wouldn't be standing here with you lot. And the youth rolled his eyes. And had they not feared offending Sima Qing, they'd have tracked down Chen Mu, begging to become his disciples, seeking his secrets. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had descended the mountain to Tianfu City, the nearest metropolis to Xianxia sect. Ni's purpose? To spend his trillion spirit stones lavishly. Anything less would betray his own magnificence. As for his family, Chen Mu held not a shred of interest in that treacherous clan. In memory, he was the accidental child born of a drunken liaison between his father and a humble woman. To preserve the clan's dignity, they married his mother into the Chun household as a concubine. Euphemistically termed a concubine, truthfully, she ranked lower than servants. The entire Chen clan scorned Chen Mu's mother, subjecting her to endless humiliation and oppression. In leaving her malnourished and mentally shattered, she perished the very day Chen Mu was born. Yet the child had been born, and to preserve the Chun name, they refrained from abandoning him. And still he was raised with less dignity than any servant. At his comingafage ceremony, Chen Mu lost his final chance at redemption. Tested on the talent stone, his aptitude proved mediocre, deemed destined for insignificance. Ultimately, the Chen clan discarded him at Xianxia sect as a menial laborer, not textbook tale of a discarded prodigy's rise. And alas, his predecessor lacked the resilience to survive until that ascent. As for Chen Mu himself, he possessed unbreakable fortune. Not waste he could never be. He began at the summit, fully realized. And still, I'll gladly settle this grudge for you, and ease my own simmering resentment. So, truly you left me nothing of value. Chen Mu shook his head, a wry smile flickering. Well, if it isn't my good-for-nothing younger brother. After years apart, where did you procure this counterfeit skin? So polished and proper, utterly unfitting for you. And you belong in tattered rags. That suits your baseborn station far better. The speaker emerged suddenly from the tea house, blocking Chen Mu's path. In judging by memory, address, and that smug, triumphal smirk, this was Chen Xingxing, his half-brother born of the same father. The Chen clan's sole dotetapon eldest son, and the disparity between their treatment within the clan couldn't be described as heaven versus earth, because he dwelled in heaven while Chen Mu languished in hell. Slap. And Chen Mu raised his hand, deflecting Chen Xingxing's outstretched grasp, then wiped the spot he'd touched with the back of his hand. I'm particular about cleanliness. Don't touch me. Hey, years gone, and your temper's grown sharper, daring to defy me now. Chen Xingxing reached out again, preparing to shove Chen Mu. Crack, crack, crack. And Chen Mu seized Chen Xingxing's wrist and twisted it into a grotesque spiraling knot. Shards of bone pierced through skin slick with blood, horrifyingly visceral. Ack, my hand. How dare you do this to me? Chen Xingxing collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony, glaring at Chen Mu with seething hatred. Young master, the middle-aged man, who'd just settled the bill, rushed down the steps flustered and helpless. Young master, are you all right? Slap. And Chen Xingxing vented his fury with a vicious backhand across the man's face. Do I look all right? Fu Bo, cripple him. No, kill him. Kill him. And Chen Fu turned toward Chen Mu astonished. Chen Mu and Chen Fu. At the sight of him, Chen Mu's mind erupted, incandescent rage surging from his predecessor's memories. He recalled vividly how this man had coveted his mother, and when young Chen Mu tried to intervene, kicked him so violently, he suffered grievous injury. Later, Chen Fu falsely accused his mother of soliciting him for money, and the Chen clan blindly believing him locked mother and son in a dark cell, starving them for 3 days as punishment. You cur, daring to harm the young master. I'll kill you. Chen Fu lunged, his 5 fingers contorting like a tiger's maw. And he knew well, unless Chen Mu died, this matter could not be contained. If Lord Chen discovered the truth, his own life would be forfeit. And first he needed to appease Chen Xingxing. And thus, Chen Mu had to die. After all, he was merely a stray dog the Chen clan had discarded. Killing him meant nothing. Good, kill him. Chen Xingxing grinned, feral and cruel, but the next second his grin vanished. And terror flooded his mind. And boom. And Chen Mu flicked his wrist lightly, and Chen Fu exploded into crimson mist. Splattering Chen Mu from head to toe, his pristine white robes now stained shockingly violently red. Chen Xingxing's face paled instantly as he gazed upon Chen Mu, no longer seeing a mere man, but a towering demon god looming before him. An overwhelming tide of terror surged within his heart, crushing his spirit beneath unbearable psychological pressure. How is this possible? Uncle Fu is a Foundation Establishment 6th Realm expert, yet you, a talentless wretch, actually slew him. Chen Xingxing stood stunned, as if reality itself had fractured. He rubbed his eyes, frantically blinked repeatedly, yet the horrifying scene before him remained unaltered, unyielding. Only then did he grasp the chilling truth this was no illusion. Wretch. Chen Mu smiled faintly. If I am a wretch, then what, pray tell, are you? Chen Xingxing fell utterly silent. He could hardly admit, to himself or anyone, that he was less than even a wretch. His gaze locked onto Chen Mu, who now advanced steadily toward him. Though each footfall was soft, it echoed like a funeral bell tolling beside his ear, resonating, shattering, threatening the very core of his soul. Frantically, he raised both hands, palms forward, pleading, no, don't come any closer. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. I was wrong. I should never have bullied you. I'll compensate you. Anything you desire. Please spare my life. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. From the cold certainty in Chen Mu's gaze and the ruthless aura of slaughter radiating from his body, Chen Xingxing knew this was no bluff. He truly intended to end him. A true man bends to survive, first preserve his life. Once safe, he would return to the Chen clan, where his father would mobilize hundreds of elite warriors to surround and annihilate Chen Mu. Then, blade by blade, he would hack Chen Mu into minced flesh, erasing this humiliation forever. Too late. Chen Mu stopped before him, lifted his foot, and crushed Chen Xingxing's skull deep into the earth. Chen Xingxing lay paralyzed, unable to stir. Around him, onlookers pointed and whispered in hushed, trembling voices. A humiliation so profound it seared his soul, and from his lips burst a desperate cry, Chen Mu. You cannot kill me. If you dare, the Chen clan will never. Bang. Splat. With a subtle shift of weight, Chen Mu's foot pressed down. Chen Xingxing's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Crimson pulp sprayed outward over 8 meters, splattering across the earthen wall. Silence. Utter suffocating silence. So profound a needle's fall would echo like thunder. No one dared utter a word about Chen Mu's slaughter of Chen Fu, or of Chen Xingxing, the Chen clan's eldest heir. Each feared becoming the next to be reduced to crimson mist, his skull crushed beneath that merciless foot. Chen Mu exhaled slowly, his heart at last lightened. Slaying one's sworn enemy truly brought unparalleled exhilaration. As Chen Mu strode away, the crowd's hearts, suspended high in their throats, finally dared to settle. Was that the second young master of the Chen clan, the one sent to Qingxian sect as a menial laborer? It must be him, but wasn't he rumored to possess mediocre talent? How could he slay Chen Fu in an instant? One palm strike turned him to mist. He must be at least an Illumination Realm expert. Heavens! Illumination Realm. He's barely past 20, yet already attained such a realm. A prodigy. A true celestial prodigy. Illumination Realm. This is a catastrophic loss for the Chen clan. They misjudged him utterly, holding a peerless genius in their hands yet failing to recognize his worth. A classic case of discarding the watermelon to clutch a sesame seed. Compared to Chen Mu, their cherished heir Chen Xingxing is nothing but refuse. Yet how could they know their speculation bore no resemblance to truth? Illumination Realm. 1 million, 10 million, even 100 million Illumination Realm cultivators would not equal half a finger of Chen Mu's might. Elsewhere, news of Chen Mu's public slaying of Chen Fu and Chen Xingxing raced through the Chen clan's network in Tianfu City. Couriers sprinting 3 steps and 2 hastening back to the ancestral estate to deliver the dire report. What? Upon hearing that his beloved son Chen Xingxing had been slain by another son, the very son he deemed worthless and discarded, Chen Tianyang erupted in fury. Bang! Boom! He shot upright, slamming a palm onto the nearby tea table, shattering it into dust. Before the messenger could even react, Chen Tianyang had already teleported before him, hand flashing like lightning, striking with blinding speed. Seizing the man's collar, he hoisted him effortlessly off the ground and demanded, "Is this true? Chen Mu, the good for nothing. How could he possibly kill Xingxing, whose talent ranks among the yellow rank? My lord clan, had I witnessed it myself." He struck Chen Fu down with a single palm, turning him to crimson mist. Then before the entire marketplace, he crushed the eldest young master's skull beneath his foot, crushed it. The man stammered, voice trembling. Chen Tianyang hurled him 3 or 4 meters across the hall, pacing furiously. Accursed! Accursed! That rebellious bastard! Rebellious bastard! Most likely he stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune at Qingxian sect, gaining sudden power, at least reaching the Illumination Realm. Tianyang Xingxing is gone, and you bear no other sons. Perhaps it is time to bring Chen Mu home. Train him as your successor. Indeed, if he perishes, to whom shall the Chen clan's leadership pass? Senior clan elders began urging Chen Tianyang to set aside vengeance, placing the clan's greater destiny above personal grudge. Never. He killed my Xingxing. If I do not slay him, I shall renounce my humanity. With a sharp wave of his hand, Chen Tianyang silenced them all, his decision final, unalterable. Rather than let such a traitorous son inherit the clan, Chen Tianyang would rather start anew. After all, he remained in the prime of his life. Alas! Hearing this, the elders could only sigh and shake their heads. They knew well Chen Tianyang's unyielding temperament. Once resolved, not even 10 oxen could drag him back. Persuasion was futile. Blame lay solely with Chun Mu who, having gained minor power, dared to scorn the Chun clan outright. A pity, truly a pity. Even if he'd acquired some fortune, what was it against the Chun clan's century-old prestige? Its profound foundations could never be offset by a single stroke of luck. Issue the order. Mobilize all 300 elite death soldiers of the Chun clan. Bring that traitor back in pieces. Alive or dead, we demand his corpse. Chen Tianyang commanded. Yes. Before the words fully faded, a servant tumbled in, breathless and panicked. And no, my lord clan head. What now? Seeing the man, Chen Tianyang felt a pounding headache. My lord, the second young master. He has returned. The servant reported, voice quavering. What? That traitor dares return. Has he grown weary of life? Chen Tianyang roared, his aura of slaughter thickening until the air grew heavy, stifling breath, drawing cold sweat from every brow. Why do you stand there? Summon the death soldiers, now? Yes. Chen Mu. Today you shall enter with life, but leave without it. Chen Tianyang's eyes gleamed with lethal frost, brimming with murderous intent. Grief. To him, Chun Mu and his mother had never been family, not even once. That traitorous son existed only because in a drunken stupor he'd lost control, and that contemptible woman had shamelessly thrown herself at him, coercing her kin to force him into taking her as a concubine. He'd assumed her death, and Chun Mu's banishment would erase the matter entirely. Yet he never imagined, never dreamed, that this very son would dare slay the son he cherished most. If he spared him, where would his dignity rest? The focus shifted back to Chun Mu. The moment he stepped through the gate, shadowy figures descended silently from every direction. Within the courtyard, atop walls, along eaves, black-clad masked death soldiers, motionless and lethal. Their number exceeded 300, perhaps even 4. The leader, named Qin Shu, is the manager of this group of assassins, and he is also the most trusted confidant of Chen Tianyang in the entire Chen family without exception. Chen Tianyang did not attend. He was not interested in the execution of Chun Mu. He only wanted to see the result after Chun Mu was torn to pieces. Seeing him reveling in his fortune, the sight of such a petty person only disgusted Chen Tianyang. Is it just you, eh? Qin Shu examined Chun Mu with a gaze of disdain. Knowing that the Chun family possesses the largest force of assassins in the entire Tianfu city, it was truly reckless of him to dare come alone. Chun Mu ignored him and selected a total of 364 assassins from the Qin family, focusing on the loyalty parameter. Should loyalty 0 be changed to loyalty 10,000? Change it. Modifying. Modification successful. Seeing Chun Mu silent, staring blankly at something, Qin Shu thought, he must be scared stupid, regretting coming to seek death. What a pity it's too late. You should have stayed at the Xianxia sect and lived in hiding. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and signaled all the assassins, get him. Tear him to pieces. A breath passed. 5 breaths passed. Until 10 breaths passed, not a single assassin moved. Qin Shu lost his composure and shouted loudly, what's the matter? Are you all deaf? Can't you hear what I said? I ordered you to tear him to pieces. Seeing that no one responded, Qin Shu grabbed the collar of the nearest person and dragged him forward. What are you all doing? Ignoring my orders. Are you trying to rebel? Cut off his hand. At this moment, Chen Mu spoke slowly. Then a black-clothed assassin rushed out from behind. Qin Shu swiftly drew his knife and struck down. Splat. Blood sprayed 3 meters. There was no time for Qin Shu to react. His entire arm was severed from the shoulder. His fingers still tightly gripped the assassin's collar. The assassin pried open his fingers and presented the severed arm to Chun Mu. How could this happen? Qin Shu clutched the wound, but blood gushed out from between his fingers. What did you do? How could they obey your command? Qin Shu asked in disbelief. Qin Mu had no time to explain the principle behind it. He directly ordered, tear him to pieces. Immediately, hundreds of black-clothed assassins swarmed forward, wildly stabbing at Qin Shu. Chun Mu, hands behind his back, strolled leisurely toward the inner courtyard. Meanwhile, inside the inner courtyard, a servant had arrived first, waiting in front of Chen Tianyang for good news from Qin Shu. Master, it's terrible. What has happened now? Chen Tianyang was in a very bad mood. Oh, every day seemed to bring bad news. Can't there be any good news? Qin Shu is dead, the servant replied. Dead? How did he die? Impossible. Don't lie to me. Chen Tianyang couldn't believe it. Qin Shu had the strength of the Illumination realm, and with over 300 assassins, each at least at the Foundation Establishment 5th layer, how could Qin Mu possibly kill him? All those assassins betrayed young Master Qin Er and hacked Qin Shu to death, the servant reported truthfully. Nonsense. How could my Chun family's assassins obey an abandoned child like him? Useless fool. Chen Tianyang angrily lifted his skirt and kicked the servant in the chest. Ah! The servant screamed as he rolled down the steps. Chen Tianyang was about to go check the situation personally. Before he could step down the stairs, he noticed Chun Mu walking in from outside the courtyard clad in a Qingyun robe, showing no signs of blood. How did he get in? Could it be that Chen Shu is really dead? The assassins nurtured by the Chun family since childhood all turned against him without exception. How did he accomplish this? Chen Tianyang was puzzled. He sneered. You ungrateful child, how dare you show your face to me? Who gave you the audacity to kill my son? If I wanted to kill, I would have done it. There's no need for so many reasons, Chun Mu said nonchalantly. Not only does he need to die, but you must die as well. As one of the culprits behind his mother's death, Chen Mu could not let Chen Tianyang go. If he didn't kill him, he would always feel a blockage in his chest. Boom. What a joke. I want to see how you can kill me today. Chen Tianyang unleashed his spiritual energy, the force clearing the dust and gravel within a 3-meter radius. A mere illumination realm 5th layer, I truly don't know where your confidence comes from. Chen Mu shook his head and laughed. Die. Chen Tianyang charged forward, quickly closing the distance between him and Chen Mu. With the force of a fierce tiger descending the mountain, he infused his palms with spiritual energy and executed a bone-crushing palm. Chen Mu leisurely raised his hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger, his movement seemingly slow. But in Chen Tianyang's eyes it was incredibly fast, almost blurry. Then a thud struck his forehead. Bang! Boom! Chen Tianyang was suddenly sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through the entire Chen family courtyard. Over a dozen walls. He fell among the rubble 100 meters away. Still alive, he struggled painfully and said, "This is impossible." What's impossible? Chen Mu appeared in front of Chen Tianyang in an instant. Bang! Boom! He released a terrifying pressure that forced Chen Tianyang's body to sink half a meter into the ground. Cough. His face turned pale as Ash's features twisted together, and he coughed uncontrollably, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Chen Tianyang, who had once been so glorious and proud before him, never having looked at him with respect, now he resembled a drenched dog, utterly miserable. Chen Mu lifted a foot and stepped on his abdomen, coldly laughing. As a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator, is it difficult for me to kill a mere illumination realm? Tribulation Transcendence. Chen Tianyang's mind shook. No wonder, just the pressure had him gasping for breath. This ungrateful child, what kind of luck did he stumble upon to transform from a waste into a Tribulation Transcendence expert? No, don't kill me. I will allow you to return to the Chen family and make you a candidate for the family head. How about that? Chen Tianyang offered conditions. Regretting not agreeing to those proposals from the elders of the Chen family, he ended up in such a situation. No how. Chen Mu immediately rejected. With a wave of his hand, a red line pierced through Chen Tianyang's throat and blood droplets of various sizes oozed out. As for my previous life, I have avenged my mother's murder. Now I owe you nothing. With another wave of his hand, Chen Tianyang's flesh turned to dust, dissipating in the wind. On the other hand, using the power of the system to resurrect someone was easy for Chen Mu. Finding the bones and simply modifying a few words would suffice. But there was no need. Although he inherited the memories of his previous life, he did not have to accept the family of his former self as his own. The dead should rest in peace. Next, it is time for Chen Mu to embrace his own unrestrained life. Sitting in the seat of the family head, Chen Mu firmly grasped the well-polished armrest of the wooden chair refined through generations. With one hand supporting his head and his starry eyes half-lidded, he scrutinized the dozen or so elders of the Chen family kneeling before him. They did not rush to speak. The kneeling figures lowered their heads, casting sidelong glances at the dozens of death warriors surrounding them. Initially, upon hearing that all the death warriors of the Chen family had betrayed them and that Chen Shu had been brutally killed, they thought it must be a joke. However, it was clear now that this was no joke. Raising his gaze, he stole a glance at Chen Mu through his falling hair. Confusion filled him. How had he accomplished this? These death warriors were orphans raised by the Chen family through various channels, brainwashed to be absolutely loyal to the family. They should be unable to disobey the commands of the family head. But how? At this moment, instead of pondering why the death warriors of the Chen family had betrayed them, they had a more important matter to attend to, saving their lives. The family elder Chen Wani was the first to speak. "We are willing to nominate you as the new family head. Please grant us old folks a path to survival." Chen Mu still did not respond, examining the personal attribute panels of the dozen individuals. He selected 7 of them, all of whom had once spoken harshly to him and his mother. Fist strikes and kicks. Would you like to modify remaining lifespan 52 to remaining lifespan 0? Would you like to modify remaining lifespan 24 to remaining lifespan 0? Would you like to modify remaining lifespan 33 to remaining lifespan 0? All modified. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Ugh. As the system prompt just appeared, all 7 of them clutched their throats, collapsing to the ground, without struggling, dying in agony. How was this accomplished? The remaining few were shaken, unable to hide their panic. Throughout the entire process, they were certain Chen Mu hadn't even moved a finger. The death warriors standing by also made no move, killing with intent. To what extent had this young man's cultivation reached? The more they thought about it, the more they couldn't help but curse the already cold Chen Tianyang for being blind. Instead of nurturing a genius like Chen Mu, they piled all family resources onto the mediocre and uncultured Chen Xingxing. What good was a high-grade yellow talent? Compared to Chen Mu's current talent, it was merely mediocre. They deeply regretted trusting the wrong person and siding with the wrong camp. From now on, all of you will be demoted to servants of the family, never to leave the Chun family slaves for life. If you dare to escape, you shall be killed without mercy. In Chun Yu's eyes, they had committed unforgivable sins, but living sins could not be avoided. Yes, we shall obey the family head's orders. They responded in unison. What else could they do? Refuse. They did not wish to die. Seeing their cooperation, Chen Mu was quite satisfied. He raised his hand to summon a death warrior, saying, "From now on you will be responsible for managing the Chen family. When I am not around, you shall have full authority over all family assets." He then filled this warrior's management talent to the maximum. Why destroy a power when it could be added to his own? At this moment, Chen Mu undoubtedly held the lifeblood of the entire Chen family. The fate of the Chen family was in his hands. After completing these tasks, Chen Mu stood up, stretched lazily, and felt a lot more at ease. Staying in the Chen family no longer held any meaning. Hiss. But before he had walked far, he seemed to think of something and stopped in his tracks, turning to the death warrior he had chosen as the acting family head and beckoning, "Come here." "Yes, master." The death warrior complied and approached Chen Mu. Chen Mu pretended to raise his hand, but in reality, he opened the warrior's personal panel. Finding the cultivation section, without further ado, he modified it to the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. From now on, for matters that can be resolved with force, do not come to me. After saying this, Chen Mu turned and left, leaving the death warrior frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Seeing him, petrified, tears flowing from the corners of his eyes, the other death warriors were confused and approached to ask, "What's wrong with you?" Tribulation Transcendence. Tribulation Transcendence. At these words, the 100 death warriors furrowed their brows, not understanding the deeper meaning. Then the man released his spiritual energy, and everyone felt an immense, invisible pressure descend from above, uncontrollably bending their knees to kneel on the ground. Tribulation Transcendence. At this moment, everyone finally understood the meaning the man was trying to convey, combining it with Chen Mu's earlier actions and his parting words. The shock in their hearts was impossible to conceal, all written on their faces, gaping in disbelief. They had dealt with each other for so many years, well aware of one another. They were equally familiar with this newly appointed acting family head. His name was Lin Wanxuan, who should have only had the strength of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Yet now, by sheer luck, he was chosen by the master and gained the strength of Tribulation Transcendence. Truly worthy of being the master, the power of Tribulation Transcendence can be so casually bestowed upon others. I believe the master must be a reincarnated immortal. This ought to be a great fortune for the Chen family. It's just a pity that they are too blind to see the master's talent. A great pity indeed. To be able to pledge loyalty to such a powerful being is my honor. Shut up. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the master? Lin Wanquan shouted loudly. Everyone immediately closed their mouths and ceased to speak, showing utmost obedience. The advantages of the death warriors became evident. At this moment, Chen Mu had already arrived at the Longhu auction house located in the heart of Tianfu City, purely with the intention of spending money lavishly. In his past life, he had struggled to make ends meet for a mere living allowance, leading a life full of constraints. Eating, drinking, and having fun was a luxury for him. He had only wished to survive until the next sunrise. But now he held trillions of spirit stones ready to acquire some rare treasures. He didn't even need to worry about running out of money, for even if the spirit stones reached zero, he could simply modify it back to 9999999999999 without much effort. "A private box, please." Chen Mu took out a fist-sized high-grade spirit stone and carelessly tossed it to the shop assistant. My goodness. The assistant, cradling the golden spirit stone with both hands, was astonished. He hurriedly hid it in his bosom, glancing left and right, afraid of being targeted. Nodding and bowing, he led the way, saying, "Please follow me. This way, please." He had seen plenty of extravagant customers, but he had never encountered one as lavish as Chen Mu. This was truly unprecedented, spending tens of thousands of spirit stones at a time. His attitude now could be described as treating Chen Mu like an ancestor, and that would not be an exaggeration. After leading him into the box, various delicacies were prepared. The tea used was of the highest quality. Fearing that Chen Mu might not be accustomed to the pastries from the auction house, he hurriedly ran to several of the most famous pastry shops in Tianfu City, using his own money to buy dozens of colorful pastries. Take this. This attitude pleased Chenmu immensely, and he tossed another high-grade spirit stone to him. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The assistant knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times. All right, you can go now. Chenmu waved his hand. Sure thing, sir. If you need anything, just call me, or I'll be waiting outside. The assistant stood up, backed away carefully, and closed the door. Chenmu then enjoyed the finest pastries and sipped the best tea, waiting for the auction to officially begin. However, at that moment, a discordant noise came from outside the door. Young master, you cannot enter. There are already people in the private room. Outside the door, the attendant's voice grew louder. Hearing this, the other party immediately raised their voice. Who do you think you are? Dare to block my way, Chen Ziguan. I think you're tired of living. Get out of my way. I asked a master today to calculate for me. Number 6 is my lucky number. I don't care who is inside, they must come out. Hearing such arrogant and overbearing words combined with the name Chen Ziguan, Chenmu recalled that indeed there was such a person in the Chen family. If one were to speak of it, he would be his cousin. I told you to get out of my way. Do you hear me? My father is the 3rd elder of the Chen family. From the tone of this statement, it was evident that Chen Ziguan still did not know that his father had already died a tragic death at home. Bang! He pushed the attendant several meters away and then lifted his foot to kick the door open heavily. He strode in with several subordinates. At this moment, Chenmu warned, take another step forward, and whichever foot touches the ground first, I will chop it off. Hearing this, Chen Ziguan completely disregarded it, treating it as nonsense. I doubt you have the guts. The next second, his expression changed drastically, his features contorted as he fell to the ground. Looking at his right calf, which was now half a meter away, he screamed in horror, oh, my leg, my leg. He never expected that Chenmu would actually dare to chop off his leg. Moreover, he didn't even see clearly what Chenmu's movements were. The man was clearly still several meters away. How did he manage to do that? Seeing the situation, several subordinates hurried forward, saying little, and fed a healing pill into Chen Ziguan's mouth. Then they took out another pill, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled it on the severed leg to quickly stop the bleeding. You are so bold. I am Chen Ziguan from the Chen family. My father is the 3rd elder of the Chen family. Do you dare to attack me? Chen Ziguan cursed as he was helped up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Seeing that Chenmu ignored him, Chen Ziguan turned to the subordinate beside him and ordered, kill him. The subordinate hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward. In an instant, blood spattered 3 meters. Just like Chen Ziguan before he fell into a pool of blood. Woo. He hurriedly took out a healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth, channeling energy to stop the bleeding. I will only say this once. Chenmu glanced sideways, a murderous aura emanating from him, impossible to hide. It was as if a formidable demon stood behind him, standing atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. You are quite ruthless. We are leaving. Chen Ziguan understood that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. For a reckless madman like this, he must go home and ask for help. The remaining subordinate, whose legs were intact, helped the other 2 out, hopping away. Meanwhile, the attendant quickly cleaned up the 2 severed legs and the blood on the ground to avoid disturbing Chenmu's mood. Sorry for the disturbance. Having done all this, he quickly exited. On the way back to the Chen family, damn it. Truly damn it. That bastard actually dared to turn me into a cripple. I must make sure he dies without a place to be buried. My father is the 3rd elder of the Chen family. Who in Tianfu City would dare to disregard Chen Ziguan? What is he worth? You just wait. If I don't kill you, I, Chen Ziguan, swear I will not be human. Young master, don't you think that guy looks like someone? The subordinate suddenly spoke up. I don't care who he resembles. Chen Ziguan instinctively retorted. Then, unable to resist his curiosity, he asked, who does he look like? 4 years ago, Chenmu, the 2nd young master, was sent to Xianxia's sect as a servant. The subordinate replied. Chenmu. Chen Ziguan stopped, straining to recall, and in his mind, 2 figures, one large and one small, overlapped. It really is that waste. How did I not realize it earlier? Chen Ziguan was 100% certain that the person who chopped off his leg was the abandoned son of the Chen family, Chenmu. It seems that the 2nd young master, Chen, has gained some opportunity in Xianxia's sect, causing his strength to soar, said the subordinate with trepidation. He wanted to advise Chen Ziguan to downplay the matter, worried about provoking someone he shouldn't. So what? My Chen family has many strong members. Even if he is strong, he is still a waste. Killing him is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Chen Ziguan still did not regard Chenmu with any importance. He urged, quick, let's go home. If my father finds out he has crippled my leg, he will definitely intervene, personally crushing him like an ant. Before long, the 3 returned to the Chen family. Something about the atmosphere felt off. The few servants sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard looked so familiar from behind. Must be overthinking it. Chen Ziguan casually walked behind one person, lifted his hand, and rested it on his shoulder, asking, where is my father? The person turned around, instantly startling Chen Ziguan. Second uncle. Why are you dressed like this sweeping leaves here? The man hesitated, clearly too ashamed to speak. Chen Ziguan thought to himself that he must have sat in a high position for too long and wanted to change perspective to experience life. Returning to the topic at hand, second uncle, do you know of my father? He stopped halfway. The second uncle was right in front of him. Why bother with roundabout ways to find his father? He changed his tone. Second uncle, that little bastard Chen Mu is back. It seems he has gained some opportunity and actually chopped off my leg. You must help me. Otherwise, if this gets out, our Chen family will surely be humiliated, becoming the laughingstock of everyone. For some reason, after saying this, Chen Ziguan felt that the expression on his second uncle's face was somewhat off, almost as if he was scared. Shouldn't he be angry instead? Then he immediately denied his thoughts. The fearless second uncle, how could he possibly be afraid of that waste? He must be overthinking it. Slap. But the next second, Chen Chuxing raised his hand and slapped Chen Ziguan hard across the face. Shut up. You are not allowed to disrespect the family head. Chen Ziguan covered his face, utterly bewildered, wanting to say, is your hearing bad? When did I disrespect the family head? I clearly spoke about that waste Chen Mu. He can't possibly be the family head, right? Huh. Second uncle, you misheard. Oh, I was talking about that useless Chen Mu. Slap. This time Chen Chuxing raised his hand again, not giving Chen Ziguan a chance to finish his words. What a disgraceful thing. Second uncle, are you crazy? Even for a second uncle, being slapped in such a manner repeatedly was intolerable for Chen Ziguan. In terms of family status, you and my father are about equal. If you continue like this, I will certainly tell my father. Chen Ziguan threatened, bringing out his backing. Father. Upon hearing his words, Chen Chuxing let out a cold smile. He is already dead. Dead? How is that possible? Don't fool me. Chen Ziguan felt utterly baffled. Why was the Chen family so strange today? Looking around once more, his eyes widened in shock. Several prominent figures of the Chen family were actually dressed in coarse linen garments resembling the attire of servants. Then several death warriors appeared. Their gazes focused on him, sending chills down Chen Ziguan's spine. He couldn't understand why the Chen family's assassins would intervene over a seemingly minor incident. It was indeed a possibility. This only confirmed his suspicion that Chen Chuxing was deliberately playing him, claiming one must not be disrespectful to the family head, especially after his father's death. Just as he was feeling pleased, an assassin suddenly charged forward. Chen Ziguan felt a sharp pain pierce his chest as a blade ran through him. Looking down, he saw a cold, long sword glowing with a chilling light. You? What are you doing? Chen Ziguan attempted to push the assassin away but stumbled and fell to the ground. His hands touched the sticky liquid, and turning his head, he was shocked to find it was blood. From where? He raised his gaze. He witnessed the two subordinates who had accompanied him earlier being attacked by an assassin who had approached from behind, pierced through the chest with several strikes, and then had their throats slit. Chen Ziguan clutched his chest, but could not stop the blood from gushing out, staining a large area red. He looked at Chen Chuxing in confusion. Second uncle, what is going on here? The Chen family has undergone a transformation. Now Chen Mu is the master of this domain. Chen Chuxing sighed. Chen Mu, the master. Recalling Chen Chuxing's earlier strange remarks, Chen Ziguan suddenly understood. No wonder when he had cursed Chen Mu earlier, Chen Chuxing had slapped him twice, forbidding any disrespect to the family head. No wonder they were dressed in coarse cloth and looked like servants engaging in tasks they once scorned. It turned out that the fellow had returned in glory, demanding the Chen family repay all debts. He had gained an immense opportunity. Stab! Stab! In the end, Chen Ziguan was killed by the assassins who surrounded him, pierced through the chest by a flurry of blades, collapsing into a pool of bright red blood, unable to close his eyes, utterly lifeless. Burial. Boom. A single burst of spiritual flame turned him to ashes. Only a charred human silhouette was left on the bluestone bricks. Meanwhile, at the Longhu auction house, Chen Mu was filling his stomach with snacks as the auction officially began. Detected that the host will spend a large sum of money. Would you like to activate the system's built-in 10,000-fold rebate feature? 10,000-fold rebate. Does this mean the more I spend, the more money I get back? Chen Mu confirmed with the system. Yes, if you spend 1 spirit stone, the system will return you 10,000 spirit stones. I see. No wonder it's called the 10,000-fold rebate feature, Chen Mu said with delight. Such a thing was unimaginable in the past, yet now it had become a reality. By the way, system, do you have any other built-in features? While the auctioneer was still droning on, Chen Mu decided to seriously understand this binded system. The system did not respond directly, but instead popped up a window titled Breakthrough Features. At the top was 10,000-fold rebate status active, billion-fold fortune status inactive, invincible instant kill status inactive, guaranteed treasure drop upon kill status inactive, endless money status inactive, unlimited teleportation status inactive, fly and burrow status inactive, one-click, full charm status inactive. There were so many features that Chen Mu lost his patience. His fingers swiped quickly down the list, and after a long while he still hadn't reached the bottom. At least tens of thousands of breakthrough features, each one extraordinary. No wonder it's called a breakthrough system. Any one of these features could elevate a person from ordinary to extraordinary, rivaling the main character. Even the Invincible instant kill feature would make even the main character envious. Yet Shenmue alone enjoyed these tens of thousands of breakthrough features. This is insane. System, you are truly incredible. Even Shenmue couldn't help but exclaim. In response, the system remained silent. This system was somewhat aloof, answering only critical questions and not engaging in casual chat with Shenmue. Fortunately, he did not dislike this setting. Below, the auctioneer finally finished his preamble, and the first auction item was placed on the table. The first auction item is a heart-protecting armor crafted by the Empire's top artisans capable of withstanding a lethal attack. The starting price is 500,000 spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately raised their paddle and shouted a bid, 550,000, 600,000, 650,000. There were many bidders, and the shouting grew increasingly intense. However, in a separate VIP room on the second floor, no one had spoken yet. They were enjoying the spectacle of common people fighting fiercely. Just as they thought they were about to seize a bargain, they opened their mouths to show them what the world's disparity truly meant. That should be enough, but it's time to let them despair. In room 3, the speaker was named Su Jingyan, a son of the Su family from one of the 4 great families of Tianfu City, his lineage prestigious. He had a habit of using money to pressure others, showcasing his uniqueness and satisfying his vanity. He was a frequent visitor to the Longhu auction house. When the price of the heart-protecting armor reached 1 million spirit stones, he decisively made his move, 2 million. Doubling it, surely no one would dare bid against me yet. Su Jingyan smiled with satisfaction. Hearing the previously boiling shouts suddenly go silent, he felt extremely pleased, getting goosebumps all over. 20 million. At that moment, Shenmue spoke up. Bang! Su Jingyan immediately lost his composure, slapping the table and standing up, quickly searching for the source of the voice. Who was so bold? Doubling my bid, and you directly multiplied it by 10. It was clearly a challenge to him. Seeing that the other person was also in a VIP room on the second floor, he thought it couldn't be a joke. Why haven't I seen this guy before? Is he an outsider? Su Jingyan sat back down. Bidding against him. He had money, but that didn't mean he could spend it recklessly. 20 million for heart-protecting armor would likely get him his legs broken upon returning. Su Jingyan speculated that Shenmue must have offended someone and was being hunted down, which was why he was willing to spend all his wealth to buy the armor. Why should he stoop to the level of a dying man? Being generous, he would let Shenmue have the armor. 20 million once. 20 million twice. 20 million thrice. Congratulations to the guest in room 6 for winning the heart-protecting armor. The auctioneer quickly concluded, certain that no one would dare bid against that price. Even he had just regained his composure from the shock. He questioned whether Shenmue's family was rich, having more than one mine. Little did he know the truth was even more exaggerated. What a return. 10,000-fold rebate successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 200 billion spirit stones. Spending 20 million spirit stones to acquire an armor that could withstand lethal damage, and not only that, but also receiving 200 billion spirit stones. 20 million at a 10,000-fold return. Is there any better deal in the world? Soon a staff member delivered the heart-protecting armor to Shenmue, presenting it with both hands. Looking at this heart-protecting armor, and then at the 10,000-fold rebate feature, a bold idea began to form in Shenmue's mind. Feeling Shenmue's penetrating gaze upon him, as if he could see through one's heart, the attendant anxiously asked, "Sir, is there anything else you wish to command?" Shenmue casually tossed the heart-protecting armor which he had bought for 20 million spirit stones to the attendant, saying, "This armor is of no use to me, consider it a gift." The attendant stared at Shenmue, then at the heart-protecting armor in his arm, stunned for 3 to 4 seconds before finally realizing it. His mouth dropped open wide enough to easily fit a cooked egg. Then with a thud he knelt before Shenmue, exclaiming, "Your great kindness I shall never forget." He had always thought himself quite unfortunate, born ordinary with mediocre talent. Perhaps he would have to live a life of mediocrity. Only now did he finally understand that he was not unlucky, rather he had spent all his luck on meeting Shenmue today. Hearing the conversation from the second floor, the onlookers on the first floor were all astonished. The heart-protecting armor bought for 20 million spirit stones was just given away. I can understand gifting to a big shot to build connections, but why give it to an attendant of the auction house? He must be incredibly wealthy to do such a thing. Not to mention our Tianfu City's richest man wouldn't be able to do this, right? That's for sure. It's 20 million spirit stones, not 2,000, and certainly not 200. Xu Jingyan, seated directly opposite in a private box, fell silent upon hearing this conversation, as Shenmue's actions completely shattered his previous self-comforting thoughts. As one of the four great families, how could Su, the young master of the Su family, not be able to do what Chen Mu had done? Who exactly was this kid? Could it be that he simply took out all his possessions for a grand indulgence? Not seeking quantity, only quality. So far the effect was impressive. Su Jingyan regretted not thinking of such a ploy himself. But next would be his time to shine. However, little did they know that the system notification window before Chen Mu was utterly exaggerated. Award successful. Tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade ultimate heart-protecting armor 10,000. Not only did it elevate the originally low-grade armor to the highest heavenly grade, but it was also based on a tenfold return, every piece intact. If those below were to find out, their eyes would bulge and their jaws would drop in astonishment. Closing the system panel, Chen Mu, having tasted the sweetness of this, had no intention of stopping. The second auction item is a 5th grade dragon flame pill with almost zero impurities, perfect for cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques. The auctioneer opened a palm-sized treasure box showcasing the translucent pill that flickered with flames while eloquently introducing it. Then he announced the starting bid, 500,000 spirit stones. Hearing this, Su Jingyan immediately raised his hand, ready to seize the opportunity with the most impressive bid to obtain the pill. He intended to take it home as a gift for his father, who cultivated fire attribute techniques. 5 billion. However, Chen Mu's voice was even louder and faster, echoing throughout the auction house. In the ears of the crowd, it was like thunder. 5 billion. Did I hear that correctly? Indeed, it's 5 billion, no mistake. Could it be that he has a spirit stone mine at home? One mine is insufficient, at least 10. Amidst the heated discussions, Su Jingyan's face turned awkward as he helplessly lowered the hand he had raised halfway. The little confidence he had as a young master from a wealthy family was completely shattered by Chen Mu. This guy could casually spend half a year's worth of his entire family's income to buy a pill worth, at most, 8 million. At last, Su Jingyan finally understood the vast disparity in wealth between himself and Chen Mu. There was no comparison, they existed in entirely different realms. 5 billion spirit stones once. 5 billion spirit stones 3 times. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of Box 6 for securing this dragon flame pill. Knowing that no one dared to bid, the auctioneer simply skipped the second call and announced on the spot that Chen Mu had acquired the dragon flame pill. A crushing victory. Tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 trillion spirit stones. Originally, he had come with the intention of spending trillions of spirit stones, but unexpectedly, he earned 50 trillion in one go. I have no use for this pill either, consider it a gift to you. Similar to the previous heart-protecting armor, after acquiring it, Chen Mu casually tossed it to the attendant standing beside him. He was solely focused on racking up tenfold returns. Award successful. Tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9th grade superior dragon blood pill 10,000. Still leveling up to the highest tier first, then receiving a tenfold return. This system was simply too overpowered. And what about those below? Not to mention the crowd below, but even those in the second floor VIP boxes who were used to being called extravagant were similarly dumbfounded into speechlessness upon witnessing this scene. That was a pill worth 5 billion spirit stones. Setting aside the 5 billion spirit stones, just a single 5th grade pill was a rare resource that was hard to come by even within the sect. Yet Chen Mu had simply given it away, claiming he had no use for it. Could it be that this person was not only immensely wealthy, but also powerful enough that even a 5th grade pill had little effect on him? Forgive them for being too weak, their strength limited their imagination. It was truly hard to fathom just how powerful one would have to be to dismiss a 5th grade pill as useless. The third auction item is a low-grade, earth-tier Qinglian sword. Chen Mu bought it outright for 10 billion. Then he tossed it to the attendant. Tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000,000,000 billion spirit stones. Award successful. Tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade ultimate god-slaying sword 10,000. The fourth auction item is a low-grade earth-tier technique, the roar of the mad lion. As expected, Chen Mu offered a flat price of 10 billion. Unsurprisingly, he tossed it to the attendant, citing he had no use for it. Tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000,000,000 billion spirit stones. Tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade ultimate technique dragon roar technique 10,000. The attendant stared at the various top-tier techniques, pills, and weapons he could barely hold. This was beyond what could be described as being greatly favored. He even doubted for a moment whether he might be Chen Mu's long-lost son, as he might have asked if not for the fact that their ages were similar. Little did they know how much Chen Mu earned secretly by gifting him these items. Unfortunately, the rewarded items from the system couldn't be given away again, otherwise it would lead to infinite nesting. The outcome was unimaginable. In contrast, the people below had not uttered a word since the second auction item. In the auction hall of over 100 people, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Moreover, some were so shocked that they nearly forgot to breathe. As for those in the second-floor boxes, Su Jingyan and the others, what others think in their hearts, Su Jingyan was unclear. But he knew that his hand trembled uncontrollably, and he slumped in his chair, overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. This was no longer a matter of disregarding spirit stones, it was the ability he possessed to create spirit stones at will. Aside from that, Su Jingyan simply could not fathom why Chen Mu would squander money so extravagantly. He had truly reached a point where money flowed like water. Not to mention the ordinary folks on the first floor, even he, the young master of a prominent family, felt that his financial strength was utterly insignificant compared to Chen Mu. He too was limited in imagination by poverty. This guy was too rich. Even he couldn't help but envy that attendant who truly had struck it rich. Su Jingyan decided to retract his earlier statement about recognizing the gap between himself and Chen Mu. This gap was so vast that he could hardly see it. To describe it as the distance between heaven and earth would be too flattering to himself. After the entire auction, Chen Mu was certain that the spirit stones he obtained through 10,000 times the rebate surpassed the trillion spirit stones he had modified before arriving. The more he spent, the more he acquired. He even obtained a treasure powerful enough to easily establish a formidable empire. Later, the Longhu auction city personally delivered a supreme identity card crafted exclusively for Chen Mu, elevating him above all esteemed guests. There was only one Chen family in the entire Sichuan continent, and only one Chen Mu. How could such a distinguished guest not be treated specially? Seeing that there was nothing left to buy, Chen Mu stood up, intending to leave. Watching his departing figure, the attendant silently vowed to become stronger and repay Chen Mu's kindness for recognizing him one day. This person was always one to value even the smallest kindness, repaying it with great gratitude. Chen Mu was indifferent to these thoughts. In his eyes, the attendant's existence was merely a convenient tool for obtaining 10,000 times the rebate, nothing more. After leaving the private room, he hadn't walked far when Chen Mu was stopped by someone. The person was none other than Su Jingyan. If he hadn't been bowing at a 90-degree angle, Chen Mu would have thought he was resentful that Chen Mu had overshadowed him and had come to cause trouble. "What does young Master Su mean?" Chen Mu asked. "I would like to inquire about your background. If convenient, may we be friends?" Su Jingyan was very clear that if he could form a connection with Chen Mu, it would be beneficial for the entire Su family with no drawbacks. Chen Mu of the Chen family, as for being friends, let's leave that aside. Chen Mu waved his hand, brushing past Su Jingyan, leaving him murmuring, "Chen family. Chen Mu. Chen family. Chen Mu. There is only one Chen family in Tianfu City, and only one Chen Mu. But isn't he? Could there be another Chen family in the capital or elsewhere? Coincidentally named Chen Mu?" Questions flooded Su Jingyan's mind, perplexed. The shock brought by Chen Mu made it impossible for Su Jingyan to associate him with that abandoned child of the Chen family. If they were indeed the same person, then the Chen family. Exiting the Longhu auction city, the sun was setting on the horizon. Chen Mu was navigating the function page, finding the function of infinite teleportation. Confirming it was activated. Infinite teleportation status activated. Then, he opened the corresponding map, selected Xianxia sect Qingyun Mansion, and confirmed the teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the gates of Qingyun Mansion. Seeing Chen Mu appear out of thin air, Su Qingtian felt a small shock in his heart, which quickly settled. For the head of the family, wasn't this expected? Seeing him with a bitter expression, his brows tightly knitted, Chen Mu curiously asked, "What happened?" Reporting to the head, "That woman is refusing to leave the mansion, saying she wants to serve you as a maid, attending to your daily meals and routines." "That woman?" Chen Mu almost couldn't recall, then confirmed, asking, "You mean Lu Ruoshui?" "Yes," Su Qingtian nodded affirmatively. As a maid, Chen Mu never expected that the dignified and beautiful senior sister of the sect would lower herself to such a degree. With a slight smile, he told Su Qingtian to ignore it and treat her as if she didn't exist. He was very much looking forward to seeing Si Tuqing's reaction after witnessing this. He was even more eager to see Lu Ruoshui turn against her fiancé, Si Tuqing, for him. Entering Qingyun Mansion in the inner courtyard, he immediately saw Lu Ruoshui placing exquisitely cooked dishes on the table. This exquisiteness was relative to ordinary people. Compared to the top-notch culinary skills of Su Qingtian, it was far inferior. Catching sight of Chen Mu, Lu Ruoshui's face turned slightly red, and she became shy and reserved, saying, Junior brother Chen. You have returned." Chen Mu was not in a hurry to respond, walking to the table and sitting down. He glanced at the food on the table, and then at Lu Ruoshui, asking, "What is this?" I saw that you were living alone in such a large house without a maid to attend to your daily needs, so I thought I would stay and take care of your meals. I hope junior brother will agree. Lu Ruoxue lowered her tone, her face full of pleading. A maid? Do you want to be my maid? Chen Mu retorted. If junior brother Chen wishes it, I can do it. Lu Ruoxue nodded vigorously without hesitation. Although Chen Mu had never been a sycophant, he had to admit that he was a bit taken aback. Well, since you've put it that way, refusing again would make me seem too unkind. So junior brother Chen, you agree to let me stay? Lu Ruoxue was overjoyed. What do you want me to call you? Chen Mu shot a cold glance. Master, my master. Lu Ruoxue mustered her courage and exclaimed. That call of master sent shivers down Chen Mu's spine, especially when paired with Lu Ruoxue's tall, slender figure and her enchanting beauty. Breaking the system, the eternal god. Then Chen Mu picked up his chopsticks and began to taste the dishes meticulously prepared by Lu Ruoxue. Lu Ruoxue was taken away by Su Qingtian to familiarize herself with everything in Qingyun Mansion, such as the daily chores of being a maid. Since she was staying as a maid, she naturally had to do work. Chen Mu would not treat her like an ancestor. In fact, it had to be the other way around. As for the taste of the dishes, it was mediocre, barely reaching an edible level compared to Su Chengxian's skills. Meanwhile, in the residence of the second elder, Lu Chanming, with high-grade healing pills specially sourced from the alchemy room by Lu Chanming's Si Tu Qing, recovered faster than expected. At this time, he was already able to get out of bed and walk. Sitting in the courtyard, he was consumed with thoughts about Chen Mu. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his fist on the stone table. Tomorrow will be your death day. The lateness of the hour was not the main point. The main point was that most of the disciples had already gone to sleep, and even if they weren't asleep, they wouldn't be wandering around Qingyun Mansion. Si Tu Qing's thoughts were simple. Since he had been humiliated by Chen Mu in front of the other disciples, he naturally had to return that humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. On this side, Si Tu Qing was filled with high spirits and eager anticipation. Little did he know at that moment his fiancée Lu Ruoxue was kneeling before Chen Mu, carefully washing his feet with a basin of spiritual spring water. Putting other matters aside, Chen Mu was quite satisfied with Lu Ruoxue's foot-washing skills. She was gentle and meticulous. Those who knew they were his own feet would not have guessed that they resembled exquisite ancient porcelain, a true work of art. Indeed, they were so delicate that one would fear dropping them if held too tightly or melting them if kept in the mouth. The key was that Lu Ruoxue, as a prominent direct disciple and the sect's senior sister, wore an expression of honor and was deeply moved. This made Chen Mu once again marvel at the terrifying nature of a 100 favorable impression. Afterwards, seeing that it was getting late, Chen Mu returned to his room to sleep. As for Lu Ruoxue, after much pleading, Chen Mu finally agreed to let Su Qingtian find her a vacant room to stay. Not to mention the tears and snot, her pitiful demeanor was quite striking. The complaints about the distant Jingyue Peak and how it hindered her from doing chores and attending to him made Chen Mu's ears nearly calloused. Putting aside Lu Ruoxue's questionable thoughts, as a maid she truly excelled in her attitude. She arrived at the room in the backyard. "Good night, Manager Su," Lu Ruoxue said as she closed the door. Glancing left and right, unable to contain her inner excitement, she exclaimed, "Finally, I have a place to stay." She then approached the bed, took off her long boots, and lay down. Extending her arms as if to embrace someone, she wrapped herself around the long stack of blankets. Her slender legs, mostly exposed to the air, were tightly pressed together, and she thought, if it continues like this for 100 years or 1,000, I should be able to hold a place in his heart, right? Even if I could just make him remember me, Lu Ruoxue, I would be content. Outside the door, Su Qingtian, out of caution, listened to Lu Ruoxue's whispered words and finally felt at ease to leave. He couldn't help but marvel. The master truly has no precedent or successor. Such an extraordinary beauty is willing to serve as a maid, quietly giving her all. I admire that, I truly do. He did not see anything wrong with it. If he were in Su Chengxian's position, he would have made the same choice had he been a woman. Since ancient times, beautiful women have loved heroes. This is an unchanging truth. And in Su Chengxian's eyes, Chen Mu was the unparalleled hero among heroes. Unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the next day. It was not yet dawn. Bang, bang, bang. The door of Qingyun Manor was being knocked upon. It was none other than Si Tu Qing, proudly accompanied by his master and the second elder Lu Chanming, coming to take revenge. Si Tu Qing's lips were nearly reaching the sky as he set down the copper ring of the Qilin sounding device. It is not hard to imagine how terrible Chen Mu's expression would be upon seeing the arrival of Lu Chanming, the sect's second elder. According to his speculation, he would likely be scared into kneeling and begging for mercy, weeping and admitting his mistakes. In order to regain the face he lost yesterday, Si Tu Qing specially sent a few trusted disciples to spread the news, hoping to attract more onlookers. Glancing around, he found the outcome satisfactory. However, one thing puzzled Situ Qing: why did those few junior brothers exhibit pained expressions when he shared his plan? They exchanged glances, seeming hesitant to speak. They seemed to have unspoken troubles. After he pressed further, they shook their heads vigorously, saying it was nothing. Strange, it was truly too strange. Buzz. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Situ Qing shook his head lightly to clear his mind of unnecessary thoughts. He was already mentally prepared to harshly belittle Chenmu. Yui. However, when he caught a glimpse of that extraordinary face through the crack in the door, the words he had at his lips became difficult to utter. He never expected such a situation would occur. Why was his fiancée appearing in the enemy's residence? Moreover, at this time, especially with her somewhat disheveled hair that hadn't been tended to, how could one not think in the wrong direction? On her face, there was not a hint of panic. Could it be that Ruoshui stayed in Qingyun Manor to battle that damned fellow for an entire day and night for my sake? Could it be that she just won? Outside of that, Situ Qing could think of no other reasonable explanation. If Lu Ruoshui had truly done something to betray him, she would not be so calm. Senior Sister Ruoshui. It really is Senior Sister Ruoshui. Yesterday I heard someone say that Senior Sister Ruoshui actively sought refuge, ingratiating herself with the wealthy disciples of the sect. I didn't believe it, but now it seems I underestimated her. From the looks of it, the two of them must have. What background does that kid have? How could a high-ranking flower like Senior Sister Ruoshui submit to him? I don't know what background he has, but I do know he can spend 1 billion spirit stones to buy the entire Qingyun Manor. How much? 1 billion. Enough. Shut up. Hearing the chatter behind him, Situ Qing could no longer endure and shouted angrily. If anyone dares to gossip and slander the sect's predecessors, I will chop you up. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. However, they couldn't help but mock Situ Qing, who was clearly anxious. Once everyone was quiet and his ears were clear, Situ Qing turned to Lu Ruoshui, frowning, and confirmed, Ruoshui, how come you are here? What he received in response was Lu Ruoshui's cold glare. Who allowed you to speak so intimately? Are we that familiar? Situ Qing was taken aback. Clearly in the past, although they were not inseparable, Lu Ruoshui had never shown such a cold side to him. Ruoshui, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or did that kid force you to do something? Situ Qing suspected that Lu Ruoshui was ill and speaking nonsense. Shut up. Don't slander him. Lu Ruoshui pointed her sword directly, her gaze sharper. And don't call me Ruoshui. I don't want him to misunderstand our relationship. What misunderstanding? You are my fiancée, my childhood sweetheart. Have you forgotten all of this? Today's Lu Ruoshui made Situ Qing feel completely unfamiliar. It was as if she had become a different person. Fiancé. Lu Ruoshui seemed to recall something. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Tomorrow I will have my father go to your Situ family to annul the engagement. What? You want to annul our engagement? Situ Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. What is all this noise so early in the morning? Can't anyone sleep? At this moment, Chenmu walked over from a distance, yawning and scratching his head. You brat, what have you done to my Ruoshui? Situ Qing immediately questioned upon seeing the wicked Chenmu appear. Due to Lu Ruoshui pointing a sword at him, he couldn't act rashly, fearing he might accidentally harm his fiancée. Don't misunderstand, I haven't done anything. She insisted on staying and serving me. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Chenmu explained. He would not take the blame for this. Stop spouting nonsense. Let Ruoshui serve you. Who do you think you are? Situ Qing retorted angrily. Shut up. Situ Qing had considered that these two words might come from Chenmu, or perhaps from Su Qingtian, that sycophant. However, he never expected them to come from Lu Ruoshui's lips. In their mutual gaze, her expression revealed that she knew he was her fiancé, while anyone unaware might think he was her father's murderer. Ruoshui, what happened to you? Today's Lu Ruoshui made Situ Qing feel strange, as they had known each other for over 20 years. Lu Ruoshui's subsequent words struck Situ Qing like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. He wasn't lying. I indeed took the initiative to ask him to let me stay and serve him in his daily life as a maid. Ruoshui, are you joking with me? What gives him the right to make you do that? This question puzzled not only Situ Qing, but also Lu Chanming and all the disciples present except for Su Qingtian. They were curious about what kind of enchantment Chenmu had cast on Lu Ruoshui to make her so loyal. Was this still the ice-cold senior sister with an aloof demeanor that he remembered? She was acting like a lovesick puppy. Enough of the chatter. If we are to sever ties, let's do it cleanly. I cannot tolerate any sand in my eyes, Situ Qing asserted. Chenmu interjected, yes, master. Lu Ruoshui looked at Chenmu, her eyes filled with affection, as if she had become a completely different person. Master. Upon hearing this, Situ Qing felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his heart shattered into pieces. What the hell? Did you all hear what Lu Shiji just called him? I heard, master. Now it's all out in the open, I can't even imagine what goes on behind closed doors. Moreover, have you noticed Lu Shiji's hair and clothing? They seem a bit more disheveled than usual. In truth, this was because Lu Ruoxue had spent her grooming time serving Qinmu. Unexpectedly, she ran into Situ Qing and Lu Chanming, who jumped out to ruin things. Naturally, she wouldn't give them a good face. Every word spoken behind him felt like sharp swords piercing Situ Qing's heart. "Bastard, I'll kill you." Unable to contain his rage, he struck with immense force aimed at Chunmu's chest. "As long as I am here, you shall not harm my master." Lu Ruoxue was quick to react, striking Situ Qing in the chest. At such a distance, he had no chance to evade. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back like a kite, with its string cut tumbling down the steps. He never imagined that his once-admired fiancée would strike him for another man. "Qing'er." Lu Chanming's expression suddenly changed. As an elder, he had not intended to intervene to avoid being seen as a bully. However, Qinmu was going too far, daring to take away his precious disciple's fiancée right before his eyes, and even ordering her to injure his own disciple. He could no longer tolerate it. In the blink of an eye, he maneuvered around Lu Ruoxue and appeared before Qinmu. Although Lu Ruoxue had betrayed Situ Qing, she was still his disciple, and he could not strike her. Lu Chanming was determined to eliminate the scourge that was Qinmu. Without him, this series of events would not have occurred. 100 drop rate upon kill status activated. Faced with Lu Chanming's rapid assault, Qinmu even took a moment to activate the debug function without lifting a finger, merely exchanging a glance. Boom. A tremendous pressure descended from the heavens. The sounds of bones cracking echoed continuously as Lu Chanming's body was pressed lower and lower before the eyes of the onlookers. His bones were shattering piece by piece. This is impossible." Lu Chanming's face displayed horror as he exclaimed in disbelief. Boom. Qinmu unleashed another wave of pressure, crushing Lu Chanming's body until it burst, blood splattering in all directions, leaving a flower-like, brilliant stain on the ground. It was incredibly dazzling. Bloody. Kill successful. Congratulations, host has obtained Grade 5 Elixir 10, Grade 6 Elixir 5, Low-Grade Earth Level Technique 10, Mid-Grade Earth Level Technique 5, High-Grade Earth Level Technique 3. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Rising from the ground, Situ Qing, who had been filled with rage and hatred, took a step forward, suddenly dumbfounded. All his thoughts were instantly cleared, leaving only fear. "Master, is he dead? The one who should have died shouldn't have been that kid, right? What did he do?" A series of questions tormented Situ Qing, leaving him utterly confounded. This guy has an extraordinary expert protecting him. Realizing this, the doubts in Situ Qing's heart were finally resolved. No wonder he dared to look down on me and the elders of the sect. It turns out he is a peerless powerhouse capable of crushing his own master by his side. Upon realizing this, instead of feeling anger, Situ Qing laughed. "This is the Xianxia sect. You killed the second elder of the sect on its territory, and the other elders and the sect leader will definitely not let you go. Even if you have a powerful figure by your side, you still won't escape death." "Oh really?" Qinmu knew Situ Qing had misunderstood, but he wasn't in a hurry to explain. Looking up, he saw figures approaching from the distance, riding swords. It was the sect leader Xianxia and more than a dozen other elders responding to the news. "Look, the sect leader and the elders are here. Now he's doomed. Killing an elder is a capital offense." 100 experts from the law enforcement hall are also dispatched. Seeing this scene, almost everyone believed that Qinmu was bound to die today. He truly possessed great strength, but it was a grave mistake to kill Lu Chanming, the second elder of the sect, challenging the dignity of a sect. This was a death wish. Hundreds of people landed. The law enforcement hall formed a circle. Xianxia and a dozen elders looked at Lu Chanming, who had been crushed to the point of being just a crumpled piece of skin. All were greatly shaken. They couldn't believe it. What kind of expert could cause the second elder of the sect, Lu Chanming, to suffer such a tragic death? Sect leader, esteemed elders, this man provoked. First, he not only took away my fiancée, but also killed my master. He is truly a vile scoundrel and a disgrace to the sect. Please seek justice for me." Situ Qing, seeing his supporters arrive, quickly knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in a plea for the mighty to punish Qinmu. In the presence of the sect leader, the elders certainly could not overstep. They had to wait for Xianxia to speak first. Xianxia glanced at the kneeling Situ Qing, then at Lu Ruoxue, who was steadfastly protecting Qinmu, and finally at Su Qingtian. Before turning his gaze to Qinmu, "It's you who killed Elder Lu?" he asked. "Sect leader, you jest. He is a waste. How could he possibly have the strength? It must be the expert beside him who did it." Situ Qing mocked coldly. Qinmu had no interest in engaging with them. He opened his personal attribute panel, deciding to enhance his own settings. Upon learning that the Holy Sun was the hope of the entire sect, a rare occurrence in a century, he realized that once one became the Holy Sun, they could unconditionally and preferentially enjoy various resources within and outside the sect. The status and identity of the Holy Sun surpassed even that of the sect master, as the Holy Sun was chosen collectively by those hidden old monsters and the sect's profound heritage. With a faint smile, Chun Mu decided on this identity. Seeing Chun Mu treating him like heir, Xianxia, the sect master of Qingxian sect, had never endured such humiliation. He immediately turned and ordered the elder of the law enforcement hall come here. Arrest him and throw him into the dungeon awaiting punishment. I dare anyone to try. Before the elder of the law enforcement hall could respond, a voice that resonated through heaven and earth broke through the air first. In the blink of an eye, an old man with white hair and a youthful face dressed in an ink-colored robe appeared before everyone. What are you? How dare you speak like that to the sect master? Xianxia was furious and shouted, "You're crazy. How dare you disrespect Elder Xiao Yun?" Even the sect master must respectfully address him as elder. What kind of person is he? I suppose he must be one of the hidden experts of the sect. What? The profound heritage of the sect has intervened. Upon hearing these 4 words, he no longer cared about the pain in his body and quickly adjusted his posture, kneeling on the ground. I, the younger generation of Sidu Qing, have eyes, but fail to see. Please forgive me, senior. Elder Xiao Yun couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind and was even less willing to look at him. His gaze turned to Xianxia, questioning, Xianxia, you really have some nerve daring to surround the Holy Sun. Do you intend to rebel? As sacred son. Xianxia was left speechless, doubting whether what he heard was a dream. This person is the new Holy Sun of Qingxian sect, unanimously recognized and selected by us old fellows. Do you have any objections? Elder Xiao Yun asked again. No, I dare not. Xianxia shook his head repeatedly. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Chun Mu. The Holy Sun. I didn't expect that after 300 years our Qingxian sect has produced another Holy Sun. This is the hope for the future of our Qingxian sect. I misunderstood Sister Lu. Indeed, compared to his Holy Sun, what is Sidu Qing? Exactly, if I were Sister Lu, I would also choose his Holy Sun. In an instant the tide turned sharply and everyone sided with Chun Mu. Sidu Qing's face turned pale, then flushed with anger. Impossible. How could he be the Holy Sun? There must be some mistake. Sidu Qing was unconvinced. Why should someone like him be allowed to become the Holy Sun? Boom. Since when do you have the right to speak here? Elder Xiao Yun decisively struck, causing Sidu Qing's soul to shatter, dying on the spot. Swiftly establishing authority, making everyone realize the terror of the sect's profound heritage. Seeing Sidu Qing's tragic death, Xianxia, being perceptive, quickly approached. Chun Mu cupped his fists, bowed, and sincerely apologized. The law enforcement hall and the elders from the inner court followed suit, saying in unison, we have eyes, but failed to see. Please forgive us, Holy Sun. Chun Mu turned and entered the courtyard, speaking to Su Qingtian and Lu Ruoshui. I'm hungry. Hurry up and prepare breakfast. Yes, master. Yes, master. The two answered. The door slammed shut. Elder Xiao Yun disappeared from everyone's sight, followed closely by Xianxia and the others. Today their old faces were thoroughly embarrassed. Had they known that the sect's profound heritage had chosen such a Holy Sun, Xianxia would never have dared to seek trouble with him. They had intended to use this matter to establish the sect master's authority, but unexpectedly found themselves outwitted. On the other hand, he couldn't help but wonder what remarkable qualities does this newly emerged Holy Sun possess after 300 years. Before long, the news of the Holy Sun emerging from Qingxian sect spread widely within the sect. In contrast, the Qingyun mansion remained much calmer. Looking at the plate on the table, the meal he prepared had barely been touched. In contrast, Su Qingxian's half was almost completely consumed by Chun Mu. Lu Ruoshui pressed her thin lips and silently vowed to continue working hard to improve her cooking skills, striving to satisfy the master as soon as possible. Meanwhile, news of the new Holy Sun from Qingxian sect quickly reached other sects. At Tianjin Mountain in the Tianjin sect, what do you all think about the emergence of a new Holy Sun from Qingxian sect? The sect master asked. I believe it must be a smokescreen to stabilize the internal situation. Now that the strength of Qingxian sect has significantly declined, they resorted to such measures to gamble on luck. An elder stepped forward, expressing his views. I second that. I agree as well. After hearing this, the sect master of Tianjin pondered for a moment and said, since it concerns the Holy Sun, it's better to send someone to investigate more thoroughly. Lu Yuanshan. What orders does the sect master have? Lu Yuanshan, the grand elder of the sect, stepped forward from the ranks, cupping his fists. Take your disciples to Qingxian sect under the pretext of sparring and investigate the matter regarding that Holy Sun. If he truly has that ability, find a way to have him join our Tianjin sect. What if he doesn't want to? Lu Yuanshan asked again. In that case, eliminate him secretly. We must not allow Qingxian sect to have a Holy Sun. The sect master of Tianjin smiled cunningly. He did not want the situation where Tianjin sect had dominated Qingxian sect for 300 years to be disrupted. Any glimmer of hope must be extinguished. I understand. Lu Yuanshan wasted no time and set off immediately, taking a few of his most prized direct disciples with him on the journey to Xianxia sect. Unbeknownst to this, Chun Mu was in front of the alchemy room. Greetings, Holy Sun. Paying respects to the Holy Sun. Seeing the Holy Sun. As he walked along, everyone he encountered bowed and greeted him respectfully, becoming the center of attention. Chun Mu paid little attention, opening the function page. 10,000-fold return status activated. After confirming that the cracking function was operating normally, he stepped into the alchemy room, determined to make a big splash. Chun Mu did not want to waste the 10,000-fold rebate feature for nothing. Upon learning of the Holy Sun's arrival, we have failed to welcome him properly. Oh, please forgive us. Upon hearing that the Holy Sun was visiting the alchemy room, more than a dozen elders quickly mobilized to greet him, forming a half circle while cupping their fists and bowing respectfully. Such a scene could only be witnessed when the sect master was present, and it was impossible to claim one was not envious. After all, how old was Chun Mu now? How could one not feel envious when looking at someone of the same age who had achievements rivaling those of a sect master? It was easy to predict how terrifying his future accomplishments would be. Jealousy, hatred. There was no such sentiment, and one dared not harbor such thoughts. If anyone detected even a hint of such feelings, they would be too afraid to speak up, fearing for their lives. After all, it had been less than half a day since the tragic deaths of Lu Chanming and Sidu Qing, and it felt as if it had never happened. Chun Mu had not faced any punishment at all. It was only natural, being the Holy Sun with the sect's backing. The usually haughty law enforcement hall members would likely be eager to curry favor. How could they dare to offend him? I need elixirs, bring them to me. Chun Mu directed his gaze toward the grand elder of the alchemy room, Yan Wenyuan. Upon hearing this, Yan Wenyuan quickly signaled to the alchemy room's apprentice. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and bring the best elixirs from the alchemy room. The more the better. He understood well the significance of the Holy Sun to the Xianxia sect. Not to mention elixirs, even if he were to hand over the entire alchemy room for the Holy Sun's personal use, no one would dare to utter a word. Grand Elder, this is all we have. Soon the apprentice returned with several large vials of elixirs. Yan Wenyuan glanced at the apprentice and then at Chun Mu, awkwardly saying, Holy Sun, today is the day resource distribution occurs, and in the alchemy room we are left with only 300 second-grade elixirs, 180 third-grade elixirs, 94 fourth-grade elixirs, and 35 fifth-grade elixirs. Rest assured, Holy Sun, you may use these elixirs for now. Oh, I will immediately summon all the alchemists to expedite the production of more elixirs for you. Yan Wenyuan was about to send a telepathic message. No need for that at the moment, Chun Mu replied, while sitting on the steps patting the empty space beside him. Why aren't you placing the elixirs here for the Holy Sun? Yan Wenyuan understood and signaled the apprentice. Holy Sun, the apprentice respectfully placed several precious gourds next to Chun Mu. Chun Mu picked up one containing 300 second-grade elixirs and casually tossed it into the air. All the disciples looked up at the gourd hovering above them, confusion written across their faces. What was the Holy Sun doing? Boom. Crash. Instantly, Chun Mu lightly struck the gourd from a distance, shattering it, and 300 elixirs rained down like a shower. The disciples suddenly understood the Holy Sun was bestowing gifts upon them, and they immediately scrambled to grab them. Mine. This is mine. Don't snatch. Don't snatch. Bastard. I saw it first. Just because you saw it first means it's yours, eh? If it weren't for the Holy Sun being here, I would have taught you a lesson. After obtaining the elixirs, everyone expressed their gratitude, shouting, Thank you for your generosity, Holy Sun. Chun Mu had no time to concern himself with them. His focus was solely on the virtual system panel before him, which only he could see. Successfully granted second-grade Qi-inducing pill. 10,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 300 9th tier, top-quality Sacred Qi pills. Successfully granted second-grade True Spirit pill. 10,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 500 9th tier, top-quality True Martial pills. Successfully granted second-grade Yuan Cultivating pill. 10,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 200 9th tier, top-quality Hun Yuan pills. Having given away 300 second-grade elixirs, Chun Mu received a staggering 3 million 9th tier top-quality, fully upgraded elixirs. A full 3 million. Even if one were to drain the entire empire, it could not produce such a quantity. Bang, bang, bang. Third-grade, fourth-grade, fifth-grade elixirs fell like a torrential rain. Thousands of disciples fought fiercely with bloodshed, while more kept arriving from the distance to join the fray. Successfully granted third-grade Blazing Fire pill. 10,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 9th tier, top-quality Eternal pills. Meanwhile, Chun Mu silently reaped the rewards of the 10,000-fold rebate. However, the faces of Yin Wenyuan and the other elders in the alchemy room turned grave upon witnessing this scene. Their eyes and mouths twitched violently. Initially, they thought Chen Mu was indifferent to second-grade elixirs, which was why he distributed them. But they never expected that all the third-grade, fourth-grade, and fifth-grade elixirs would be given away. This was no longer a matter of being generous. Some even suspected that this Holy Son had invested all his talent in cultivation, leaving other areas lacking. Holy Son, if you do not need these elixirs, please allow us to reclaim them. Otherwise, if the sect master finds out, we cannot bear the consequences. Yin Wenyuan bent his knees, kneeling before Chun Mu, begging earnestly. It was clear that if this matter reached Zhao Hangshan's ears, he would definitely not dare to hold Chun Mu, the Holy Son, accountable. Thus, these old fellows would naturally become scapegoats. Reckon. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Mu had kept one of each type of elixir. All qi-inducing pills, true spirit pills, yuan cultivating pills, were modified to 9999999. Chun Mu then took out 10,000 of each, and with a wave of his hand, a true rain of elixirs began to fall above Yin Wenyuan and the others. Now will he still blame you? Chun Mu asked. Yin Wenyuan and the others remained in a daze, unable to respond. Around them were no fewer than 100,000 elixirs. At this moment, they finally understood why Chun Mu could so nonchalantly give away those hundreds of elixirs to the sect's disciples. Because he could easily produce hundreds of thousands of such elixirs, equivalent to several years' worth of production from the entire alchemy room. Yin Wenyuan is willing to sacrifice everything for the Holy Son without hesitation. We are willing to face any challenge for the Holy Son. The other elders also knelt in unison, expressing their loyalty to the new Holy Son. Looking at the tens of thousands of elixirs that were about to drown Yin Wenyuan and the others, the disciples clearly realized that following this new Holy Son was undoubtedly the best choice. Thousands knelt in unison, their voices resounding, shouting, "We are willing to sacrifice everything for the Holy Son without hesitation." At this moment, Chun Mu's prestige in the eyes of the crowd surpassed even that of Zhao Hangshan, the sect master. Yet Chen Mu merely intended to casually collect some elixirs. Unexpectedly, he ended up collecting over 2 billion elixirs, while also winning the loyalty of thousands of sect disciples. Looking at his personal attribute panel, not a single loyalty rating was below 50. The sect master's hall. Achoo! Zhao Hangshan. Zhao Hangshan raised his hand, rubbed his nose, and murmured softly, "Who is talking about me?" Master, something happened in the alchemy room. In the next second, a spy planted by Zhao Hangshan within the sect rushed into the main hall. Something happened in the alchemy room. What happened? Zhao Hangshan crossed his arms and rested his chin on them, speculating. Could it be that some alchemist overestimated their ability and blew up a furnace again? No, the man shook his head. It's about the Holy Son. He gasped for breath. The Holy Son. Zhao Hangshan interrupted, asking, "What trouble has that kid caused this time?" "Just asking. Investigate." Chun Mu has the backing of the sect's foundation, and with Xiao Yun's previous protective attitude, Zhao Hangshan did not dare to act recklessly. If he were to forcefully oppose Chun Mu, he would not only lose his position as sect leader, but also become a historic sinner of the Qingxian sect cast down the mountain. Becoming the first sect leader in the history of the Qingxian sect to be expelled from the sect would be utterly disgraceful. The Holy Son scattered hundreds of pills, the lowest being second tier and the highest fifth tier. He is being too wasteful. Even if Chun Mu used all those pills on himself, Zhao Hangshan would not have said much. Using the sect's resources to win people's hearts by giving those unqualified disciples such high-tier pills, especially the fifth-tier pills, is wasteful, far too wasteful. With a long sigh, he said, "Sigh, let him be. I don't need to be notified about such matters in the future." The sect's foundation hadn't said anything, and he had no need to meddle. Thinking about it, being the sect leader is truly frustrating. It would be better to be the Holy Son. Alas, he lacks that talent. If the position of Holy Son were so easy to attain, it wouldn't take 300 years to produce one. No, it's not just that. What else has he done? Zhao Hangshan blurted out in his hometown dialect. The elders of the alchemy room, seeing him wastefully extravagant, knelt down to request the Holy Son to take back the pills, and as a result, did the Holy Son beat them? Were they seriously injured? Zhao Hangshan took over the conversation. If that were the case, then Chun Mu was indeed going too far. If the alchemist were severely injured, who would refine pills for the sect? Without pills, how can one cultivate? No. The man shook his head vigorously and continued. The Holy Son directly took out hundreds of thousands of pills, causing a rain of pills that nearly drowned those elders. Where did he get so many pills? I don't know, my subordinate. All right, you can leave now. Zhao Hangshan waved his hand. Yes, I take my leave. The main hall of the sect was left with only Zhao Hangshan sitting in a chair, unable to grasp the situation. What exactly is the background of this Holy Son? First, he spent 1 billion spirit stones to purchase the Qingyun mansion, and now he takes out hundreds of thousands of pills, enough for the entire sect for several years. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying and mysterious Chun Mu became, shrouded in a thick fog, completely inscrutable. He finally understood why Elder Xiao Yun was so protective. It wasn't just protection, it was cherishing him, as if afraid he might fall and melt in the mouth. Fearing that Chun Mu might be displeased and leave, he decided to turn a blind eye to all matters concerning him in the future. Even if he caused a huge ruckus, as long as the sect's foundation did not speak up, he would resolutely remain silent. This child is not someone he can offend. Zhao Hengshan firmly believed that apart from the sect's foundation as a backing, Chun Mu must have other immensely powerful hidden support. Who could it be? Could he be a royal relative? Or perhaps a descendant of some superpower house? Qingyun Mansion. Chun Mu had just returned when he saw Lu Ruoshui coming out the front door. Seeing Chun Mu, Lu Ruoshui quickly saluted. Ruoshui has seen the master. Where are you going? Chun Mu casually asked. There aren't many pastries and tea at home. I plan to go down the mountain to replenish some and buy some high-quality ingredients. Lu Ruoshui thought that the quality of the ingredients might bridge the gap between her and Su Qingtian. Hold my hand. Chun Mu raised his hand palm up. Yes. Lu Ruoshui followed his instructions without asking further, gently placing her fair, delicate fingers in Chun Mu's palm. She felt immensely honored, her heart filled with happiness to the point of fainting. She believed this was a leap forward in her relationship with Chun Mu. Tonight she wouldn't wash her hands. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ruoshui was astonished to find herself in the bustling market. Master, where's this? Tianfu City, Chun Mu replied. Tianfu City. But isn't Tianfu City far from the Qingxian sect? She started to speak, but chose to stay silent. For the master, who is the Holy Sun, is this kind of thing really difficult? Isn't it a matter of course? He should be this powerful. Thank you, master. After expressing her gratitude, Lu Ruoshui wasted no time and began to replenish pastries, tea, and ingredients at various stalls and shops. A buying spree. Coming from a prestigious family and being a wealthy young lady, she was not short on money. Chun Mu strolled behind her, watching as she became overly greedy, unable to carry all that she had bought. Chun Mu shook his head and sighed, then waved for her to come closer. He tossed her a spatial ring he had taken from the sect's treasure vault, saying, "Take this, it will be more convenient." A spatial ring. Looking at the ring in her hand, Lu Ruoshui's eyes showed astonishment. In the Zhongshuan continent, spatial rings are considered high-level treasures and are not easy to obtain. Thank you, master. Lu Ruoshui was overwhelmed with gratitude as she put it on her finger, her smile pure and radiant. She then waved her hand to store all her items within, feeling much lighter. On Chun Mu's, and he did not leave empty-handed either. Grant successful. 10,000 times rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly grade supreme spatial ring, 10,000. Exchanging a low-level spatial ring for a heavenly grade supreme ring with infinite storage space, how could the corners of his mouth not curl upward? Boss, this, and that, wrap them all up. I want them all. Lu Ruoshui was shopping wildly in the store. Chun Mu stopped at the entrance, observing the various people coming and going. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly a dog's bark reached Chun Mu's ears. It was quite piercing. Chun Mu turned to look in the direction of the sound. At the alley entrance, a group of youths was tormenting a small black dog. Behind the small black dog lay a mother dog, already lifeless, beaten, and bloodied. Get lost, you mutt. Don't interfere with my dog meat. The leader of the youths looked down on the barking puppy, kicking it several meters away, landing at Chun Mu's feet. The small black dog attempted to rise several times to protect its mother, but failed each time. Boss, that little bastard is also a piece of meat, but don't let it go to waste. One of the youths said, grinning as he approached Chun Mu. Oh. The young man raised his head, his mouth almost twisted to collide with the corner of his eye. He couldn't believe that someone dared to stand up and ruin his good fortune opposing him. Crack. Chun Mu disliked that gaze immensely. With a slight exertion of his foot, he crushed the young man's palm bone to dust as fine as particles. The flesh was wrinkled and rotten. Oh, my hand. The young man widened his eyes and screamed, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. In a surge of hatred, the young man reached behind him, drawing the curved knife he carried at his waist, ready to aim for Chun Mu's thigh and stab. Bang. Boom. Chun Mu would not give him this chance, delivering a kick to his head. The speed was so fast that the crowd barely caught a glimpse. When several accomplices reacted and turned to look back, they only found a headless corpse lying beneath a large willow tree which had a hole in it and was ready to collapse at any moment. Swallowing hard, they realized they had encountered a tough opponent. You look at me, I look at you, and in the end, they still hesitated to draw out their short knives. Chun Mu, however, was not paying attention to those few people at all. Crouching down, he looked at the little black dog lying on its side, its body with dozens of fractures hanging by a thread, yet still unwilling to abandon its mother. He liked it inexplicably so. Perhaps this was the connection of fate. He decided to save its life. He opened the attribute panel. Name none, gender male, age 1.5 months. Status life-threatening. Would you like to delete life-threatening? Deleting in progress. Deletion successful. Just as he was about to close the panel, he noticed the race column. Race chasing mountain dog. Looking at this line, a thought suddenly emerged in Chun Mu's mind. Would you like to change chasing mountain dog to Qilin? Change. Changing in progress. Change successful. From then on, the little black dog not only healed its wounds, but also possessed the bloodline of the Qilin. Seeing that Chun Mu's attention was entirely on the little black dog, the duo decided to split up and launch a sneak attack from the side, aiming to stab his heart. Master, be careful. Sensing this, Lu Ruoshui, who had just exited the shop, immediately sprang into action. With a single move of the lotus sword technique, she sent one of them into 1,000 pieces. As for the other accomplice, he was pounced on by the little black dog, which bit through his neck, spraying blood 3 meters, choking to death. The brutality left the onlookers stunned. They couldn't understand why the little black dog hanging by a thread had healed. How had it suddenly gained the power to kill ruffians? Yet what they envied even more was Lu Ruoshui's repeated calls of master. Since ancient times beautiful women are often paired with heroes, that person must have an extraordinary background. That little black dog was likely healed by his divine arts. Divine arts. That's a celestial being. An elder knelt down on the spot, beginning to worship. Gradually more people followed suit. Most of them were ordinary folks, unlikely to have any connection to the path of cultivation. For those who understood a bit of magic, anyone with even a hint of skill appeared as a deity in their eyes. Not to mention someone as powerful as Chun Mu. Chun Mu was completely uninterested in their worship. His attention was solely on the little black dog that had come to his side, rubbing its small head against his leg. Master, it seems this little black dog wants to follow you too, Lu Ruoshui remarked. Chun Mu slipped his hands under the little black dog's armpits and lifted it up, smiling as he asked, do you want to come with me? Woof. The little black dog seemed to understand Chun Mu's words, barking once, panting its tongue out, a naturally cheerful expression, utterly adorable. At the same time, Chun Mu noticed that the little black dog's gaze had gained a hint of regal ferocity compared to before. Upon checking the attribute panel, the loyalty section showed that the little black dog's loyalty to him was maxed out at 100. At this point, refusing would be quite impolite. In that case, come with me, little black. Woof. Little Black was the name Chun Mu gave to the little black dog, simple and easy to understand. Another reason was that this dog was indeed black. The only non-black feature was the 2 brown round spots above its eyes that resembled eyes or eyebrows. It was as if it had 4 eyes. In the world before Chun Mu's rebirth, people often referred to such dogs as furry dogs, which were quite rare and very loyal. So how's it going? Are we done shopping? Chun Mu asked Lu Ruoshui. Just one last item, liquor. She withdrew her envious gaze from seeing little black being held in Chun Mu's arms. Lu Ruoshui was also considering Chun Mu. If he drank too much tea, he might want liquor too. Moreover, liquor could be used to remove the fishy smell in cooking and enhance flavor, making it quite necessary. Then let's go? Chun Mu realized that whether in his past life or this one, he never liked shopping with women. Yes, the trio of 1 man and 1 dog headed toward the tavern. As for the dog mother, Chun Mu set it ablaze, turning it to ashes, scattering them with the wind, burying it between heaven and earth. Qingyuan Tavern. Lu Ruoshui's purchasing style remained domineering, this, that, and this. I want all of it in a pot. The convenience brought by the spatial ring only intensified this. Since she was considering him wholeheartedly, Chun Mu didn't say much. He played with the dog to pass the time. But in the next second, Chun Mu suddenly sensed several gazes lurking in the shadows, watching him. They were hiding in the alley. Are those the accomplices of those 3 guys from earlier? Chun Mu couldn't think of any other possibility. Then, seemingly confirming that there were no officials around, they sprang into action, rushing out of the alley and surrounding Chun Mu. Kill. Without uttering a word, they raised their knives and swung toward Chun Mu. Roar. Chun Mu remained still as the little black dog transformed the Qilin bloodline, erupting growing dragon scales. Dragon horns. What is this thing? Oh, a monster. A monster. A sacred beast. This is a sacred beast. Run. Boom. Roar. The little black dog would not allow anyone disrespectful to Chun Mu to survive. With a roar, the heavens and earth shook, lifting large chunks of stone bricks. A tornado formed, shredding the fleeing people into pieces, grinding them to bits. Against the little black dog, now imbued with the Qilin bloodline, those ordinary mortals could only be slaughtered without mercy. In the blink of an eye, the only evidence of their existence was the ground soaked in blood. By the time Lu Ruoshui rushed out from the tavern upon hearing the noise, it was already too late for her to make an entrance. Her gaze focused on the little black dog. She exclaimed in shock, This is a Qilin. How could a sacred beast Qilin appear in Tianfu City? The little black dog, confirming that no one remained alive, transformed back into its smaller form and jumped into Chunmu's arms. Little Black. Having witnessed the entire process, Lu Ruoshui's beautiful eyes grew wider. She never expected that Little Black could actually transform into the sacred beast Qilin. Who could have imagined that the little black dog, once bullied and nearly killed by ordinary people's fists and feet, harbored the incredibly precious Qilin bloodline? Certainly Lu Ruoshui never imagined it. At the same time, she was amazed by Chunmu's keen eye. Truly, he possessed the vision of a god. Golden pupils. No wonder he was her master. Realizing this, Lu Ruoshui, as a personal maid, couldn't help but feel a small sense of pride. To serve such a master was truly a blessing. Meanwhile, the news of the sacred beast Qilin appearing in Tianfu City quickly spread through various channels. Not long after, 3 factions arrived ahead of others. Judging by their attire, Chunmu estimated that among them were members of the city lord's mansion and various prominent families. As a sacred beast, the Qilin is a treasure to human cultivators from head to toe. Its scales can be used to forge armor, its flesh can be cooked into spiritual food to enhance spiritual power, its bones can be used to craft weapons, and its blood can be mixed into pills to raise their quality and eliminate impurities. Its value is comparable to mountains of gold and silver. Didn't you say there was a Qilin? Where is it? The leader of the city lord's army, Xiao Feng, glanced at Chunmu and then at Lu Ruoshui. Not only was there no Qilin, but they didn't even see a single hair of the Qilin. The others inquired about the same question. The subordinate replied, that Qilin has been transformed from that little black dog. Sensing Xiao Feng's doubtful gaze, the subordinate assured him repeatedly, I can stake my life that every word I said is true. While Xiao Feng pondered, several other factions arrived one after another. Among them was Su Jingyan from the Su family, whom Chunmu had met previously at the Longhu auction house. He had been listening to music nearby, and upon seeing his family members passing by, casually inquired, and learned that the Qilin had appeared in Tianfu City. With the attitude of being a mere spectator, he unexpectedly saw Chunmu surrounded by several factions. He was very certain that the person was indeed Chunmu. That face was something Su Jingyan would never forget. Even if Chunmu turned to ashes, he would recognize him. This was solely because Chunmu had been the first to bring him a devastating blow in terms of finances. He hurriedly reached out to grab the white-haired old man beside him. Uncle Zhong, don't go over there. Young master, what's wrong? This concerns the sacred beast Qilin. We cannot stand by and let them take advantage of it. Uncle Zhong expressed his stance. Uncle Zhong, listen to me. That person, whether it's them or you and me, we can't afford to provoke. Su Jingyan's attitude was forceful. This was the first time Uncle Zhong had seen Su Jingyan show such an expression. The usually arrogant young master who looked down on everyone was actually afraid. After much hesitation, Uncle Zhong chose to trust Su Jingyan. He raised his hand to halt the advance of the main force and disperse everyone. However, he did not leave standing at a distance to see who was capable of instilling fear in his young master. This area is under the control of our city lord's mansion. Who dares to defy? As more people gathered, Xiao Feng regained his composure and shouted loudly. His voice was so strong that it could be heard several kilometers away. Still not retreating, Xiao Feng shot a cold glance. After weighing the pros and cons, the various factions did not dare to oppose the city lord's mansion and retreated. Xiao Feng's gaze returned to Chunmu's signaling, hand over that little black dog. Without much hesitation, Lu Ruoshui drew her sword, ready to stand against 1,000 troops. Xiao Feng was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Chunmu and the others to dare to draw their swords against him. They truly seemed to be courting death. He spoke again, repeating, hand over that little black dog. I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. If you do not hand it over, there will be no mercy. He threatened. However, in the next moment, the anger in his heart was replaced by shock. One by one, figures in black appeared beside him, each with an imposing presence. Crack, crack, crack. The individuals did not have time to react or resist, already having their necks snapped. Their heads spun 360 degrees, and they died instantly. Who are you? How dare you oppose the city lord's mansion? Do you all wish to die? Xiao Feng felt 2 daggers pressed tightly against his throat, isolated and helpless, so he attempted to use his momentum to intimidate others by bringing up his backing. Then Lin Wangquan stepped out from the crowd, ignoring Xiao Feng, and directly approached Chunmu. He knelt on one knee and said, Master, I apologize for being late. Please punish me. No, you arrived just in time. Chunmu shook his head, motioning for Lin Wangquan to rise. Master, how do you wish to deal with this person? Lin Wangquan assumed that in the presence of Chunmu he had no authority to decide Xiao Feng's life or death. Kill him, Chunmu replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Xiao Feng panicked and struggled, saying, No, you can't do this. I am acting on the city lord's orders. He covered his neck with both hands as blood gushed out wildly between his fingers. Not long after, he collapsed to the ground lifeless. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock. They never imagined that someone would dare to massacre the soldiers of the city lord's mansion. This was a blatant disregard for the city lord and the court. Seeing this scene, Uncle Zhong finally understood why his young master feared that person. The people from the city lord's mansion actually killed without hesitation. Young master, this person. Uncle Zhong glanced at Su Jingyan. He said his name is Chun Mu from the Chun family. Su Jingyan replied. Chun Mu? The discarded child from the Chun family who was abandoned years ago. Uncle Zhong's eyes widened in surprise. But even so, killing someone from the city lord's mansion is a bit too impulsive. Uncle Zhong had a premonition that the Chun family would face serious consequences. Master, just now he said they came on the city lord's orders. Kill, Chun Mu interrupted Lin Wangquan's words with a single response. Understood. In the next moment, dozens of people vanished, as if evaporated, truly embodying the saying, they came without a shadow and left without a trace. At first, everyone thought that Chun Mu daring to kill those from the city lord's mansion was already quite defiant. They never imagined he would even want to send someone to assassinate the city lord. Has this guy gone mad? That's the city lord. A terrifying figure that even the four great families must be cautious of. In any major dispute, as long as the city lord intervenes, no one dares to defy. Let alone Chun Mu, even Chun Tianyang, they did not believe that in front of the city lord he would dare to say a single word of dissent. Unbeknownst to them, the Chun family had already undergone a significant change, and the grass on Chun Tianyang's grave had begun to sprout. Suddenly a tremor shook the ground and mountains. The air vibrated and exploded from a distance. Everyone hurriedly turned their gaze only to see massive clouds of dust rising from the direction of the city lord's mansion. It reached a height of over 100 zhang. That direction must be the city lord's mansion, right? What happened at the city lord's mansion? Could it have been attacked? Fools. That's the city lord's mansion. Who would dare to assault the city lord? Before the words finished, everyone's pupils constricted as they clearly realized something. Their gazes hurriedly returned to Chun Mu. At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke, saying, I think it should be the city lord unleashing his wrath, slaughtering all around. Exactly, it must be that way. Right. They truly could not believe that with Lin Wangquan's small group, they would dare to take action against the city lord's mansion. One could only say that Lin Wangquan indeed had some abilities. Eliminating a lackey like Xiao Feng was feasible, but to think of killing the city lord was a gulf too vast to cross. However, forcing the city lord into such a situation was still an achievement. At this moment, they probably had already collectively sealed their fates. While they were thinking this, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Upon focusing, it was Lin Wanquan, who had left not long ago and was supposed to be dead, now standing alive before them. In his hand, it seemed he was holding something. A head. Upon careful inspection, he was startled, his body trembling. A few timid souls, witnessing the blood still connected by a thread to the ground, could only watch in horror as it flowed in a cascade. He widened his eyes and took a step back. Without paying attention to his footing, he fell onto the ground, his lips quivering in fear, his face as pale as paper. Raising his hand, he pointed shakily. That is the head of the city lord. At the mention of the city lord, everyone's gaze turned in unison, their shock plainly written on their faces. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but the fear rendered him unable to speak. The uproar had led them to believe that Lin Wangquan had somehow survived, initially thought to be merely clinging to life. After all, dozens had gone, yet only one returned. Upon closer inspection, they realized he was not only unscathed, but had also brought back the head of the city lord. Master, I have executed your command and slain this man. Lin Wangquan presented with both hands. Chun Mu waved his hand, causing that head to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace of blood. He then said, You've worked hard. Not at all. Since the matter was resolved, there was no need to linger here. Seeing Chun Mu raise his hand, Lu Ruoxue understood immediately and promptly lifted her arm. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch Chun Mu's palm, a furious voice erupted. Cowardly wretch. Do not escape. Looking towards the sound, someone recognized the attacker as Zhang Tianxiao, the foremost expert within the city lord's residence, a formidable general by the city lord's side. The city lord had previously relied on him to suppress many rebels. Earlier, when Lin Wangquan killed the city lord, Zhang Tianxiao had been in seclusion and unable to intervene. Who would have thought that when he finally broke through his realm and emerged from his room, he would find the city lord already decapitated? Raising his gaze, Zhang Tianxiao caught sight of Lin Wangquan on the eaves along with the head of the city lord in his hand. Immediately he flew into pursuit, but was left far behind and only just caught up now. Even he had to admit that Lin Wangquan's agility was remarkable. However, in terms of strength, he was not necessarily at a disadvantage. Moreover, Zhang Tianxiao had just broken through to the 8th layer of fusion stage, making him feel quite confident. He was just looking for someone to test his skills. He regarded Lin Wangquan as a prime sharpening stone. Moreover, he was an excellent stepping stone, By killing him, he could avenge the city lord and rightfully claim the position he had long desired. Someone with keen eyes noticed that Zhang Tianxiao's aura was different than usual and tentatively remarked, "It seems that Elder Zhang has just broken through." What? He broke through? If I remember correctly, Elder Zhang was at the 7th layer of fusion stage, so that means he now possesses the strength of the 8th layer. The 8th layer of fusion stage. Now the outcome is truly uncertain. Indeed, every increase in realm and fusion stage represents a leap into another world. Hearing the praises around him, Zhang Tianxiao felt somewhat elated. Daring madman in broad daylight, how dare you invade the city lord's residence and assassinate the city lord? Today I, Zhang Tianxiao, will administer justice on the spot. This was the perfect moment to win over the hearts of the people, and Zhang Tianxiao was unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. He unleashed a move known as the Green Ring Poisonous Hand. His arms and fingers turned a vivid green and eerie color as he advanced towards Lin Wangquan. The poison he cultivated was a combination of the venom of 100 insects, more terrifying than the blood-sealing poison. As long as it made contact with the skin, the venom would swiftly infiltrate the body, coursing through the veins and ravaging the internal organs. It is said that Elder Zhang's poisonous hands have killed thousands. So terrifying. Why hasn't he moved yet? Could it be that he was scared silly? The crowd fixated on Lin Wanquan, discussing among themselves. He succeeded. A look of joy spread across Zhang Tianxiao's face. He too believed that Lin Wangquan was intimidated by his poisonous technique and decided not to torture him, allowing him to die quickly. Then he would conveniently dispose of Chun Mu, who looked rather weak and inexperienced. As for Lu Ruoshui, this beautiful girl would be better off kept by his side as a personal maid, enjoying her company every night. Boom. The sound of howling winds drowned out the applause. The wind and waves mixed with a mist of blood surged out over 10 meters, leaving exposed skin feeling a faint chill. Raising his arm, it was evident upon closer inspection that fine red droplets of blood were clinging to the bristling hairs. Before this, everyone had thought it would be an overwhelming victory. The truth proved to be that it was indeed a one-sided battle, only they had guessed the wrong opponent. Lin Wangquan not only crushed Zhang Tianxiao, who had just broken through, but with a single slap cruelly and violently turned him into a mist of blood. Bone powder. That was a powerhouse of the 8th layer of fusion stage. Wasn't this a bit too easy? However, compared to their curiosity about Lin Wangquan's strength, they were even more curious about Chun Mu, who could command such loyalty from a super powerhouse like Lin Wangquan. What kind of terrifying realm had he reached? He possessed a sacred beast, the Qilin, a peerless beauty by his side, subordinates whose martial prowess reached the heavens. Was this still the same Chun Mu, the prodigal son, known for his trash talent, who had been expelled from his family and sold to the Xianxia sect, reduced to a lowly servant? Their preconceived notions of Chun Mu were shattered. Their understanding was forcefully refreshed. Do you wish to grant Lin Wangquan the city lord identity? Yes. Modifying. Modification successful. Since the city lord is dead, the most promising successor Zhang Tianxiao also met a grim fate, leaving the position of city lord vacant. Chun Mu did not wish to waste this opportunity and decided to bestow Lin Wangquan a new identity, which was quite reasonable, right? Lin Wangquan was unaware of this, but soon someone would deliver the city lord's seal to him, announcing to all the citizens, "Congratulations to the master." Lin Wangquan bowed, and Chun Mu along with Lu Ruoshui vanished in the blink of an eye. This further convinced everyone present that this once ignored Chun family discard had now transformed into a dragon amidst the wind and clouds. No longer was he the Chun family's second young master, weak and powerless. He then hurried back to report everything he had seen and heard to his own master, so that the other party would understand in the future in this Tianfu city they could offend anyone, but they must never provoke the Chun family or Chun Mu. Xianxia sect, Xingyan mansion. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Chun Mu landed and rested for just a couple of seconds, the door was knocked loudly. Su Qingtian went to open the door to greet the visitor. After exchanging a few words, he closed the door again and turned to Chun Mu, who was seated in the pavilion, reporting, "Master, someone from Sect Master Zhao's side has come wanting to invite you to the Sect Master Hall." Sect Master Hall? What do they want me for? Chun Mu thought to himself. As the Holy Son, supported by the foundations of the sect, through Xiao Yun, even if Zhao Hengshan truly found him displeasing, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Thus the likelihood of a banquet of treachery was very low. It seems to be related to Situ Qing. Su Qingtian shared the information he had learned. Situ Qing. It appears that people from the Situ family have come to seek accountability from me. Chun Mu chuckled, his face revealing no signs of panic, remaining calm and composed. Generally, those who reach such positions must have the backing of great families who pour resources into nurturing them. To quickly enhance one's cultivation talent alone is not enough, money is also essential. So are you going? Su Qingtian inquired about Chen Yu's thoughts. Not going. I didn't kill him, so why should I go? There are heads for grievances and debts for the debtor. Let them have the capability to find Xiao Yun. Chen Mu did not believe there was anything wrong with his words, so indeed, he did not kill anyone. It was Xiao Yun who found Situ Qing too noisy and struck him dead with a palm. To take a step back, the Situ family was not invincible enough to make Chen Mu bow down and take the initiative to meet them. Yes, Su Qingtian replied. He turned and walked towards the main gate, conveying Chen Mu's intention to the messenger. The young man's brows furrowed deeply, but facing the Holy Sun, he felt it was not appropriate to say much. All right, I understand. Please inform the Holy Sun that I will convey his words truthfully to the sect master. After speaking, the young man turned and left. Riding swiftly, he returned to the sect master's hall. In front of Zhao Hengshan and several members of the Situ family, he repeated Chen Mu's words verbatim. Zhao Hengshan, upon hearing this, showed an awkward expression. You all heard it. The Holy Sun does not wish to see you, and I have no way to change that. Please inform us of the Holy Sun's residence, and we will visit him personally, pleaded the old man of the Situ family, Situ Jian. Take them there, Zhao Hengshan ordered the young disciple again, not wanting to concern himself with the grievances between them. Yes, sect master, the young disciple replied, stepping aside and making a gesture for the Situ family to follow him. Please come with me. As soon as they left the sect master's hall, the young man following Zhao Hengshan raised his arms, fingers interlocked behind his head, with a disdainful expression, complaining, What is this? Isn't he just a little Holy Sun? Why is he putting on such airs? Ninger, be quiet. Zhao Hengshan hurriedly reprimanded, fearing that these words might reach Chen Mu's ears, as this matter could not be resolved merely by an apology. Indeed, the Situ family had come not to blame, but to lower their heads and seek Chen Mu's forgiveness, hoping to avoid conflict with the Xianxia sect. The Situ family did hold some influence in Qingshan City and had many connections, yet they could not afford to offend a sect. Chen Mu, as the Holy Sun, would ensure that the Qingshan sect would not stand idly by if the Situ family truly became his enemy. From the attitude shown in his earlier encounters with Zhao Hengshan, it was clear how important this Holy Sun who reappeared after 300 years was to the Qingshan sect. Even the sect master could do nothing about him. Grandfather, our Situ family is large and prosperous with countless strong individuals. Why should we fear a single Holy Sun? Moreover, he is the enemy who killed my brother. Can we really just let this go? If this gets out, how will others perceive our Situ family? They might think the Situ family is a bunch of soft persimmons to be easily squished. Situ Ning said defiantly, I told you to be quiet. If you dare to speak nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that the old man was truly angry, Situ Ning pouted and stopped speaking. He was well aware of Situ Jian's temperament. The young disciple, on the other hand, let the matter pass in one ear and out the other. He was just an ordinary person and did not want to get involved. Knowing well that when immortals battle, it is the mortals who suffer. Whether it was the Situ family or the Holy Sun Chen Mu, he could not provoke either. He obediently followed the sect master's orders and brought the group to the front of Qingyun Mansion. This is it, the young disciple gestured. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small black dog at the entrance which hadn't been there just a moment ago. A guard dog. Wasn't it a bit too small for that role? It seemed a child could easily crush it. Not to mention in the Qingshan sect, where anyone could cultivate. A dog relying on its master. Upon careful thought, being the dog of a Holy Sun already surpassed the vast majority of people. For a moment, envy uncontrollably showed in his eyes. How wonderful it would be to become the dog of the Holy Sun. Bang, bang, bang. Situ Jian lifted his skirt, ascended the steps, pulled the door knocker, and knocked 3 times. After 3 knocks, there was no response. Bang, bang, bang. Situ Jian, still patient, knocked 3 more times. Yet there was still no reaction. Grandfather, I think that guy is deliberately ignoring us. Step aside, I will break the door down. Let him know that our Situ family is not to be trifled with. Situ Ning, unable to bear it any longer, summoned his spiritual energy, erupting forth from within. Ninger, don't act recklessly. Situ Jian hurriedly stopped him. It was not just him who spoke at the same time. Woof, woof, woof. The small black dog also barked. That bark did not bode well. Situ Ning, in a fit of anger, turned red and shouted, Beast, why are you barking? I can't handle that damn Holy Sun, but I can't handle you. As he spoke, he threw a punch imbued with spiritual energy towards the little black dog's head. Hey! The young disciple, sensing danger, tried to intervene, but was already too late. His heart sank. With that punch, the little black dog would likely not be able to withstand the pressure and would explode. In that case, the Holy Sun would be furious, and even if it had nothing to do with him, he would inevitably be affected. Bang! Boom! However, immediately following, a vast wave of spiritual energy erupted, creating a tempest with sand and stones flying everywhere. The young disciple was forced to shield his eyes, raising his arms in front of him, retreating continuously. He then heard Situ Ning's once arrogant voice turn fearful and helpless. "Ah, what kind of monster is this? Grandfather, save me. Save me." Activating the Qilin bloodline, the transformed little black dog cared not for anything else, opening its massive jaws and biting off most of Situ Ning's body. Ninger, Situ Jian, just recovering from the shock of the Qilin's manifestation, witnessed another grandson dying a tragic death before him. Woo-woo. After devouring the remaining 2 legs of Situ Ning, the little black dog turned and bared its teeth, glaring at Situ Jian, clearly considering him an enemy. "Lord Qilin, I mean no harm. Please do not hurt me." Situ Jian knelt down, aware that as a mortal he could not contend with a sacred beast. Terrified, his body trembled, fear evident on his face. There was not a trace left of the demeanor of a family head. At that moment the door opened. The little black dog saw Chunmu walking out from within and hurriedly ran over. In the process, it transformed back into its little black dog form, running around Chunmu's feet, wagging its tail quickly. Situ Jian and the young disciples were momentarily dumbfounded. The previous flash of golden light was too dazzling, preventing them from seeing clearly. But at this moment they could see clearly. The sacred beast Qilin had actually transformed from that inconspicuous little black dog, using a sacred beast as a guard dog. They had thought about how powerful this holy sun might be, but they never imagined it could reach such an extreme level. In the entire Xianxia world, how many people could achieve having a sacred beast and a dragon as guardians? Moreover, to tame the naturally fierce, proud, and unwilling to submit sacred beast so perfectly. It could be said that there has never been anyone like it before and will never be anyone like it again. The young disciple had to admit that he had spoken too loudly earlier about how weak the little black dog was. "I'm sorry." Chunmu bent down to pick up the little black dog, wiping the blood from its mouth, saying, "I was just about to come out and feed you. Why did you start eating ahead of time?" Knowing he might have done something wrong, the little black dog's ears drooped, showing a wronged expression with tears welling in its eyes. "No, no." Situ Jian hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands in denial. Despite the deep sorrow in his heart, he dared not say more. Instead, due to Situ Ning's reckless actions, he became even more aware of one thing. This holy son of Xianxia sect, whether it be himself or the entire Situ family, was someone they absolutely could not provoke. To forcefully oppose would likely invite catastrophic disaster. That was something Situ Ning absolutely did not want to see. One word: endure. "All the mistakes are my grandson's fault. Blame him for being reckless and provoking the Qilin Saint Lord." Situ Jian knelt on the ground, knocking his head in apology, his attitude extremely sincere. The people accompanying him were dumbfounded, unable to believe this was the same person revered locally as a figure who could cover the sky with one hand. At this moment, facing Chun Mu and the little black dog in his arms, he felt nothing but humility. Humility to the utmost degree. "So why have you come to my Qingyan mansion?" Chun Mu asked while petting the dog. "This humble one dares to come and apologize for my grandson Situ Qing's offense towards the Holy Sun." After speaking, he took off the spatial ring originally worn on his finger and presented it with both hands, not daring to raise his head to look at Chun Mu. Chun Mu pinched the spatial ring between his fingers. If the other party was willing to give, why should he refuse? Infusing a strand of divine sense to scan through, he exclaimed, "Wow, there's quite a lot." There were at least over 100 million spirit stones, thousands of pills, and some profound grade and earth-grade treasures. "I hope the Holy Sun can forgive what my 2 grandsons have done. If the Holy Sun feels this is still not enough, this humble one is willing to die to atone." Situ Jian's thought was very simple. Sacrificing himself to protect the entire Situ family was already a great deal. "Hey, stop right there. I have a cleanliness obsession. Don't splash blood all over me." Chun Mu waved his hand. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Holy Sun. We will remember this deeply." Situ Jian knocked his head again with a loud thud. Feeling immensely grateful towards Chun Mu, he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Chun Mu no longer paid them any mind, crouching down to play with the dog. Seeing the little black dog behave well, he took out a handful of 5th-grade pills, at least 20 or 30 from the previously mentioned spatial ring, and tossed them to it. Scattered on the ground, the little black dog devoured every single one, crunching them to bits and swallowing them whole. It ate deliciously, crunching away. Seeing this, Situ Jian and the young disciples felt their emotions were complex. You bring 5th-grade pills to feed a dog. Am I not even as good as a dog? No. Upon further reflection, the dog is a Qilin. How can I compare? What's wrong with it eating a few 5th-grade pills? After that, Situ Jian and others dared not linger, fearing Chun Mu might change his mind and kill them with a sword. With their tails between their legs, they fled. The young disciples also planned to return to the main hall to report to Xianxia what they had seen and heard at Qingyan Mansion. I can only imagine how the Holy Sun will leave everyone in shock upon learning that even the guard dog is a holy beast Qilin. After all, this kind of treatment is something even the sect leader cannot enjoy. Grant successful. 10,000 times rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top grade, Huanglong pill, 20,000. Grant successful. 10,000 times rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top grade Fengshua pill, 40,000. Grant successful. 10,000 times rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top grade Xian Yu pill, 50,000. Shunmu, discovering that even feeding the dog with pills could trigger a 10,000 times rebate, couldn't stop himself. He began to make a big deal of it. Meanwhile, after the little black dog had eaten its fill in dog form, it transformed into its Qilin form and continued to feast. Bone structure, bloodlines, spiritual energy, cultivation, strength, all skyrocketed during this process. In the main hall of the sect leader, upon seeing the young disciples return, Xianxia casually asked, "How was it?" "Nothing happened, right?" Reporting to the sect leader, the Sidhu family has received the Holy Sun's forgiveness and has left the mountain. That's good, that's good. Xianxia was relieved that nothing major had occurred. However, the young disciple hesitated. However, Xianxia urged him to speak plainly without beating around the bush. That grandson of Situ Jian Situ Ning is indeed a prodigal son. Not only does he have no respect for our Holy Sun, but he also speaks disrespectfully. After Situ Jian stopped his reckless behavior, he even attempted to harm the Holy Sun's guard dog, only to be swallowed whole instead. Swallowed whole? Xianxia looked skeptical. From what I observe, Situ Ning has at least the strength of the 5th level of Foundation establishment. How could a mere guard dog possibly deal with him? A regular guard dog indeed wouldn't stand a chance, but the dog raised by the Holy Sun is one with Qilin blood capable of transforming into a Qilin. The young disciple laid it all out. What? A Qilin? Are you saying the holy beast Qilin? Xianxia stood up in shock. Even for someone as high-ranking as him, the holy beast Qilin was merely a legendary existence. Cough, cough, cough. He lightly closed his fist before his lips, coughing to mask his embarrassment, and sat back down. As the sect leader, such a display was indeed somewhat inappropriate and undermined his authority. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Xianxia waved his hand. After watching the person leave, his expression darkened. I never expected that group of old fellows actually had a Qilin hidden away and even gifted it to that kid. Just how much expectation do they have for him? Is this child's talent truly so terrifying? Numerous questions continued to bother Xianxia, yet he had no way to verify them. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that as the sect leader, he was being ineffectual. I was once praised as a genius rarely seen in 100 years in Xianxia sect, yet now I'm being overshadowed and feeling dejected. With a long sigh, at this moment, in Lei City, the Lu family, Lu father Lu Hanqing received a marriage withdrawal letter just sent by he from Xianxia sect, personally written by Lu Ruoshui. What is Ruoshui thinking? Why suddenly withdraw the marriage with the Situ family? Lu Hanqing was baffled. Without time to think further, a voice from the butler came from the door. Master, someone from the Situ family seeks an audience. Let him in. Yes. Moments later, looking at the marriage letter presented by the Situ family, Lu Hanqing was even more puzzled. What is going on? Why is both sides withdrawing from the marriage? Is there a conflict? However, since both parties wish to withdraw, it must be done. Lu Hanqing understood the principle that a forcibly tied melon is not sweet. Being an open-minded person, since both sides wanted to withdraw, he would facilitate it. On the Situ family side, after receiving the marriage withdrawal letter personally written by Lu Ruoshui, they began to widely proclaim that the Situ family would no longer have any relationship with her in the future. Fearing that Shen Mu might misunderstand, the entire Lei city was filled with confusion. Everyone wondered why the perfect couple fated to be together suddenly severed ties and behaved as if they wished to never see each other again. Yet one person, upon hearing this news, couldn't stop smiling. This person was Luo Yu, the son of the city lord of Lei City. Huh. Great. The Lu family has actively withdrawn from the marriage with the Situ family. Now Lu Ruoshui is mine. Young master, I feel there's something fishy about this. It would be better to be cautious. What do you know? It must be that Situ Qing, that good for nothing, has regressed in strength and is unworthy of Ruoshui, which is why the Lu family withdrew from the marriage. And I, now one of the top 10 holy sons of the sacred dragon sect in Xian country. Even now I still look favorably upon her. That is their Lu family's blessing accumulated over 1,000 years. I can only imagine that upon learning of my current achievements, Ruoshui will surely fall for me, immediately eager to marry into the Luo family and become my woman. Since ancient times beautiful women love heroes, only a hero like me is worthy of her. Luo Yu was filled with confidence in this regard. Shut your mouth, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. The old man in black wanted to say something, but was forcefully interrupted by Luo Yu, who commanded him rudely, go fetch me some paper and ink. The old man in black could only comply helplessly. He brought back paper and ink, handing them to Luo Yu while preparing the ink. Once the ink was ready, Luo, you quickly wrote 4 characters on the paper. Luo, you proposing marriage. He thought it was succinct and to the point. Now he was not only a disciple of the inner sect of the Xianxia sect, but also had become one of the top 10 holy sons due to his extraordinary talent. Dare I ask how many people in the entire Lei city do not know him? Is there any name more weighty than Luo Yu? If it weren't for the fear that others might misunderstand his intent and think he was issuing a challenge, Luo, you wouldn't even want to write the words proposing marriage. He was proud to the extreme. Yet he felt he had that qualification. He folded the paper, placed it in an envelope, and then handed it to the old man in black, saying, "Take this to the Lu family and tell them that I, Luo Yu, am officially proposing to them." He lifted the corner of his mouth as if already imagining how excited the Lu family would be upon receiving the marriage proposal he delivered. Yes, not long after Lu Hanqing received the envelope, opened it, and immediately thought it must be a joke, absolutely fake. He instantly called for a family meeting. At the round table, Lu Hanqing spoke first, asking, "What do you all think about the Luo family's marriage proposal? What else is there to think? Just agree to it. That's the holy son of the Xianxia sect. If we really have to say it, it's actually us who are climbing up too high. The Luo family is currently in a prime position. If we can marry Roshui into them, our Lu family would benefit for at least a century. I suspect the Sidu family's sudden proposal to withdraw from the engagement is likely due to Luo Yu's interference." With this statement, the situation suddenly had a reasonable explanation. In any case, let's ask Roshui's opinion first. Lu Hanqing wrote a letter recording the events that had transpired in Lei City truthfully. He instructed a white crane resting in the courtyard to take it back to the Xianxia sect. Watching Lu Hanqing's actions, the Lu family members felt it was unnecessary. But he is a holy son, one of the top 10 holy sons. Roshui has no reason to refuse. Indeed, looking all over Lei City, one cannot find a more suitable candidate than Luo Yu to be her husband. I firmly believe that once Roshui learns of this, she will undoubtedly agree without a second thought. Boom. As for the truth of the matter, upon receiving the letter and the 4-character marriage proposal personally written by Luo Yu, Lu Roshui's eyes reflected nothing but endless indifference. She then summoned a spiritual fire and burned it to ashes. How about the disciples of the Xianxia sect? What about the top 10 holy sons? In Lu Roshui's eyes, no one could compare to her master Qinmu. After burning the letter, she couldn't even be bothered to respond, happily running off to experiment with new dishes, just hoping Qinmu would eat a bit more. That would satisfy her. At this moment, Qinmu was leisurely wandering around the sect, riding on the well-fed and contented little black in its Qilin form. To be precise, he should be lying on it. It was wide enough, though its scales were a bit hard. Riding such a massive beast on the streets drew a lot of attention, making many disciples stop and watch. A monster, a beast. What monster? Open your eyes and see clearly. That's a sacred beast, the Qilin. A Qilin? How could our Xianxia sect have a Qilin? Didn't you see the holy sun lying on top? That must be the holy sun's mount. I've never heard of someone able to use a sacred beast as a mount. A Qilin, isn't that a descendant of dragons? A mount? Huh. Our holy sun really is extraordinary. With such a powerful holy sun, I believe our Xianxia sect will surely become strong again and regain our place among the top 10 sects. Listening to those flattering words, although he didn't feel anything special, it was certainly much more pleasant than being mocked wherever he went. Of course, if they dared to do that, Qinmu wouldn't mind taking them down in an instant. As the holy sun, they were the ones who spoke disrespectfully first. Even if Zhao Hengshan wanted to hold him accountable, it would be unreasonable. After an unknown amount of time, Little Black suddenly slowed its pace. The noise around him became even louder than before. Qinmu turned his head and looked up. Quickly adapting to the blinding sunlight, he realized he had arrived at the trial tower. The trial tower was a place only accessible to the inner disciples of the Xianxia sect. The trial tower has a total of 100 floors, each guarded by powerful illusionary spirits. For the disciples of the Xianxia sect, passing through the trial tower and reaching higher floors is one of the shortcuts to improve their status within the sect. Each time a level is cleared, one can also gain random rewards such as techniques, pills, and opportunities for enlightenment. Shen Mu's gaze fell on the stone tablet, which recorded a long list of names. Zhao Qingfeng floors cleared 100 time, taken 37 days. Lin Yojia floors cleared 100 time, taken 43 days. Su Jiayan floors cleared 100 time, taken 44 days. Zhang Yuan floors cleared 100 time, taken 47 days. Among these, most people either cannot escape the fate of reincarnation or ascend to become gods, reaching a higher realm. Qinmu found Zhao Hengshan's name at around the 300th position. Zhao Hengshan floors cleared 100 time, taken 72 days. It seems this sect master is not an unknown figure after all, Qinmu murmured. Noticing Qinmu's presence, the crowd immediately stirred with excitement. Look, the holy sun. It's the holy sun. We bow to the holy sun. Is the Holy Sun here to participate in the trial tower? It seems that the top 500 on the leaderboard don't have the Holy Sun's name yet. I wonder if the Holy Sun has a chance to break the records set by predecessors. The record set by Senior Zhao hasn't been broken for nearly 1,000 years, right? Indeed, that was recognized as the #1 genius since the establishment of our Xianxia sect. It should be quite difficult, right? The trial tower, huh? Chun Mu sat cross-legged on the Qilin's back, looking up at the ancient tower which soared high into the clouds and seemed endless. He couldn't help but feel curious about what the scene would be like at the top of the tower. What kind of rewards would he receive for breaking through 100 levels of the trial tower? He then jumped off the Qilин's back and said to Little Black, "Wait for me here, I'll be right back." There was no choice. The trial tower regulations did not allow spiritual pets. With a light step, he soared onto the platform, feeling incredibly light. Without hesitation, he entered the swirling teleportation portal, the main hall of the sect master. Upon hearing that Chun Mu went to the trial tower, Zhao Hangshan's interest was immediately piqued. That kid can't sit still. Is he trying to break the records set by predecessors? This is indeed a good method to win people's hearts. However, just having become the Holy Sun, let alone breaking records, it would probably be very difficult to even reach the 100th floor. Well, it's just the right opportunity to suppress his arrogance. He should not be too proud relying on the sect's foundation, lest he ruins what should be a brilliant life. By the way, Zhao Hangshan also wanted to take this opportunity to probe into Chun Mu's true strength. What exactly is it? As someone who at the age of 43 nearly spent half a lifetime of an ordinary person to clear the 100 layers of the trial tower, Zhao Hangshan was well aware of the correlation between the number of layers breached and the level of strength. He roughly estimated that Chun Mu should be able to reach above 60 layers, but below 75 layers this time. As a first-time entrant to the trial tower, even as a Holy Sun, this result was already quite remarkable. If it were below 60 layers, then Zhao Hangshan could only conclude that he had overestimated Chun Mu's talent. The foundational strength of Xiao Yun's sect had likely diminished, as they had not produced a Holy Sun in 300 years, thus lowering the original standards. He could only think along these lines. Hurry up, run, wait for me. Why are you so excited about others breaking into the trial tower? Isn't that the Holy Sun? Aren't you curious about the true strength of the Holy Sun? After hearing that Chun Mu had entered the trial tower, tens of thousands of disciples remaining in the sect rushed over continuously. After thousands of years of evolution, the sect had long developed methods to glimpse the scenes inside the trial tower, utilizing a special mineral known as the remnant stone. At this moment within the trial tower, Chun Mu had already faced the first layer's phantom spirit. If Chun Mu remembered correctly, these phantom spirits were quite peculiar as they learned and grew stronger through battle. To put it plainly, phantom spirits could absorb and integrate the opponent's techniques through combat, evolving them into their own. Thus, the longer the time and the more battles fought, the stronger the phantom spirit would become. I still remember that guy from the first layer. He broke through my proud defensive technique with a single sword strike. After hundreds of thousands of years of training, these phantom spirits are no longer the strength they had when the sect was first established. Indeed, even with my foundation establishment 4th realm strength, I would need at least 10 moves to defeat him. The Holy Sun would definitely annihilate that phantom spirit. It's not even worth considering. No one disputed this. However, the reality still left them astonished. That phantom spirit actually chose to abandon its sword and vanished without a trace. Immediately, the portal to the 2nd layer of the trial tower opened. What does this mean? Is that it for the clearance? Did the phantom spirit surrender voluntarily? Aren't they supposed to be battle maniacs? Is it possible that the Holy Sun is too strong and they fear being utterly defeated? There is indeed a possibility, but to what extent do they need to be strong for that to happen? Everyone was bewildered. What lay before their eyes undoubtedly exceeded their comprehension. For millennia, there had never been a case of a phantom spirit surrendering voluntarily. Although it was merely the phantom spirit of the first layer of the trial tower, the shock felt in their hearts was no less substantial. Yet even more unexpected events were still to come. 2nd layer, 3rd layer, 4th layer. Up to 20 layers, 30 layers, 40 layers. Until the 50th layer, without exception, every phantom spirit upon seeing Chun Mu immediately discarded their weapons and surrendered unconditionally. They vanished voluntarily, opening the doorway to the next layer of the trial tower. Hill's techniques insights. Various rewards were presented without fail. The observing disciples realized something was amiss after careful consideration. This reward is more than double what I received when I cleared it. So having no Holy Sun for 300 years was all for today. Holy Sun unparalleled. I am witnessing the birth of a legend. Many were bowing in reverence. Their awe for Chun Mu surged like a breaking tide, impossible to contain. In the sect leader's great hall, seeing the informants he had sent out returning, Zhao Hangshan put down the book in his hands and calmly said, "Why are you back so soon? Could it be that he has already failed and been expelled from the tower? At this point in time, it seemed improbable that he could even clear 3 layers, let alone be a holy son who would not only disappoint, but also severely inflate his achievements. Reporting to the sect leader, the holy son has already broken through 50 layers. The young disciple spoke. Oh, so he has already surpassed 50. What did you just say? Xianxia stood up in shock, his pupils quaking as he asked, 50 layers. Are you sure it's not 5 layers? Reporting to the sect leader, it is indeed 50 layers without a doubt. I saw it with my own eyes, and furthermore. The young disciple wanted to explain that Chunmu cleared 50 layers without even lifting a finger. The phantom spirits raised their hands and surrendered upon seeing him. He hesitated to speak primarily because Xianxia had vanished. It was easy to guess that he surely did not believe his words and planned to verify it personally. And indeed it was so. On the way, he hurried down the mountain, racing toward the location of the trial tower, unable to stop muttering to himself, 50 layers. How is that possible in such a short time? Even if he is a holy son who appears once every 300 years, it is still impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be something going on here. He firmly believed that it was utterly impossible to clear 50 layers in such a short time, even surpassing the predecessors who had held the top ranking for nearly 1,000 years. If Xianxia recalled correctly, that elder took at least 10 days to clear 50 layers. This was indeed a remarkable perverse record. How long had it been since Chunmu entered the trial tower? Not even the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. How could Xianxia believe that? Look, the sect leader is here. Make way, don't block the sect leader. Not just the sect leader, but the grand elder and the 3rd and 4th elders are all here too. Of course, after all, this is the strongest holy son in the history of our Xianxia sect, bar none. Are we about to witness history today? I have a feeling that the record set by the holy son today will be unbreakable for 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000,000 years. Hearing these voices, Xianxia grew increasingly anxious. Finding the crowd too troublesome, he simply summoned a flying sword, leaping onto it to quickly close the distance to the remnant stone. He just happened to see Chunmu step through the portal, arriving at the 60th layer of the trial tower. The phantom spirit of the 60th layer, if I recall correctly, should at least possess the strength of a half-step heart realm. Now it may be even more, perhaps he has already reached the heart realm. He does have some skills, but this is where it stops for him. A long elder asserted, with the heart realm cultivation and millions of years of growth, I fear even I would struggle against it. Xianxia did not speak, engaging in their discussion, while his gaze remained fixed on the scene displayed by the remnant stone. Facing a phantom spirit that was as formidable as a towering giant, Chunmu stood with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of panic or fear on his face. Calm and composed, as steady as Mount Tai. What exactly did he rely on? As that giant phantom spirit raised its arm, Xianxia could already foresee what Chunmu's fate would be. Chunmu has achieved this step in such a short time. What others think is irrelevant. In Xianxia's heart, he has already recognized this saint. The power gap between the two is evident. If it were hundreds of years ago, before so many battles, the 60 layers of illusion spirits that had undergone self-enhancement would be different. Chunmu might still have a 50% chance of winning. He could not believe that a giant spirit so powerful that even he dared not underestimate it would actively discard its weapons and surrender to Chunmu. It must be that young disciple making fun of him. He thought that when he returned, he would teach him a good lesson to uphold the authority of the sect master. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be able to ride on his neck and defecate? What is going on here? However, the next moment, Xianxia's thoughts were forcefully pulled back by the surprised voices in his ears, refocusing on the recording stone. He saw clearly that the giant illusion spirit on the 60th layer discarded its dual axes, transforming into a wisp of smoke, gradually fading away. At the same time, the portal to the 61st layer of the trial tower opened. Xianxia fell silent, as if struck by lightning. His whole being was left in shock. At this moment, his understanding was completely overturned by Chunmu. Such a thing should not exist in his past experiences. He could step back to believe that the 1st and 2nd layers of illusion spirits chose to forfeit due to fear of Chunmu's strength. But now he was facing the giant illusion spirit on the 60th layer of the trial tower. Rubbing his eyes. Yet no matter how Xianxia rubbed, the scene before him showed no signs of changing. 61st layer. 62nd layer, until the 80th layer. Without exception, Chunmu had not moved a finger from start to finish. Those illusion spirits, upon seeing him, all actively discarded their weapons and fled without a trace. It was as if they were not facing a disciple entering the trial tower for assessment, but an ancient demon lord. They all fled in a panic. If Xianxia, as the sect master, reacted this way, one can imagine how the elders would feel. Among them, the highest number of layers passed could reach 92, the lowest 86. Thus they knew well how difficult the trial tower was. Yet those illusion spirits that had previously given them countless hardships were now cowering like dogs before Chenmu. His feelings were complex and hard to describe. 90 layers. 95 layers. Up to 99 layers. The door leading to the 100-layer trial tower was already open. In a bit more than a stick of incense's time, you actually broke through 100 layers of the trial tower. This record will remain unbroken for 10,000 generations. Ha! For him, the time spent breaking through the trial tower was almost entirely wasted on walking to the next layer. I sense the disparity of the world. People like Sidu Qing and Lu Ruoshui are called geniuses, even peerless geniuses. Oh, what about him? The crowd crossed their arms in thought. Meanwhile, Chenmu had already reached the final layer of the trial tower. Surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, the visible range suddenly decreased. Within, a massive silhouette was faintly discernible. Looking up, it was at least 10 zhang high. It had 3 heads and 8 arms. Swords, spears, clubs, axes, halberds, and hooks. All were present. It resembled an enraged golden king. Unlike the illusion spirits from the previous 99 layers, the illusion spirit on the 100th layer did not immediately choose to discard its weapons and surrender. Its pair of eyes perpetually in an angry stare fixed intently on Chenmu. The crowd also sensed that something was amiss. Is it finally going to make a move? It seems it's not willing to back down. As expected of the final trial, the difference is clearly shown. Phew. Seeing this, Xianxia finally let out a long sigh of relief. At least it didn't surrender immediately, otherwise if word got out, wouldn't the trial tower become a joke throughout the Zhongshuan realm? Recalling his battle with that enraged golden king over a decade ago, Xianxia involuntarily shivered. It took a full 3 days and nights without a moment's relaxation. He had used every trick in the book, and it was merely a stroke of luck that he won. As for the strange phenomenon from the previous 99 layers, Xianxia's mind had already devised a reasonable explanation. Either Chenmu possessed an extraordinary constitution, such as a rare holy body, or he had obtained some divine artifact from the ancient monsters like Xiaoyun. In any case, once the illusion spirit from this 100th layer made its move, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Xianxia was mentally prepared to see him kicked out of the trial tower. The holy body was fine, after all, it was an innate gift that could not be refused. However, if Chenmu truly relied on a divine artifact to swiftly pass the trial tower, it would create the illusion that the Qingxin sect had birthed a powerful saint. Xianxia found such behavior disgusting and contemptible. Nevertheless, deep down he still hoped that Chenmu had truly awakened some kind of constitution. A saint with a holy body hadn't appeared in nearly 800 years. Inside the trial tower, roar. The illusion spirit let out a battle roar, raising a foot and stomping down heavily. Boom. No matter how violently the ground shook, Chenmu remained as immovable as a mountain, unaffected and unshaken. Finally, someone dares to make a move. Besides surprise, Chenmu felt more amusement. He had always wanted to experience the strength of these coveted illusion spirits in the trial tower. Unfortunately, after traversing 99 layers, the speed at which the opponents surrendered was simply too fast. He had not even had the chance to make a move. Finally, such an opportunity was presented before him. The illusion spirit raised its thick 8 arms, brandishing swords, spears, clubs, axes, and hooks, without hesitation, all slashing down together. Each one carried the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. It was enough to make one sweat for Chenmu. He did not wish to fall on the 100th layer. A cold gleam flashed as the spear shot forth like a dragon. Boom. The surrounding clouds and mist were shaken away by that momentum for hundreds of meters. In contrast, Chenmu was unhurried, raising his arm and lightly tapping the tip of that spear with his index finger. Bang. Boom. He released just a bit of spiritual energy. The shockwave instantly cleared away all the clouds and mist visible to the naked eye. Not a trace remained. The illusion spirit had long since vanished in this process. The crowd. The elders. Xianxia. Looking again at the stone tablet, the name of the first place had unexpectedly changed to Chenmu. The time was even less than they had estimated. In less than a stick of incense. Chenmu could not hide his disappointment. It was simply too weak. Possessing Tribulation realm cultivation, he didn't even need to use 1/10th of his spiritual energy. Just as he was about to leave the trial tower, a powerful, resonant, and aged voice echoed within the tower and outside. Disciple Chenmu, with extraordinary talent, may receive unparalleled inheritance. The voice resonated like a celestial melody throughout the Qingxin sect, sparking fervent discussions among countless people. I have never heard of it before. Achieving 100 levels grants an unparalleled inheritance. Pay attention to the words exceptional talent, which means no one has ever met this standard before. The Holy Son must have far surpassed it. If I were that senior, I would willingly pass on the inheritance to him. Even the elders, those at the highest levels, were equally unaware of the existence of this unparalleled inheritance atop the tower. The Grand Elder stepped forward and inquired of Zhao Hengshan, sect master, regarding this unparalleled inheritance. Zhao Hengshan. As he spoke halfway upon meeting Zhao Hengshan's confused gaze, the Grand Elder instantly understood. He didn't know either. To avoid awkwardness, Zhao Hengshan said, I believe it must be left behind by some prodigy in the history of the Xianxia sect. The history of the Xianxia sect had seen too many battles, and the records of its powerful figures were far from complete. Thus not knowing about this matter was quite understandable. However, with this holy sun, our Xianxia sect can rise again and return to the top 10 sect rankings, which is not without hope. The Grand Elder's words garnered the agreement of all the elders. Now Zhao Hengshan was also fully convinced of Chun Mu's capabilities. One must admit that the old monsters like Xiao Yun were indeed discerning. I fear his strength has already surpassed mine. Upon hearing these words from Zhao Hengshan, the elders couldn't help but gasp. Their respect for Chun Mu deepened. They thought that when they met Chun Mu in the future, they must treat him with utmost reverence to avoid any hostility. Inside the trial tower. Unparalleled inheritance. What kind of inheritance? Chun Mu asked. Xianxia's sacred body. The powerful voice echoed once more throughout the Xianxia sect. Xianxia's sacred body. Upon hearing these 4 words, the whole place trembled. The Xianxia sacred body, is that not the renowned sacred body listed among the top 100 constitutions? Moreover, it was the foundation upon which our Xianxia sect was established. Unfortunately, the inheritance was severed thousands of years ago. I never imagined in my lifetime I would witness the awakening of the Xianxia sacred body. Holy Sun, truly unparalleled. Zhao Hengshan and the others were left speechless. The Xianxia sacred body was hardly mentioned anymore, and they were close to forgetting its existence. Nevertheless, their longing for the Xianxia sacred body remained undiminished. It's been nearly 3,000 years since the Xianxia sacred body disappeared. Indeed, it is surprising that in our generation we have the fortune to witness the Xianxia sacred body manifest once more, and it's even within the Holy Sun. This Holy Sun will undoubtedly lead our Xianxia sect to unprecedented heights. They were firmly convinced of this. Meanwhile, Zhao Hengshan gained a clearer and deeper understanding of why the phantom spirits of the first 99 levels would willingly surrender. It turned out he was the chosen one of the Xianxia sacred body. The real test lay at the 100th level. Now everything made sense. How do I obtain the Xianxia sacred body? Chun Mu asked again. You must pass through 99 trials, including trials of the mind, strength, and combat. Hold on. This is too troublesome. I don't want it anymore. Chun Mu raised his hand to interrupt, exclaiming astonishingly, if you want to give it, then give it. If you don't want to give it, then don't. Are you messing with me? The crowd. The elders. Zhao Hengshan. They unanimously believed that Chun Mu must be insane. That is the sacred body listed among the top 100 in the Constitution, ranking which hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. You actually say you don't want it. Arrogant. Simply wasting resources. This cannot be allowed. The tone turned angry. Suddenly a figure entirely in blue with no discernible features appeared before Chun Mu. Intimidating. What? Do you want to forcefully buy it? Looking at the remnant soul, Chun Mu sneered. The remnant soul did not rush to speak, instantly transforming into a towering figure resembling a true god descending. Accepting the trials will grant you the sacred body, it declared. System, check the Constitution ranking for me. Searching. Search successful. In the next second, the top 100 constitutions appeared before Chun Mu. His gaze fixated on the first-ranked sacred body. Is it the myriad Dao sacred body? 1 Dao equals 1 divine ability. Awakening this sacred body grants access to myriad divine abilities. Even Chun Mu couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. According to the description, this myriad Dao sacred body had only existed once since the birth of the Zhanshuan realm. That individual at the age of 20 was invincible in the world, sweeping across the land, revered as a god. Then he suddenly vanished with no further trace. Some said he fell into madness and met a gruesome end. Others claimed he comprehended the true path and ascended to divinity. Yet the legend he left behind remains a topic of fascination to this day. It's decided it shall be you. To modify one must naturally alter the strongest. Locate the sacred body section. Sacred body none. Would you like to change none to myriad Dao sacred body? Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. In the next second, myriad divine abilities surged into Chun Mu's mind. Controlling the galaxy dragon riding technique, calculating the heavenly mechanism. Boom. Seeing that Chun Mu was slow to respond, the remnant soul pressed down with a palm, deciding to make the decision for him. Noticing this, Zhao Hengshan murmured, though this child possesses talent, he is also overly proud. The 99 trials can be used to temper his mindset and let him understand that there are always greater beings beyond him. He deeply understood that pride leads to failure, while humility leads to progress. Xianxia himself had nearly ruined his life due to complacency. As someone who has been through it, he did not want the same to occur with Qin. Enough. When I say I don't want it, I don't want it. Why all this nonsense? Qin retorted. However, what everyone heard was a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. The momentum was astonishing. In the next moment, myriad true gods stood tall behind him. No matter which one, they were far larger than that remnant soul, pressuring with their aura. Sorry, in this regard, Qin was quite skilled. Not only did his aura overwhelm that remnant soul, but in numbers, he also had the advantage. What is that? The Grand Elder, who considered himself well-informed, was now as confused as a monk who couldn't find his way. Do you know what that is, eh? What, eh? Some asked. The crowd shook their heads. This, eh? In contrast, Xianxia's jaw dropped in shock. His eyes widened to the extreme, making one worry they might fall out. His pupils trembled violently. Hearing this, the Grand Elder thought perhaps the sect master would know what the dense mass of giants behind Qin represented. Thus he asked, Sect Master, may I ask what that is? Xianxia, seeing him still in shock and not recovering, the Grand Elder asked again, Sect Master, may I ask? Myriad Tao Sacred Body. The words were spoken lightly, yet carried a hint of weakness. Oh, so it's the Myriad Tao. What? Myriad Tao Sacred Body. The voice of the Grand Elder was loud, and many people heard it. One transmitted to 10 to 100 to 1,000. The words Wandao Sacred Body rang like thunder. Wandao Sacred Body. Isn't that the terrifying existence ranked first on the physique list? So we have misunderstood the Holy Son. He is not arrogant nor conceited, but rather confident. Nonsense. If I had the Wandao Sacred Body, I would be confident too. Xianxia's Sacred Body. What a joke. Just looking at it once would count as my loss. Did you hear incorrectly? How could I have heard incorrectly? It was the Grand Elder who personally mentioned the Wandao Sacred Body. In fact, at this moment, the Grand Elder also had some doubts about whether he had misheard. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he looked at Xianxia and confirmed several times, Sect Master, are you sure that is the Wandao Sacred Body? Xianxia nodded. From what I understand about the Wandao Sacred Body, it is almost identical. He had to admit that he had spoken a bit too loudly just now. Having the Wandao Sacred Body indeed made one proud without issue. After all, it was the first sacred body of all time. Wandao Sacred Body. The remnant soul was also frightened by the scene before him. Upon hearing this, the tens of thousands of disciples surrounding them fell silent instantly. Bang! Boom! Following that, a divine soul emerged behind Qin and easily dispersed the remnant soul with a single palm. Congratulations, you have obtained the inheritance of the Xianxia Sacred Body. In front of Qin, a line of golden text appeared. If it had been like this from the start, it would have been over. Qin scoffed. Then the myriad divine souls returned to his body. He then walked into the open teleportation portal and returned to the entrance of the trial tower. Congratulations to the Holy Son for successfully breaking through 100 levels. Congratulations to the Holy Son for successfully breaking through 100 levels. Holy Son unparalleled in the world. Cheers erupted one after another, and everyone regarded Qin with utmost respect. Little Black stepped through the air, and Qin jumped onto his back, lying down with his legs crossed. The posture was so comfortable. He said to Little Black, home. The crowd watched as they gradually disappeared from their line of sight. The excitement in their hearts remained undiminished, even becoming more fervent. At this moment, Xianxia's voice echoed throughout the Xianxia sect regarding today's events. Remember, it must not be leaked outside. Anyone daring to divulge this will be executed without mercy. Concerning the Wandao Sacred Body, Xianxia had to remain cautious. If there were malicious individuals intending to take advantage of Qin's incomplete mastery of the Wandao Sacred Body to strike against him, it would be dire. He was the greatest and only hope for the rise of the Xianxia sect, and Xianxia had to take this seriously. He was even more worried that other powerful sects would come to snatch him once they learned that Qin had awakened the Wandao Sacred Body. In Qingyan Mansion, at this moment, Lu Ruoshui was standing in the courtyard, gazing longingly in the direction of the trial tower. She clearly heard those voices, not missing a single word. I never expected that my master actually possesses the Wandao Sacred Body, which is universally recognized as the strongest sacred body. What should I do? Suddenly, I feel that I am not worthy of such a master. Lu Ruoshui revealed a sense of inferiority. At least you are honest. Su Qingtian added from the side. Lu Ruoshui. Soon after, Qin returned riding the Qilin, momentarily captivating Lu Ruoshui. She did not hide her infatuated expression. Seeing Qin jump down from the Qilin's back, Lu Ruoshui quickly regained her composure, her lips slightly parted. Welcome home, master. Qin nodded in response. Then, as the sun set and night fell at the dinner table, seeing Lu Ruoshui busy to the point of sweating, Qin ate a few more bites of the dishes she prepared. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruoshui was overjoyed, her happiness written all over her face, unable to hide it at all. After finishing dinner, Shenmu went to the spiritual spring pool to enjoy some solitude. He declined Lu Ruoshui's request for a back rub. At his current level, his body was far from ordinary, and he wouldn't expel any impurities. Taking a bath was purely for relaxation, not for cleanliness. He rested his hands on the edge of the hot spring, gazing up at the starry sky and the silver moon. It was immensely pleasant. He couldn't help but sigh. This is what life is. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanshan had already brought 3 inner court geniuses from the Tianjin sect to Tianfu City, resting at an inn. They decided to go up the mountain tomorrow, heading to the Qingxin sect. The sky was getting late. At the dinner table, Lu Yuanshan glanced at the 2 men and 1 woman and spoke proactively. During our visit to the Qingxin sect tomorrow, let's keep a low profile. Do not bring the arrogance we usually display in the sect here. Our main goal is to gauge the Holy Sun's strength. Understood? Master, our Tianjin sect is at least in the top 20 of the Xianxia rankings. Does it really require us to be so courteous to a Qingxin sect ranked lower than 50? The speaker is named Zhao Lai, the most favored disciple of Lu Yuanshan. Yeah, what about the Qingxin sect's Holy Sun? I bet his true strength wouldn't even make it into the top 10 of our Tianjin sect. This person was named Lung Tian, the second most favored disciple of Lu Yuanshan. The third disciple, Su Jiao, focused on eating and did not join the conversation. Hey, until we understand the full facts, we must not jump to conclusions. The Holy Sun from Qingxin sect, who appears once every 300 years, must surely have his unique strengths. Lu Yuanshan hoped the few of them could remain humble, lest they bring disgrace upon the entire Tianjin sect later. All right, we will listen to you, Master. Zhao Lai and Lung Tian responded nicely, but between them, they had no regard for the entire Qingxin sect, let alone the Holy Sun. They had all been invited to become inner disciples of the Qingxin sect, but had deemed themselves too talented to even take a second glance. In their eyes, the Qingxin sect had long become a thing of the past, and the current Holy Sun was nothing worth mentioning. If it weren't for the late hour, they would have wanted to ascend the mountain right now and brutally defeat that Holy Sun in front of all the Qingxin sect disciples, to let them know the gap between themselves and the Tianjin sect. Lu Yuanshan saw through their thoughts, but kept silent, hoping nothing would go wrong tomorrow. He also hoped that the Holy Sun would be a false one, so he wouldn't have to take action to eliminate him in the cradle. A murderous Holy Sun would inevitably provoke sect wars. Although the Tianjin sect absolutely crushed the Qingxin sect in terms of strength once war began, self-damage was unavoidable. If a third-party force chose to take advantage of the situation, it would surely cause even greater losses for the Tianjin sect. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms and fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned pale and the red sun rose. The 4 left the inn, hired a carriage, and headed to Qingxin Mountain. After a stick of incense, the carriage arrived at Qingxin Mountain. The guards at the mountain gate saw Lu Yuanshan, and the others disembarked from the carriage, lowered their spear shafts, crossed them to block the way, and questioned, who goes there? Tianjin sect, Lu Yuan. Get lost. What do you think you are? A mere ant daring to block our way. Zhao Lai pondered. They must give the Qingxin sect a taste of their power. If they cannot deal with that weak Holy Sun, then bullying a mere doorkeeper should be easy enough. So it's Elder Lu from the Heavenly Sword sect. May I ask the purpose of your visit from so far away? The gatekeeper disregarded Zhao Lai's presence, his gaze never leaving Lu Yuanshan. You. Seeing that the other party completely ignored him, Zhao Lai opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, he was cut off by a glance from Lu Yuanshan, who then clasped his fists towards the heavens, raising them above his head, and said, "By the order of my master at the Heavenly Sword sect, I have come to exchange and spar. Let them in." A serene voice echoed from the peak hidden within the clouds. The speaker was none other than Zhao Hangshan. It was not hard to guess that the Heavenly Sword sect had likely heard that the Qingxin sect had produced a Holy Sun, coming to gather intelligence. The Qingxin sect and the Heavenly Sword sect were not far apart, and had historically clashed over sect resources, currently maintaining a state of peace. The Heavenly Sword sect was surely worried that the emergence of the Qingxin Holy Sun would disrupt the balance that had been maintained for a century. Once the Qingxin sect grew strong, they would immediately turn hostile, seeking to reclaim the lost mines and territories. However, since they had come from so far, there was certainly no reason to obstruct them. Were they worried that the matter of the Wan Dao holy body would be exposed? Why worry? To put it bluntly, with Chun Mu's current strength, there was no need to use the Wan Dao holy body to deal with a few disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect. On this matter, Zhao Hangshan was even more confident than Chun Mu himself. On the mountainside, recalling what had just happened, Zhao Lai grew angrier. What the hell? Just a doorkeeper, yet so arrogant. Have they forgotten the painful lesson of being crushed by our Heavenly Sword sect for nearly 1,000 years? Exactly. If it weren't for the master holding me back, I would have smashed his mouth. Lung Tian echoed. It's probably because of that damned holy sun that they believe the Xianxia sect has a holy sun again, and now their tails are in the air. Once I beat that holy sun half to death, I'll ask him if he dares to look down on me like this. Despite never having met Qinmu, Zhao Lai's anger towards him continued to rise. After a while, a group of people arrived at the main hall of the sect. After greeting Zhao Hengshan, Lu Yuanshan stepped forward to explain his purpose. I have heard that the Xianxia sect has produced a new holy sun. I would like my disciples to spar with him and exchange insights. May I ask if Sect Master Zhao would permit this? Zhao Hengshan showed a troubled expression but still called a disciple to inform Qinmu and ask for his opinion. After all, he was the leader of a sect, yet he had to consider the opinions of his disciples. Lu Yuanshan and Zhao Lai were quite surprised. However, such thoughts could only remain in their hearts. If they voiced them, it might provoke Zhao Hengshan. After all, he was the leader of a sect, and they were certainly no match for him. At the Qingyan mansion. What? The Heavenly Sword sect sent someone to challenge me. Upon hearing this from the reporting disciple, Qinmu waved his hand, not interested. I have no reason to pay attention to those insignificant characters. Holy Sun, on my way here I heard from the inner disciples that those Heavenly Sword sect disciples have been very rude towards you, boasting that they would beat you half to death. If you do not go, they might. The young disciple hesitated. Is this a tactic to provoke me? Although he knew what the disciple said was likely true, Qinmu was not the kind of hot-blooded youth who would be stirred by such words. They are too arrogant. How dare they be so dismissive? If my master were willing, with just a finger he could make them die without a corpse. Instead, Lu Ruoshui, who was squatting beside him massaging his legs, could not help but feel anger upon hearing this, standing up indignantly. She could not bear to see the man she admired being looked down upon like this. Master, I asked for permission to go teach those Heavenly Sword sect disciples a lesson. Lu Ruoshui wished she could draw her sword right then and there and slash Zhao Lai and the others several times. Qinmu had no objections to this. He turned to the young disciple and asked, what realm are those people in? From my estimation, 2 are at the 4th level of opening light, and 1 is at the 6th level of opening light. As soon as these words were spoken, Qinmu could clearly see Lu Ruoshui's expression change. After all, her current realm was only at the 3rd level of opening light. Even the weakest among the 3 was stronger than her. Sigh. Qinmu sighed. Nevertheless, Lu Ruoshui was still a maid of his mansion. Since she had the heart to stand up for him as her master, how could he do nothing? Thus, he opened her personal attribute panel. Finding the cultivation section. Cultivation, opening light, 3rd level. Would you like to modify opening light 3rd level to golden core 1st level? Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. Lu Ruoshui was just about to apologize when she suddenly felt an explosive surge of spiritual energy within her body. Boom. The powerful spiritual energy overflowed, causing the young disciple to be pushed back, stumbling 6 or 7 steps outside the pavilion. Master I. Lu Ruoshui looked at Qinmu excitedly, knowing full well that all of this must be a gift from him. Go ahead, this level of cultivation should be enough for you. Qinmu nodded. Thank you, Master. Lu Ruoshui expressed her gratitude. Although the young disciple was confused, he understood one thing very well. Lu Ruoshui's sudden surge in cultivation was undoubtedly related to Qinmu. This holy sun was truly terrifying, capable of causing someone's cultivation to skyrocket. What level was Lu Ruoshui at now? He could not see clearly. All he knew was that she was very strong, incredibly strong. The pressure she exuded was even comparable to Sect Master Zhao Hengshan. And he could not help but think no matter how powerful he was, it was impossible to raise the strength of someone at the 3rd level of opening light to the golden core realm in an instant, was it? That would be too absurd. It should only have raised a few small realms. The sudden elevation of that spiritual energy overlapping and releasing in an instant must have created an illusion. Rest assured, Master. I will make those guys deeply understand how severe the consequences of underestimating you can be. Before leaving, Lu Ruoshui did not forget to pledge. I look forward to it, Qinmu replied. He thought it would be nice to cultivate a few more loyal subordinates, like Lu Ruoshui. Let them handle all the trivial matters. His gaze returned to the main hall of the sect. Zhao Lai and Lung Tian had grown somewhat impatient. Their hatred for Qinmu had intensified. They decided that later they would interrupt and break a few of his bones to show their punishment. Although it was an exchange, and spar, it was normal to break a few bones, right? Then from the corner of his eye he noticed that the young disciple who had been sent out was returning. However, following him was a woman. Why is it a woman? Isn't the holy sun a man? Zhao Lai asked curiously. However, this woman is indeed stunning. Lu Ruoshui, why are you here? Zhao Hengshan asked in surprise. He had heard about Lu Ruoshui becoming Qinmu's personal maid. These guys are not worthy of master intervening. I will take their place in battle. Politeness. They showed no respect toward their own master, no reverence for true strength. So Lu Ruoshui had no intention of being polite to them. Nonsense. Come here at once. What business do you have here? The speaker was Lu Yuchan's sect master of Jingyue Peak and fifth elder of Xianxia sect, also Lu Ruoshui's personal master and true disciple mentor. Though both shared the same surname, they bore no familial relation whatsoever. For a senior disciple of such prestige to serve another as a handmaiden was humiliation enough for her master. She had originally planned to retrieve Lu Ruoshui from Jingyue Peak today, yet the incident with Tianjian sect intervened, forcing her to postpone. She never imagined Lu Ruoshui would emerge precisely at this critical moment. Lu Yuchan felt her lifelong reputation teetering on the brink of ruin, shattered by her most gifted disciple. She could not fathom how much bewitching charm Qin Mu had poured into her. Once destined to stand aloft gazing coldly upon all things, she now willingly knelt in unwavering loyalty. Master, forgive me for defying your command. My master has shown me profound kindness. I cannot retreat at such a moment. Lu Ruoshui's resolve remained unshaken. Nonsense. Among those three, the lowest cultivates at the fourth level of light opening realm. You stand only at the third. With what do you dare contend? Lu Yuchan refused to let her disciple, the fragile egg, smash against their stony might. The outcome was all too predictable. The third level of light opening realm. Ah, so it is true, Ling Tian laughed. Rumors speak of Lu Ruoshui, senior disciple of Xianxia sect, as peerless in beauty and unmatched in power. Today I see it with my own eyes. What I did not foresee, however, is that you would stoop so low, to become a slave to a mere figurehead propped up by hollow acclaim. How absurd, how utterly laughable. Even more ludicrous is your presumption, a third-level light opener daring to challenge us. With what, pray tell, do you intend to challenge us? If you wager with me, if you lose you become my slave, I might consider sparing you. My slave? Surely preferable to serving that man. Crack. Boom. Before he could finish, Ling Tian soared backward through the air, hurtling 8 meters before crashing violently into a supporting pillar. Dozens of fissures spiderwebbed across the pillar's surface. Ling Tian crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. Lu Ruoshui stood where he had stood moments before, lowering her palm with icy composure. Are disciples of Tianjian sect skilled only in speech. Zhao Lai and Su Jiao, witnessing their comrade's grievous injury, reached instantly for their swords, yet halted mid-draw at Ling Tian's sharp command. Do not interfere. This is my affair, and I shall settle it myself. His gaze fell upon him. Kneeling sword plunged into the earth to brace his trembling body, gathering spiritual energy to soothe pain and mend wounds. I underestimated you. But now, within 3 strikes, I shall prevail. The face he lost must be reclaimed, exactly as it was lost. Otherwise, should word spread across Tianjian sect, where would he dare show his countenance? Hearing this, Zhao Lai and Su Jiao sheathed their blades and stepped back. Still convinced Lu Ruoshui stood no chance against Ling Tian. That earlier strike had been nothing but a surprise ambush. Zhao Hongshan and Lu Yuanshan remained silent, letting the younger generation resolve their own grudges, their own rivalries. His right arm rose, elbow bent sharply backward, blade held level with his eye, aimed straight at Lu Ruoshui. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian surged forward, closing the distance. He unleashed his proudest technique, the flowing shadow sword art. Dozens of sword phantoms filled the air, sweeping down like a storm, converging upon Lu Ruoshui. If one strike could claim victory, he would waste no breath on a second. Such efficiency would magnify his supremacy tenfold. Crack. What a... Yet what Ling Tian never dreamed possible was this: his sword, wrenched from his grasp, flew clear across the courtyard, spinning end over end. For a swordsman, losing his blade to another's hand was the ultimate disgrace. Damn you. His palms circled before him, then struck forward, charged with dense spiritual energy. Murderous intent blazed in his eyes. Lu Ruoshui flicked her sword sideways, severing both his arms clean off. Ah, my hands. My hands. He staggered backward, terror contorting his face. Then, his eyes rolled upward, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground, unconscious. No one had foreseen this outcome. Not only had Lu Ruoshui, at merely the third level of light opening realm, transcended her cultivation boundary to crush Ling Tian utterly. She had crippled him. To lose both hands was a fate far crueler than death for any swordsman. You dare defy us? Die! Zhao Lai roared. He and Su Jiao drew their blades in perfect unison, determined to repay her in kind, severing her arms as she had severed his. They bore the banner of Tianjian sect. They would not tarnish its honor. Boom, boom. Lu Ruoshui swept her blade twice, light, effortless arcs left to right. 2 razor-sharp sword energies erupted from the earth, kicking up dust and stone as they flew toward Zhao Lai and Su Jiao. Sword energy. Even these prodigies of the inner academy, Zhao Lai and Su Jiao, had yet to grasp sword energy at the depth Lu Ruoshui just displayed. After all, they were sword cultivators. Zhao Hongshan recoiled in shock. Lu Yuanshan recoiled in shock. And Lu Yuchan, her own master who believed she knew her disciple better than anyone, recoiled in shock. When did Ruoshui awaken sword energy, and with such terrifying mastery? Lu Yuchan whispered in awe. More astonishing still, you failed to notice she did not expend a single thread of spiritual energy throughout the entire exchange. Which means her current realm utterly eclipses theirs, remarked an elder nearby. Eclipses? Lu Yuchan's autumnal eyes widened again and again. Crack, crack. Though Zhao Lai and Su Jiao reacted swiftly, raising their blades as shields before them. Against such overwhelming sword energy, they were hurled backward over 10 meters, their swords snapping in half, deep gashes tearing across their chests, blood blooming rapidly. If you cannot even best me, how dare you challenge my master? How delusional. Lu Ruoshui's voice was glacial. Damn it. Zhao Lai braced himself upright with his broken blade. Su Jiao lay motionless, too gravely wounded to rise. Master, your disciple suffers such indignity before your very eyes. Will you not intervene? Zhao Lai turned pleadingly to Lu Yuanshan. Lu Yuanshan's expression twisted with helplessness. You provoked her first and lost. Where is my dignity in stepping in? Realizing no aid would come from his master, Zhao Lai ignited every ounce of his spiritual energy and charged Lu Ruoshui once more. He raised his shattered blade. So what if it was broken? A broken blade could still kill. And he unleashed the Crimson Cloud Sword art ranked among the top 10 techniques of Tianjin Sect's Inner Academy. Blinding radiance. Dazzling brilliance. Like the sun itself, blazing forth. Crack. Lu Ruoshui flicked his broken blade away. Slap. Then struck him across the face, a backhanded blow sending him flying 3 meters leftward. Blood and fractured teeth scattered across the stone floor. Lu Ruoshui knew precisely how to calibrate consequence. This was punishment enough. To slay them outright would bring grave complications, not only for Chun Mu, but for the entire sect. Annihilation. Absolute annihilation. No hope, none at all. Lu Ruoshui's performance surpassed every expectation. You call this the third level of light opening realm. Lu Yuchan knew without doubt that Lu Ruoshui had not possessed such power before. Could it truly be the same Tair's doing? What had he done? How had he done it? Suddenly Lu Yuchan's expression shifted. She sensed Zhao Lai's hidden movement and cried out urgently, Ruoshui, beware. Zhao Lai unexpectedly took out a small blow dart tube from his sleeve, covering it with his lips. Puff. He then aimed at Lu Ruoshui and shot out a poison needle. At such a close distance, even if detected, bystanders would find it hard to react in time. This poison needle itself was a low-grade treasure. After being shot, the poison needle emitted visible purple toxic gas, rapidly taking shape. It resembled a venomous python opening its bloody maw with 2 curved dagger-like fangs exposed to the air. Seeing it sent chills down the spine. This was undoubtedly a city-slaying poison. With Lu Ruoshui's current cultivation level, it would be difficult for her to withstand it. It would lead to a tragic end. Lu Yuchan was still on the way while the poison needle was already inches away from Lu Ruoshui. Zhao Lai revealed a sinister and vicious smile. You made me lose face in front of everyone, and I will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold, making you lose your life. However, the next moment, Zhao Lai's smile froze. Seeing the poison needle pinched between Lu Ruoshui's fingers almost touching her brow, he could no longer smile. Then Lu Ruoshui lowered her hand facing the exposed fangs of the venomous python. Who? She exhaled softly, causing it to dissipate into thin air, no longer existing. Now not only could Zhao Lai not smile, but his complexion also changed rapidly from pale as ash to greenish, then to purple, looking worse than pig liver. Impossible. How can this be? That was a low-grade treasure. You cheated. There must have been someone helping you from behind. Do you Qingxian sect still have any face left? Zhao Lai shouted in a frenzied manner. In that moment his dignity was trampled by Lu Ruoshui, leaving not a trace. He had come with the intent to brutally slaughter the Holy Sun, but now he couldn't even handle his maid. How would he face others if this got out? Cheat. Lu Ruoshui smiled faintly, then revealed her might, releasing her pressure. Boom. Everyone present was moved. Faced with such a formidable aura of spiritual energy, many had to mobilize their own chi to barely ensure they weren't forced back, preserving the last bit of dignity as a senior and an elder of their sect. Golden Core Realm. Zhao Lai was dumbfounded. Zhao Hengshan, sitting in the grand hall, also could not hide his shock, his fingers almost crushing the armrest of his chair. Cracks began to form. What on earth was going on? As the sect master, he only had the strength of a golden core. How could a mere true disciple of the inner court possess strength that matched or even surpassed his own? Now you should understand why you ants are unworthy of making my master intervene, right? Lu Ruoshui said, her words cutting deep. Zhao Lai stood frozen, speechless. Whoosh. Lu Ruoshui flicked her fingers, sending back the poison needle he had just shot. Puff. It pierced through his brain, killing him on the spot. I made sure to stop at a certain point, yet he showed intent to kill me first, and now I've killed him in return. Elder Lu, do you think I am in the wrong? Lu Ruoshui turned to look at Elder Lu Yuanshan and asked. No, not at all. Well done, such scum deserves to die. Elder Lu Yuanshan clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, I must thank Miss Lu for eliminating this threat for our Tianjin sect, thank you. In this continent where the strong are revered, especially on someone else's territory, as an outsider, how dare Lu Yuanshan say anything? He feared that if he continued, he might not be able to leave the mountain alive. Seeing the situation, Su Jiao quickly dropped her broken sword, losing all fighting spirit, not daring to step forward to challenge Lu Ruoshui. This kind of strong person could easily send her to meet the king of hell with a mere thought. Where would there be an opportunity to act? Thinking back to the harsh words Zhao Lai and Lung Tian had said to the holy son of Qingxian on their way here, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Their maid was already golden core level, yet they dared to challenge. To put it bluntly, the reality was even harsher. They didn't even have the qualifications to see her true form. At this moment, Lu Yuchan finally snapped out of her shock. Did she not know her own disciple? Just a few days ago, she was only at the 3rd level of Qi refining. How did she suddenly reach the same realm as the sect master? Wait, could it be? Connecting it to Lu Ruoshui's unusual behavior of acknowledging a master, Lu Yukin's mind produced a bold idea. Could it be that the Holy Sun had granted her a method to rapidly elevate her cultivation level? Or perhaps a treasure? With this thought, Lu Yuchan finally understood why Lu Ruoshui had lowered herself to serve Chen Mu. This was not narrowing her path, it was widening it. So wide that it seemed endless. Wasn't this also a kind of opportunity? In that case, hurry back and tell your Tianjin sect master to stop harboring thoughts against my master. Some people are not to be trifled with. Lu Ruoshui said coldly. Yes, I will convey it right away. The humble expression that Lu Yuanshan displayed was hardly that of a strong sect elder. If the disciples of Tianjin sect saw him, they would surely suspect that he had been possessed. He quickly signaled Su Jiao to take away the still unconscious Lung Tian. Though damaged, at least he was still breathing and could be brought back for an explanation. To make their sect master and the entire Tianjin sect understand the terrifying nature of this new holy son of Qingxian sect, it was best to refrain from any ill intentions. You all forgot about this garbage. Lu Ruoshui released a strand of spiritual energy, lifting Zhao Lai's corpse from the ground and throwing it out the door. I'm truly sorry, I'm getting old and my memory isn't great. Lu Yuanshan looked at Zhao Lai's body at his feet and could only smile helplessly. Sect master, elders, I still need to return and report to my master farewell. Before Zhao Hengshan could speak, Lu Ruoshui had already vanished from sight in an instant. Leaving behind the prominent figures of the sect, they exchanged awkward glances. They all felt that their sect master and elders were not worthy of their titles. They had no doubt that Chen Mu was the one chosen to be the Holy Son. This position of Holy Son could only be occupied by him. It was not his honor, but the honor of the entire Qingxian sect. He, raising his hand to support his forehead, Zhao Hengshan recalled his previous worries about Chen Mu not holding back during the sparring and potentially exposing the myriad Dao sacred body, letting out a self-deprecating smile. That kid had never shown up at all. His concerns were completely unfounded and utterly unnecessary. On the way down the mountain, Master, are we just going to return like this? What about the sect master? Su Jiao hesitated to speak. Let him do as he wishes. Does he expect us to sacrifice our lives to satisfy him? Lu Yuanshan declared. With such words spoken, Su Jiao no longer said anything more. She couldn't help but glance back. She was eager to see the true face of that holy son. What kind of holy son could he possibly be? Thunderflame City. The Luo family. Luo Yu finished dressing and prepared to head out, rushing back to the Holy Dragon sect to participate in an event that was critically important for him. Just as he was about to leave, an old man in a black robe stepped out from the shadows, handing him a letter. Young master, this is what I had the old servant buy from the Tianji Pavilion regarding Miss Liu's recent situation in the Qingxian sect. However, I think it's better if you don't read it, as it may spoil your mood, he kindly reminded. In response to the kind persuasion of the old man in black robes, Luo Yu coldly retorted, my state of mind is quite good, it's not so easily damaged. The old man in black fell silent upon hearing this. Thinking it unnecessary to warm the cold with his hot-faced, Luo Yu decided to make a fool of himself. Boom. Fire erupted from the palm of Luo Yu's hand, accurately turning the envelope to ashes while the inner letter remained intact. He opened it and began to read carefully. He saw that Lu Ruoshui had achieved remarkable results in Qingxian sect, and although she was another's fiancée, she had never crossed the line or engaged in intimate behavior with Sidu Qing. To put it bluntly, since he could remember, Sidu Qing had never even touched Lu Ruoshui's finger. Lu Ruoxue was very old-fashioned in this regard, believing that many things could only be done after officially marrying. Good, good. Now this is a woman worthy of me, Luo Yu. Luo Yu looked at the old man in black and laughed loudly. However, the old man, who knew the whole story, could not return the smile, his expression darkening. Luo Yu ignored him and continued to read. The more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed and his features twisted together, his expression becoming grim. What? Ruoxue actually became that kid's maid. An overwhelming pressure emanated from Luo Yu. Even the old man in black, unprepared, felt his knees bend slightly. What happened next? Why is there no record? Luo Yu questioned. According to Tianji Pavilion, since that time Xianxia sect has been on high alert, unable to continue gathering information, and several spies have gone missing without a trace, the old man explained. Oomph. Bang. Boom. Luo Yu slammed down, shattering the letter, leaving a deep palm print on the ground. The imprint was so clear that even the lines of his palm could be seen. Damn Xianxia sect, how dare they treat my Luo Yes woman as a commodity, gifting her to that useless holy son to curry favor with him. Despicable. Once I complete the sacred body awakening ceremony, they will definitely pay the price. Luo Yu gritted his teeth, and even from half a meter away the old man in black could clearly hear the grinding sound coming from his mouth. You must go to Xianxia sect infiltrated and keep an eye on that guy. If he dares to do anything out of line with Ruoxue, cripple him. Remember, don't kill him. Ooh, I will handle that myself. Luo Yes' eyes shone with a chilling light. He wanted to personally let Chen Mu know the consequences of daring to covet the woman he had set aside. As for why he didn't let the old man in black go directly to take Lu Ruoxue back to Lei Yin City, it was solely because of Luo Yes' self-proclaimed romantic idea. At that time, he would ride the winds possessing a sacred body and perform a heroic rescue. Wouldn't that instantly win her heart? In the Xianxia realm, the sacred body awakening is divided into innate and acquired. Some individuals are born with extraordinary signs proving they possess a sacred body, and their future prospects are limitless. There are also some who are hidden deeper, needing to hold special ceremonies to stimulate their bloodline and awaken their sacred body. Each holy son of the sacred dragon sect has one such opportunity. For now, Lu Ruoxue's importance in Luo Yes' heart pales in comparison to the sacred body. He must seize this opportunity. Luo Yu was certain that he could awaken the sacred body. At that time, he would become the pride of the entire Lei Yin City. No one would be worthy of his regard. That little holy son of Xianxia sect. He could be killed with a snap of his fingers. Old servant obeys your orders. The old man in black retreated, disappearing back into the shadows, proceeding to Xianxia sect as per Luo Yes' command. Luo Yu also set off, immediately heading to Sacred Dragon sect to prepare for the sacred body awakening ceremony. To become the dragon among men. The events unfolded as such. Inside Qingyan Mansion, Lu Ruoxue was massaging Chen Mu while recounting what had happened in the sect's main hall. After listening, Chen Mu commented, "You are still too merciful. Anyone daring to oppose you should be killed without leaving any survivors. You must understand that if you don't eradicate the roots, the spring breeze will bring new growth. What if that person gains an opportunity in the future, becomes strong, and seeks revenge on you? What then? The master is right. Ruoxue will never be soft-hearted again next time." Lu Ruoxue did not argue, explaining that it was to avoid bringing Chen Mu and the sect trouble with the Tianjin sect. In any case, whatever the master says goes. By the way, master, now that the matter with Tianjin sect has been resolved, you can take back the cultivation you lent me. Lending to you. Chen Mu smiled faintly. That fundamentally enhances your cultivation level, not me lending my own cultivation to you. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Lu Ruoxue could hardly hide her surprise. At first, like everyone else, she thought this was Chen Mu lending her temporary power. Thank you for the gift, master. Ruoxue will definitely serve you faithfully for life. I will never betray you. Lu Ruoxue said brightly and charmingly. Keep going. Chen Mu lay on the reclining chair, basking in the sunlight, enjoying it to the fullest. Lu Ruoxue's massage technique had already been modified to the max by him using the system. It felt comfortable to the bone. Even with divine-like concentration, he still found it hard to resist being lost in it. Good. Lu Ruoxue worked hard massaging Chen Mu. Time passed quickly and dusk fell. Lu Yuanshan and Su Jiao rode hard to return to Tianjin sect. What happened? Wasn't the elder taking his disciples to spar with the holy son of Xianxia sect? How could there be death and injury? Moreover, those two are both true disciples of the elder, the proud disciples of our inner court, Zhao Lai and Lung Tian. These two are arrogant and haughty, likely unaware of the need for restraint, provocatively challenging the holy son of Qingshuan, which is why they ended up like this. In this case, that holy son of Qingshian is certainly not an ordinary character. Seeing them, a group of disciples whispered to each other, discussing non-stop. They gained a more comprehensive understanding of the strength of the holy son of Qingshian. Since he dared to kill and cripple people from Tianjin sect, it shows just how powerful and confident he really is. The situation where Tianjin sect had been pressing down on Xianxia sect for hundreds of years appears to be changing. In the sect's main hall, looking at the now silent Zhao Lai and the crippled Lung Tian sect master Su Wenchang's expression froze. This outcome was far from what he had anticipated. He then asked, "Is that holy son of Xianxia really that powerful? How dare he look down on our Tianjin sect?" Reporting to the sect master, "We did not encounter the holy son of Xianxia during this trip," Lu Yuanshan replied respectfully. "What? No encounter? Then did you? Did you run into thieves on the way?" Su Wenchang thought about it and realized how could such a small holy son dare to oppose the entire Tianjin sect within the holy son's residence. A maid. As Lu Yuanshan spoke, everyone in the great hall exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. From their understanding, Lu Yuanshan was not the type to make such jokes. A joke? Zhao Lai's corpse is right before us. How could this be a joke? After a long while, Su Wenchang finally snapped out of his daze and confirmed, "Are you certain it was just a maid and not a hidden master from the Xianxia sect?" "I am very certain. This person is a prodigy from the inner courtyard of the Xianxia sect, Lu Ruoshui, whose cultivation should only be at the third level of enlightenment." Should only be at the third level of enlightenment. What do you mean? Su Wenchang pressed for clarification. He had asked what everyone wanted to know. It seems that the holy son of Xianxia used some method to help her rapidly break through several major realms, reaching the golden core stage. Golden core stage. Upon hearing this from Lu Yuanshan, the other elders could no longer remain seated. "Elder Lu, are you sure you are not joking? Even if one were to be an evil cultivator, it would be impossible to leap from the third level of enlightenment directly to the golden core stage." "Yes, if such a method truly existed, what would be the point of our cultivation?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I suspect it must be some hidden master using a transformation technique to disguise themselves as someone named Lu, causing us to fear the existence of the holy son of Xianxia and refrain from opposing him." This assertion garnered a considerable amount of agreement. Compared to the leap to the golden core stage, the latter explanation seemed more convincing. At this moment, the well-known combative elder of the Tianjin sect, Lu Qingping, stood up. Facing Su Wenchang, he declared, "Sect leader, I request permission to lead a team to attack the Xianxia sect. They must know the consequences of mocking us and opposing the Tianjin sect. Otherwise, it will only embolden those clowns to become even more arrogant. No, this is far too risky. We do not yet understand the true nature of the holy son of Xianxia. Rushing in will only increase the danger." Even though he believed Lu Qingping's concerns had merit, Lu Yuanshan still opposed launching a sect war against the Xianxia sect. "Coward. They have already bullied us. Are we who are stronger to learn to swallow our pride?" Lu Qingping retorted. Listening to the argument between the two below, Su Wenchang's stance wavered uncertainly. Seeing this, Lu Qingping spread his arms, attempting to rally the elders' voices to pressure Su Wenchang into making a statement. Since the sect leader cannot make a decision, how about a vote? Lu Qingping held considerable prestige among the elders, and he could already foresee the outcome. Sigh. Su Wenchang sighed and finally nodded in agreement. "You may vote. I support launching a sect war, otherwise it will damage the morale of our Tianjin sect." "I support it too. I support it." One by one, the elders rose and stepped down to express their stance on whether to initiate a sect war against the Xianxia sect. The conservatives who opposed the sect war remained seated, looking around. Seeing the overwhelming majority, Lu Qingping smiled with satisfaction. He needed the opportunity to prove he was more suitable to sit on the sect leader's throne than Su Wenchang. Sigh. Looking at the many people standing before him, Lu Yuanshan shook his head and sighed. He felt an uneasy premonition deep within, unable to calm himself. He had a nagging feeling that this decision would lead the Tianjin sect down an irreversible path of destruction. Seeing the situation settled, Su Wenchang could only raise his hand and announce, "Then this matter shall be entrusted to Elder Lu completely. Rest assured, sect leader, I will not disappoint you. I will make the entire Xian kingdom know our Tianjin sect's name. One battle to achieve fame." Lu Qingping thumped his chest confidently, guaranteeing. "Look, up in the sky, something isn't right. What is that? The sky, it's been pierced. A giant finger. That giant finger is coming down towards us." Outside the great hall, panicked voices could be heard. "A giant finger. The sky has been pierced. What on earth is happening?" Su Wenchang, Lu Qingping, and the others had yet to grasp the situation. A disciple, rolling and crawling with a look of panic, knelt on the ground, pointing at the sky and shouting, "Sect leader, elders, it's bad. A golden giant finger has pierced the heavens and is coming down this way." Lu Qingping dismissed him as talking nonsense. How could a giant finger pierce the sky? Boom, boom, until loud crashing sounds echoed above. Looking up, the roof of the sect's great hall had crumbled to dust, being sucked up into the sky. Wood beams and stone walls crumbled like tofu shattering upon touch. That golden giant finger appeared before everyone's eyes, radiant and dazzling with detailed finger patterns like an index finger. It was aimed directly at Lu Chengping, Su Wenchang, and the other prominent figures of the Tianjin sect. Quick, gather your power to defend, Lu Chengping shouted to everyone. Dozens of people waved their arms, drawing on spiritual energy, raising their palms above their heads to meet that giant finger. They attempted to combine everyone's strength to resist this mysterious destructive finger. Bang! Boom! As the finger descended, Lu Yuanshan, who was close by, did not see that giant finger retreat an inch. The combined strength of dozens of people was no different from that of the wooden beams and stone walls. They shattered upon contact. Boom! The entire Tianjin mountain trembled. Countless disciples fell to the ground, shaken and terrified. Some were so scared they wet themselves and fled like rats. What a spectacle they had never witnessed before. Not only had they never seen it, but Lu Chengping, Su Wenchang, and the others also had never experienced such a thing. The golden giant finger appeared quickly and vanished just as swiftly, leaving only a sky full of golden stardust. Lu Yuanshan sat on the ground, staring at the dozens of meters deep pit before him, completely petrified. He attempted to expand his divine sense to locate Su Wenchang, Lu Chengping, and the others, but there was no trace of their presence in the air. Not even remnants of their bones remained. Ha! Lu Yuanshan chuckled, his smile more grotesque than tears. Before this, who could have imagined that the esteemed leader of the Tianjin sect and over a dozen elders would in an instant be completely annihilated? In the face of absolute power, they were utterly powerless. Who did this? Do we even need to think? Just moments after a dozen people had expressed their stance, just as they had resolved to launch a sect war against the Qingxian sect, a towering finger descended from the sky. All those killed were supporters of the sect war. It was simply impossible not to associate it with the holy son of Qingxian. The remaining elders knew one thing better than anyone else. That is, prior to this, the Qingxian sect could never have possessed such strength. Otherwise, they would not have been suppressed by the Wanjian sect for hundreds of years. What kind of monstrous holy son has the Qingxian sect obtained? Qingxian, the holy son. Hearing Lu Yuanshan's words, several people trembled, propping themselves up from their seats. Focusing their gaze on him, they asked to confirm, "Elder, do you mean to say that all of this is the doing of that holy son Qingxian? Is there anyone else you can think of besides him?" Lu Yuanshan retorted. Indeed, they had just declared their stance with the sect master, and the next moment a colossal finger descended, leaving them with no place to be buried. It is hard not to think in that direction. Yes, the ones who survived happened to be us old fellows who didn't give a nod. 300 years and Qingxian sect managed to wait for such a monstrous holy son. It's worth it. All right, let's not discuss this any further. Be careful, there might be ears on the wall. Here the wall separates countless mountains and rivers. Inside, Qingyan Mansion Shenmu was quite satisfied listening to their conversation. For someone of his cultivation level who had achieved Tribulation Transcendence, covering the Tianjin sect with his divine sense from Qingxian sect was not a difficult task. It was effortless. Seeing those people not learning their lesson and wanting to cause trouble, there was no reason to spare their lives. A flick of his finger would not require much effort. Unfortunately, that group of people seemed unwilling to give up. At this moment, several white-haired elders emerged beside a deep pit left by the finger. There were 20 or 30 of them, all former powerhouses of Tianjin sect, hidden from the world. They had been in seclusion, but due to the pressure released by the colossal finger, they exited their seclusion early to confirm the situation. What do you all think? At least a half step into the divine separation realm. Do we have any chance of winning? Even if there's no chance, we must fight. They came to bully us in our own home. There's no reason to retreat. Are we supposed to wait until they do their business on our heads before we fight back? With our strength, it's not a problem to counter a half-step divine separation powerhouse. Seeing the representatives of the sect's background preparing to seek revenge on the owner of the colossal finger, Lu Yuanshan's words were about to come out, but he was glared back by one of them with a fierce and violent gaze. He clearly did not allow Lu Yuanshan to say anything that would lower morale at this time. As a powerhouse of the sect's background, he must stand up to punish the thieves. Lu Yuanshan's expression was one of extreme helplessness, yet he had no other choice. Let's go, follow me to Qingxian sect. Someone flew into the sky, riding the wind on their sword, calling out. He sensed that the spiritual energy was coming from the direction of Qingxian sect. Truly to give face, yet not wanted. Shunmu opened the personal attribute panels of the 20 or 30 people, neatly stacked, forming a huge electronic screen. Select all powers, delete with one click. Modifying. The gaze returned to Tianjin sect. If there is no reasonable explanation today, I will let Qingxian sect run red with blood. Kill. Leave none alive. Kill. Everyone responded in unison, soaring into the sky with their hands behind their backs. Dressed in white robes with white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard, he possessed quite the immortal demeanor. Modification successful, but the next second. What's going on? How could this happen? My cultivation. I have become a useless person. Accompanied by cries of despair, those who originally had the lowest cultivation at the nascent soul realm had their spiritual energy dissipated from their dantians, falling from their sword blades. No matter how they tried to mobilize or channel their energy, it had no effect. They were horrified to discover that they had lost all their cultivation, becoming utterly useless ordinary people. This was precisely the result Chen Mu wanted to see. The cultivation they had painstakingly accumulated over hundreds of years had now completely dissipated. This was far more cruel than directly taking their lives. The several elders of Lu Yuanshan were petrified on the spot. The first thing Lu Yuanshan said after regaining his senses was, "I wanted to advise you, but you didn't give me the chance to speak." Lu Yuanshan, what on earth is going on with that guy? What do you know? Speak quickly. Say it. Don't keep us guessing. Everyone urged. I only know that the Holy Sun Xianxia seems to possess the ability to increase and decrease others' cultivation. Lu Yuanshan voiced his speculation, unable to be 100% sure. He can increase and decrease others' cultivation, despite it being hard to believe that such exaggerated abilities existed in the world. It was too absurd. But as those who had experienced it firsthand, how could they dare to question it? They didn't have the courage. They unanimously believed that Chen Mu must have mastered some secret method, sealing their dantians, temporarily preventing them from using spiritual energy, which was still different from being useless. Since he could seal them, it proved there must be a way to lift the restriction. They hurried to the treasure vault, the alchemy room, and other places to seek a solution. Lu Yuanshan didn't stop them. Becoming the temporary sect master, he ordered to keep the news under wraps to prevent it from leaking. Now that Tianjin sect had lost its sect master, over a dozen elders and dozens of background powerhouses had become useless. If this matter were to spread, it would undoubtedly invite a crisis of extermination. Thud. Lu Yuanshan took the lead and knelt down, only to thank Chen Mu for not killing them, and to assure that he would keep an eye on the people of Tianjin sect to prevent them from causing further trouble with Xianxia sect. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He was filled with dread. Sweat drenched him front and back. Seeing this, Chen Mu finally withdrew his divine sense and abandoned the idea of exterminating the sect. After all the potential troublemakers had been dealt with, those who needed to be killed were killed, and those who needed to be made useless were made useless. A whiff of the aroma of food wafted before his nose. Chen Mu stood up from the recliner, ready to fill his belly and enjoy the delicacies. At this moment, night had long since fallen. All right, let's all sit down and eat. It's uncomfortable for me to eat while you all stand there staring at me. Chen Mu signaled. Yes. Thank you, master. The two complied with the order, sitting down and picking up their bowls and chopsticks. Not bad, your skills have improved again. Chen Mu spoke the truth. Lu Ruoxue lowered her head, chuckling, feeling that tonight she would be too excited to sleep because of this compliment. The feeling of being recognized by the master was simply too delightful. She had to continue working hard, striving to gain more recognition from the master. After finishing the meal and sipping the hot tea offered by Lu Ruoxue, after serving the tea, Lu Ruoxue hurriedly came to his back and began to massage his shoulders. Chen Mu sighed comfortably. This little life was blissful. As a reincarnator, one should live like this. Compete. Who wants to compete? Let them compete. When in doubt, just modify it. Taking sip after sip of hot tea, feeling satisfied, he placed it on the table. Chen Mu casually said, "Since you are here, don't hide anymore, show yourselves." The old man in black robes thought he had perfected the art of concealment, and Chen Mu shouldn't be able to detect his presence. Was he deliberately tricking himself? Calling out didn't require much effort. I'm talking to you, you can't hear me, right? Chen Mu flashed over quickly, acting decisively, his expression turning dark. The old man in black robes was grabbed by the throat and forcibly pulled out from the darkness. His feet left the ground as he struggled in pain. How did you discover me? The old man in black finally realized that his lifelong technique of concealment had utterly failed against Chen Mu. He had been effortlessly navigating the strict defenses of the Xianxia sect all this way. Who exactly is this holy son? Chen Mu certainly did not believe the old man in black had the right to question him. He raised his hand, his fingertip pressing against the old man's forehead. The old man's expression shifted, continuously contorting, as if his soul was being forcibly stripped away. He could feel something within him flowing outward along Chen Mu's finger. Soon Chen Mu grasped all the memories of the old man's life. He learned that in Thunderfire City there was a figure named Luo Yu who had his eyes on his personal maid. How much do you know about Luo Yu? Chen Mu turned to ask Lu Ruoxue. He has had close cooperative dealings with our Lu family and was once my childhood playmate, but we are not familiar now. I heard he has been selected as an inner disciple by the Holy Dragon sect, one of the top 10 powerful sects. After finishing, Lu Ruoshui seemed to recall something and confirmed, could it be that this person was sent by Luo Yu? Indeed, he learned from the Tianji Pavilion that you have become my maid, feeling quite dissatisfied. He sent this person to gather information and to prevent me from doing anything to you during his participation in the Holy Body Awakening ceremony. Upon hearing this from Chun Mu, the old man in black felt a chill run down his spine. How did he know all this? Could it be that he can predict the heavenly secrets? What a troublesome matter. Lu Ruoshui instinctively responded, her cheeks blushing as she hurriedly shook her head and corrected herself. No, I mean that guy is simply too despicable. The Holy Body Awakening ceremony. As Chun Mu pondered these words, he waved his hand in the air. A cloud of mist spread out in a circular shape, resembling a mirror in the center, where images began to appear, gradually becoming clearer, almost as tall as a person. The Skypering mirror. Lu Ruoshui had never seen this, but the old man in black had heard of it. It was said to belong to the most elite investigative techniques long lost thousands of years ago. The Tianji Pavilion, known for gathering and selling information, had offered a staggering reward. Anyone who could provide information about the Skypering mirror would be rewarded with trillions of spirit stones. He was quite surprised that such a rare treasure, long considered extinct, would appear in the hands of a sect's holy son. This person is certainly not ordinary. No wonder the Xianxia sect chose him as their holy son and gifted him the renowned beauty of Thunderfire City as his maid. He indeed possesses such qualifications. He turned his gaze toward the Skypering mirror. The image in the mirror showed the awakening platform of the Holy Dragon sect. At this moment, Luo Yu was seated at the center of a complex formation diagram, surrounded by over 10 elders who were protecting him, stimulating his bloodline to awaken the holy body. Luo Yu's brows were tightly knitted, sweat pouring down his face, his fingers clenched in a display of great discomfort. Outside, spiritual energy surged violently, swirling around him. In the dark red spiritual energy, flashes of lightning could be seen. Upon witnessing this, the protective elder revealed a delighted smile. It seems to be the Thunder Holy Body. Wonderful. Although it is the holy body ranked at the bottom of the list, its power should not be underestimated. Indeed, the former Thunder Emperor could annihilate millions with a single fury. Our Holy Dragon sect will soon give birth to another top powerhouse, the Thunder Holy Body. The Holy Body ranked 98th on the list. Hearing voices around him, Luo Yu's brows relaxed slightly and the corners of his lips involuntarily lifted. The Thunder Emperor. He will merely be a stepping stone on my path. Luo Yu will ultimately become the strongest person in this world, unrivaled in the world. He could already foresee his brilliant future. My young master is about to awaken the Thunder Holy Body. You cannot kill me. If you do, my young master will definitely not spare you. Upon hearing the conversation coming from the Skypering mirror, the old man in black immediately used this to threaten Chun Mu, realizing that he might live another day. Boom, boom, boom. In the image, dark clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun, making it impossible to see one's own hand. Then countless bolts of lightning flashed, splitting through the air, illuminating the area for miles, as if it were midday. Boom. Following that, a lightning bolt thick as a pillar struck Luo Yu directly, which he absorbed quickly. Once the lightning disappeared and the dark clouds cleared under the moonlight, Luo Yu stood up, his clothes tattered, revealing skin marked with flickering lightning patterns. Luo Yu clenched his fist, then spread his 5 fingers, revealing a ball of thunderous light, which he hurled forward. Bang! It blew a half-moon-shaped hole in the nameless mountain on the opposite side. Is this the Thunder Holy Body? Luo Yu smiled, brightly taken aback by the power boost the Holy Body had given him. It was important to note that he had used less than 1/10 of his strength for that strike. If he were to unleash his full power, one could only imagine. Congratulations to Holy Son Luo for awakening the Thunder Holy Body. The protective elders all clasped their fists in congratulations. Luo Yu did not respond, but turned his gaze towards the distance, planning to head to the Xianxia sect immediately and make Lu Ruoshui completely his woman. The Thunder Holy Body. Observing all of this, Chun Mu chuckled. What is this kid smiling about? Has he been scared silly? The old man in black felt a wave of doubt rise within. Chun Mu then opened Luo Yu's system panel. Physique: Thunder Holy Body Awakening successful. Note: Holy Body ranked 98th on the list. Modifiable: would you like to change Awakening successful to Awakening failed? Change. Modifying. Modification successful. Just as the system finished notifying, a pained and confused voice from Luo Yu emerged from the Skypering mirror. What is happening? Why? Why is my spiritual energy dispersing? Help me. I feel like someone is trying to extract my soul. Luo Yu floated in the air, unable to control his body as his spiritual energy, infused with thunderous power, continuously stripped away from him, flying towards the sky. Each strip of thunderous power caused a pain far worse than being skinned alive. Boom. The protective elders had never witnessed such a scene. When they attempted to approach, they were blasted away by a bolt of lightning, sending them flying several meters. Burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Scatter! Quick scatter! The holy body awakening has failed. It has begun to go berserk. At this moment an elder shouted. Hearing this, everyone quickly retreated, fearing that if they were late their lives would be at stake. Bang! When Luo Ye's body hit the ground again, both his spiritual energy and holy body had vanished completely. He appeared weak on the verge of death, eyes vacant, muttering, "No, you cannot do this to me. Why is this happening?" The old man in black was even more desperate than Luo Yu. His failure to awaken the holy body likely meant he would pay with his life at the Xianxia sect. Why would a holy body that had clearly awakened suddenly go berserk and disappear? As he spoke halfway, the old man in black seemed to realize something. Could it be? His gaze suddenly snapped back to Chun Mu, his eyes wide with shock. Having seen through his own concealment technique and wielding the top-tier treasure, the peeping heaven mirror, the old man in black had every reason to suspect. Could it be that all of this is being manipulated by you from the shadows? What makes you think that just because he awakened the thunder sacred body, he can stand against me? Chun Mu opened his personal attribute panel. In the section detailing his physique, in addition to the 10,000 Dao sacred body and the Xianxia sacred body, 4 additional characters appeared. Thunder sacred body. Modifying. Modification successful. Boom, boom, boom. The sky changed, and this scene was all too familiar to the old man in black. A bolt of lightning fell, quickly absorbed by Chun Mu. With fingers clenched and then spread, he easily condensed a palm-sized lightning bolt. Thunder sacred body. The old man in black, witnessing all this, was left stunned. Is the sacred body something that can awaken whenever one wishes? Is the heavenly Tao his father? Can he have what he wants? Upon reflection, if that were truly the case, then the failure of his young master to awaken the sacred body would have a reasonable explanation. Even if Chun Mu is not the child of the heavenly Tao, he is still a person favored by the heavenly Tao, possessing great fortune. How could the young master foolishly think of opposing such a person, even attempting to kill and take a woman? It is simply, even if the old man in black is aligned with Luo Yu, he still had to admit that the young master was terribly ignorant of his own limitations. Not only did he provoke a person with great fortune, but he also lost the sacred body that was within his grasp, thus destroying his own future. Meanwhile, in the Xianxia sect, aside from those who were completely asleep, most including the sect leader and the inner and outer elders, were awakened by the thunderous anomaly above them. Upon stepping outside, he immediately focused on the direction of the Qingyan mansion. Zhao Hengshan was equally stunned. That little monster is still so defiant. Returning to Chun Mu's side, he savored the despair reflected on the face of the old man in black kneeling before him, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. The feeling of killing and tormenting the heart is simply exhilarating. Chun Mu raised his hand again, then let it fall. He felt that directly killing the old man in black would be too lenient. He thought of a good plan. To draw away the old man's divine sense, turning him into a thoughtless puppet under his control. He then ordered the old man in black to go to the Sacred Dragon sect and return to Luo Ye's side, allowing him to experience the feeling of being backstabbed by the one he trusted most while in a critical state. I will obey. After saying this, the old man in black left with a vacant expression, disappearing into the shadows of the wall. Lu Ruoshui. She had been nearby, but why didn't she speak? Because she was busy being infatuated. Her gaze seemed as if Chun Mu were not wearing any clothes. If not for his strength surpassing hers, Chun Mu would genuinely worry that she might be unable to control her desires and pounce on him to devour him whole. Cough, cough, cough. Rising to his feet with a fist lightly pressed against his lips, he said, "All right, it's getting late. Let's head back to rest. He'll go fetch the foot bath water for the master." Lu Ruoshui moved with light steps, completely not giving Chun Mu a chance to refuse. "I'll forget it. It's something that others dream of, but can't attain. Why should I have any reason to complain?" Chun Mu consoled himself. Sacred Dragon sect. Luo Yu was wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy lying on the bed. He opened his eyes wide, staring intently at the ceiling. Having not blinked for too long, his eyes were bloodshot, completely red. He was unwilling to let the sacred body he had worked so hard for just slip away, turned to nothingness. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong for the heavens to play such a joke on him. This is not funny. Not funny at all. With a creak, the door was pushed open. The one who entered was Luo Ye's true master, the 5th elder of the Sacred Dragon sect, Qian Hunyuan. "Master, I'm sorry I've disappointed you. Please explain in detail what exactly happened at that time. Didn't you already utilize the power of the thunder sacred body? Why did it suddenly go berserk?" "I don't know. The spiritual energy in my body suddenly went berserk without any warning. Luo, you would not be so helpless and confused if you knew why. Logically speaking, since you were already able to utilize the power of the sacred body, it shouldn't have happened. I suspect that someone has intervened using secret methods to make you lose your sacred body. Qian Hunyuan stated his conjecture. Who? Who did it? Luo Yu was agitated, hastily pressing for answers. Qian Hunyuan shook his head. Few in this world can achieve such a thing. Think carefully about who you might have offended recently. For now, rest well. I will come to see you again tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, I will have someone from the alchemy room send you some medicinal bath liquid and healing pills shortly. Luo Yu had no heart to respond, seriously recalling the past. After thinking for a long time, he simply couldn't come up with anyone who could achieve this, who had offended him and still be alive. Damn it. Who could it be? You'd better stay hidden. If I find you, even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will have you torn to shreds. Gritting his teeth, a strong, murderous intent emerged in Luo Yu's eyes as he vowed. Time passed without him knowing how long had gone by. Sensing the presence of another in the room, Luo Yu turned his head to look. It's you. How did it go? Did you deal with that person? There was simply too much bad news. Luo Yu wanted to hear something good, although he regarded Chun Mu's existence as insignificant. However, even a fly, though small, is still a piece of meat. Hearing news of his death would somewhat ease Luo Yu's heart. If he could have Lu Ruoxue come over to serve him, his spirits would be even better and his injuries would heal faster. The old man in black stepped out from the shadows without responding. He approached the bed. Luo Yu couldn't be bothered to glance at him, knowing that he hadn't heard a reply. He understood that it had certainly failed. Otherwise, he should be here boasting about his achievements. Sigh. Letting out a heavy breath, feeling helpless, he said, since the task was not accomplished, how dare you return to see me? If I were you, I would find a rock and knock myself out. If you can't even deal with that waste, what use do I have for you? Get out. Get out of here. Luo Yu clearly treated the old man in black as a punching bag, cursing at him furiously. It must be admitted that this had a very good effect. Luo Yu felt much better now. His chest was no longer in turmoil. Luo Yu, I said get out. Do you not understand human language? Sensing that the presence of the old man in black lingered by the bed, Luo Yu turned his head to look. The anger in his eyes vanished along with the cold glint of the old man's descending hands. It was a dagger. Is this guy crazy? At this distance, coupled with his injured state, Luo Yu was unable to evade. Thud. The robed elder rose from the ground, snatched up the dagger lying beside him, gripped it tightly, and rushed back into the chamber. You truly are unhinged. Luo Yu could not fathom what had possessed the old man. Had his own harsh words finally shattered the elder's composure? No other explanation occurred to him. As the blade's cold gleam flashed once more, Luo Yu seized it, snapped the binding rope, and unclasped a small flying sword hanging at his neck. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he struck down the robed elder instantly. The elder froze mid-step, a diamond-shaped wound blooming upon his brow, blood gushing forth in thick crimson streams. Watching him collapse with a heavy thud, Luo Yu's suspended heart finally settled. Yet almost immediately he groaned in anguish. A Grade Realm protective artifact. Wasted just like that. Cursed fate. If only my body hadn't degenerated to this state, Luo Yu would never have been driven to such extremity. This had been his ultimate lifeline. A priceless treasure acquired at great cost from the auction city. Your Holiness, are you unharmed? Just then attendants from the alchemy chamber arrived, setting aside the wooden tub filled with medicinal spirit-infused bath liquid. They hurried to Luo Yu's side and administered several healing pills. Yet even after swallowing them, his wounds refused to close. Instead, searing agony pierced straight through his heart. I'm in unbearable pain. Hurry, fetch my master at once. Luo Yu curled upon the bed, fingers clawing at his chest, beads of icy sweat rolling down his ashen face as he cried out. Yes, I go immediately. Moments later, Qian Hunyuan arrived on a soaring sword. He paused first before the robed elder's corpse sprawled across the threshold. Then his gaze fell upon Luo Yu, pale, half dead, and in 3 swift strides he closed the distance, urgently asking, My disciple, what has befallen you? Master, that man suddenly lost his mind and stabbed me with a dagger. I took healing pills, but they did nothing. Instead, the torment worsened beyond endurance. Luo Yu snarled, his features twisted in agony. Do not panic. I shall examine you. Qian Hunyuan laid him flat, tore open his robes, and revealed a festering wound along his right flank. He gasped in shock. Such a vicious poison. It was meant to kill you outright. Master, save me. I do not wish to die. For the first time, terror gripped Luo Yu utterly. Remain calm. I shall now channel spiritual energy into you to purge the toxin. Qian Hunyuan lifted Luo Yu upright, seated himself cross-legged behind him, and pressed both palms against his back, infusing qi. 2 hours passed in silence. Qian Hunyuan's spiritual energy nearly depleted, yet at last every trace of venom had been expelled from Luo Yu's body. Thank you, Master. Luo Yu stirred weakly. His cheeks drained of color, lips cracked, and pallid voice barely a whisper. Noticing Qian Hunyuan's troubled expression, hesitant, tongue-tied, Luo Yu asked anxiously, Master, is something wrong with me? Qian Hunyuan remained silent, torn over whether to speak. He feared the truth might shatter Luo Yu's will to live. Master, speak plainly. I can bear it. Luo Yu saw through his hesitation. Seeing such resolve, Qian Hunyuan sighed deeply and delivered the verdict. Disciple, though I have cleansed the poison from your body, it has irreparably shattered your dantian and corrupted your spirit root. From this day forward, you shall no longer be able to gather qi or cultivate. A thunderclap echoed inwardly. Those words struck Luo Yu like a bolt from a cloudless sky. He sat frozen mouth agape, unable to utter a single syllable. After a long silence, he whispered hoarsely, Master, you mean I am now worthless? Qian Hunyuan offered no direct reply, urging him instead to rest and not dwell on it. Luo Yu lay motionless, eyes fixed blankly upon the ceiling, as if time itself had ceased. First the thunder sovereign body granted, and then stolen away, then betrayal by one he trusted most, stabbed in the very core of his being. Worse still, the dagger had been laced with venom that ruined his dantian and defiled his spirit root, reducing him to a broken shell. Recalling his life thus far, smooth, ascendant, assured, how had everything so abruptly collapsed? Wait, Master, I know who orchestrated this. I know who brought me to this ruin. Suddenly lucid, Luo Yu strained to lift himself and spoke with grim effort. Oh, who? Qian Hunyuan too burned with curiosity. Who among them wielded such power? Luo Yu then recounted the entire sequence, dispatching the robed elder to assassinate Xianxia's saint son and all that followed. Qian Hunyuan listened in silence, then approached the elder's corpse, knelt beside it, and placed a fingertip upon the forehead, infusing a wisp of spiritual energy. He recoiled in astonishment. His mind has indeed been tampered with, rendered utterly hollow, a puppet bound to another's will. I knew it. Xianxia's sect did this. Rage blazed in Luo Yu's eyes. He refused to believe a mere saint son like Chun Mu could act alone. Behind him stood hidden cultivators of immense power. So the Xianxia sect dares persecute my disciple, Qian Hunyuan's own. Fear not, disciple. This grievance will be answered. Justice will be served. Qian Hunyuan's fury surged uncontrollably. Such an atrocity committed beneath his very gaze was an unforgivable affront, slapping his authority in full view. Worse, he had lost a true heir, one destined to master the thunder sovereign body. His standing within the sect would inevitably erode. To leave this unavenged would invite whispers that Qian Hunyuan was weak, easily mocked. Against any of the 10 great sects, perhaps restraint might be warranted, but the Xianxia sect, a minor sect, dared defy him. Master, once healed, I demand to witness Xianxia sect's utter annihilation with my own eyes. To let this humiliation pass without seeing every soul of Xianxia sect pay in full. He could not swallow such bitterness. Agreed. I swear it. Now, immerse yourself in the medicinal bath. Heal swiftly. When you recover, I shall lead you myself to level Xianxia sect to dust. Yes, thank you, Master. Qian Hunyuan's vow stemmed not only from wounded pride, but also from pragmatism. Though Luo Yu's cultivation path was severed, the Luo family remained indispensable to his ambitions. That night, however, unrest stirred far beyond the Saint Dragon sect, for Chun Mu's actions had sent ripples across the realm. At Tianjin sect's Qingfeng Cliff, ancient scrolls and classical texts formed towering mounds. Dozens of venerable experts wore faces etched with despair. We cannot find it. Not yet. Not ever. Are we condemned to remain crippled for eternity? Perhaps we should seek out that youth at Xianxia sect. He cast the technique. Surely he holds the key to reversing it. Are you mad? With our cultivation stripped bare, approaching him would be suicide. You're right. Wait. Legend says the Heaven's Fate Pavilion perceives past and future alike. They may well know how to undo this forbidden art. In the Tianji Pavilion, several individuals disguised began to inquire about information from the submaster. Have you heard of a secret technique that can seal others' cultivation, rendering them completely unable to sense spiritual energy? After being subjected to this secret technique, even the most powerful cultivators would become indistinguishable from ordinary people. The submaster's initially warm smile vanished upon hearing this. His gaze turned somewhat unfriendly as he asked, You all aren't here just to entertain yourselves at my expense, are you? There are still many guests waiting outside. If you have no other matters, please leave. The elders exchanged glances. Seeing that the submaster did not appear to be joking, they had no choice but to rise and leave. They didn't want to give the impression that they were genuinely seeking trouble, which could lead to confrontation. If a fight broke out, to put it bluntly, all of them combined would not be able to defeat the young cleaner at the door, who was merely at the second stage of foundation establishment. The gap between ordinary people and true cultivators is described as sky and earth, not an exaggeration. A group of freaks. The submaster shook his head softly, then shouted, Next. As the three exited the Tianji pavilion, the other 10 or so waiting outside hurriedly surrounded them, asking, "How was it? Is there any way to resolve this?" The three shook their heads bitterly. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. After a long while, someone finally spoke, hesitantly suggesting, "Should we go to the Xianxia sect and apologize?" "Nonsense. How can we who have lived for hundreds of years apologize to a young junior who hasn't even matured? What would others think of us if this got out? What would they think? I only know that this matter can be concealed for a time, but not for a lifetime. If our enemies learn that we have lost all our cultivation and our lives are at stake, does anyone else's opinion really matter?" Faced with this statement, the few emotionally charged, powerful individuals fell silent, their faces flushed and necks taut, yet they had no rebuttal. Over hundreds of years, they had offended more than just one or two enemies. "Go back and gather all the treasures we can produce. Perhaps he will restore our cultivation out of goodwill." An influential, powerful individual spoke. Understood. The crowd could only agree. Beyond that, they could think of no other way to break the deadlock. If they had known, they might as well have closed themselves off and waited to die rather than running out to cause trouble. Looking back on 100 years, when had they ever felt so constrained? It was simply too suffocating. Just thinking about it made their noses tingle with discomfort. The next day dawned. As the sun began to rise, the disciples of the Xianxia sect found it difficult to calm their inner turmoil. Dozens of powerful individuals from the Tianjin sect had actually come to the Xianxia sect. If it weren't for the knowledge that within their gates was a peerless genius, the Saint Sun endowed with multiple holy bodies, they would not be able to remain so composed. They finally understood why those mortals loved to cling to powerful figures. The feeling of having a strong backing was truly exhilarating. Have all the powerful individuals from the Tianjin sect arrived? They seemed quite ordinary, no different from mortals. They must be hiding their might, afraid of scaring us. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the dozens of individuals pressed their lips tightly, not daring to speak, cold sweat pouring down. Because even a single one of them could easily annihilate them all. Their only reliance was the one leading Lu Yuanshan. Now he had become the sect master of the Tianjin sect. The collective emergence of the powerful from the Tianjin sect at my Xianxia sect can only mean trouble. They must be here to seek revenge for the Tianjin disciples who perished at the hands of the Saint Sun. Upon hearing this, an elder quickly shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "Young brother, you can be careless with your food, but not with your words. We are here solely to congratulate the Xianxia sect on the awakening of the Saint Sun after 300 years. His smile was strained, appearing forced. Soon news of the dozens of powerful individuals from the Tianjin sect arriving at the Xianxia sect reached the sect master and the various elders. As for why the powerful individuals of the Xianxia sect had not taken action, they were all busy in closed-door cultivation, and these dozens of individuals currently emitted no spiritual energy. Without special attention, they were practically invisible. What threat could they pose? It was not worth sacrificing cultivation time for. In contrast, Xianxia and the elders had arrived early at the sect master's hall, each one of them on edge. Now that the powerful from the Tianjin sect have all emerged, it is indeed hard not to suspect they are here for revenge against Zhao Lai and Lung Tian. Indeed, how could those ancient beings come merely to congratulate us? Should we ask Elder Xiao Yun and the others? Listening to the discussions below, Xianxia feigned calmness, forcing a smile and raising his hand, saying, "Let's observe for now, let's observe for now." Soon after, Lu Yuanshan arrived with people. I did not know Elder Lu, with so many esteemed seniors visiting Zhao, has failed to provide proper hospitality. Xianxia, like the other disciples, believed that the reason they could not sense any spiritual energy was that this group had deliberately concealed their presence. "Elder Zhao, you are too polite. We have come to congratulate the Xianxia sect on obtaining the Xianxia Saint Sun." As soon as Lu Yuanshan finished speaking, the crowd began to present treasures of all kinds, various elixirs, lost techniques, and even inferior-grade heavenly weapons and artifacts, dazzling the onlookers and making them swallow hard. Was it necessary to be so extravagant? It is no exaggeration to say that these items are enough to establish a new force. Xianxia and the others were certain that the news of Chun Mu possessing the myriad holy body had not leaked out. If it had leaked, the Tianjin sect would not be the only ones here. "Zhao sect master, we have come with sincerity. May we meet the Xianxia Saint Sun?" "Yes, we all wish to see the splendor of the Xianxia Saint Sun," they urged. "Please, Zhao sect master, grant us this favor." Xianxia now felt exceptionally conflicted. On one hand, he believed these individuals harbored ill intentions. On the other hand, he sensed a fleeting fear on their faces whenever they mentioned the Xianxia Saint Sun. Indeed, fear. Which of these individuals did not instill dread in countless juniors? Yet now they collectively showed fear. How strange! Everything felt too strange. To be honest, it depends on his wishes. I do not think that just because I am the sect master I can force him to meet you if he does not wish to. Zhao Hengshan replied cautiously. After all, he could not afford to offend either side. How about this? I will send someone to inform him and see if he is willing to meet you, Zhao Hengshan suggested. Thank you, Sect Master Zhao. Zhao Hengshan was somewhat surprised at why were these people so easy to talk to today. Unusual. Too unusual. He glanced at a disciple from the inner court standing nearby and gestured. You go to Qingyun Mansion and invite the Saint's son. No need to go through so much trouble. I happen to be nearby walking my dog. Chun Yu's voice came from outside the door. Walking the dog. Not paying attention to the small details, Lu Yuanshan and the others turned excitedly upon hearing Chun Yu's voice. Just as they were about to speak, they were instantly rendered speechless. They beheld the sacred beast, the Qilin, towering above them, adorned with golden scales, radiating an imposing presence. And beside it, Chun Mu held a thin rope tied to it. Is this what you call walking the dog? They have lived for hundreds of years, and the holy beast Qilin has only existed in their hearsay. This is their first encounter. It is even more majestic than they imagined. The intimidation it exudes is overwhelming. From an ordinary person's perspective, its legs and body tremble uncontrollably, soft, as if devoid of bones. This feeling is not much different from the sky collapsing. The way this young man makes his entrance is still as ostentatious and unique as ever. Zhao Hengshan. What? Is the lesson not enough? Do you wish to continue provoking me? Chen Mu cast a cold glance. Even the formidable Zhao Hengshan, the master of Qingxian sect who would make anyone tremble at his name, took a step back, swallowing hard. One can only say that the scene before Zhao Hengshan and the elders brought an overwhelming shock that could only rise. What does it mean to have the foundation of a sect? Before Chen Mu, it seemed that even Xiao Yun and the others had to step back. Seeing the situation, Lu Yuanshan hurriedly stepped forward and explained, Holy Son, please do not misunderstand, they are here to apologize. After Lu Yuanshan uttered the words to apologize, everyone was even more puzzled. What had Chen Mu done to prompt the elite of the Tianjin sect to come and apologize? Both shocked and confused. Your attitude does not seem like that of someone here to apologize. Should I teach you the proper way to apologize? Chen Mu spoke without showing any emotion. Not angry, not smiling, not happy, not sad. The more he acted this way, the more inscrutable and fearful he became. Lu Yuanshan knew these strong beings couldn't lower their pride and were struggling to make a decision. Thus he was the first to bend his knees, kneeling before Chen Mu, bowing his head. Please forgive me, Holy Son. With his lead one after another, they gradually bent their knees that had been hard for hundreds of years. This made those inner courtyard talents who came to witness the commotion start to doubt if they were dreaming. Not to mention them, even Zhao Hengshan and the elders blinked and rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. But no matter how much they rubbed or blinked, the outcome remained unchanged. These legendary figures who were renowned in the Qingxian sect and Tianjin sect and had lived for hundreds of years actually knelt before a young man in his early 20s to apologize. In unison they shouted, Please forgive me, Holy Son. Compared to them, Chen Mu was more concerned about the 6 or 7 people who remained standing. Sensing his gaze, they mustered their courage and retorted, Not a chance. We would rather die standing then. Boom. With a wave of his hand, Chen Mu turned those 6 into a mist of blood, leaving no trace of their bodies. He did not believe he had done anything wrong. After all, they had declared they would rather die standing than live kneeling. Chen Mu was merely helping them fulfill their dreams and maintain their last line of dignity. These bones do not seem as hard as I imagined. He waved his hand. The venue fell silent, as still as a grave, and everyone could clearly hear their own heartbeat. They had a more comprehensive understanding of this Qingxian Holy Son. There are quite a few fallen leaves in the inner courtyard recently. You all stay behind to clean it up. We shall obey your orders. More than 10 people dared not refuse. This at least represented that if they performed well, perhaps they would truly have the chance to gain Chen Mu's forgiveness and regain their cultivation. Instead of harboring resentment, they were filled with gratitude towards Chen Mu. After all, with the example of those 6 or 7 whose bones were turned to dust, they did not dare to act recklessly any longer. As for you, since the Tianjin sect has lost its ability to protect itself, why not simply merge into Qingxian sect? Chen Mu decided to do Zhao Hengshan a huge favor. This way, even without a modifier in the future, when he needed him to do something, he could not refuse. This is a tremendous grace. Having the foundational elites of the Tianjin sect stay in the Qingxian sect to clean the streets already made Zhao Hengshan question his life. Hearing that Chen Mu intended to have the Tianjin sect submit to the Qingxian sect, he felt it was somewhat fanciful. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yuanshan opened his mouth and said without hesitation, I will comply with the Holy Son's arrangements. Did he just agree? Zhao Hengshan fell back into his seat. Unable to help himself, he reached behind and pinched a bit of flesh on his waist. Hiss! He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, confirming he was not dreaming. Everything was happening for real. If he had known that the Tianjin sect now had its master and most elders dead or injured and the sect's foundation had lost its cultivation, he wouldn't be puzzled as to why Lu Yuanshan agreed so easily. Let's go, Xiaohei, we will continue our mountain run. Owl. Since the matter had been perfectly resolved, Chen Mu turned around and led the Qilin away for a stroll. On the other hand, through the mouths of the inner courtyard's talented disciples, the news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000. Soon the entire Qingxian sect knew about the Tianjin sect's elite kneeling to apologize, and those who did not kneel were all turned into blood mist with a single slap, as well as the news of the Tianjin sect agreeing to submit to the Qingxian sect. Everyone was in awe. Heavens! That is the Tianjin sect, which is several times more powerful than us, actually surrendered. Not to mention this, those people earlier in their time who wasn't a world-shaking prodigy able to cover the skies with one hand. Yet now to survive they are willing to kneel before the Holy Sun. Life is more important than dignity. Once you're dead, what good is dignity? I think they have broadened their paths, submitting to our Qingxian sect, and clinging to the Holy Sun's leg. Isn't that a good thing? Goodness, so they were on the third level. The Holy Sun is invincible. The Holy Sun is both handsome and powerful. I want to bear his children. Sister Lu can only be a maid beside him. It's better to go home and wash up and sleep. They discussed among themselves while Chen Mu enjoyed his stroll. One must admit, after transforming Xiaohei, the Qilin had extraordinary stamina, running around several peaks without even a hint of fatigue. Fortunately, Chen Mu possessed top-notch agility, otherwise he might not have been able to keep up with its pace. Where is this? Chen Mu suddenly realized he had been brought to a rather eerie place by Xiaohei. Afterward, Xiaohei stopped in front of a small mound and began to scratch the soil with its claws. A flurry of sand and stones flew about, mixed with some wood chips. Then Chen Mu saw that Xiaohei had a complete skeleton in its mouth. With your Qilin bloodline, how can you still be unable to suppress the nature of a dog? Chen Mu raised his hand to his forehead, shaking his head with a bitter smile, his words carrying a hint of disappointment. He glanced again at the nearby stone tablet covered in moss and dirt with its inscription not very clear. It seemed to read Qingzong Cliff. Qingzong Cliff. After carefully searching his memories, Chen Mu finally recalled what this place was. It was the place where the bodies of the powerful from the Qingxian sect were buried. This was not a place that just anyone could enter. Strength was one aspect, but one had to have contributed to the sect in life to be buried in Qingzong Cliff after death. Eating bones means consuming the strong. At least that's a good sign. It's not entirely hopeless, Chen Mu joked. Although he didn't know how many years had passed, there was indeed a trace of spiritual energy within those bones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaohei seemed to understand that Chen Mu was praising it, and its tail wagged even faster, stirring up strong gusts of wind. How daring! Who dares to disturb my rest? As an ethereal chime resonated from ahead, a wisp of azure smoke rose from the fissure in the bone, swiftly coalescing into a human-shaped figure. Translucent and cerulean, its attire and facial features remained distinctly visible. A lingering soul fragment. Chen Mu murmured softly. Such remnants were born of profound unwillingness to perish, clinging across centuries or even millennia to the faintest hope of rebirth. Why do you not kneel before this sovereign? The elder demanded, voice laced with haughty arrogance. Then, as if recalling something urgent, he whirled around and cried, quickly release this sovereign's skeletal body. Or else. Wait. This is a Qilin. The elder's pupils contracted in shock. Glancing back at Chen Mu, he added, unbelievable. You so young yet blessed with such extraordinary fortune. Clearly you are one destined for greatness. Very well. I shall reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Grant me entry into your soul sea, and I shall impart cultivation methods and bestow supreme arts upon you. What say you? The elder continued. Chen Mu sensed something deeply familiar about this script. Had he lacked his system-assisted insight, accepting the offer would have cast him squarely into the cliched arc of a talentless youth's meteoric rise. Not interested. With a system at his disposal, there was no reason to comply, especially not for the fragmented soul of a mere Qingxian sect cultivator. Insolent fool. That this sovereign deigns to notice you is your singular honor, yet you dare dismiss me, presuming your fleeting fortune grants you immunity. I am the sect master of Qingxian sect during the Wanli era, and ranked first on the celestial prodigy list. Chen Mu fell silent. Indeed, without contrast there could be no true measure of injury. Compared to this outrageously arrogant elder, Chen Mu found Zhao Hengshan infinitely more agreeable. One final chance. Unlock the restraints upon your soul sea, and let me in. Though phrased as an invitation to consider, his tone brooked no refusal. Silence. What a... With a flick of his hand, Chen Mu shattered the soul fragment into dissolving wisps. Unable to withstand even a single palm strike, yet you presume to teach others. Preposterous. Thereafter Chun Mu permitted Xiaohe to crush the skeleton into fragments and swallow it whole. From its expression, the spirit-infused bones appeared quite palatable. Enough. You surely don't intend to excavate every grave here. Chun Mu stepped down, pinning the leather leash that had fallen to the ground beneath his foot, halting Xiaohe's advance toward the next tomb. Suddenly footsteps echoed nearby. Chun Mu turned sideways and saw none other than Zhao Hengshan's sect master of Xianxia sect. Greetings, holy heir, Zhao Hengshan said, startled to find Chun Mu in such a place, and bowed first with clasped fists. For a sect master to bow before a disciple, even a holy heir, might seem incongruous elsewhere. Yet within Xianxia sect, Zhao Hengshan deemed it wholly justified. He deserved it. Greetings, sect master, Chun Mu replied courteously. In the next instant, Zhao Hengshan noticed the disturbed grave, the scattered white bone fragments, and the dog leash pinned beneath Chun Mu's foot. Any grievance he harbored he swallowed hard, forcing it deep into silence. Neither of these two living Yama kings was one he dared provoke. Might I ask what brings the sect master to Qingzong Cliff? Sensing the awkwardness, Chun Mu deftly shifted the subject. I come to pay respects to my predecessor, the very master who guided me into this sect. As he spoke, Zhao Hengshan lifted 2 wine jugs. He was a devoted connoisseur of wine. I see. Would you care to accompany me? Zhao Hengshan extended the invitation. Agreed, Chun Mu nodded. Lin Juezi. Only in the lower right corner of the stone stele, inscribed in minuscule characters, was the name of the one interred here. Across the vast expanse of the stele, the rest was densely covered in ancient script. It resembled a cultivation mantra. Before Chun Mu could inquire, Zhao Hengshan stepped forward to explain, surely the holy heir wonders what is inscribed upon this stele. This is in fact a unique art devised by our late sect master, a technique with which he once defended Xianxia sect from annihilation by the Heaven Sword sect. Upon his death, he left a testament: only he who comprehends this art may succeed him as sect master. Then, you've already mastered it, sect master Zhao. Chun Mu perceived nothing extraordinary. No, I've grasped only half, Zhao Hengshan admitted with a rueful smile. Yet a dragon without a head cannot rule for even a day. Sect master Zhao, you wouldn't be hoping I'd resolve this dilemma for you? Chun Mu asked with a faint smile. To claim I harbor no such thought would be a lie, Zhao Hengshan confessed openly. It was his deepest knot of conscience. Should he fathom the art carved upon the stele, he would depart this world without regret. Chun Mu opened his system interface. Ancient stele inscribed with mysterious art. Decipher difficulty extremely high. Modifiable. Why exhaust mental energy when effortless solutions exist? Modify extremely high to simple. Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. Simultaneously, Chun Mu swept his hand across the air, inviting Zhao Hengshan to look again. Zhao Hengshan's eyes narrowed in suspicion, but as he gazed once more upon the stele, the riddle that had plagued him for decades dissolved instantly. Incredible. The holy heir's mastery is truly awe-inspiring. I stand humbled. He spoke with utmost reverence. Should the holy heir ever require my service, I shall answer without hesitation. He meant it, not mere courtesy. Chun Mu observed clearly. Loyalty and affinity surged upward in perfect unison. Agreed. When another offered such sincerity, declining would be impolite. Thereafter Chun Mu left Zhao Hengshan alone to cultivate the art, while he strolled leisurely away from Qingzong Cliff. Xiaohe now shrunk to a manageable size, trotting obediently beside him. As for the art inscribed upon the stele, Chun Mu had memorized it, the Qingmu art, a Rangxian supreme tier cultivation method. Though merely Zuan rank, it extended the practitioner's lifespan. The former sect master owed his 300-year longevity beyond peers of equal cultivation level entirely to this art. If a Xian rank method yields such effect, what if upgraded to a Rangtian supreme tier? Without hesitation he acted. He opened his system interface. Upgrade Rangxian supreme Qingmu art to Rangtian supreme Qingmu art. Upgrade. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the eternal life art. It renamed itself. Upon instant comprehension, Chun Mu's tenth-sandier lifespan, attained at Tribulation Transcendence Realm, became truly eternal. TCH. A sudden realization struck him. I could have simply modified immortality directly. Why go through all this? Woof, woof, woof. Hearing Xiaohe's bark, Chun Mu knelt, lifted him gently, and smiled. What is it? Envious. Do you wish for eternity too? Woof. Xiaohe nodded, as though fully understanding his master's omnipotence. All right. For you then, Chun Mu said indulgently. Instantly, he opened his system and, within seconds, replaced Xiaohe's lifespan parameter with the words, eternal. Outsiders, even the most peerless experts, could scarcely imagine that the rarest treasure they pursued relentlessly throughout their lives, Chun Mu obtained in the blink of an eye and bestowed it upon a dog. It is perhaps better not to know. If one were to learn of it, they would surely lament that living is worse than being a dog. On the other side, the powerful figures from the Tianjin sect donned rough hemp garments wielding bamboo brooms as they began to sweep the fallen leaves from the streets. This drew countless disciples to stop and watch in awe. Heavens, is that really a powerful figure from the Tianjin sect? I have seen that man in books. 300 years ago, he exterminated hundreds of mountain bandits with a single sword. He was once the top swordsmanship genius of the Tianjin sect for 10 consecutive years. Hey, look at that person. He once shocked the Xian kingdom with his waterfall sword technique. Even the empire once sent people to recruit him. Oh my, so many great figures are sweeping the streets of our Qingxian sect. Hearing the discussions around them, everyone buried their heads, not daring to look up. Their ears turned red up to their necks. How embarrassing. So humiliating. Yet they lacked the courage to flee. Since they had promised, how could they go back on their word? Flee. With this mortal body, where could they escape to? They certainly did not wish to meet a fate of being crushed into blood mist. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanshan was already on his way back to the Tianjin sect, determined to inform all disciples about the decision to align the Tianjin sect with the Qingxian sect. He did not force those unwilling to stay. Lu Yuanshan understood well that aligning with the Qingxian sect, or rather with Chunmu, was the only way out for the Tianjin sect. Nowadays, the battles over cultivation resources are increasing. If this continues, even the Tianjin sect, which has not suffered heavy losses, cannot withstand for hundreds of years. On the contrary, he felt grateful that Chunmu provided the Tianjin sect with such an opportunity. He sincerely believed so. Time flies. After returning to the Tianjin sect, Lu Yuanshan immediately used a distance communication technique to announce the alignment matter to the entire sect. What? The Tianjin sect is aligning with the Qingxian sect. Why? Do we even need to think? Have you forgotten that finger? There is a monster in the Qingxian sect. Our Tianjin sect has already lost. Could it be that Qingxian Holy Son? A mere Holy Son, how could he have such a significant influence? I believe it must be some powerful figure who has achieved enlightenment. There were various opinions on this matter. Oh, after receiving detailed information, Lu Yuanshan discovered that the actual number of disciples willing to leave was significantly less than he imagined. After all, a large tree provides shade. For them, the merger of the two sects might offer more cultivation resources. If they cannot enjoy it, it is not too late to consider leaving. After this, Lu Yuanshan decided to take the top 100 geniuses from the inner court to the Qingxian sect. It was impossible to force all the members of the Tianjin sect into the Qingxian sect at once. There must be a gradual process. This 100 geniuses were already sufficient to make a statement. From now on, the Tianjin sect would be equivalent to a branch sect of the Qingxian sect. At sunset, the horizon glowed with orange-red hues accompanied by beautiful cloud formations. The 100 geniuses from the inner court of the Tianjin sect, led by Lu Yuanshan, arrived at the Qingxian sect. The disciples of the Qingxian sect did not deliberately make things difficult or ridicule these people. In the future, we will all be one family. There is no need to make it awkward, as we will see each other often. I wonder if I will have the chance to meet that Qingxian Holy Son who killed senior brother Zhao Lai. Who told you that senior brother Zhao Lai was killed by the Qingxian Holy Son? If not him, then who? Only a maid from the Holy Son's residence. Off. Upon hearing this, the disciple ranked 78th among the geniuses formed a huge O shape with his mouth. Get out of my way. All of you get out of my way. A sudden shout came from behind the group. The disciples of the Tianjin sect were displeased, wondering who was so arrogant. Turning around to look, the words on their lips immediately fell silent. Isn't that the attire of the Holy Dragon sect? One of the top 10 powerful sects, the Holy Dragon sect. Why are they here? If you ask me, who should I ask? Could it be that the Holy Dragon sect is also aligning with the Qingxian sect? Dream on. That is the Holy Dragon sect. Do you think we are the Tianjin sect? That sounds strange. They immediately retreated to the sides, showing no less respect for the powerful. Seeing them cooperate so well, the dozen or so disciples from the Holy Dragon sect became even more arrogant, as if they were looking down from the heavens. It is concerning that they might tilt their necks. Everyone was curious as to why the seemingly unrelated Holy Dragon sect had come to the Qingxian sect. While they were puzzled, a disciple from the Holy Dragon sect suddenly stepped forward, casually grabbing the collar of one person and pulling him out from the group. In an authoritative tone, he shouted, "Go tell your sect master that we from the Holy Dragon sect have come to see your Qingxian Holy Son, and tell him to come meet us quickly. Be quick. If we are kept waiting, you will bear the consequences." After saying this, he roughly pushed the young disciple back. Just as he was about to fall, a hand reached out from behind to steady him. "Are you okay?" A woman asked with concern. The young disciple turned to look, clasped his fists, and shook his head. "Thank you, Sister Lu, I'm fine." "Look, it's Sister Lu. Sister Lu." The gazes of the disciples from the Tianjin sect and the Holy Dragon sect all fell on Lu Ruoshui. She was stunningly beautiful, exuding an aura that made her seem unattainable. The members of the Tianjian sect found it hard to imagine that such a proud beauty would willingly serve as a maid. You are Lu Ruoshui. Indeed, seeing is better than hearing 100 times. You are truly a beauty. My name is Zhao Wuho, a disciple of the inner court of the Holy Dragon sect. I wonder if Miss Lu would be interested in a deeper exchange. He emphasized certain words, causing many girls present to blush. What a lecher! Lu Ruoshui had no intention of being polite to such a person. She drew her sword. You are indeed beautiful, but the way you wield your sword is entirely opposite. If you are willing to beg me, I can teach you. Zhao Wuho commented, the geniuses of the inner court of the Qingxian sect are nothing but this. He raised his hand, not even intending to use spiritual energy planning to pinch Lu Ruoshui's sword blade with just 2 fingers. With a thud, the 2 fingers fell to the ground. Zhao Wuho looked down, his smile had yet to solidify. He then realized that his left chest had been pierced by Lu Ruoshui's sharp sword unbeknownst to him. The cut was clean between his index and middle fingers. The speed was so fast that the blood only began to flow afterward. PFF. Spitting out blood, Zhao Wuho looked shocked. No, this is impossible. He still wanted to use his energy to heavily injure Lu Ruoshui. With a thud, Lu Ruoshui immediately pulled out her silver sword, not a drop of blood staining it. Naturally, she wouldn't give Zhao Wuho that opportunity. Faced with absolute superiority in realm, every move of Zhao Wuho was anticipated. Remembering Chun Yu's lesson, Lu Ruoshui was determined not to leave any survivors for those who disrespected her master. She entirely eliminated the possibility of leaving roots to sprout again. The cold gleam was blinding. With one sword strike, she severed Zhao Wuho's head. It rolled away several meters, eyes and mouth wide open in disbelief. He died in utter disbelief. Zhao Wuho could have never imagined that after dominating for a good part of his life, he would end up dying in such a humiliating manner. In front of thousands, he was pierced through the heart by the very woman he had looked down upon and scorned. Decapitated. This outcome was unexpected by everyone present. Previously, you said he could kill senior brother Zhao Lai. I had my doubts, but now I believe it. Why would such a powerful individual serve as a maid for others? Could it be that the Holy Sun is even stronger than her? Isn't that just stating the obvious? If the Holy Sun's strength cannot surpass even a female prodigy, what right does he have to be called a Holy Sun? It's hard to say. Perhaps that Holy Sun currently only possesses talent, and in the future, he will surely surpass Miss Lu. The disciples of the Tianjian sect whispered among themselves, discussing the situation. Seeing one of their own killed by Lu Ruoshui with a single sword strike, the disciples of the Shenglong sect quickly took action, their footsteps synchronized as they surrounded her. What do you want to do? Are you trying to bully the few with your many? Did you ask us first? This is the Qingxian sect, not your Shenglong sect. Seeing the Shenglong sect attempting to overpower Lu Ruoshui with sheer numbers, the surrounding disciples of the Qingxian sect were displeased and stepped forward. How could they watch their goddess, the senior sister, being bullied by outsiders? Since a life had already been taken, how much worse could it get? Shut up. You have no right to speak here. A furious roar echoed. The crowd turned to look, and the words they were about to say were instantly swallowed back in fear. They realized that the one who spoke was someone they could not afford to provoke. He stood engulfed in a massive inferno, yet his clothes and hair remained unscathed. However, anyone who got even slightly closer would feel the unbearable heat, more scorching than the sun. Witnessing this before the disciples of the Qingxian sect could even speak, those from the Shenglong sect could no longer contain their arrogance. Our senior brother Chu Tianming is ranked in the top 10 of the Shenglong sect, possessing the sacred fire body. Do you insignificant fish dare to offend us? Exactly. A bunch of worthless shrimp daring to oppose our Shenglong sect. I really wonder who gave you the courage. Why don't you kneel and apologize instead? Even though they were disciples from one of the top 10 sects, it did not prevent them from gleefully showcasing their petty arrogance at that moment. The disciples of the Qingxian sect fell silent. After all, they were facing a prodigy with a sacred body from one of the top 10 sects, and they truly could not afford to provoke him. If you want our Qingxian sect disciples to kneel, I fear you may not have that qualification. Boom. Lu Ruoshui unleashed her spiritual energy like a raging tide, crashing toward the disciples of the Shenglong sect. They widened their eyes in disbelief. This is the might of the Golden Core realm. How is that possible? She's just an inner sect disciple. How could she possess Golden Core level strength? I heard that even the leader of the Qingxian sect is only at the Golden Core level. I bet this must be an illusion she is casting. Ooh, don't be fooled by her. Splash. The long sword carrying spiritual energy sliced through the air with visible sword chi. In one stroke, it beheaded all the Shenglong sect disciples except for Chu Tianming. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of heads rolling echoed one after another. The scene was brutally gory and bizarre. As for Chu Tianming, thanks to the protection of the sacred body and his own cultivation at the 6th level of integration along with a heart-guarding mirror, he barely managed to save his life. Golden Core Realm. She truly is a Golden Core powerhouse. If a maid possesses Golden Core strength, then what level of cultivation must the holy son of the Xianxia sect have? Not clear. Even with equal cultivation, it is still terrifying. Joining the Xianxia sect was indeed a very wise decision. The disciples of the Tianjin sect became increasingly eager to see the true form of this holy son. Kneel and apologize for your disrespectful actions to my master and all the disciples of the Xianxia sect, or shall I strike again? Lu Ruoxue pointed her sword at Chu Tianming, questioning him. Don't get too arrogant. You'll find that killing me isn't that simple. Chu Tianming took out a small jade bottle from his bosom. With a pop, he uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, pouring the crimson liquid into his mouth. Instantly, his spiritual energy surged, flames erupting around him, rising to a height of over 10 meters, unleashing a true sea of fire. It is said that the Shenglong sect was once the site of an ancient dragon tomb buried underground with vast amounts of dragon blood essence. They refined that essence into dragon blood spirit liquid, which can exponentially enhance one's cultivation in a short period. No wonder they are called the Shenglong sect. The aura he is releasing now is almost on par with senior sister Lu. With the sacred body, both sides are evenly matched. Chu Tianming's black hair turned white, his bloodline becoming a deep crimson, clearly revealing patterns through his fair skin as if he were possessed by a fiery madness. However, unlike being possessed, his mind remained unaffected. If you are willing to kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I can let you go and spare you a complete corpse. At this moment for Chu Tianming, it was like an arrow on the bowstring that had to be released. They had originally come under the orders of Qian Hunyuan to investigate the holy son of the Xianxia sect. Unexpectedly, the people of the Xianxia sect were so uncooperative, even killing more than a dozen inner sect disciples of the Shenglong sect. If they did not retaliate tenfold or 100-fold, where would the Shenglong sect's face be? What dignity did he as an inner sect prodigy have? Even with Chu Tianming having consumed the dragon blood spirit liquid and possessing the sacred body, Lu Ruoxue felt no fear and advanced with her sword. Ice and fire clashed as both sides fought fiercely, a splendid sight. Ice and fire continually collided, evaporating into white mist. The surging waves of flames pressed down, but were sliced apart by Lu Ruoxue's sword. Indeed, both sides were evenly matched. All of this was clearly observed by Chun Mu, who was lazily lounging in the Qingyun mansion using the sky-viewing mirror. Dragon blood along with the sacred body. Quite interesting. If only you have the sacred body, that would be too unfair. He opened Lu Ruoxue's personal attribute panel. If I recall correctly, it is called the Sacred Fire Body, right? Updating. Update successful. Died. Chu Tianming unleashed a palm strike, sending forth a massive flame palm over 10 meters high, attempting to settle the outcome with one blow and kill Lu Ruoxue. At that moment, Lu Ruoxue suddenly felt a surge of heat within her body. From her internal organs to the meridians flowing through her limbs and bones. Boom. A massive flame shot up into the clouds, igniting the visible sky. The flame palm struck out by Chu Tianming was directly absorbed. A phenomenon. Another phenomenon. This time it was caused by senior sister Lu. Could it be that she is awakening her sacred body as well? Can the sacred body awaken like this without warning? Could it be that the Holy Son is secretly helping? Others might not believe it, but as disciples of the Xianxia sect, they knew that such a thing was not impossible for their Holy Son. Looking at Chu Tianming, he suddenly swung his arm wildly, his expression distorting as he shouted, "No, this is impossible. The sacred fire body. How could you awaken the same sacred body as mine? No matter how coincidental, it could not reach such a level, right? Demonic technique. It must be a demonic technique. You demoness, I will uphold justice for the heavens. I will kill you." Unable to accept reality, Chu Tianming opened his arms, preparing to summon his trump card, the descent of the sacred fire, burning all things. Yet the next moment he discovered that all the spiritual energy and flames he released were completely devoured by Lu Ruoxue, forcibly extracted. Above her head it gathered into a fireball as scorching and dazzling as the sun. At that moment Chu Tianming had no choice but to put aside his pride and lower his hands. He knew that he was finished, completely finished. The fireball descended from Lu Ruoxue's hands, about to crash down on Chu Tianming, engulfing him entirely and incinerating him to the point where not even ashes would remain. Stop! Do not harm my disciple. Unexpectedly, a figure rushed in from the side, striking Chu Tianming on the chest with a palm. Bang! Boom! Chu Tianming was immediately sent flying like a kite, with a severed string blown back several meters to crash onto the ground. In contrast, the elder standing under the fireball raised both hands, releasing a clear and cold spiritual energy like spring water. It wrapped around, engulfed, and devoured the entire fireball, continuously cooling it down, shrinking it, and shrinking it further, until it vanished without a trace. Heavens! Who is that? Such a terrifying strike was actually neutralized by him. From the attire, it must be someone from the Xianxia sect. At this age, with such strength, he must be an elder-level figure. Absolutely, didn't you hear him shout, "Do not harm my disciple"? How could the master of a genius disciple be an ordinary character? I didn't expect that an elder from the Xianxia sect's inner court would also show up. Faced with the sudden appearance of Qian Huanyuan, whose strength far surpassed his own, does Lu Ruoxue feel afraid? Yes, but she has never thought of taking a single step back. Even if not for herself, for Chun Mu's reputation, she resolutely refuses to retreat. Qian Huanyuan looked at the headless disciples of the Xianxia sect scattered on the ground, his fingers clenched tightly, and though his expression did not change much, one could feel just how furious he was at that moment. The tiles beneath his feet cracked like a spider web under the pressure, sinking. Who gave you the audacity to dare harm my Xianxia sect's people? To attack my disciple Qian Huanyuan? Qian Huanyuan's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an imposing presence like thunder. Who gave me that audacity? A portal opened and Chun Mu stepped out from beside Lu Ruoxue, casually saying, "Master." Lu Ruoxue cast an excited glance. "Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Is he really the Qingxian Holy Sun? Just looking at him, one can tell he is a dragon among men. What a handsome young man. His charm is such that even I must temporarily retreat from his brilliance. Will this retreat last a lifetime?" Hearing this, Qian Huanyuan looked Chun Mu up and down and asked, "You are the Qingxian Holy Sun?" Without giving Chun Mu a chance to respond, he continued to question sharply, "Is it you who secretly employed secret methods to cause my disciple to lose his holy body? Is it you who turned old Wu into a puppet and pierced my disciple's right rib with a poison dagger, causing him to lose his cultivation ability? You deserve to die." From the beginning, Qian Huanyuan had no intention of allowing Chun Mu to speak. He suddenly lunged forward, his fingers resembling tiger claws, aiming to kill Chun Mu in one blow. Seeing his master take action, Chu Tianming, who had just regained some clarity, revealed a smile. He knew that all these people would have to die. All would have to accompany his deceased junior brothers and sisters in death. How could this be? Boom, boom. Just as Qian Huanyuan's fingertips were about to touch Chun Mu's face, an immense, invisible pressure descended from the sky. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Qian Huanyuan found it difficult to rise, first bending his knees to kneel on the ground. Finally, he prostrated himself. Bang, bang, bang. His body crushed the bluestone bricks, sinking down. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, all the bones in his body seemed to be breaking. His internal organs were also subjected to an irresistible oppression. Breathing became difficult. Bang, PFF, PFF, pat, pat. In the next second, everything exploded. Only a pool of blood remained, filling the cracks of the shattered stones. Another guy with unimpressive strength, but a big mouth, are ruining my rest, Chun Mu said, while yawning, even wiping the tears that had overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Chu Tianming. The disciples of the Tianjian sect. Despite having anticipated all of this upon witnessing it firsthand, the disciples of the Qingxian sect could not help but reveal the same expression. The Xianxia sect, one of the top 10 powerful sects. An elder, and yet without Chun Mu lifting a finger, he was instantly killed. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether Chun Mu was too strong or Qian Huanyuan was too weak. "Master, how should we deal with this guy?" Lu Ruoxue stepped forward with her sword, the tip pressed against his neck as she asked. Blood oozed out. "Don't ask me such foolish questions again," Chun Mu said with a speechless expression. Clearly understanding the implication of Chun Mu's words, Chu Tianming immediately spoke. "No, you can't kill me. I am from the Xianxia sect." PFF. He drew his sword, unsheathing it. As he swung the sword, blood splattered like ink, leaving a long streak on the ground. Lu Ruoxue returned to Chun Mu's side, knowing she had said something she shouldn't have. Such a person, one could easily tell there was no need to leave him alive. "Let's go back." Chun Mu opened the portal again, stepping into it first. "Yes, master." Lu Ruoxue followed closely behind, stepping elegantly. Only the disciples of the Qingxian sect and the Tianjian sect remained, looking at each other wide-eyed, still unable to recover from the shock. The deeper they fell, the harder it was to extricate themselves. Some were so shocked that their jaws dislocated, unable to return to their original position for a long time, having to ask others for help. Qingyan Mansion. Chun Mu sat in a reclining chair, enjoying Lu Ruoxue's massage. "Master, it's all because Ruoxue is too weak. Not only did you bestow me with cultivation, but also with the holy body, yet I have let down your expectations." Lu Ruoxue said pitifully. "Learn from this lesson and take it to heart. You just work hard on your cultivation from now on." After saying this, Chen Mu opened the Tiankai mirror again. Since last night, he had not checked on Luo Ye's situation. If it weren't for Chu Tianming and Qian Hunyuan's appearance, Chen Mu estimated, he would have already forgotten about that guy. The scene in the mirror appeared in Luo Ye's room. At this moment, Luo Yu was carefully removing the bandages that had turned green from being soaked in medicinal liquid. It seemed that he had almost healed, yet he still could not hide his weak complexion. Compared to before, he looked significantly more frail. However, now he wore an uncontrollable radiant smile on his face. Surely my master should have arrived at the Xianxia sect by now, killing with abandon right. The others don't matter. That wasteful holy son must be left for last, so I can personally slay him. I truly want to see how he looks when a waste like me slays him. What a dreadful expression that would be, ha! He said while putting on his training clothes, ready to set off immediately for the Xianxia sect. In terms of self-amusement, no one could surpass Chen Mu. If one had to say Luo, you could barely be considered one. To become a waste and still be able to smile and gloat. A good mindset. However, what Chen Mu excelled at was delivering the final blow, killing both body and heart. A portal. How could a portal appear in this place? Just as Luo Yu had dressed and was about to open his door, he saw a swirling portal appear beside him. Could it be that the master has returned? However, Luo Yu does not recall his master being capable of such advanced teleportation spells. Even the sect leader and the other elders would find it extremely difficult to achieve without the use of magical artifacts. This feeling made him uneasy. Gulp. He swallowed hard, feeling an inner turmoil. Then Chen Mu stepped out. Luo Yu had no impression of this person. He could not recognize the attire worn by the disciples of the Xianxia sect simply because they were too weak, and Luo Yu did not want to waste his thoughts on remembering them. You are. Before he could finish, Luo Yu saw Lu Ruoxue. Ruoxue. After a long separation, Luo Yu was exceptionally delighted. Wait, could this person be the holy son of Xianxia? Did my master specifically use the teleportation gate to bring him back because he feared we would be anxious? He even conveniently brought Lu Ruoxue along. Luo Yu was utterly in love with this master of his. He did not notice the coldness and chill that appeared on Lu Ruoxue's face upon hearing him directly call her name. At this moment, Luo Yu tilted his head, paying attention to the teleportation gate, waiting for Qian Hunyuan to step out. However, seconds ticked away. Until the teleportation gate closed, Qian Hunyuan did not appear. What's going on? Where is my master? Luo Yu asked, unable to remain calm. If you want to find him, I'm afraid you can only go below. Below? Luo Yu instinctively looked down. His eyes widened as the words hell unconsciously flashed in his mind. What have you done to my master? Luo Yu questioned. Chen Mu did not rush to answer, taking out a recording stone. How could this be? Looking at the recording stone where Qian Hunyuan was crushed by overwhelming force, his body exploding with no power to resist, Luo Ye's expression turned blank, unable to speak. Who exactly are you? His gaze returned to Chen Mu's face, questioning again. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? You don't even know who I am. Chen Mu found this quite amusing. Never mind. He had no intention of continuing to waste words, glancing at Lu Ruoxue to signal her to act. Let this filial disciple meet his master on the road to the Yellow Springs. At least they would have each other's company. Seeing Lu Ruoxue approaching with her sword, Luo Ye's eyes filled with despair as he kept retreating. Ruoxue, what do you want to do? We grew up together. Are you really going to kill me for him? Anyone who is an enemy of the master must die. Lu Ruoxue swiftly drew her sword. Lu Ruoxue froze, for Luo Yu had vanished into thin air. Only a burning yellow talisman paper with a corner remaining was left. Escape talisman. Moreover, it was a high-grade escape talisman. Sorry, master, I let him escape, Lu Ruoxue said apologetically. Don't worry, he won't get away. Chen Mu turned and stepped into the teleportation gate, with Lu Ruoxue closely following. Meanwhile, Luo Yu appeared out of nowhere, kneeling on the ground, one hand supporting himself, while the other clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Where is this? After stabilizing his breath, he looked around and found he had been randomly teleported to the law enforcement hall. Isn't that Luo Xingzi? How did you end up in our law enforcement hall? Someone noticed Luo Yu and asked curiously. Hurry, someone is trying to kill me. Someone wants to kill you. Who wants to kill you? The person pressed. The Xianxia sect people from the Xianxia sect want to kill me. Luo Yu cried out in anguish. The Xianxia sect. The law enforcement elder smiled indifferently upon hearing this, thinking Luo Yu was joking. Luo Xingzi, I think you are just under too much pressure and are hallucinating, right? This is the Holy Dragon sect, the Xianxia sect. A third-rate sect. How could they dare to kill on the territory of the Holy Dragon sect, especially the holy son of the Holy Dragon sect? The law enforcement elder had also heard about Luo Ye's failure to awaken the holy body. He believed it must be due to the impact of this matter that he was speaking nonsense. However, right after that, he saw a teleportation gate opening before him. Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue stepped out. They looked them up and down. This is The attire of the Xianxia sect. The people of the Xianxia sect really dared to kill on the territory of the Holy Dragon sect. And to kill the Holy Sun. Have they gone mad? He pinched his thumb and index finger into a circle and whistled. Within moments, over 100 elite enforcers arrived surrounding Chun Mu and Lu Ruoshui. At this moment, only then did Luo Yu's anxious heart feel at ease. Now you're all done for. Luo Yu stood up, and because the fear had not completely dissipated, he couldn't help but smile. So much so that this smile appeared out of place. You shouldn't have come to the Holy Dragon sect to kill me. What kind of brains do the people of the Xianxia sect have? It's simply wishful thinking. Regarding Luo Yu's taunts, Chun Mu let them go in one ear and out the other. With a wave of his hand, boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of people turned into blood mist and bone dust, changing the color of the law enforcement hall. Blood splattered all over Luo Yu, a chill sweeping over him, soaking him completely. Before his smile could fade, Chun Mu had already approached, gripping his neck and lifting him from the ground. Bastard. You can't. Crack. Chun Mu applied a slight force, breaking Luo Yu's neck. He thoroughly enjoyed this process and the sound of the neck snapping. Since he was invincible, what was wrong with finding some fun for himself? Tap, 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 tap. Tap, tap, tap. On the second floor, footsteps echoed from all directions. More elite members of the law enforcement hall and elders rushed over, surrounding Chun Mu in layers. This matter is a personal grudge and has nothing to do with you. Do not seek your own demise. Chun Mu reminded them. You're being arrogant. Attack. Kill him. The hall master of the law enforcement hall ordered with a wave of his hand. His arm fell like a guillotine. Hundreds of people attacked all at once. Sigh. Chun Mu let out a long sigh. If they wanted to court death, what could he do? Who? He lightly exhaled a breath of cold air. Lu Ruoshui saw that the blade closest to Chun Mu had already touched a single strand of his dark hair, only to be collectively frozen into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. No more life signs could be sensed. Hundreds of people under the extreme cold lost their breath. The entire law enforcement hall was likewise enveloped in frost. This strange phenomenon attracted countless disciples of the Holy Dragon sect to watch. Look, the inner court, the outer court, even the deputy sect leader has come. What exactly happened? This is the first time I've seen so many big figures. Stay away. Remember, when gods fight, mortals suffer. A group of outer court elders floated on their flying swords above the law enforcement hall, forming a circle. They grabbed their right wrist with their left hand, pointing their right index and middle fingers straight, like a sword, while the other 3 fingers were lightly curled. They infused spiritual energy to break the ice. Little did they know that this act would shatter the entire law enforcement hall along with it. Like an avalanche. They saw clearly standing within it were Chun Mu and Lu Ruoshui. Everyone was stunned. Is that a disciple of Xianxia? What business does a Xianxia sect disciple have at our Shenglong sect? Surely not. Did a single Xianxia disciple truly annihilate the entire enforcement hall? Who are those two in Xianxia sect? Does such a sect even exist within our Xian kingdom? Merely an obscure low-tier sect. Once approached me, but I couldn't be bothered to glance twice. Yet that woman beside him, truly extraordinary. Sun Chongqing, senior elder of the outer courtyard, stepped forward first and demanded, Who are you? Why have you trespassed upon the Shenglong sect and destroyed the enforcement hall? He knew full well that such a minor figure warranted no intervention from the inner courtyard or the sect master. Doing so would diminish their dignity. As leader of the outer courtyard, he had to speak up and seize this opportunity to impress the inner courtyard elders, perhaps even earn a chance for promotion. Though part of the same sect, the gulf in status and privilege between the inner and outer courtyards was vast. Chun Mu had no time to answer Sun Chongqing's inquiry. His focus remained entirely on the system interface before him, the kill notifications scrolling across its panel. The cracked versions feature he'd activated earlier, guaranteeing loot drops on every kill, remained fully operational. Kill of Enforcement Hall disciple successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 supreme rank yellow tier Chongyun sword, 1 grade 3 pill, 4 grade 2 pills. Kill of Enforcement Hall elder successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 supreme rank black tier tortoiseshell armor, 1 inferior rank earth tier tiger head helm. Kill of Enforcement Hall master successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 inferior rank heaven tier Lihan blade, 1 supreme rank earth tier Finhun sword. The hall was immense. Pills alone exceeded 10,000 in number. 1 heaven tier weapon, over a dozen earth tier weapons. Though Chun Mu could freely upgrade or modify all these items at will, slaying foes and claiming their treasures remained undeniably a source of quiet delight. Lu Ruoshui glanced first at Chun Mu, then at Sun Chongqing, whose expression had stiffened into awkward silence, and finally at the countless Shenglong sect cultivators hovering midair before and behind him. Her heart tightened with unease. The Shenglong sect was no Tianjian sect. Towards such a formidable sect, her reverence remained deeply rooted. And confronted by so many overwhelming presences, feeling outmatched, even overwhelmed, was only natural. A golden core cultivator would qualify as sect master in the Xianxia sect. Yet in the Shenglong sect, such cultivation was barely sufficient to serve as a low-influence elder within the inner courtyard. The top 10 elders, and the deputy sect master, remained utterly silent. Yet their stillness pressed upon Lu Ruoshui like an invisible hand gripping her heart in unyielding force. Her breath grew labored. Insolent whelp, how dare you ignore this elder? Humiliated before the entire inner courtyard and over 10,000 disciples, Sun Chongqing erupted in fury. He struck instantly. And to hesitate now would be to forfeit all face. And he would see for himself just how formidable this youth truly was, to dare defy him so brazenly. Look, Elder Sun has moved. Elder Sun is the undisputed strongest among the outer courtyard. Yet that youth hasn't even deigned to glance his way. Utterly arrogant. Where does he draw such audacity from? Wait, don't rush to judgment. He left the enforcement hall strewn with corpses. He must possess real power. Some power, yes, but not nearly enough. He'll never withstand Elder Sun's strike. In Sun Chongqing shot through the air toward Chun Mu, his palms surging with boundless spiritual energy, warping the very air, roaring like thunder. Master, beware. Lu Ruoshui saw Chun Mu staring blankly at something unseen, his eyes darting left and right, gaze utterly fixed elsewhere, not on Sun Chongqing at all. As Sun Chongqing closed in, she drew her sword and stepped forward without hesitation. And even if she could not win, she would fight. And even if death came, she would die before Chun Mu. To Chun Mu, pests like Sun Chongqing required but one solution: a raised hand, and a single contemptuous backhand. Boom. Crack. Sonic detonation tore through the air. Gale force winds hurling spectators half a step backward, whipping up dust and gravel, blinding all who dared look. Spray of blood compressed into a crimson beam, lancing dozens of meters before dissipating into faint mist. Lu Ruoshui. The assembled disciples of the Shenglong sect. Was Elder Sun. Instantly slain. No physical contact. Yet a golden core cultivator obliterated midair. Could this possibly be real? I must be hallucinating. That was the pinnacle of our outer courtyard. In that moment, the pride of countless outer courtyard disciples shattered beyond repair. Quick, form the array. Together we'll subdue this youth. The remaining outer courtyard elders swiftly recovered and soared above Chun Mu, arranging themselves in a perfect circle. Simultaneously, they raised both palms skyward, converging spiritual energy at the center. From the combined chi of over a dozen elders rose a colossal 7-hued pagoda, radiant, sacred, shimmering with celestial light. It's here, the Shenglong sect's supreme binding formation, the 7-colored prison pagoda. This is the legendary 7-colored prison pagoda. Unbelievable. Legends say none imprisoned beneath it have ever endured longer than a single day. He is formidable. But once the elders unleash this technique, his fate is sealed. Seal. In unison the elders roared, voices resonating like thunderclaps, shaking the heavens themselves, as both arms descended in perfect synchrony. Crockum. With crushing pressure, the 7-colored prison pagoda plummeted downward. Disciples below Foundation Establishment 5th rank buckled at the knees, many collapsing outright, kneeling instinctively before such overwhelming majesty. Seal. Faced with the elder's grand spectacle, Chun Mu scoffed, pathetic. As the pagoda's base filled his vision, Lu Ruoshui instinctively squeezed her eyes shut and raised her arms to shield herself. How is this possible? Hearing astonishment, not from Chun Mu, but from above, she opened her eyes to witness the 7-colored prison pagoda shattering violently mere inches from impact. Its fragments scattered as iridescent stardust. Above them hung an invisible barrier, undetectable to the naked eye. The pagoda's might proved insufficient to breach it. Instead, it shattered itself upon contact. The 7-colored prison pagoda failed. How did he do it? How? I swear, I haven't blinked since this began. He didn't move a single finger. Is the Xianxia sect really as weak as you claim? Are you certain that I sent in fact the foremost sect of all? Confidence among Shenglong disciples crumbled, first into doubt, then into existential vertigo. Again, in refusing to accept defeat, the outer courtyard elders prepared to summon the 7-colored prison pagoda once more, to crush Chun Mu and Lu Ruoshui alike. Had they no end to their folly? Chun Mu lifted his hand, and from his fingertip a filamentine thread of blood-red spiritual energy unfurled sharp as an arrow. It arced with lethal precision, swift, unerring, piercing the hearts of all dozen outer courtyard elders in a single seamless motion. Bang, bang, bang. Then everyone witnessed more than a dozen elders from the outer court plummeting down from a height of several dozen meters without any sign of struggle. With each dull thud, the sound of bones shattering echoed not far in front of them. Someone mustered the courage to lean closer, placing a finger under their nose, and could ascertain, with absolute certainty, that the person was dead. One strike to annihilate all the elders of the outer court. Is this truly happening? Weren't you watching this whole time? Seeing it with my own eyes, how could it be fake? Yes, I am starting to doubt if my eyes are deceiving me. Indeed, he looks to be about our age, right? How could his power be so monstrous? One can only say there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. This saying is indeed true. The disciples had no choice but to admit that they had overestimated the strength of the outer court elders while underestimating the power of Chen Mu. He was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Seeing the wind turning against them, the inner court elders could no longer remain seated. Every second Chen Mu lived would bring more shame to the Holy Dragon sect. He must be eradicated as soon as possible. Seeing that they had not learned their lesson and were planning to take action, Chen Mu slightly raised his leg and stepped down. Boom! A column of thunder rushed skyward. At the top of the clouds, it broke a large hole. Immediately, dark clouds gathered in large swathes, blocking out the sun, and visibility suddenly decreased significantly. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within, shimmering like dragons lurking. This is the Thunder Holy Body. An elder with sharp eyes recognized it. A mere Thunder Holy Body ranked at the bottom with our dozens of realms, it should be effortless to suppress. Booming, rumbling, rumbling. Before the person could finish speaking, a half-meter thick bolt of golden lightning struck down from 10,000 meters above, landing on his head, penetrating through his body, and connecting to the ground. Amidst the thunderous radiance, his figure could be seen being rapidly consumed, until completely unseen, vanishing without a trace. And there were hundreds, if not thousands, of such golden thunderbolts. Moreover, they continued to move chaotically within the sect, destroying everything. The scene was so shocking and grand that it could not be described in mere words. Quick, run. What are you still doing here? Do you think you can withstand that thunderous power? The inner court elders have all been obliterated. Do you think I don't want to escape? My body, seized by fear, is completely unresponsive. Is this really the holy body ranked at the bottom? I have read books about the Thunder Holy Body, and the effects depicted are far from this exaggerated. There is only one possibility: his cultivation is outrageously high. The effect of this heavenly thunder induction is quite impressive. Chen Mu looked at the golden lightning that resembled a giant python reaching from heaven to earth, devouring all, feeling quite satisfied. The effect far exceeded his expectations. Successfully killed the inner court elder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade lower tier 100 flame blade millennium Holy Spirit fruit. Successfully killed the inner court elder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly grade middle tier soul cutting sword earth grade upper tier golden silk bead armor. Successfully killed the inner court elder. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Master, someone has blocked your thunderous power. Lu Ruoshui unexpectedly pointed out. Blocked it? Chen Mu was quite curious about who had such great ability. Following Lu Ruoshui's finger, he discovered it was actually the vice sect master of the Holy Dragon sect, Xianxia. At that moment, he was seen with spiritual energy transformed into countless brilliant long swords gathering together like a cone struggling to withstand one of the golden thunders above. After examining, Chen Mu learned that the golden long sword was not a technique, but also a type of holy body. Moreover, it was not low in rank, being 38th on the physique, ranking the sword god body. With this holy body, let alone 10,000 swords, as long as one's strength is sufficient, it would not be difficult to cover the entire Zhongshuan realm with swords. Damn it! The golden thunder continued to press down, and Yi King's myriad sword defense gradually shattered at any moment on the verge of collapse. He couldn't understand why, despite having a holy body that ranked above Chen Mu, it was still so difficult. Could it be that the gap between him and Chen Mu was really that great? The fleeing disciples caught sight of this scene and became even more convinced that Chen Mu's cultivation was off the charts. This is too exaggerated. The vice sect master with the sword god body isn't even his opponent. How powerful must his cultivation be? Why provoke him when you could provoke someone else? Are you tired of living? I certainly am not. I concede. Please, senior, spare me. Xianxia finally couldn't hold on any longer and cried out for mercy. At this moment, the matter of face was no longer so important to him, because he had already lost all face. Once lost, why worry about losing it again? Why refer to Chen Mu as senior? The reason was simple. He simply couldn't believe that a junior could possess such heaven-defying strength. So many powerful figures in the Holy Dragon sect, including himself, were all no match for Chen Mu, only being slaughtered unilaterally. In response, Chen Mu had no reply. Or rather, silence was the best response. Now you know to plead for mercy. Where were you earlier? As a vice sect master allowing your subordinates to cause trouble, you deserve to die. Chen Mu had no intention of showing mercy. Realizing his thoughts, Xianxia could only hate that he was not the sect master without the authority to activate the sect's great formation, otherwise he would surely be able to contend with him. Unfortunately, at this moment the sect master was in closed-door meditation in the back mountain. He had sent messages countless times over long distances, but had received no response. Indeed, relying on others is never as good as relying on oneself. Go. Pressing, he activated all the spiritual energy within his body and split thousands of long swords, combining them into a great sword directed at Chunmu, shooting forth. Xianxia knew very well that trying to drag Chunmu down with him to hell was impossible, but at least he couldn't let him have it too easy. Too proud. He wanted to make him remember him for eternity. Facing that dazzling great sword, Chunmu's thoughts stirred. Several bolts of golden thunder suddenly turned, intertwining together. Its shape resembled a giant python that devours the sky, opening its bloody maw to swallow. Boom. As Xianxia's heart sank, his myriad swords were utterly shattered. With the might of thunder, flesh and blood evaporated. He died without a chance for revival. Successfully killed the vice sect master. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sword god body. 36 5th grade pills, 106 4th grade pills. It would be a lie to say he wasn't surprised. He never expected that he would actually obtain the sword god body from Xianxia. He didn't even need to modify it. This guy was truly strong. Luo Yes remnant soul watched the entire scene. In shock, he was at a loss for words. Looking at Lu Ruoshui's infatuated face beside him, he finally understood why she would choose Chunmu over him. Fortunately, heaven has not treated me poorly, giving me a chance for rebirth. Looking at the gate of reincarnation beside him, Luo Yu made up his mind to reincarnate. His gaze fixed firmly on Chunmu. Luo Yu gritted his teeth and said, "In my next life, if I retain my memories, the grudge of today will surely be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold to you." Nice thought, but unfortunately you won't have that chance. At first, hearing the sound emanate from Chunmu's mouth, Luo Yu thought it must be a hallucination. Or perhaps Chunmu wasn't even speaking to him, it was mere coincidence. But the moment Luo Yu turned his head and met Chunmu's gaze, eye to eye, Chunmu's icy, utterly emotionless stare struck him like thunder, sending a wave of unprecedented terror crashing through his mind. An unsettling thought surged unbidden into his consciousness. This man is not human. Shall the gate of reincarnation be set to closed? Modifying. Sensing imminent peril, Luo Yu whirled around and lunged desperately toward the gate of reincarnation. Modification complete. He crashed into empty air. The gate of reincarnation, unique among billions, had sealed shut. His lingering soul stood frozen in place, pupils trembling violently. Luo Yu's thoughts shifted once more in an instant. Not only was this man not human, he was divine. How could he see me? How could he seal the gate of reincarnation? Was this not heaven's own gift, an opportunity bestowed upon me? Dared he defy heaven itself? And, most astonishingly, heaven had yet to strike him down. Preposterous. Chunmu raised his hand and drew inward. Luo Yu's body flew helplessly toward him, utterly beyond control. His skull seized tight in Chunmu's grip. No escape possible. Please. 1,000 faults, 10,000 sins. All mine alone. Spare me. I do not wish to die. I swear eternal fealty, serving you as your humblest hound, if only you grant me one chance at life. His voice trembled. At that moment he lacked even the courage to struggle. His lips were all that moved. Unnecessary, Chunmu replied coldly, and with a clenched fist shattered Luo Yu's final wisp of soul. Luo Yu ceased to exist, utterly erased. Meanwhile, deep within the sect, the Grand Master of the Sacred Dragon sect, Xianxia, already sensed the cataclysmic disturbance unfolding at the rear mountain's pure water cave abode, where he labored to break through from nascent soul realm 9th tier into the spirit severance realm. Yet he stood merely half a step away from transcendence, and dared not interrupt. To do so would not only forfeit this rare, irreplaceable opportunity, but also risk catastrophic backlash. At best, he'd suffer grave injury for months, burdened by latent afflictions, and at worst he'd be reduced to a crippled wreck. Xianxia dared not gamble. Who then was this youth? Every renowned figure within the Sacred Dragon sect had fallen beneath his blade. If possible, Xianxia would have dragged forth the fool who provoked Chunmu and beaten him senseless. He had warned his disciples repeatedly reverence for true power was essential, else one would walk straight off the edge of oblivion. Judging by recent events, however, they had not heeded a single word. Fortunately, Xianxia sensed the swift passage of hidden elders' auras overhead. With those ancient titans now intervening, he could finally focus undisturbed on his breakthrough. Unlike the Sword Heaven sect, only half of the Sacred Dragon sect's hidden elders chose to intervene. The other half remained aloof, refusing direct confrontation with Chunmu. That second faction was led by Yuan Zhou, a millennium-old elder possessing peak spirit severance realm cultivation. A warrior by nature, his blood had long been nourished by dragon essence. Such power did not merely strengthen the body, it reshaped the soul. Some mastered its ferocity, though others succumbed. And with immense strength came arrogance, deep-rooted authority bred intolerance for defiance before their very eyes. Look, who are those people? Newly joined the sect, aren't they? There are sacred dragon sect's hidden elders. So many reclusive masters have emerged from seclusion. Surely a fierce battle looms ahead. What? Another fight? Can't we negotiate peace? Look at what's become of our sect. Impossible. He slaughtered countless elders, even deputy sect masters. If he lives, tomorrow's rumors will shatter our sects standing across the entire Xianxia realm. But opinions split sharply. Upon arriving overhead, Yuanzhou signaled all to unite, halting the terrifying sky-filling golden lightning together. Obstinate fools. Seeing no sign of retreat, Chunmu willed it. Hundreds thousands of golden lightning bolts fused into a colossal Tintasansang golden dragon, unleashing a deafening earth-shaking dragon roar. Its thunder echoed clearly 1,000 li away. Beasts panicked, scattering wildly. Though formed only of lightning, it was still a dragon. None dared underestimate it. Yuanzhou instantly realized his fatal miscalculation. The opponent was far more formidable than anticipated. He bellowed quickly, "Activate the sect's grand formation." The grand formation required no sole authorization from the sect master. Elders of their stature held equal authority to initiate it. Boom, boom, boom. The sacred dragon mountain trembled violently. Fissures spiderwebbed across the earth, writhing outward with eerie lifelike urgency. From those cracks erupted torrents of crimson chi, dragon blood essence. In mere instants, vast quantities coalesced into tangible form. They too took shape as a Tintasansang blood dragon. Two dragons roared in celestial fury, clashing fiercely at 10,000 meter altitude. Boom. One unleashed a pillar of thunder, piercing 10,000 zhongs of space, rending darkness asunder, bathing the land in holy radiance. Boom. The other refused to yield. Its maw gaped wide, exhaling a sea of blood mist. Dragon breath surged like pillars, crimson so deep it blackened, engulfing the entire sacred dragon mountain in slaughter-scented gloom. Above, thunder detonated ceaselessly. Only roaring echoes filled the air. Ears grew numb, some even bled. Dragon blood. Indeed a rare treasure. Chunmu resolved to end the battle swiftly, before Yuanzhou and his allies squandered more of the sacred dragon blood essence buried beneath the mountain. He stepped lightly upward, soaring into the heavens. Lightning and blood mist parted instinctively before him. The sword god body activated, fully awakened. Chunmu raised his hand and slowly traced a circle in midair with his index finger. Sheesh. Sheesh, sheesh. Each completed circle birthed 10,000 divine swords, ringing with celestial resonance. Tens of thousands of swords spiraled outward, growing ever larger, until they fused into a single blindingly radiant Tintasansang divine sword. He possesses two sacred bodies, the thunder sacred body and the sword god body. This man is a peerless genius, 1 in 10,000. How did the sacred dragon sect ever incur the wrath of such a being? Who is he? Have they lost their minds? I've never witnessed anything so extraordinary. He has utterly astounded me. Even Yuanzhou and his peers stood equally dumbfounded. For all their 1,000 years of existence, they had never heard of anyone awakening two sacred bodies. No wonder he held the sacred dragon sect in such contempt. He truly possessed both the audacity and the power to do so. "Senior brother Yuan, what shall we do?" as someone asked. "Shall we abandon hostilities and seek peace? We feel increasingly uneasy. This cannot end well." Another elder voiced quiet retreat. "Nonsense. Would you become the laughingstock of the entire Xianxia realm?" Yuanzhou's eyes flared with savage light as he roared. Then, without blinking, he calmly reassured them, "Fear not. We wield the dragon blood protection formation. There is no need to fear him. Do you doubt the might of the true dragon? Do you doubt the blessing of the blood dragon deity?" Silence fell. Chunmu lifted his gaze, observing the colossal sword nearing completion, then swept his arm downward in a single decisive motion. The sword emitted a roar like a cry, shaking the heavens and the earth. The visible space twisted and deformed as a result. As the great sword slashed downwards, Yuanzhou shouted, "Please, blood dragon god, protect our sacred dragon sect." Faced with the might of the great sword, his heart trembled somewhat, yet he could only feign calmness and choose to trust the blood dragon god. "Lord dragon god, surely you will shelter us." However, unexpectedly the sword pierced into the abyss of the Tintasansang blood dragon, first breaking its head, then shattering its body. The blood dragon god, they believed, and had no power to resist against the might of Chunmu's sword. The golden thunder dragon seized this opportunity to pursue and further devour. Heavens! The blood dragon protecting the sect has fallen. The sword god body is truly terrifying. It seems the deputy sect master did not even unleash a fraction of the sword god Bodis energy. One can only say that while the sacred body is powerful, it must be wielded by someone capable. Facing the sword that had slashed the blood dragon, the unscathed great sword remained unchanged without a hint of damage alongside the golden thunder dragon. Yuan Zhou's heart was already in his throat, yet he had to reassure everyone and continue to summon the blood dragon to protect the sect. Surely they couldn't just sit and await death. Escaping was certainly not an option. They could only steel themselves, even resort to secret techniques. What is happening? I feel my strength disappearing, being drained away. Me too, my head feels so dizzy. I can't go on, I've no strength left. Everyone noticed the disciples beneath them were clearly in distress, one by one collapsing, and in the next moment it seemed they realized something. Their gazes quickly returned to Yuan Zhou. Senior brother Yuan Yu. You aren't planning to sacrifice them, are you? Other than that, do you think we have any other choice? Yuan Zhou, though lacking justification, said with a firm voice, at present someone must sacrifice and offer their blood to honor the blood dragon god. Only then will he lend us greater power. They are all disciples of our sacred dragon sect. Isn't it only natural for them to sacrifice themselves for the sect? It is their honor. The others were silent. Hearing Yuan Zhou's plan to sacrifice himself to honor the blood dragon god, the disciples felt reluctance, but could not speak up or act. They could only passively suffer as their blood was drained away, rising into the air, merging, absorbed by the essence of dragon blood to grow stronger. The 10th Xianxia blood dragon was reformed. It appeared even more majestic than before. With a dragon's roar, while it could not overshadow the sword's ringing, it was no longer completely suppressed as it had been before. Wonderful. The summoning of the dragon's soul has succeeded. The blood dragon god is willing to help us. Yuan Zhou's smile was almost crooked. As his gaze returned to Chen Mu, a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. With the essence of dragon blood and the dragon soul, I must see how you will fight me now. Yuan Zhou believed victory was assured. A mere mortal could not possibly oppose the dragon god. Just wait and die. Dragon soul, huh? Hearing those words from Yuan Zhou, Chen Mu felt puzzled, yet soon found his answer. He indeed felt that the 10th Xianxia blood dragon before him was different from before. Yet even so, Chen Mu was confident he could slay it with a single sword. But upon further reflection, since he already possessed the Qilin, why not raise a blood dragon as well? Taking a dragon for a stroll would be rather interesting, wouldn't it? Thus he paused his offensive. Seeing him like this, Yuan Zhou thought he was afraid and was about to plead for mercy. Instead, Chen Mu said, surrender and become my servant. I can reshape your body. Reshape the body for the blood dragon god. I truly don't know where this guy gets his courage. That's something only deities can accomplish. What do we mere mortals have to offer? He was somewhat unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Yuan Zhou shook his head and sighed. These young people today, thinking they have some talent, not only disregard others, but also disregard the gods. How pathetic. The blood dragon seemed unwilling to relent. Since kind words did not reach it, Chen Mu could only consider using a slightly forceful method. Opening the system. Would you like to change the holder of the blood dragon god to Chen Mu? Change. Modifying. Modification successful. What happened? Why has the blood dragon god stopped? Wait. He turned towards us. What does he want? I have a bad feeling the blood dragon god can't possibly be thinking of surrendering to that kid, right? Hearing someone say this, Yuan Zhou was extremely angry and retorted, nonsense. How could the blood dragon god betray us? How could he bow to such a wet-behind fierce brat? Boom. As Yuan Zhou was facing towards the crowd with his back to the blood dragon god, he completely failed to see the other opening its dragon mouth, unleashing a bloodthirsty dragon breath. The last scene he saw was the expressions of the powerful beneath him filled with an indescribable fear. In the next moment, all of them perished under that powerful dragon breath. The sacred dragon sect originated from dragon blood essence and prospered thanks to the protection of the blood dragon god. Naturally, they could not withstand a blow from a deity that granted them power. On the back mountain, pure water cave. Even though he had just successfully broken through, what enveloped Chu Ren's heart was not joy, but an indescribable fear, all written across his face. He could feel that the auras of those powerful beneath him had vanished, completely disappeared, without a trace. No, it can't be. Next he raised his eyes and sensed the auras of the remaining powerful ones rapidly passing over his head. Chu Renjia could no longer sit still. He hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed out from behind the waterfall, flying towards the main peak. Together with the remaining dozen or so powerful ones, they stood in midair witnessing Chen Mu reshape the body for the blood dragon god. The blood dragon god has been resurrected. Incredible, truly unbelievable. Luckily, we didn't choose to oppose him before, otherwise at this moment, we would probably end up dead like that old fellow Yuan Zhou with no remains left. He deserves it. He wouldn't listen to advice. Does he really think he can provoke anyone in this world? A joke. Over 1,000 years wasted only growing hair without gaining wisdom. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon body was reformed, the overwhelming dragon energy rippling out like pebbles dropping into water, spreading in layers. Even Xianxia and his group could not withstand it being forcibly pushed back hundreds of meters. Using all their strength, they barely managed to stabilize their forms. Lowering their arms and opening their eyes once more, they saw Chenmu alongside the 10th Sanshang Golden Thunder Dragon. Alongside the 10th Sanshang Ancient Blood Dragon, hovering above was also a similarly massive divine sword pointed directly at Xianxia and the others. Terrified, they quickly bent their knees, kneeling in midair, not daring to lift their heads to gaze at Chenmu, pleading, "Please forgive us, great deity, we mean no harm." What else would we call a great deity? They clearly witnessed Chenmu reshaping the body of the ancient blood dragon that had been dead for who knows how many years. In their eyes, this was certainly something that mere mortals could not accomplish. Chenmu must undoubtedly be an immortal who traveled from a higher plane of power to this mortal world. Subsequently, a powerhouse with profound heritage voluntarily presented the dragon blood crystal, which was born from countless years of experience. With hands raised high, kneeling before Chenmu, the powerhouse bore a pressure that one of his age should not have to endure, offering the dragon blood crystal. From beginning to end, he dared not raise his gaze to meet Chenmu's eyes, his attitude exceedingly humble, stating, "It is said that this dragon blood crystal can be used to refine the 9-grade pill dragon blood pill and reshape the dragon blood body. Its power can multiply at least tenfold on the original foundation, an opportunity that cannot be sought after." As for why they had kept this dragon blood crystal and had not refined it into a pill, the reason is quite simple. Alchemists capable of refining 9-grade pills are few and far between. And those who can refine 9-grade dragon blood pills are even rarer in the world. The last time he heard of it was 1,000 years ago. Although the item is excellent, they were not fortunate enough to enjoy it, lacking the ability. Looking at the dragon blood crystal, which contained powerful dragon chi and was slightly transparent, Chenmu did not hastily reach out, feeling as if the words dragon blood pill were somewhat familiar. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere before. To confirm his thoughts, he opened the system backpack and indeed found the words dragon blood pill. Dragon blood pill quantity, 10,000 pieces. An opportunity that cannot be sought after. Are you referring to this? Chenmu spread his fingers, dozens of dragon blood pills wrapped in spiritual energy floating in his palm. At first, the elder thought that Chenmu also possessed a dragon blood crystal. He raised his gaze. This say, he was nearly petrified, shocked into silence. It was not a dragon blood crystal, but a dragon blood pill. A 9-grade superior pill. Moreover, on the surface of the pill one could see strands of golden patterns, a symbol only present on top-tier pills. An earth-shattering treasure that cannot be sought after, and he casually took out dozens of them. The elder's worldview was completely shattered, unsure of what to say. He even contemplated giving up, stretching his neck for Chenmu to strike down, lacking the will to struggle, let it be destroyed. Then Chenmu directly tossed a dragon blood pill into his mouth, swallowing it like a candy, dissolving instantly. With a frown, he could indeed feel the domineering and powerful effects of this dragon blood pill. It was reshaping his bones and flesh from the inside out. Describing it as a complete transformation would not be an exaggeration. His power surged at least 100-fold on the original foundation, far exceeding the 10-fold mentioned by the elder. Chenmu thought to himself that it was likely due to the multiple holy bodies and his Tribulation Transcendence cultivation. Just how powerful had he become now? To put it bluntly, with a thought, he could destroy the entire Xianglong sect, causing their complete annihilation and leveling the entire Xianglong mountain. Boom. The elder was caught off guard, blasted away hundreds of meters by the momentum emanating from Chenmu. The others, upon seeing this, dared not express anger or speak. After a long while, they finally steadied their bodies. Seeing Lu Ruoxue staring intently at the dragon blood pill in her hand, Chenmu casually tossed her one, since the quantity was ample. Even if the quantity became 0, Chenmu could immediately modify it to 9999999 pieces. "Thank you, master," Lu Ruoxue exclaimed with great joy. With this dragon blood pill, she too could reshape her dragon blood body, her power surging, eager to assist Chenmu in resolving troubles as much as possible. Now she thought not of herself, but solely of becoming stronger for Chenmu. Witnessing this scene, the group of powerhouses along with Xianxia felt a mix of emotions. Even they couldn't afford to casually bestow a 9-grade pill upon others. Moreover, it was a top-tier dragon blood pill that was considered extinct. Their respect surged in their hearts, further solidifying their belief in Chenmu's identity as an immortal. Xianxia of Xianglong sect, am willing to pledge loyalty to the immortal sovereign along with all disciples of Xianxia sect. All I ask is that the immortal sovereign does not harm the innocent and spares us a path to survival. Xianxia pleaded. This was the only method he could think of to survive. The hundreds of thousands of disciples of Xianxia sect must not lose their lives because of a few scoundrels. We are willing to serve the immortal sovereign with utmost dedication until death. We are willing to serve the immortal sovereign with utmost dedication until death. We are willing to serve the immortal sovereign with utmost dedication until death. The disciples kneeled in large numbers to express their stance. Since even the sect master had knelt, what reason did they have not to? Having no intention or courage to oppose Chunmu, especially with the lessons of Yuan Zhou and others still fresh. Upon hearing this, Chunmu did not rush to respond, his gaze sweeping over those powerhouses. Those who were met with his eagle-like gaze trembled. They hastily kneeled in unison, exclaiming, "We too are willing to serve the immortal sovereign with utmost dedication until death." With a whitewashed sect, he could also be a hands-off manager, thus it was not in vain for him to come here. Initially, Chunmu merely intended to kill Luo Yu simply. The portal opened, witnessing Chunmu and Lu Ruoxue stepping in one after the other. Then the portal closed. The hearts of the crowd, previously gripped by an invisible hand, finally returned to their normal rhythm. After the immense sense of crisis, their bodies weakened, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Today would undoubtedly be an unforgettable day for them. As for Chunmu's identity with the Xianxia sect, it had long been cast aside. Mainly, they did not believe that the Xianxia sect had the right to possess a powerhouse like Chunmu. It was likely just a case of similar attire. If the Xianxia sect truly had such a powerful figure, why would they be so unknown? The position of the #1 sect in Xian country would definitely be occupied by them. Even if they did not occupy it, no one would dare to. Those who dared would die. Afterwards, Xianxia began to lead the entire sect in repairing the sect. Idle. They did not dare to be idle, could not afford to be. After all, the current Xianxia sect no longer belonged to Xianxia. He was merely an agent, worried about poor management and his own neck being at stake. 1 or 2 hours passed. In the main hall of the sect. Father, what happened here? Chu Wushuang, the daughter of Xianxia. She had just returned from her training journey and saw Xianxia sect in this dilapidated state, thinking they had been declared war by other powerful sects. Xianxia rubbed his forehead with one hand and waved with the other as he did not want to speak of this matter. Then he asked, "What brings you to find me?" "My daughter is focused on cultivation and has no interest in matters of love. Regarding the marriage contract you mentioned with the Chun family of Tianfu City, I wish." Pausing, her gaze suddenly firmed as she continued, "I want to break the engagement." Chu Wushuang had only recently learned of her engagement. Thus, she actively descended the mountain for training, hoping to achieve merit first, and then proposed the annulment. "Do as you wish," Xianxia said nonchalantly. The marriage contract with the Chu family was something that the old man decided on his own. Once she comes of age, Chu Wushuang would marry the most outstanding descendant of the Chen family. Now with the old man gone, Xianxia chose to respect Chu Wushuang's wishes. If she wished to break the engagement, then let her. Though he did not understand why the old man made the marriage contract with the Chun family, currently, in terms of status, they indeed were not worthy of the Chu family. It was impossible for anyone to be worthy of his daughter, who was known as a genius in the path of weaponry. "Thank you, father," Chu Wushuang said, turning to leave. She was determined not to delay and set off immediately for Tianfu City to break off the engagement with the Chen family. On the road, inside the carriage, "Miss, let me handle the matter of the marriage annulment. You need not go personally, but will only delay your cultivation." The elder had suggested going himself to return the marriage certificate to the Chen family, but was rejected by Chu Wushuang. In response, Chu Wushuang explained, "After all, it was I who broke the agreement first. If I do not go myself, it will give people the impression that the Chu family lacks propriety and harms our reputation." "What you say is true, miss." The elder no longer insisted and decided to follow Chu Wushuang's wishes. Modifying. Modification successful. Chunmu, upon returning to Xianxia sect and Qingyun mansion, found himself idle and decided to experiment with the dragon blood pill to test his thoughts. First, he modified a few dragon blood pills, then one by one treating them like candy, sending them into his mouth, continuously refining and absorbing the pills. Chunmu had already refined over 100 pills, while Lu Ruoxue, she had barely refined less than 1% of the effects from a single dragon blood pill. Her expression strained. Soon the number of dragon blood pills consumed by Chunmu exceeded 200, then 300, 400, 500. When the count finally reached 1,000, Chunmu could clearly feel that his body was behaving oddly. It was itchy, as if something wanted to burrow out from under his skin. Rolling up his sleeve, he discovered that he had actually grown patches of colorful dragon scales. These dragon scales were among the hardest substances in the world, even a heavenly-grade divine weapon could hardly leave a scratch. Moreover, Chen Mu could freely control the presence or absence of the dragon scales. Is it really only 50 scales that grew from 1,000 dragon blood pills? Looking at the remaining over 900 million dragon blood pills, Chen Mu smiled faintly. He quickened the pace, taking them in handfuls. With the multiple holy body added to his Tribulation Transcendence cultivation and the thousands of dragon blood pills enhancing him, going into a frenzy. Don't joke around. If there were an inner demon, it would kneel and slap itself twice upon seeing him, not daring to provoke him, nor able to. 2,000 dragon blood pills. 3,000 dragon blood pills. 4,000 dragon blood pills. Soon Lu Ruoshui finally refined 30% of the dragon blood pills' effects. On Chen Mu's side, the number of dragon blood pills he swallowed and absorbed had already exceeded 10,000. His body was covered in golden scales, not only boasting explosive defense, but also immense destructive power with a single punch. Radiating dragon might. Outside, Qingyun Mansion passers-by rubbed their arms with both hands, goosebumps rising, a chill running down their backs. They felt as if some ancient fierce deity was secretly watching them, the pressure overwhelming. Why do I feel that the oppressive aura inside Qingyun Mansion is stronger than before? Not just strong, it's 100 times stronger. If I get any closer, my legs won't stop trembling. Could it be that the Holy Sun has comprehended some divine skill again? That's a possibility. Truly deserving of being the Holy Sun. They dared not get too close as the invisible pressure above made breathing even more difficult. Exhaling a deep breath, Chen Mu, pleased with his newly forged dragon scales, closed the system panel. Now his strength could no longer be covered by just the term Tribulation Transcendence. If one had to make a comparison, a normal person's Tribulation Transcendence would be at the first level, while he, after the baptism and enhancement of over 10,000 dragon blood pills, had long since reached level 999. While lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that Lu Ruoshui's expression was not quite right. Her already pale complexion had turned even more ashen and her lips were purple. It perfectly matched Chen Mu's impression of going into a frenzy. Is the rapid increase in power causing a backlash from the inner demon? Chen Mu said uncertainly. Indeed, what he thought was true. Lu Ruoshui's heart was currently trapped in a mire with countless dark aspects of herself trying to pull her under. Whispers of temptation echoed in her ears. Lu Ruoshui tightly shut her eyes, trying to ignore them. She knew she had to overcome this hurdle to break through herself in order to reach a higher realm. Well, what's going on? Who's pulling me back? Hearing the confused and struggling voice of her dark side, Lu Ruoshui slowly opened her eyes and saw a ray of light shining before her. A large hand firmly grasped the dark aspects of herself, forcefully pulling her into that door of light. Lu Ruoshui slowly opened her eyes, her gaze focused, and saw Chen Mu standing in front of her, holding a mass of dark energy in his hand. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, he crushed it to bits. Is this the inner demon? It's rather weak, isn't it? Chen Mu said, speechless. However, if anyone was truly speechless, it would be Lu Ruoshui. This inner demon, which had caused her so much pain, was effortlessly destroyed by Chen Mu. Because of this, she was even more determined not to let him down, focusing on refining the remaining effects of the dragon blood pills. Seeing her complexion return to normal, Chen Mu headed towards the back courtyard to the spirit spring pool. Upon reaching the spirit spring pool, he took off his clothes and stepped inside. Splash! With a snap of his fingers, a mini blood dragon emerged from the void, swimming in circles within the spirit spring pool. The breath of dragon blood quickly infected the entire spirit spring pool, turning it blood red. Upgraded to a dragon blood spirit spring pool, the effects improved 100-fold. So comfortable. Chen Mu raised his arms, leaning back, his expression one of pure enjoyment. The dragon blood spirit spring pool also existed in the sacred dragon sect. However, such a high-purity dragon blood pool would surely astonish even the founding master of the sect if he were to witness it. The blood energy continuously diffused and rose, dyeing a large portion of the sky above Qingyun Mansion blood red, spreading, expanding. Half an hour later, it had covered the entire Qingxian sect, visible for miles. Such an anomaly, Xianxia couldn't possibly overlook it. Is that dragon qi? How could the Qingxian sect have dragon qi? Where did it come from? He looked towards the area with the most concentrated dragon qi. His gaze finally landed on Qingyun Mansion. As expected, he rubbed his forehead, smiling wryly. Such massive dragon qi is likely to trigger a beast tide. Zhao Hengshan had heard of such occurrences. The sacred dragon sect, which possessed dragon blood, often faced invasions from fierce beasts. After all, for them, this dragon blood was a rare treasure to enhance their cultivation. Sect Master, no, this is bad. Disciples ahead have sensed that a large number of fierce beasts are gathering from all four directions towards our Qingxian sect. Snap! Washing his face with his hand, he remarked, what a coincidence, my fears have come true. Send the order down to quickly gather all disciples to prepare defensive measures against the beast tide. Understood. The disciples left quickly, and Zhao Hengshan descended the mountain, deciding to head to Qingyun Mansion to investigate. He wanted to see if Chunmu was in any trouble. To cause such a tremendous phenomenon and trigger a beast tide, one could only imagine that the situation was far from simple. It must be a momentous event. Arriving at Qingyun Mansion, Zhao Hengshan initially intended to push the door open directly, but considering it was Chunmu's residence, he took a step back and pulled the copper ring held by the copper lion. Knocking on the door, he soon saw Su Chengtian open a crack in the door and peek out. Seeing that the visitor was Zhao Hengshan, he let down his guard and fully opened the door, saying, "Zhao Sect Master, what brings you to Qingyun Mansion? Is the Holy Sun here? I have something to discuss with him." Zhao Hengshan stated his purpose. Su Chengtian was about to respond, saying he would report it first, when suddenly he heard Chunmu's voice echoing in his mind, "Let him in, please." Upon hearing this, Su Chengtian stepped aside. Zhao Hengshan walked in and saw Lu Ruoshui sitting cross-legged under the pavilion in the final stages of refining a dragon blood pill. "Is that dragon qi?" Zhao Hengshan's eyes widened. But soon he averted his gaze as he confirmed that the source of the dragon qi was not from Lu Ruoshui. Although the dragon qi emanating from Lu Ruoshui was astonishing, it was nowhere near enough to stir such a massive and terrifying phenomenon. Not enough at all. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the backyard. Eventually, his gaze fixed firmly. He was 100% certain that the source of the phenomenon was right here. "The master is in the backyard's spiritual spring pool," Su Chengtian spoke up. "Good." Zhao Hengshan quickened his pace towards the backyard. Upon arrival, he was instantly taken aback. "Is this really the spiritual spring pool?" "What?" The spiritual spring pool Zhao Hengshan had in mind was completely different from this. The blood-red pool water was so rich in spiritual energy that it seemed to condense the aura of the entire vicinity into this small pool. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could see a blood dragon swimming in circles within it. After the Qilin, is there another divine dragon? For some reason, Zhao Hengshan wasn't as surprised as he had imagined. Perhaps his perception had been refreshed to the point of numbness by Chunmu. He had contemplated countless possibilities of what could have caused this phenomenon, yet he never imagined it was merely a bath. He had seen various methods of bathing with flower petals, spiritual liquids, and medicinal materials, but he had never seen a divine dragon taking a bath. Truly, he lived up to the reputation. This quality of dragon blood pool would likely be unattainable even for the Holy Dragon sect, which monopolizes vast amounts of dragon blood essence. How could Zhao Hengshan possibly know that this blood dragon deity was forcibly taken from the Holy Dragon sect by Chunmu? Otherwise, his expression would have been even more exaggerated. "What brings you here, Zhao Sect Master?" Chunmu, noticing Zhao Hengshan remained silent, took the initiative to ask. In response to the Holy Sun, the matter is as follows. Zhao Hengshan then laid out the phenomenon and the beast tide that was approaching. "I see." Chunmu never expected that such a simple act as taking a bath could cause such a commotion. He raised his hand and wiped, activating the sky-gazing mirror. "What is this?" Zhao Hengshan was unaware of the existence of the sky-gazing mirror, but it was not difficult to tell that it was no ordinary object. As Chunmu's fingers glided through the air, the images flowed smoothly, displaying the situation beneath Qingxian Mountain. Beasts from hundreds and thousands of years. All kinds of monsters appeared together. Their eyes were blood-red, making it clear how ravenous they were for dragon blood. Then, with a thought, Chunmu set up a barrier enveloping the entire Qingyun Mansion to prevent the dragon qi from spreading further. Zhao Hengshan felt increasingly bewildered. The speed at which this formation was activated was incredibly fast. He had not seen Chunmu make a move. In the Zhongshuan realm, formation masters were divided into 10 levels. The strongest formation master Zhao Hengshan had ever seen was at level 6, and both speed and quality of formations were far inferior to Chunmu's. It is not an exaggeration to say that comparing him to Chunmu is an insult to the latter. The barrier formation set by Chunmu was, by Zhao Hengshan's estimate, hundreds of times stronger than the protective formation of Qingxian sect, which had been maintained for 10,000 years. Yet even so, the dragon qi that had already leaked and spread was unaffected by this barrier. The monsters continued to rush towards Qingxian sect, vying to break through. The disciples were already terrified by this once-in-a-lifetime, seeing their legs trembling. Why would such a terrifying beast tide erupt? With this scale, it surely ranks first in 100 years, right? There are even monsters from 1,000 years ago gathering. In the mirror, all this was clearly witnessed by Chunmu and Zhao Hengshan. Since it was a mess he had caused, Chunmu didn't want to involve others. He commanded the blood dragon deity, "Go deal with this matter." The blood dragon deity then burst from the water and soared into the sky. The further it went, the larger its form became. In just a few moments, it restored its massive dragon body. Perched atop Qingyun Mountain, a single dragon roar reverberated, shaking the heavens and earth. What is happening? A dragon. A dragon. How could a dragon appear at Xianxia sect? Most likely related to the Holy Sun. Thinking about it, it's quite reasonable for the Holy Sun, who can walk a chillin like a dog, to keep a dragon. Reasonable. Absolutely reasonable. Covering their ears, they were left speechless. Look, the beast tide is retreating. No kidding, how could those beasts dare challenge a true dragon? Is this what a dragon looks like? The most godlike existence, rumored demigod level. So exaggerated. Seeing the beast tide retreat, the blood dragon deity absorbed all the dragon chi that permeated the entire sky, turning back into a mini version and returning to Chunmu's side. Was it really that simple? Solved. Xianxia. Based on his past experiences, a beast tide of this level would require at least a third of Xianxia sect's strength to resolve. Yet for Chunmu, it was merely a fleeting moment. Where on earth did Xiao Yun and the others find such a monstrous individual? And how did they convince him to join Xianxia sect? It wasn't that Xianxia looked down on Xianxia sect. Not to mention Xianxia sect, even the strongest sect in the Xian kingdom wouldn't qualify to have Chunmu. Had he saved the Zhongshuan realm in his past life? To have such a holy son within the sect. After expressing his gratitude to Chunmu, Xianxia decided to take his leave. After walking a few steps as if he thought of something, he stopped and said, "Holy Sun, rumors say that a miraculous stone has been found in the Zhongwu mountain 1,000 miles away, possibly containing a treasure of inheritance. I believe the Holy Sun might be interested in this matter. Considering how strong Chunmu has become, it surely isn't just due to extraordinary talent, but also hard work and sweat." Alright, I understand. Thank you for letting me know, Zhao sect master. Chunmu nodded in agreement. You're welcome. Once Xianxia stepped out of sight, Chunmu rose, not a drop of water on him. Upon getting ashore, his clothes automatically adorned him. A treasure of inheritance. Now that sounds interesting. Opening the system's built-in map of the Zhongshuan realm, Chunmu quickly located Zhongwu mountain. He examined it with the sky-gazing mirror, eager to see what kind of inheritance treasure it could be. Perhaps he could modify it magically and enhance it. He realized he had a slight collecting obsession. The word treasure inherently carried an allure. The enormous black stone was currently surrounded by no less than 100 people, including Chu Wushuang, whose striking appearance drew the eye. He then quickly approached the black stone. Name: Inheritance Stone. Reward: Supreme Spear. Intent: Inheritor none. Miss? The old man, noticing Chu Wushuang staring blankly at the 3 to 4 meters tall black stone for quite some time, without speaking, tentatively called out. It seems the trip to Tianfu City will have to be postponed. Chu Wushuang came to her senses, her delicate lips parted slightly. Postponed. Are you interested in the legacy within this black stone, miss? The old man continued to inquire. Chu Wushuang nodded, not hiding her thoughts, and explained in a voice only the two of them could hear. This black stone contains a legacy of spear intent, which is exactly what I need. Whether it be a knife, a sword, or a spear, as long as one cultivates to a certain level, there is a chance to give birth to sword intent, spear intent, or knife intent, greatly enhancing one's power. Although Chu Wushuang was a genius in the way of the spear, she still had a long way to go before comprehending spear intent. She never expected that on the road to breaking off her engagement, she would stumble upon a legacy of spear intent delivered right to her. Chu Wushuang glanced at the people present, among whom she had the highest cultivation level and specialized in spear techniques. The probability of her obtaining the spear intent legacy was certainly higher than others. It would be a great pity not to give it a try. I see, miss. Please feel free to comprehend it. I will protect you from the side. The old man responded. Alright, I'll trouble you. Chu Wushuang set off towards the black stone. Her beautiful face, coupled with her tall stature, quickly attracted the attention of many. But they dared not entertain any improper thoughts, for they recognized at a glance that she wore the attire of the Holy Dragon sect. Some even exclaimed, heavens! Isn't that Chu Wushuang, the daughter of the sect master, acclaimed as the #1 spear genius of the Holy Dragon sect? Chu Wushuang. It is said that her comprehension in the way of the spear even surpasses many predecessors in the spear community. With her here, we have no hope for this legacy. Indeed, such things are mostly monopolized by geniuses. We ordinary folks can only watch and envy. Sighs of resignation echoed, and they all stepped aside for Chu Wushuang. Their cooperation made things much easier for her, saving her a lot of trouble. This spear legacy she must obtain. Everyone thought the same. Is there really anyone more suitable than her? If it were them leaving behind this legacy, they would also choose to pass it on to a genius like Chu Wushuang. Only then could it continue to thrive. Who? Taking a deep breath, Chu Wushuang pressed her 5 fingers against the black stone, infused her divine sense, and began to connect and comprehend. Her beautiful autumn-like eyes closed for a moment, only to snap open in disbelief, exclaiming, why? How could this happen? The legacy had already been taken by someone. Look, words are appearing on the black stone. Indeed, the genius of the Holy Dragon sect actually obtaining the recognition of the legacy so quickly. Wait, Shouldn't Chu Wushuang be 3 characters? Why are there only 2 characters on it? Or perhaps the third character hasn't appeared yet. Hearing this, Chu Wushuang quickly stepped back a few paces, raising her gaze upwards. She saw 2 golden characters appearing on the black stone. Chun, Mu. Chu Wushuang read those 2 characters aloud, quickly scanning the crowd, but found no one that matched. When exactly did this happen? How did he manage to do it? One question after another plagued Chu Wushuang, leaving her utterly bewildered. Chinmu, do you know him? Never heard of him. He must be someone significant to be able to snatch the legacy right under Chu Wushuang's nose. Strength speaks volumes. How can it be called theft? It can only be said that Chu Wushuang is outmatched. As soon as the words fell, he felt Chu Wushuang's sharp gaze directed at him. The man's body shuddered, and he hurriedly blended back into the crowd, disappearing. Back at the carriage, the more Chu Wushuang thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. Her fists clenched tightly. Chinmu, is it? Fine, I remember you. She thought to herself that the other party could take this legacy, which meant he was also a practitioner of the spear. If given the chance, Chu Wushuang would surely seek him out for a lesson or two, to see if he truly was that strong. Modification successful. However, in reality, for Chun Mu, obtaining this spear intent was quite simple, as he was thousands of miles away. The method of acquisition was also quite straightforward. Directly modify Air None to Air Chin Mu. With a single click, it was done. The spear intent legacy was already deeply ingrained in his mind. At present, he only lacked a suitable spear weapon. He casually opened a portal to the Xianxia sect's treasure vault. This portal was also one of the many hacking functions of the system. It could be used for teleportation anytime and anywhere with no restrictions on usage or distance. As long as Chun Mu wished, he could arrive instantly from any corner of the world. Greetings, Holy Sun. Greetings, Holy Sun. Bow to the Holy Sun. Seeing Chun Mu step out from the portal, the disciples who were currently selecting weapons in the treasure vault all hurriedly greeted him. The manager quickly rushed over, gasping for breath, and asked, I'm sorry for not welcoming you properly. May I ask how I can assist the Holy Sun? I need a spear weapon. Chun Mu stated his intention without beating around the bush. A spear weapon. All right, please follow me. The manager decided to take Chun Mu to the top floor where the highest grade weapons of the Xianxia sect were stored. This level of the treasure vault housed ordinary grade items mostly designated for outer court disciples and lower level inner court disciples. As they walked ahead, the manager only realized that Chun Mu had not followed him up the stairs. Seeing him walk towards a wall adorned with over 10 long spears, the manager hurriedly exclaimed, Holy Sun, those are merely yellow grade weapons not suitable for you. There are better options on the 6th floor. Chun Mu, however, did not rush to respond. He casually took down a yellow grade mid-tier spear named Piyun. Modify yellow grade to heavenly grade premium. Currently modifying. Modification successful. The originally yellow grade mid-tier spear instantly transformed into the heavenly grade premium holy dragon spear. The spear handle was silver with a dragon body coiling around the spearhead, its mouth wide open, vividly lifelike, with the spear tip protruding from within. The manager, witnessing all this, was instantly petrified, hesitant to speak. Having dealt with weapons for most of his life, he had never seen or heard of such a thing. How could a perfectly good yellow grade mid-tier spear suddenly be upgraded to a heavenly grade premium? He hadn't even blinked the entire time. Although he hadn't witnessed Chun Mu's miraculous feats, he had heard quite a bit about them. Yet he never expected him to be this extraordinary. It was truly incomprehensible. Weakness, limited imagination. Is there a place nearby where I can test the spear? Chun Mu asked the manager. Of course, please follow me. The manager snapped back to reality and led the way again. The treasure vault contained crystal stones that could test the weapon's power. After the user strikes the stone surface, corresponding values would be displayed. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, the space appeared vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Against the walls, various testing crystals of differing sizes were arranged. Even the smallest among them stood 3 to 4 meters tall. They were entirely semi-transparent with a low degree of clarity, barely allowing a glimpse of the colors behind the walls adorned with specks of moss. Look quickly. It's the Holy Sun. Has the Holy Sun come to select a weapon as well? Wait, that spear looks extraordinary. I have accompanied my father in the auction city since childhood and have seen several heavenly grade divine weapons. The dragon spear in the Holy Sun's hand exudes a greater aura of intimidation than any top-tier heavenly grade divine weapon I have encountered. Heavenly grade divine weapon. How enviable. The highest grade I have used is merely low-grade Xianxia. Indeed, comparisons between people lead to despair. What a joke. Who gave you the courage to compare yourself to the Holy Sun? He ignored the murmurs. Under the guidance of the manager, Chun Mu arrived at the central area of the martial arts arena before the largest testing crystal reserved for the inner courtyard's prodigies. Occasionally, figures such as the sect leader or elders would come here to test their blades. You mentioned that this crystal can display attack values. Oh, what is the highest record currently within the Xianxia sect? Shenmu casually inquired, so he could use it as a reference later on. The manager did not respond immediately, but pulled out a thick book from thin air. After consulting it, he discerned the highest record is 10 million strength. 10 million strength. In the world before his rebirth, that would have been enough to annihilate worlds with a mere snap of the fingers. After all, in that realm, there was no cultivation, no concept of spiritual energy. There were only technologies developed to their peak. Seeing Chunmu hold the holy dragon spear aloft, the manager took several steps back. He retreated to a relatively safer distance of 30 meters. Chunmu took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his eyes wide and swiftly thrust the spear in his hand. Bang! Boom! The instant the spear tip struck the testing crystal, a sound soared into the heavens. An invisible wave of force mixed with flying sand and stones surged towards the manager and the other disciples watching. At that moment, only two words echoed in the manager's mind: it's over. Then he was uncontrollably propelled backward, unable to react in time, flying over 30 meters away. His body felt as if it was about to fall apart. To think that just the residual force possessed such terrifying power, how exaggerated would a direct hit be? The manager found it hard to imagine. Struggling to rise, he cast his gaze back. As the breeze cleared some of the dust, he finally saw the text displayed on the crystal, and his legs went weak. He barely managed to stand up before collapsing back down again. His eyes trembled and his lips quivered even more violently as he stammered, 1,000, 10,000 billion. Rubbing his eyes once was not enough. He rubbed them several times, starting to doubt whether he was hallucinating. Could this truly be the power possessed by humanity? It was simply too outrageous, too astonishing. Upon closer inspection, he could also see a faint crack appearing on the crystal. Indeed, a crack. This proved that the power Chunmu had unleashed was nearing the limits of what the testing crystal could withstand. In his long life, he had never heard of such a thing. At this moment, Chunmu, the Holy Sun, was beyond words in the eyes of the manager. Unparalleled genius. A dragon among men. A peerless prodigy. No, these terms were insufficient, lacking in depth. Far from enough. The manager smiled bitterly, realizing that even someone as knowledgeable as himself could find himself at a loss for words. In contrast, the other disciples murmured, 10 million strength. How exaggerated. This must have broken the record, right? 10 million. Open your eyes and look closely. Did you miss something? Miss something? My goodness. 10 billion billion. Should we just head down the mountain and go back to farming? I suddenly have no confidence in my future. Could it be because of the heavenly grade divine weapon? Divine weapons are merely aids. Even if you have one, can you really unleash 10 billion strength with just that? They were speechless. In response, the manager nodded in agreement and was about to step forward to congratulate Chunmu when he noticed that Chunmu had raised the spear again, seemingly preparing to strike once more. Truly a top genius. Was 10 billion not enough for him? However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something and his expression froze. Spiritual energy. Yes, that was it. In that previous strike, there hadn't been the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. It had merely been brute force. Heavens, what kind of monster is this, able to unleash 10 billion strength without using spiritual energy, relying solely on brute force? The manager couldn't help but exclaim. Bang! Boom! The next strike was earth-shattering and devastating. Bang! Without needing to see, the manager knew that the testing crystal had shattered. Bang! 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 However, unexpectedly, the residual force from that strike shattered the adjacent testing crystal as well. As for why they were unharmed, that was thanks to Chunmu's mercy, as he had timely erected a barrier for protection. Otherwise, they would likely have been reduced to ashes by now, their souls scattered. Just the residual force was already terrifying to this extent, a direct hit. Unimaginable, no, unfathomable. Once the thick smoke cleared, Chunmu had long since vanished without a trace, leaving everyone else in shock, frozen in place. Outside the treasure pavilion, Chunmu looked at the holy dragon spear in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. Yet he felt somewhat unfulfilled. That strike, he hadn't even utilized his full strength, nor had he tapped into the spear's intent. Chunmu himself was a bit surprised that he could easily unleash 10 billion strength using just brute force. He intended to see what would happen if he slightly increased his spiritual energy. To his astonishment, he had destroyed the entire martial arts arena and nearly caused the deaths of over 100 disciples. It seems this spear intent can only be tested in a deserted place. Chunmu was worried that continuing to test the spear in the Xianxia sect would flatten the entire mountain gate. There was indeed a possibility of that happening. It seems that being too strong is also a kind of trouble. Chunmu smiled wryly in reflection. No wonder people often say that being invincible can be a form of loneliness. He opened the system panel and switched to the map function. Tianfu City, 5 million population. Qianlu Mountain, 500 population. Wanmu Cliff, 20 population. Indeed, the map not only reveals the terrain, but also displays population numbers. It even shows how many beasts there are, their types and bloodlines, as well as treasure locations. It's no exaggeration to say that just this one feature is enough to make someone the protagonist and rise against the heavens. Lion Mountain population 300, all mountain bandits. Even if I kill them all, it counts as a service to the people. Before persuading others, Chun Mu first persuaded himself. Finding a completely deserted place to test the spear was not simple. He had already lost patience. He opened a teleportation portal and set off. He arrived at the foot of the southern side of Lion Mountain. The bandits of Black Eagle Stronghold, who pride themselves as the lords of Lion Mountain, were unaware of the arrival of this great demon lord. At this moment, they were gathering in large numbers on either side of a shortcut leading to Tianfu City, lying in ambush. Earlier, the bandit leader Yang Zhuang received news from his subordinates who were on lookout and patrolling the mountains. A convoy was approaching with luxurious carriages that clearly belonged to wealthy families. Such a fat sheep Yang Zhuang would not let slip, planning to rob the entire convoy clean of its riches. Gold and silver treasures, all would be seized. As for the men, kill them all. The women would be taken back to the stronghold. Beautiful ones kept for himself as the stronghold's wife, the ordinary ones given to his subordinates for enjoyment, further consolidating their loyalty. Let them know that following their big brother not only means enjoying the good life, but also having women. However, little did they know the person sitting in the carriage was Chu Wushuang, the daughter of the sect master of the Holy Dragon sect. She chose this perilous route partly because she did not take those bandits seriously. On the other hand, she was eager to deliver the marriage certificate and apology gift to the Chun family before returning to the sect to intensify her cultivation, striving to cultivate as soon as possible and comprehend the essence of her spear technique. Since she could not obtain the inheritance, she had to rely on herself. Miss, we are being targeted. The old man glanced around, then lowered the curtain, relaying the information he observed. Should I take action and deal with them? Not yet. Chu Wushuang was waiting for them to strike first. This way she wouldn't have to feel guilty about killing, nor bear the burden of remorse. Though the probability was low, Chu Wushuang had heard from her master that killing too many would inevitably affect one's mentality. Looking back at history, the number of those who became murderers seeking pleasure for this reason far exceeded the fingers on one hand. Kill! Kill! Stop! Soon shouts, horns, and the frantic neighing of startled horses came from outside the window. Miss, you don't need to take action against these small fry. Oh, I can handle it, the old man said as he noticed Chu Wushuang preparing to get out of the carriage. Since I'm idle anyway, let's make it quick, Chu Wushuang replied. All right then, the old man thought, but remained silent, feeling that the incident of the inheritance being stolen had left a trace of resentment in Chu Wushuang's heart. This was a perfect opportunity for her to vent her frustrations. Chu Wushuang and the old man stepped out of the carriage. Yang Zhuang tightened the reins in his hands, raised his gleaming large knife, and pointed it at Chu Wushuang, reciting a rhyme. This mountain is opened by me, this tree is planted by me if you want. Before he could finish his words, he was captivated by Chu Wushuang's unparalleled beauty, his eyes glazing over. He even drooled in disbelief, wiping his mouth and unabashedly declaring, "Beautiful, truly too beautiful. She is worthy of being my stronghold's wife." Chu Wushuang could only respond with silence. She drew a silver spear, and spiritual energy burst forth from her arm, wrapping around the spear. One strike unleashed. Bang! Rumbling. The earth shook and the heavens trembled. Even the old man almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Never had he expected that the resentment in Chu Wushuang's heart was so immense. To deal with this group of bandits, she actually expended such tremendous energy. Moreover, it seemed her strength had increased significantly. Once steady, she waved her hand, breaking through the swirling dust that obscured her vision. The old man stood there dumbfounded. He gazed at the Lion Mountain that had been completely pierced through and the thin paper-like walls remaining on either side. He truly did not expect that Chu Wushuang's spear technique had reached such a terrifying realm. Did she still need to comprehend that inheritance? The old man felt it was unnecessary. Or perhaps it was just the right moment for Chu Wushuang to break through and understand the essence of her spear through that surge of anger. Thinking this, he smiled broadly and turned to Chu Wushuang. "Congratulations, miss, on understanding the spear." "Miss, eh?" The old man felt that Chu Wushuang's face seemed to be filled with disbelief. "Little." Before the old man could finish his sentence, Chu Wushuang, holding her spear, vanished from the spot. The old man pursued her aura, only to find she was already 1,000 meters away, shouting, "I'll be right back." Are there still remnants that haven't been killed? The old man glanced around, but saw not a drop of blood. Before him lay a massive chasm, so large it could bury 100,000 corpses. Without further thought, he decided to stay put, calming the drivers while waiting for Chu Wushuang to return. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had passed. The old man finally heard Chu Wushuang's familiar voice, "Miss you." Halfway through her words, she interrupted. Did you just see someone pass by here? No, miss, what happened? Seeing Chu Wushuang's furrowed brows, the old man became vigilant. Could there be a hidden expert among those bandits? Earlier someone struck before I could use my spear, and he like me also used a spear. I could sense a tremendous spear intent emanating from him. Chu Wushuang's face was filled with longing and admiration. What? It turns out this was not caused by you, miss. The old man suddenly realized. Me. Chu Wushuang shook her head with a bitter smile. You overestimate me. Ooh, I don't possess such power, not even 1 in a billionth of it. 1 in a billionth. The old man was speechless. The first spear genius of the Holy Dragon sect couldn't even reach a billionth of that mysterious person's strength. Most importantly, the old man could clearly sense that Chu Wushuang was not joking, she was very serious. I can be certain that person must be a supreme master of the spear realm, and in fact, no. He must surely be the best spear cultivator in 1,000,000 years. If I could become his disciple and receive his guidance, my understanding in the spear realm would surely reach new heights. The more Chu Wushuang spoke, the more excited she became. For that mysterious spear cultivator, who pierced through and flattened the entire Lion Mountain, the word admiration was evidently insufficient to describe her feelings. It ought to be reverence and adoration. In her eyes one could see the shimmering stars. What a pity, it's such a pity that I was a step too late. If I had been quicker, perhaps I could have met the senior, such a pity. Chu Wushuang lamented deeply. She regretted not seeking him out immediately. Afterwards she firmly resolved, once the engagement with the Chun family is over, I will stay here. Stay? You mean remain in Tianfu City? The old man asked for confirmation. Yes, that's right. Chu Wushuang nodded vigorously. I want to stay in Tianfu City until I find that senior and ask him to take me as a disciple, teaching me the way of the spear. I never expected that such a powerful and terrifying spear cultivator would be residing in this small Tianfu City. I absolutely must find him. Chu Wushuang was even mentally prepared to stay in Tianfu City for the rest of her life, unable to conceal her excitement. In response, the old man chose not to express too much for one reason alone. Chu Wushuang did this to become stronger. Even if the sect leader were to learn of it, there would be no criticism. As children show such ambition, what parent would object? Using spiritual energy, he summoned a massive boulder to pave the way, allowing the cart to cross the chasm created by the gun intent and continue its journey toward Tianfu City. Chun Mu was unaware of the events occurring over there, having successfully tested the power of the Holy Dragon Spear combined with gun intent and received rewards for hundreds of bandit kills. Chun Mu was satisfied as he opened the teleportation portal to return to Qingyun Mansion. He was even more convinced that choosing not to continue testing the spear at the Qingxian sect was an incredibly wise decision. The scale of Lion Mountain was not much different from Qingxian Mountain. Even with the sect's protective formation that had endured for millions of years, it could not change any outcomes. Yet Chun Mu was still not satisfied. He opened his personal attributes panel and found the gun intent section. Modifying. Modification successful. Congratulations, you have attained maximum level gun intent. Since it has been obtained, how could it remain unmaxed? On the other side, Chu Wushuang's convoy finally arrived at the Qin family. After notifying the gate guards, the news quickly reached the acting family head Lin Wanquan, who was also the commander of the Chun family's death warriors. Holy Dragon sect Chu family. As someone who had been raised by the Chun family from a young age and trained as a death warrior, Lin Wanquan had heard some stories about the Chu and Qin families. He signaled for them to enter. At the same time, he used a long-distance sound transmission to inform Chun Mu, who was far away at Qingxian sect and Qingyun Mansion. Holy Dragon sect Chu family. Chun Mu was somewhat curious. How did they find their way to Tianfu City? To apologize. He was unaware of the marriage contract between the Chun and Chu families. He raised his hand to wipe and opened the skywatching mirror. The image that appeared in the mirror was indeed Tianfu City, the Chun family's courtyard. In the courtyard, Chu Wushuang walked ahead with an old man followed by a long line of people, 4 to a group, carrying large redwood boxes. Inside were various treasures, gold, silver, jewelry, pills, and weapons. It seems they truly came to apologize, Chun Mu murmured. The Holy Dragon sect was far more fearful of death than he had imagined. I did not expect Miss Chu to visit. What brings you here? Lin Wanquan asked directly. Reporting to the elder Wushuang has come to annul the engagement. Chu Wushuang could clearly sense that the person before her was a formidable figure and her respect for him was palpable. Despite the lack of any released spiritual energy or imposing aura from the other party, annul the engagement. Bam, bam, bam. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanquan could no longer sit still. He stood up, and in an instant the released aura snapped the ropes binding the wooden boxes, which fell heavily to the ground. Boom. Chu Wushuang felt an incredibly powerful force suddenly descend from above, pressing her knees down. Don't rush, let her finish speaking. Chun Mu's voice echoed in Lin Wangquan's mind. He had to admit that the purpose of Chu Wushuang's visit was something Chun Mu had not expected. It turned out that there was indeed a marriage contract between the Chun and Chu families. However, it certainly had nothing to do with him, or rather with his predecessor. A talent who was mediocre and had been expelled from the Qin family could hardly be qualified to marry into the renowned Holy Dragon sect's Chu family. Indeed, Lin Wangquan internally agreed and retracted his imposing aura, sitting back down. Why do you wish to annul the engagement? Chu Wushuang exhaled a breath of fear and trepidation. She had considered that Lin Wangquan might possess great strength, but she never expected him to be this formidable. A slight display of anger resulted in such a terrifying outcome. How could there be so many powerful figures in this small Tianfu city? Quickly regaining her composure, she explained, the engagement was arranged by the old man before Wushuang understood anything. Now Wushuang is focused solely on cultivation and has no thoughts of marriage or children. It would likely delay Qin Xing Shengyang Master Qin, so I hope the elder can understand. Regarding the marriage contract, Chu Wushuang was not entirely ignorant. The information she had regarding the Qin family was that the most outstanding younger generation member was Qin Xingsheng. However, this person's strength was not enough to be put on display, and he was inferior to an outer disciple of the Holy Dragon sect. Moreover, his conduct was also highly questionable, indulging in extravagance to the extreme. Even if it were not for her focus on cultivation, she would be quite resistant to marrying such a scoundrel. Young Master Chun. Lin Wangquan chuckled. He is already dead. Dead? Upon receiving this answer, Chu Wushuang was taken aback. May I ask, elder, how did he die? At this moment, the teleportation portal opened, and a voice was heard before the person appeared. He was killed by me. Chun Mu stepped out from the teleportation portal. What a handsome young man. Even Chu Wushuang could not help but be briefly captivated by Chun Mu's ethereal demeanor, glancing at him a few more times. Greetings, family head. Upon seeing Chun Mu come forward, Lin Wangquan and the others immediately stood up and knelt. Chu Wushuang was once again shocked, never having imagined that such a powerful figure as Lin Wangquan would kneel before such a young man. Furthermore, they referred to him as the family head. If Chu Wushuang remembered correctly, the current head of the Qin family should be over 50 years old. How could he be so young? So refined? Could it be that he consumed a youth-restoring pill or practiced some technique that restores youthful appearance? May I ask, elder, are you Chun Tianyang, the head of the Qin family? Chu Wushuang asked tentatively. Hearing this, Chun Mu shook his head, denying it. My name is Chun Mu. Chun Mu? Isn't that? Chu Wushuang's words almost escaped her lips, but were swallowed back. What had once been, and what was now, how were they related? Just because he was weak in the past did not mean he was weak now. The truth proved he had risen. Originally, in the information obtained by Chu Wushuang, Chun Mu was the weakest among the 7 or 8 younger members of the Qin family in terms of talent, strength, or attention received. She never expected that in just a few short years he would ascend to the position of family head. Chu Wushuang could not imagine what he had experienced during these years. Wait, if that's the case, could it be that he is the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Qin family? He is actually her true fiancé. In an instant, she found herself not so averse to this marriage. She had developed a tremendous curiosity for this Qin family head, who was of a similar age. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, the sound of barking echoed from the teleportation portal. Chu Wushuang turned to look, and a small black dog ran out. Miss, be careful. The old man instinctively stepped in front of Chu Wushuang, wanting to protect her. The small black dog sensed the hostility released by the old man and instantly activated its Qilin bloodline, transforming into a Qilin. With a furious demeanor, the old man was startled, his pupils shrinking as he staggered. Hey, little black, you can't go and disturb the master. Then came the voice of Lu Ruoshui, who ran out from the teleportation portal. Ruoshui. Upon seeing the newcomer clearly, Chu Wushuang displayed an expression of surprise and astonishment. As a talented disciple of a sect encountering each other is nothing unusual. Chu Wushuang and Lu Ruoshui's relationship was one of mutual recognition through combat, and their battles felt familiar. They both admired each other, one favored the sword while the other preferred the spear. It had been nearly 6 months since they last met, if Chu Wushuang remembered correctly. She never expected to meet Lu Ruoshui here, let alone in such a manner. If she heard correctly, Lu Ruoshui addressed Chun Mu as master. Surely she must have misheard. How could a woman like her willingly call someone else master? Her attention towards Lu Ruoshui clearly surpassed that towards the fierce-looking little black Qilin beside her. Enough, little black, they are not enemies. Chun Mu raised his hand and gently patted little black's cheek. Only then did little black retract its angry demeanor and extend its tongue, wanting to lick Chun Mu. Chun Mu, quick on his feet, dodged to the side. Given the size of its tongue and the transparent barbs akin to a curved blade, any ordinary person would likely have their skin scraped off. Chun Mu's physical defense was undoubtedly formidable, The main concern was that drool could soak him thoroughly. Little Black seemed to realize this, and not feeling disappointed transformed back into a small black dog leaping into Chun Mu's embrace. It stuck out its little tongue and started licking Chun Mu's chin. The old man was already dumbfounded. To see a Qilin sacred beast that had disappeared for who knows how many years in such a place was indeed unexpected and astonishing. What surprised him even more was that this Qilin sacred beast showed such loyalty towards a human. After all, it was a sacred beast. Master, I'm sorry I didn't keep an eye on it. Lu Ruoxue, not noticing Chu Wushuang's presence, hurried to Chun Mu's front and bowed in apology. It's fine. Chun Mu gently stroked the dog's head, assuring Lu Ruoxue not to mind. Chu Wushuang. If she could miss here earlier, surely she could not be mistaken now. Even if words could deceive, the adoration and reverence on Lu Ruoxue's face were undeniable. She had truly devoted her loyalty to him, nearly reaching 100%. What exactly had this man done to her? Chu Wushuang's gaze returned to Chun Mu, filled with curiosity. Moreover, referring back to the name Chun Mu, Chu Wushuang suddenly recalled the two characters she had seen earlier on the legacy Blackstone. Was it merely a coincidence? Or was the person before her the one who had taken away the inheritance? Wushuang, what are you doing here? Lost in thought, Chu Wushuang was suddenly startled by Lu Ruoxue's surprised voice. Without waiting for Chu Wushuang to speak, Lu Ruoxue recalled the earlier incident where the disciples of the Holy Dragon sect had caused trouble in Xianxia. Could it be that Wushuang had come to hold her master accountable? Realizing this, Lu Ruoxue quickly said, Wushuang, you mustn't blame master for that incident. It was the disciples of the Holy Dragon sect who provoked him first, and that's why my master acted. What? The disciples of the Holy Dragon sect? Provocation. Chu Wushuang, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. Seeing that Lu Ruoxue had misunderstood, Chun Mu took the initiative to explain she didn't come for that matter. Not for that matter. Then, she came regarding the annulment of the engagement with the Chen family. Annulment? Whose engagement? Lu Ruoxue was even more shocked and turned to him. It wouldn't be yours, would it? According to the engagement left by the old man, I am to marry the most outstanding descendant of the Chen family. The most outstanding descendant of the Chen family. Lu Ruoxue pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up. That would be you, master. Wushuang, are you really going to annul your engagement with master? She found it hard to believe that she had an engagement with someone as remarkable as master, something she couldn't even dream of. Chu Wushuang was indeed, to put it bluntly, rather ungrateful. On Chu Wushuang's side, there was a sense of being looked at as a fool by Lu Ruoxue. Lu Ruoxue hesitated, wanting to persuade Chu Wushuang, but upon further thought, if she didn't annul the engagement, how would she have a chance? She decisively kept her mouth shut. For the one she loved, isn't it reasonable to be a bit more cunning? I agree to annul the engagement. At this moment, Chun Mu spoke up. He had a good first impression of Chu Wushuang. Since she was unwilling to be bound by the engagement and was focused on her cultivation, there was no need for him to impose restrictions on her. Moreover, this engagement didn't belong to him in the first place. He was merely acting on behalf of Chun Xingxing to dissolve it. If Chu Wushuang were to follow the familiar patterns he knew, making a grand entrance to annul the engagement with various insults, followed by a 3-year agreement, Chun Mu would undoubtedly respond without hesitation, either slashing her with a sword or making her a lifelong servant, crushing any pride she had into dust. Chu Wushuang said nothing more, took out the engagement certificate, stepped in front of Chun Mu, and handed it over with both hands. Thank you for your understanding, Master Chun. No need for thanks. Chun Mu accepted the engagement certificate. Boom. Immediately he burned it. By the way, I have another matter I wish to consult Master Chen about, if you don't mind. Chu Wushuang hesitated, but decided to voice her question. Sure, ask away. Chen Mu nodded. Did Master Chen go to Zhengwu Mountain earlier and obtain a legacy of spear intent? I saw your name on that legacy stone. Is it possible we share the same name? Chu Wushuang wanted to clarify her doubts. There was indeed such a matter. I took it casually. Chen Mu said it nonchalantly. Legacy. Casually. Took it. There were too many points of contention, leaving Chu Wushuang speechless, unsure of how to respond. Then with a shift in thought, she asked, so, does that mean Master Chen also cultivates the spear path? In the Zhongshuan realm, sword cultivators were predominant, while spear cultivators ranked outside the top 10, being quite rare. It was rare to encounter a spear cultivator, especially one who had obtained the legacy of spear intent. Chu Wushuang was eager to spar with him, wanting to see what made Chun Mu worthy of capturing the heart of a woman like Lu Ruoxue. I'm someone who excels in many things. Chun Mu felt that such a reply was already humble enough. I also cultivate the spear path. Might I have the honor to spar with you, Master Chun, and receive your guidance? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxue couldn't help but retort, why has your old habit resurfaced again? Initially, Lu Ruoxue had engaged in a spar with Chu Wushuang because it was proposed by Chu Wushuang. Of course, those who could prompt her to take the initiative to spar were exceptionally few and far between. I think it's unnecessary. Shenmu could tell right away how Chu Wushuang's cultivation level was and her grasp of the spear path. Spar. There was not only no suspense, but also no meaning. Seeing Chu Wushuang unwilling to give up and wanting to fight for a chance, Shenmu took the initiative, raising his hand fingers together like a spearhead, his arms straight, resembling a spear body. With a flick, a gust of wind surged, pointing towards an ancient tree in the courtyard whose trunk was so wide that it could not be encircled by two arms. Thud. Crash. A loud sound erupted and countless green leaves fell. A large hole appeared in the trunk, completely penetrating it. One could see the courtyard wall behind the tree. Chu Wushuang. Little did she know Chun Mu's mastery of the gun Dao had reached a level where he could freely integrate the essence of gunplay into his fingertips without relying on any weapon. This power had not diminished in the slightest. Chu Wushuang had a profound understanding of her own strength. She was fully aware that even her most powerful strike could not compare to a mere gesture from Shenmu. No wonder he said it wasn't necessary. Initially, when she heard those words from Shenmu, she thought he was overly arrogant, looking down on her abilities. After all, she considered herself a prodigy from a prestigious sect. Now it seemed there was indeed no need. The disparity in strength between them was vast. This was the truth, even if Chu Wushuang was reluctant to admit it. She smiled bitterly. I suppose you are right. I didn't expect the head of the Chun family to possess such formidable skills in the gun Dao. Surely there must be a more powerful master behind him. Chu Wushuang subtly probed for information about the expert who had guided Shenmu. It was reasonable to believe that the senior who taught Shenmu about the gun Dao was likely a transcendent master capable of delivering that earth-shattering blow. Why not Shenmu? Simply because despite her belief that Shenmu was immensely powerful, he was still far from reaching such a level at his age. In Chu Wushuang's understanding, someone who could achieve such feats must at least be an ancient elder who had lived for over 1,000 years. I just practiced casually without any particular master. Shenmu spoke the truth. Just casually practicing. Chu Wushuang hesitated to respond. Seeing that she seemed skeptical of her master's words, Lu Ruoshui quickly interjected, saying, Wushuang, my master is very powerful. He isn't lying. He truly has no master, and no one is qualified to be his master. As she spoke, even Lu Ruoshui couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. As for more details, without Shenmu's permission, she felt it best not to say anything further to avoid overstepping. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. Chu Wushuang decided to leave. What else could she do? If he was unwilling to speak, she could hardly force him. To force him to speak, one would need the strength to do so. It is important to have self-awareness. However, she at least understood one thing: Lu Ruoshui was likely captivated by Chun Mu's incredible strength. After all, looking across the entire Xian kingdom, Chu Wushuang believed that she could count on one hand the number of individuals who could reach Chun Mu's level at such a young age. Not to mention he was unmatched in fortune and had tamed the holy beast Qilin as a spiritual pet. Since ancient times, beautiful women have loved heroes, and Chu Wushuang did not think Lu Ruoshui was at fault. As she turned, she suddenly saw a figure appear before her. Silent as a shadow, Chu Wushuang had no sense of when he arrived. He looked like a wandering Taoist. With a Taoist hairstyle, a scruffy beard, and dressed in a long robe, even from 7 or 8 meters away one could still catch a whiff of a faint, unpleasant odor. Could this person be the expert behind him? Chu Wushuang glanced at the wandering Taoist, and then at Shenmu. With thin lips slightly parted, she was about to speak, but the wandering Taoist spoke first, fixing his gaze on her, and asked, Did you break that tree? Chu Wushuang shook her head. Did you break it, eh? The wandering Taoist's gaze shifted to Shenmu. What does it have to do with you? Shenmu felt that this old man was not here with good intentions. There was a hidden malice in his eyes. He looked like a treacherous and sinister person. I am the wandering Taoist Songhaizi. I sensed a powerful aura just now, so I came to seek out a disciple. The wandering Taoist introduced himself. Songhaizi. Upon hearing these 3 words, Chu Wushuang, the old man, and Lu Ruoshui all showed expressions of surprise. Do you know him? Shenmu asked Lu Ruoshui. After she explained, he learned that Songhaizi was ranked among the top 50 powerhouses in the Earth ranking of the Xian Kingdom. With a silver spear, he was a master of his craft. Unstoppable. The number of experts who had died at his hands was not in the thousands, but close to 1,000. After all, the Earth ranking was the recognized strength ranking in the entire Xian Kingdom, and those who made the list were all powerful figures who looked down upon others. With the Earth ranking's existence, there naturally was a heavenly ranking. The Earth ranking represented practical combat power, while the heavenly ranking represented cultivation level. Songhaizi ranked in the top 50 of the Earth ranking, but was outside of the top 100 in the heavenly ranking. I see. After learning about Songhaizi's identity from Lu Ruoshui, Shenmu still felt uneasy. He checked his personal panel and immediately understood why Songhaizi sought him out. It turned out that Song Hai's life force was waning, and he had been searching for a suitable host for possession. Chen Mu was simply the most suitable vessel he had found with exceptional talent and the ability to bear all of his cultivation, which was quite rare. A great opportunity lay before him, and Song Haizi was not going to let it slip away. Wu Shuang is dedicated to mastering the Gun Dao. Please Song Laozhong accept me as your disciple. Wu Shuang will definitely work hard to cultivate, and will not disappoint you, nor will I bring shame to you, my elder. For Chu Wushuang, Song Haizi had been one of the many figures she wished to apprentice under, but unfortunately despite casting a wide net, she had not found any trace of him. She never expected to encounter him in Tianfu City. It was as if she had traversed a long path and found what she sought without effort. We are not fated. Song Haizi sized her up and decisively rejected her. You have decent talent, but unfortunately you are a woman. I have no desire to become a woman. But Chu Wushuang wanted to argue, but Song Haizi raised his hand to interrupt her. Continuously being rebuffed left Chu Wushuang feeling quite upset. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Apprenticing under such a person with a beastly heart will not bring you any good. Chen Mu advised. Beastly heart. Chu Wushuang did not understand what Chen Mu was trying to express. Young friend, what do you mean by that? Song Haizi asked, narrowing his eyes into slits his smile, sending chills down one's spine. Your intention to accept disciples is merely to take over another's body and escape your already decaying form. Chen Mu bluntly pointed out, having no intention of sparing Song Hai's face. Song Hai's heart tightened. He was puzzled as to how Chen Mu knew this. Did he display his intentions so openly? Since you've seen through me, there's no need for me to keep pretending. Hand over your body obediently, and I can make your death a little more painless. Song Haizi revealed his true nature, adopting a condescending tone as if he were granting Chen Mu a favor. Chen Mu scoffed, fool. What did you say? Song Haizi exploded with rage, taking a swift step that left only an afterimage in the eyes of Chu Wushuang and Lu Ruoshui. Master, be careful. As they finally reacted, they realized Song Haizi had already lunged at Chen Mu, his fingers resembling eagle claws swiftly aiming for his throat. He had succeeded. The corners of his lips curled upward. However, in the next moment, a figure blocked him. It was none other than Lin Wangquan. Song Hai's hand struck Lin Wanquan, but it was too late to withdraw. With a crack, the bone broke. You. Halfway through his words, Song Hai's wrinkled face turned pale. His eyes widened like copper bells, an intense fear engulfing his body and soul. Transcending. The Tribulation stage? How could this be possible? How could there be a Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse in a place like this? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. Song Haizi shouted, unable to believe it, yet his actions revealed his true thoughts. Step by step, he retreated, the fear on his face growing more intense. Chu Wushuang exchanged a glance with the old man, both equally horrified. They knew very well that Lin Wangquan was no ordinary figure, but this was simply beyond belief. Are they sure this isn't a joke? Tianfu City, a small place that even in the Xian Kingdom hardly anyone had heard of, actually had a Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse stationed here. Moreover, what was even more absurd was that this fully fledged powerhouse referred to Chen Mu as master, the man who was supposed to be her fiancé, from whom she had just broken off her engagement. To say he felt no regret would surely be a lie. As someone who had watched Chu Wushuang grow up, the old man was already regretting his decision immensely. Why had he not stopped the young lady earlier? If he could have secured such a husband protected by a Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse, it would have undoubtedly benefited the entire Shenlong sect. It would make Shenlong sect the foremost super sect in the entire Xian Kingdom, no, the entire Zhongshuan realm. How could he have known that not long ago Chen Mu had gone on a killing spree within the Shenlong sect, slaughtering nearly 100 elder-level figures from both the outer and inner sects, forcing the sect leader and other powerful figures to submit and declare their allegiance to survive? I really don't know who gave you the courage to act recklessly in front of the master. Lin Wangquan raised his hand and inhaled. No, don't. Song Hai's body suddenly moved forward uncontrollably, his entire face gripped by Lin Wangquan's large hand. Terror seeped into his very bones. He could feel his life force, cultivation, and soul being drained away by Lin Wangquan. However, Song Haizi could do nothing. With great difficulty, he turned his gaze to Chen Mu, who had long lost his earlier arrogance and superiority. At this moment, there was only endless humility as he pleaded, please don't kill me, I apologize, I am guilty. He saw that Song Haizi still wanted to speak and ruin Chen Mu's mood. Lin Wangquan tightened his grip. Crack, crack, crack. With such sounds, Song Hai's entire facial bones were crushed as easily as clay, unable to return to their original state. Song Haizi completely perished. Rebirth. There was no chance for that. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were all drained by Lin Wangquan's enlightenment-derived technique, reversing into his own cultivation. Witnessing this scene, Chu Wushuang's heart was in turmoil, unsure of what to say. The invincible powerhouse she admired was so easily defeated in front of Chun Mu's servant. From start to finish, he had shown no power to resist. Even witnessing it with her own eyes, Chu Wushuang couldn't help but doubt whether her eyes were deceiving her. Her gaze darted back and forth between Chun Mu and Lin Wangquan. She was utterly perplexed as to why a powerhouse like Lin Wangquan would pledge loyalty to Chun Mu and serve him. Could it be that this was just a facade? Perhaps he had other unknown reasons that forced him to hide himself like this. This possibility was certainly not without merit. Chu Wushuang further associated the wielder of the spear intent, the hidden expert behind Chun Mu and Lin Wangquan together. Master. After discarding Song Hai's corpse and taking off the spatial ring, he wore Lin Wangquan knelt on one knee, presenting it with both hands. Chun Mu accepted the spatial ring, not feeling the need to be polite. After all, everything he had was bestowed by himself. Now Chu Wushuang was at a loss for words. Since his identity had already been exposed, why continue acting? As a Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse, wouldn't bending the knee to present plundered treasures be too lowly of a status? Conflicted. So conflicted. Chu Wushuang's heart was a tangled mess. This old fellow who prides himself as a wandering sage and a member of a righteous sect actually hoarded so many evil sect techniques. Chun Mu infused his divine sense into the spatial ring and found it filled with treasures related to soul possession and reincarnation along with cultivation techniques. It seemed that over the years Song Hai's had been wandering the entire Zhongshuan realm to collect these items. The method was feasible, he just chose the wrong target. Soon a blood-red orb resembling an eyeball with countless golden threads caught Chun Mu's attention. Utilizing the system to check details, he learned it was called the Blood Demon Pearl, capable of nurturing spiritual energy to cultivate blood demons as servants. Blood demons are terrifying creatures loyal to their master for life, and when it comes to killing, they spare no effort. As long as the master gives the command, they will not rest until their target is dead. Item name Blood Demon Pearl, cultivation status 98. Chun Mu speculated that Song Hai's might have thought that if he couldn't find a target for soul possession, he would use this blood demon as the vessel. Although it isn't human, this body indeed has great utility. Because the cultivation speed of a blood demon is 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person, even many talented humans cannot compare. Should the 98 be changed to 100? Modifying. Modification successful. Why not take a strong henchman that comes to your door? Taking out the blood demon pearl, he crushed it, and the blood-red spiritual energy burst forth, weaving together flesh and bone, manifesting a long-horned blood-red blood demon before everyone's eyes. That's the blood demon. Chu Wushuang recognized it at a glance. Roar! The blood demon spread its arms and let out a long howl to the sky, attempting to attack Chun Mu. Boom! Lin Wangquan reacted swiftly, releasing his aura to suppress it. Roar! Although the blood demon was strong before a Tribulation Transcendence powerhouse, it could only kneel powerless and furious. Master, there is too much of that person's spiritual energy within this blood demon. It is unlikely to recognize you as its master. Should we just kill it? Lin Wangquan inquired about Chun Mu's thoughts. Not in a hurry. Chun Mu raised his hand, signaling Lin Wangquan to continue suppressing it. Seeing Chun Mu's persistence, Chu Wushuang began to worry that he might get himself trapped. This blood demon is not so easy to control. If mishandled, it could very well cost him his life. But what she did not know was that Chun Mu possessed a system to break through, holding the highest power in this world firmly in his grasp. Exclusively. Is it difficult to change a blood demon's loyalty? Not at all. It is a piece of cake. Modifying. Modification successful. Let him go. Chun Mu glanced at Lin Wangquan. Yes. Lin Wangquan saw that the blood demon was gradually calming down, no longer as violent as before, and thus retracted his suppressive aura. The blood demon stood up and quickly charged towards Chun Mu again. Beast. You want? Lin Wangquan got halfway through his words, but just as he was about to act, he was stopped by Chun Mu's raised hand. When Lin Wangquan wanted to say something else, with a thud, the blood demon knelt on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. It began to repeatedly knock its head loudly. As if it felt no pain, the bluestone bricks were smashed into powder by its head, leaving a large pit. A discerning eye could easily tell that the blood demon was bowing its head in apology to Chun Mu for its previous disrespectful behavior, sincerely seeking forgiveness with a humble attitude. The gaze suddenly became much clearer, devoid of any trace of hostility. Uncle Fu, wasn't it said that a blood demon only ever serves one master in its lifetime? Why did he? Chu Wushuang looked at Su Fu, her eyes filled with confusion. Perhaps it's because they never had the chance to face a Tribulation Transcendence expert before. Su Fu's smile was forced. This reasoning sounded just as unconvincing. Besides that, he really couldn't think of any other more reasonable explanation. Chu Wushuang was left speechless. Bang, bang, bang. Chunmu allowed the blood demon to continue bowing, but its tough skin and flesh meant that even if it bowed for 360 days, it might not leave a single scratch. He was currently busy studying the evolution paths of the blood demon. The system panel clearly displayed 2 evolution paths belonging to the blood demon. One was the 16-winged supreme blood demon. The other was the blood demon lord. Each path had its own advantages. The 16-winged supreme blood demon possessed unmatched personal strength. On the other hand, the blood demon lord was strong in its ability to convert and summon the dead, turning the souls of any deceased entity into blood demon soldiers, thus forming a blood demon army. There was no limit to the number. Summon as many as you can. Which path should I choose? Slap. Chunmu slapped his forehead, feeling quite self-reproachful. Only children make choices, a real man wants them all. Modification. 16-winged supreme blood demon lord. Modifying. Modification successful. Boom. Blood energy surged to the heavens. Blood stained the vast sky. The entire world seemed to descend into a hellish abyss tinted dark red. Even the sun appeared as a blood moon crimson. Bright. Still blinding. Chu Wushuang and Su Fu slowly raised their heads, their movements sluggish from shock. Before them stood a blood demon so towering that a single slap could easily flatten the entire Tianfu city, reaching up into the clouds, rendering them speechless. Boom, boom, boom. A ferocious wind rose, parting the clouds. The image of the 16 wings spread out at this moment was etched deeply into their bones, impossible to forget. Even the ancient demon god that slaughtered countless lives was nothing compared to this. Oh, not bad. Chunmu estimated that previously Lin Wanxuan, with his Tribulation Transcendence Cultivation, could easily crush the blood demon. But now facing the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord, he figured he would only be on the receiving end of a beatdown. Not an exaggeration. Truly not an exaggeration. Meanwhile, the appearance of the 1,000-foot 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord and the celestial phenomenon covering a vast range terrified ordinary people, causing them to drop everything and rush home, shutting their doors and windows. They suspected that the apocalypse had arrived. In the vicinity, hundreds of sects large and small trembled to their core. Looking up at the blood demon, they couldn't comprehend how this fearsome being, which should only exist in ancient times, could reappear in the mortal realm. Xianxia sect. In front of the main hall of the sect leader, Zhao Hengshan wondered, could it be? Besides Chunmu, he truly couldn't think of anyone else capable of such a feat. After all, that kid never plays by the rules. His way of thinking and behavior could not be predicted based on experience. His gaze returned to the Chun family courtyard. After regaining her senses from the shock, Chu Wushuang couldn't help but worry. What was she worried about? Worried that the blood demon orb was actually an ancient artifact. This blood demon had completely gone berserk. Next, it would indiscriminately slaughter without regard for the cost. No one could stop it. The entire Xianxia realm was about to face an apocalyptic crisis. However, such thoughts were abruptly ended by a single statement from Chunmu. He said, "How long do you plan to have me look up at you?" Upon hearing this, the blood demon instantly shrank to human size, its 16 wings still present proportionally reduced, but without losing any grandeur. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, a familiar scene unfolded before their eyes. Only this time the area of destruction from bowing was clearly increased. At this rate, if it continued, bowing Tianfu City would surely sink. Enough. Chunmu told the blood demon to stand up, not wanting to ruin the entire Chen family. The blood demon obediently complied. In terms of obedience, it even surpassed the little black in Chunmu's arms. Tianfu City had survived the crisis of sinking. But all of this left Chu Wushuang and Su Fu utterly silent. After the sacred beast Qilin, there was the #1 female prodigy of Xianxia sect, then a Tribulation Transcendence expert, and now the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord. How could his servants be more monstrous than one another? Compared to the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon, Lord Lin Wangquan's existence even began to seem reasonable. This made Chu Wushuang and Su Fu understand one thing. It turned out that to make something exaggerated and absurd seem reasonable, all it took was another thing that was even more exaggerated and absurd. Although this statement itself was quite absurd as well. Following that, Chunmu caught the gaze of the blood demon, following it, but finding nothing. Closing his eyes and then reopening them, he activated his divine eye technique, his eyes shining with countless strands of golden light. It turned out the blood demon was looking at the remnants of the soul power belonging to Canhaizi. Few, but it didn't hinder summoning the blood demon soldiers. Summon them. After receiving Chunmu's approval, the blood demon raised its hand, releasing a powerful blood energy, merging with that soul power to construct and weave the bodies of the blood demon soldiers. What a... Chu Wushuan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The blood demon soldiers summoned by the 16-winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord actually possessed strength at least at the Golden Core realm or above. In fact, the blood demons summoned by the blood demon lord started at the Golden Core realm, and there were no limits to the growth level of blood demon generals. They could cultivate and could continuously evolve by absorbing blood energy. Even Shenmue, a freak, felt that this setting was a bit too extreme. If he were to create a blood demon army of millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, would there still be anyone in this world who could, or rather dare, to stand against him? Unless they were sincerely seeking death. The summoned blood demon soldiers first bowed to the blood demon lord. Thud. They were even more respectful towards Shenmue, kneeling on both knees. This means that Shenmue not only had complete control over the 16-winged supreme blood demon lord, but also had an authority over the soldiers it summoned that surpassed even that of the lord. Chu Wushuang and Su Fu no longer wished to say anything. Their minds were completely blank, utterly numb. The shocks they had experienced in their lifetimes couldn't compare to this mere incense stick's time. They quietly exited too many questions, leading their minds to be in a state of emptiness, their eyes dazed. They needed to find a place to rest and recuperate. Shenmue did not retain them. At this moment, he was more focused on how to enhance the blood demon lord's ability to summon soldiers. Wasn't the opportunity coming right to his doorstep? In midair, a flying boat was seen cutting through the clouds and mist, racing toward the Chun family courtyard. Through the divine vision technique, Shenmue clearly discerned that there were over 30 people aboard the flying boat. Among them, the highest cultivation level was at the half-step divine transformation realm, while the lowest was at the first level of the nascent soul realm. To an ordinary person, or even to an average cultivator, they were undoubtedly significant figures not to be provoked lightly. However, to Shenmue, they were mere ants, not even worth raising a hand against to easily take their heads. Yet what intrigued him more was the similar aura he sensed from these individuals, akin to that of the blood demon. Almost identical, but when it came to the quality between the two, the former was not even qualified to hold a candle to the latter. He decided to utilize the system to check the detailed information of that group of people. Soon his inner doubts were resolved. The words blood demon sect were sufficient to explain the situation. Those dozens of people were all top figures from the inner court of the blood demon sect. As for the relationship between the blood demon sect and the blood demon, Shenmue learned from the system that the blood demon sect originated from the corpse of the blood demon ancestor. During the chaotic era, strong cultivators were numerous, engaging in mutual slaughter. The blood demon ancestor was tragically besieged and attacked by multiple forces, ultimately perishing at the Yuta Mountain. The massive body fused with Yuta Mountain, forming the blood demon pool and the demon bone peak. Hundreds of years later, someone escaped to Yuta Mountain, comprehending the blood demon technique and using the ancestor's blood to cultivate secret methods. Using the ancestor's bones to refine blood demon pearls, breeding and nurturing blood corpses. Indeed, blood corpses, not blood demons. Blood corpses could not even be compared to blood demons. Even in front of blood demon soldiers, they could only kneel in submission. There was a vast difference in realm between the two. One is of the earth, the other is of the heavens. Mainly because the resources left by the ancestor were limited, and those who could refine blood demons and control them were exceedingly few. They could only settle for less refining blood corpses. In the blood demon sect, disciples who could refine low-grade blood demons from blood demon pearls were regarded as extraordinarily talented individuals, respected by thousands. And the fundamental reason these fellows came on the flying boat was undoubtedly because of the overwhelming blood aura released by the supreme blood demon. It gave them hope for the revival of the blood demon sect's former glory. After all, when compared, the blood demon ancestor who founded their lineage could at most be considered a high-ranking soldier compared to the supreme blood demon that Shenmue had modified and enhanced. Looking at the evolutionary path of the blood demon ancestor ranked first. This means that the 16-winged supreme blood demon represents the complete form of the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor was still 3 major realms away from this form. Even the 16-winged supreme blood demon could not be compared, let alone the final evolutionary body born from the 2 fully evolved paths. It was merely a high-ranking soldier. On the flying boat, a group of elders from the blood demon sect's inner court, led by Wu Shufeng, were closely monitoring the direction of the blood demon aura. I never expected that in this world besides our blood demon sect there would be a place with such dense blood aura. It seems that the heavens are blessing our blood demon sect. This time we have a chance to become the strongest sect in the Xian kingdom. This blood aura seems to be on par with that left by the blood demon ancestor. Could it be another blood demon ancestor? It's possible. Wu Shufeng did not participate in the discussion. Concerned about the rise of the blood demon sect, he remained focused, skillfully maneuvering the flying boat to follow the direction of the blood aura. Eventually, they arrived above the Chen family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of figures landed silently and steadily from above, hands behind their backs. Scanning the surroundings, their gazes quickly fixated on the supreme blood demon. Such blood aura could only belong to the blood demon ancestor. Thud, thud, thud. One after another they knelt down in unison, saying, "We pay our respects to the blood demon ancestor." The supreme blood demon did not respond to this. In his eyes, this group of people was like air. Or rather, in his view, only Chun Mu could occupy his vision. Wu Shufeng thought that his voice was too soft, so he led everyone to shout in a louder and more unified tone, "We, the descendants of the blood demon, pay our respects to the blood demon ancestor." "It's useless, he can't hear you. Whatever you want to say, just talk to me directly," Chun Mu interjected. "Who do you think you are?" Boom. Someone was about to retort, Chun Mu wondering who he thought he was to speak in front of the blood demon ancestor. They were immediately suppressed by Lin Wanquan, crushed to the point of leaving no trace. The only remnants were large patches of blood splattered on the bluestone bricks blooming like flowers. Tribulation Transcendence Realm. The rest of the crowd trembled, not daring to have even the slightest thought of resistance or hostility throughout. Looking at the silent blood demon ancestor, and then at the imposing Lin Wanquan, one couldn't help but wonder, was the blood demon ancestor working alongside a Tribulation Transcendence Realm expert? If that were the case, it wouldn't be surprising that such a terrifying blood tide was stirred up. After all, the opponent was indeed a strong cultivator of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. How could an ordinary display of power possibly affect him? Wu Shufeng was still hesitating, pondering whether to share in the glory or the misfortune, or to actively withdraw and avoid getting involved in the disputes of these top-tier experts. Upon careful thought, even if he participated, it would just be a slap reduced to ashes. "Right. My legs are a bit tired, you go get me a chair." Before he finished speaking, Lin Wanquan had already set the chair in place. Chun Mu sat down in the chair under the terrified expressions of Wu Shufeng and the others. Who on earth was he? How could he command a Tribulation Transcendence Realm expert to fetch him a chair? Shouldn't the situation be the other way around? If they remembered correctly, the Tribulation Transcendence Realm was the highest realm for cultivators, not Foundation establishment. "You come over and massage my shoulders." Chun Mu pressed his left palm on his right shoulder, lifted it up, moved his arm, and then made a gesture toward the supreme blood demon. This kid must be crazy. How dare he give orders to the blood demon ancestor? Wu Shufeng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. To his surprise, the blood demon ancestor truly followed Chun Mu's command, moving behind him, bending down and diligently applying just the right amount of pressure to massage his shoulders. The careful demeanor left everyone dumbfounded. Wu Shufeng. The members of the blood demon sect. They momentarily questioned whether they were dreaming. All this talk of explosive blood energy, the blood demon ancestor, the Tribulation Transcendence Realm expert, was it all just a dream, not real? Otherwise, it would be too incredible to believe. Everything felt too unreal, too ethereal. Even in a dream world, it would be the same. No one could possibly be invincible to this extent, could they? They had seen displays of power before, but none like Chun Mu's. It was something they had never encountered in their 100 years of existence. A Tribulation Transcendence Realm expert, serving UT and fetching chairs. The blood demon ancestor, the foundation that the blood demon sect had relied on to dominate for hundreds of years, massaging your shoulders. In the past, they wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing. This child is terrifying beyond measure. The highest guesses they could conceive of regarding Chun Mu's identity are insufficient to describe him at this moment. It feels like something is missing, utterly unqualified. Even the strongest of the strongest from the strongest sect in Xian Nation, whether they have reached the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, is still a question. In terms of such treatment, even across the entire Zhongshuan realm, Chun Mu is the first person in the world. No one surpasses him. This led them to unanimously agree with the saying that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. So fitting. What? Are you too embarrassed to speak? Seeing that everyone hesitated to open their mouths, Chun Mu displayed a hint of impatience. No, actually, we originally intended to seek refuge with the blood demon ancestor, but they never expected to encounter such an unimaginable monster as Chun Mu. A prodigy. Such words, if spoken, would be considered great disrespect, thus, they only dared to think about it in their hearts, even if it is a term of praise. Since you of the blood demon sect wish to rely on his power, then in the future the entire blood demon sect must surely have its power dynamics in his hands, right? Chun Mu did not mind adding another force to his own. That is natural, that is natural. Wu Shufeng nodded vigorously in agreement with Chun Mu's words. As the vice sect master, he initiated a blood oath, declaring that any act of defiance would invoke the wrath of heaven. Their forms and souls would be annihilated. The blood oath is not to be taken lightly. Any hint of defiance would see his promises come to fruition. If that is the case, then let us take a trip. Chun Mu also wanted to see what kind of atmosphere a sect that focuses on cultivating blood corpses and blood demons would have. The knowledge stored in his past life regarding this world was far too scant, utterly insufficient to satisfy his curiosity. He also had a bold idea he wanted to try. The Blood Demon sect would be an excellent testing ground. Please, esteemed one, step onto the flying boat. No need for such trouble. Chunmu summoned a portal leading to the Blood Demon sect in the courtyard with a thought. As for the exquisite flying boat above, Chunmu unceremoniously reached out and grabbed it, storing it away. In this regard, Wu Shifeng and the others had only one thought: as long as he is happy, it is fine by us. There were no complaints whatsoever. Just a flying boat. Let alone a flying boat. Even if he wanted the entire Blood Demon sect, they would obediently hand it over. Otherwise, a glance at the bloodstains still wet at his feet. That would be the next fate. Afterward, he handed the little black to Lu Ruoxue, letting her return with it. Chunmu himself, accompanied by the Supreme Blood Demon, entered the portal and arrived at the Blood Demon sect. As soon as they exited the portal, they saw hundreds of Blood Demon sect disciples who had already summoned blood corpses and lower-tier blood demons ready for battle, their faces filled with vigilance. For them, this portal was a rare sight. They mistakenly thought someone was attacking the Blood Demon sect. When Wu Shufeng and the others emerged from the portal one after another, they were shocked to see how the Blood Demon sect disciples treated their esteemed guests. Just as they were about to speak, roar, the Supreme Blood Demon let out an enraged roar that echoed throughout the entire mountain gate. All present displayed expressions of pain, tightly covering their ears, as if their eardrums were about to be pierced. But what surprised them even more was yet to come. The blood corpses, which should have been absolutely loyal and obedient, were now completely out of control. Thud, thud, thud. One after another they knelt before Chunmu, performing the gesture of worship. Bang, bang, bang. Their heads struck the ground continuously. The force of this action, if it were a normal person, would likely have resulted in a bloodied head. This shows how much reverence the blood corpses and blood demons have for Chunmu. Bold, who allowed you to summon blood corpses and dare to be so disrespectful to the esteemed one? Kneel and apologize immediately. Wu Shufeng shouted. The disciples understood that he was trying to save his own life. They complied obediently. They already knew that Chunmu was of extraordinary origin. Looking around, not a single person stood, whether blood corpse or the blood demon sect disciples who summoned them, all knelt in worship. Wu Shufeng and the others followed suit, saying, "Esteemed one, these young ones are ignorant and have offended you. Please forgive them. Rest assured, I am not some great demon, just a misunderstanding. Do not be nervous." Chunmu gestured for Wu Shufeng and the others to stand up. At this moment, the disciples were even more convinced that Chunmu was no ordinary person. To be able to make the vice sect master Wu Shufeng so anxious and respectful. After dealing with Wu Shufeng and the others, Chunmu raised his gaze, directly looking at a rock. It felt like that object resembled a human skull, now covered with green trees and flowers, including 2 eye sockets. Nearby, one could also see petrified parts resembling bent arms, ribs, and leg bones. This scene was quite eerie, yet contained a hint of artistry. If placed in a game, it would definitely be a boss battlefield. Chunmu opened the system panel to examine the skull mountain. After checking, it was confirmed that this skull mountain was indeed a massive skeleton. It was the corpse of the blood demon ancestor after death. After millions of years of use and depletion, the remaining blood energy resources are now scarce. A millennium from now, it will surely decline. At that time, the blood demon sect, which relies on blood energy to create numerous techniques based on this for cultivation, would head towards an inevitable end. It is easy to imagine. Name blood demon ancestor, status deceased, turn to bones. Would you like to change deceased to awaken? Change. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled. Very few could maintain their standing posture. What is happening? The body of the blood demon ancestor is recovering. Oh my gosh. Is the blood demon ancestor returning? He didn't die. Shocked voices rose and fell like waves, crashing onto the shore one after another. Countless stones fell, and the blood demon ancestor gradually stood up, towering even higher than the entire Yuta mountain. A massive body standing tall. Just standing there gave an overwhelming sense of pressure, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Truly deserving of the blood demon ancestor. This pressure is simply extraordinary. Bow to the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor is mighty. In an instant, countless people began to bow to the blood demon ancestor. Chunmu's spotlight seemed to have been stolen by him. Chunmu, however, did not mind. He waited for the blood demon ancestor's body to fully restore. At present, the reconstruction of flesh and blood was only halfway through. The skeleton was gradually becoming more full and robust. The stones, dirt, and trees attached to him all fell away, revealing his originally crimson body and muscular lines. In chaotic times, those who chose to wear clothes were indeed the minority. The blood demon ancestor evidently belonged to the majority, with a head of wild black hair that vividly interpreted the word wildness. Thud. However, what happened next exceeded all the members of the blood demon sect's expectations. The blood demon ancestor's height suddenly dropped sharply, and he knelt. Who is he kneeling to? Wait. Many people's expressions changed slightly, as if they had realized something. They turned their heads in unison to look at Qianmu. He was undoubtedly the most likely candidate without a doubt. The reason was simple. The blood corpse of his own would kneel to him, yet remained indifferent to the appearance of the blood demon ancestor. Was he stronger than the blood demon ancestor? How could this be possible? It was hard to convince himself to believe in all of this. The blood demon ancestor was in their minds an invincible existence. Can't you speak? Qianmu thought for a moment. In an era of chaos, strength was revered even more than in the current Xianxia realm. Speak. No amount of words could compare to taking direct action. Silencing the enemy was always more decisive than arguing. Fortunately, although the blood demon ancestor couldn't speak, he could understand human language. Qianmu opened his mouth saying, "You should end it yourself." The reason was simple. The deceased blood demon ancestor was more beneficial to himself and the entire blood demon sect than harmful. What? He actually told the blood demon ancestor to commit suicide. Even he can't possibly command the blood demon ancestor, right? Yeah, especially such a command to end one's own life. But that is the blood demon ancestor. The crowd did not believe that the blood demon ancestor would actually follow Qianmu's words. Bang! The next second, they looked up and witnessed the blood demon ancestor punching his left chest, extracting his heart, and crushing it. It was utterly decisive. There was not a shred of hesitation. As the heart burst, blood rained down, drenching the entire Utah mountain. Plants and soil absorbed the demon blood, becoming even more vibrant. Bang! Boom! Then the blood demon ancestor's body crashed down, just as it had millions of years ago. The crowd. This was not the end, it was merely part of Qianmu's plan. He gave the supreme blood demon a glance, commanding him to summon the blood demon ancestor's soul power to form his blood demon army. The supreme blood demon complied. The sky was filled with blood energy, weaving together with the blood demon ancestor's soul power, shaping a giant form. The oppressive feeling that had just faded suddenly descended again. The blood demon ancestor voluntarily shrank to normal human size, kneeling before Qianmu once more. At this moment, the members of the blood demon sect had no objections regarding the blood demon ancestor's kneeling. It was undoubtedly Qianmu. They couldn't fathom where the deputy sect master had summoned such a demon god from. No, he was even more terrifying than a demon god. Ignoring their thoughts, Qianmu opened the personal page of the Supreme Blood Demon. Blood Demon Soldier Quantity 1, Blood Demon General Quantity 1. Selecting the number 1, Qianmu decided to take practical action for his bold idea. Would you like to change 1 to infinite? Change. Modifying. Modification successful. Now, whether it was Blood Demon Soldiers or Blood Demon Generals, the Supreme Blood Demon could summon as many as he wanted without any restrictions. This shackle had been completely broken and removed by Qianmu. Interfere. Who dared to interfere? He could modify anyone. Report. No, it's bad. Deputy Sect Master, a disciple infiltrated into the Xianxia sect, reports that the Xianxia sect is gathering forces to attack our Blood Demon sect. A disciple squeezed into the crowd, coming before Wu Shufeng, reporting. Alright, I understand. Previously, Wu Shufeng might have worried that in this battle, even if the Blood Demon sect was not destroyed, it would suffer significant losses. But now the blood energy of the Blood Demon sect had recovered to an unprecedented richness. Most importantly, they had lashed on such a strong leg as Qianmu. The actions of the Xianxia sect seemed purely suicidal. Choosing to attack at this moment when would be a better time. It was utterly absurd. The Xianxia sect. Qianmu had heard of it. It seemed to be a highly ranked sect far above the previous Xianxia sect. Among sects, conflicts for resources and mutual disdain leading to sect wars were perfectly normal occurrences. Qianmu thought in his mind that this was a perfect opportunity for the Supreme Blood Demon to showcase his infinite summoning power. With strong abilities, there must be a stage to showcase them. With great strength, others must know of it. Being secretive was not Qianmu's style when dealing with matters. I will handle this matter, you need not interfere. Qianmu was not discussing this with Wu Shufeng. He was telling him that it must be done this way. We will strictly obey the orders of the master. Wu Shufeng clasped his fists and responded. Now that the master of the Blood Demon sect was in seclusion, everything was decided by him, the deputy sect master. The disciples of the Blood Demon sect, hearing Qianmu say this, were also very curious about what kind of strength he truly possessed. Although they looked down upon the Xianxia sect, they still respected the strength of the Xianxia sect. With many strong individuals in the Xianxia sect, could he really contend against them alone? Many disciples had already mentally prepared for a shared glory or shared loss. Feeling the continuous flow of blood energy entering their bodies, their fighting spirit was equally high. Meanwhile, on the other side, dozens of flying boats from the Xianxia sect soared into the sky. The sect master Zhuiyuanjiu stood confidently on the deck of the leading boat, hands clasped behind his back. Now his cultivation had broken through to the divine separation realm, and with over 20 strong individuals stationed, taking down a half-dead blood demon sect was absolutely not a problem. Even if the blood demon sect resorted to their most powerful abilities, Zhui Yuanzhou was confident he could annihilate the entire blood demon sect within a day. At that time, this vast array of cultivation resources would be exclusively there's the Xianxia sect. Today, even if a deity comes, your blood demon sect must die? Zhui Yuanzhou chuckled lightly. His confidence was overflowing. He was just waiting for the flying boats to reach the blood demon sect. In about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they could already see a vast array of flying boats covering the sky above the blood demon sect. Roughly estimating at least 10,000 elite disciples from the Xianxia sect had arrived. It seems the Xianxia sect is sincerely trying to eliminate our blood demon sect. Wu Shufeng gritted his teeth. Wu Shufeng, out of respect for our past acquaintance, I will give you all an opportunity to end it yourselves. At that time, I might consider leaving your blood demon sect disciples with whole corpses. Zhui Yuanzhou jumped onto the head of the flying boat, looking down from above. You must be dreaming, Wu Shufeng retorted. Zhui Yuanzhou, I advise you to get down quickly and apologize to the master to preserve your corpse. Master. Zhui Yuanzhou followed Wu Shufeng's gaze, his eyes landing on Chen Mu. Although he said nothing more, that dismissive smile spoke volumes. Your blood demon sect has truly fallen completely. All disciples of the Xianxia sect leave not a single blood demon sect disciple alive. Zhui Yuanzhi's voice resounded through the heavens. Kill, 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 kill. 10,000 responded. Zhui Yuanzhou was eager to see how the blood demon sect's few people would resist him today. It's your turn to take the stage, don't let me down. Chen Mu said to the supreme blood demon indifferently. In his eyes, this was merely experience points for expanding the summoning of blood demon types. A test stone. The supreme blood demon received the command, stepping to the forefront to face the disciples of the Xianxia sect alone. The crowd's gaze paused briefly before quickly rising, following the supreme blood demon into the 100-meter-high sky. Roar! He opened his arms and expressed his anger and dissatisfaction with a furious roar. However, Zhui Yuanzhou regarded the supreme blood demon merely as a loud beast, not taking him seriously. After all, he had killed blood demons before. But then his expression changed drastically as he noticed the scene before him distorting wildly. A massive wave of sound energy like a tornado effortlessly shredded the flying boats into fragments. The protective formation, bang, instantly shattered. Everyone get back. Zhui Yuanzhou soared into the sky on his sword, shouting loudly, as if he were pulling a sprout from the dry earth. Once stabilized, he looked down to see that the fleet he had led had already turned into countless debris filling the sky. Almost 1/10 of the disciples were caught off guard and perished like the flying boats, turning into blood mist. Bone powder. Zhui Yuanzhi's gaze shifted back to the supreme blood demon. I underestimated you. He thought to himself, no wonder Wu Shufeng dared not to regard him highly. It turned out he truly had a trump card. Don't worry, Wu Shufeng, once I eradicate the blood demon sect, we at the Xianxia Association will ensure the continuation of the methods to cultivate blood demons. Zhui Yuanzhou also desired to control puppets as powerful as the supreme blood demon. Even if he could refine just 100 of them, it would still represent formidable and extraordinary combat power. Unfortunately, the blood demon sect lacked such strength and resources. Zhui Yuanzhou was firmly convinced that he could achieve this. Losing. Sorry, he had never considered that he would lose in this battle. The supreme blood demon had merely relied on ambushes and the ignorance of the disciples to slaughter those who were merely there to fill the numbers in the 1,000-person team. The real elites still numbered in the tens of thousands. Could he really eliminate them? Zhui Yuanzhou wanted to see, how long can you, a mere puppet, hold out? Roar! The supreme blood demon let out another skyward howl, reverberating painfully against the eardrums of countless Xianxia sect disciples, leaving their heads spinning. Just as Zhui Yuanzhou naively thought that the supreme blood demon's abilities ended, their vast swathes of red appeared within and beyond his field of vision. It was the blood demon soldiers, the blood demon generals. In an instant, their numbers overwhelmed the advantage Zhui Yuanzhou had prided himself on. What's happening? Even Zhui Yuanzhou, who had believed victory was in his grasp just a moment ago, was thrown into a state of panic. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that the blood demon's speed increased, not slowing down with the surge in numbers, but rather growing faster and more numerous. Zhui Yuanzhou glanced at the ground, noting that neither Chen Mu nor Wu Shufeng nor any of the blood demon sect disciples displayed any signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. So where did these blood-red monsters come from? Could it be? At that moment, a terrifying thought emerged in Zhui Yuanzhi's mind. His gaze shot back to the supreme blood demon, his brows furrowed into a deep frown, murmuring, could it be that he summoned them all? Is this the true trump card of the blood demon sect? Behind him, so many blood demons. What should we do? Just now he had destroyed the fleet, taking the lives of over 1,000 fellow disciples. Now with this number it seemed to be pressing towards the 100,000. You better not say you want to be a coward. Chill. Keep your voice down. If the sect master hears this, we will all be in trouble. Are we really going to fight? Are you serious? If we can't win against one, how can we defeat 100,000? It's impossible even if we use our imaginations. Hearing the voices of the dispirited disciples, Xianxia realized that this was not a viable path. Thus he spoke out, attempting to stabilize morale, shouting, "Do not panic. You are all the elite disciples of our Shanghai sect, the cream of the crop among thousands. They are merely puppets that rely on numbers over quality. What is there to fear? We will surely win. If we can defeat the blood demon sect in this battle, all disciples' treatment within the sect will increase tenfold." Xianxia understood well the principle that under heavy rewards there will be brave men. The sect's treatment would increase tenfold. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately rallied like they had been injected with adrenaline, raising their arms and shouting, "We will surely win. We will surely win." Hearing this, Xianxia's restless heart calmed down once more. It was time to sound the horn of counterattack. His mind went blank. The scenes before him shocked Xianxia to the point where he lost more than half of his spirit. It was because he witnessed the blood demon soldiers and generals, their bloodthirsty aura soaring, all growing larger. One by one transformed into muscular giants taller than mountains. Like demonic gods. Boom. Especially the supreme blood demon, when he transformed into his complete form, the moment his 16 wings unfurled, the overwhelming sight left one at a loss for words. He fell into an abyss, feeling his heart chill. In the presence of the 16-winged supreme blood demon, he could only look up, otherwise he wouldn't even reach its knees. His neck ached. "Oh, no, I don't want to die. Whoever loves to fight can fight. Who wins with their head? I'm quitting the sect. I want to withdraw from the Shanghai sect. I have nothing to do with them. Don't kill me, don't kill me. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Get out of my way." The disciples of the Shanghai sect did not even give Xianxia a chance to speak, each turning their swords and fleeing from the Yuta mountain at the fastest speed. Boom. The 16-winged supreme blood demon struck down, causing casualties of 2,000 to 3,000. The 100,000-strong army of blood demon giants launched a fierce offensive, shaking the heavens and the earth as they moved. Wu Shufeng and the blood demon sect disciples looked up, staring blankly at everything unfolding. It was as if they had returned to the chaotic, bloody era dominated by slaughter. At this moment, they finally understood, experiencing firsthand, why their blood demon ancestor was willing to follow Chun Mu's orders, choosing to take his own life without hesitation. The reason was simple: the blood demon ancestor they regarded as invincible could in the blink of an eye summon a multitude, 100,000 of them. Even more astonishing was that it was clear this was far from his limit. Even beings that resembled otherworldly demons had to obediently follow Chun Mu's commands. The blood demon ancestor. To put it bluntly, what right did he have to resist? As for Wu Shufeng, he had always believed that he understood the blood demon lineage well enough, but the bloody scenes unfolding before his eyes, brutally slaughtering the disciples of the Shanghai sect, shocked him. It made Wu Shufeng realize that the blood demon ancestor was perhaps just an inconspicuous figure within the entire blood demon family. And their blood demon sect had prospered for millions of years, standing firm with the aid of this inconspicuous figure. His eyes filled with admiration and fear, he secretly turned to Chun Mu's back. He wanted to know what kind of face lay beneath this young facade. The true ancestor of the blood demon. The origin of the blood demon. The blood demon. On the other side, the blood magic army's slaughter continued. One palm strike could level an unnamed mountain, shattering it as easily as a clump of flour. That enormous palm appeared to move slowly, yet in reality, it was incredibly swift. A mere brush would cause a body to explode from the unbearable pressure. White bones scattered everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless bloodlines erupted from the blood magic, resembling tentacles raining down like a deluge. In contrast to the massive figure of the blood demon, what appeared to be a line was for the human race an undeniable catastrophic blow. Faced with such massive areas of lethal force, even if one trained the techniques of the Mountain Sea sect to perfection, escape would still be nearly impossible. Bang, bang. Striking the ground in an arched trajectory, bodies were smashed into dust, their remains buried deep beneath the earth, entombed where they fell. Witnessing this one-sided, earth-shattering massacre, the members of the blood demon sect felt immensely relieved that they were not born in that chaotic era. Otherwise, even a worm would have been no match. In contrast, the disciples of the Mountain Sea sect felt nothing but despair and endless cold despair. "No, don't kill me. Please, spare me. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. I am being forced. I never intended to be your enemy. I beg you, spare my life." The previous cries for blood and slaughter in a frenzy to elevate their sect status were long forgotten, selective amnesia taking hold. There was no trace of fighting spirit, only frantic pleas for mercy. Their minds raced, spouting every conceivable word regardless of reason. Elders. Faced with this one-sided, hopeless situation, the sect leader Xianxia had also long since given up on fighting, realizing it was futile. He understood that begging for mercy was useless. Thus, he sought to unite all the powerful figures present from the Mountain Sea sect to find a way to survive and escape. However, as he turned, he clearly saw. Boom. The towering demon with 16 wings waved his hand, firmly grasping over 20 powerful figures in his palm. With a squeeze of his fingers, Xianxia didn't need to think to know what kind of scene would unfold. Run. Quickly run. Flee without looking back. At this moment, a voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. Gulp. 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 He stuffed pill after pill into his mouth, swallowing them down. Layering various movements, he instantly escaped over 100 kilometers. Was he relieved? Whoosh. 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 There was nothing but despair as he witnessed the blood columns blooming like chrysanthemums, exploding, completely encircling him in a deadly embrace. Not even a fly could escape death. Hundreds of blood columns crashed, violently merging, deforming, spreading out, then reforming into a sphere before retracting. Successfully killed the elder of the Mountain Sea sect. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a high-grade Earth Deer Feathered Blade. 6 high-grade pills, 10 low-grade pills, 10. Successfully killed the sect leader of the Mountain Sea sect. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 3 Earth Deer Escape Talismans. 5 protective jade swords, 5. 8 mid-grade pills. Successfully killed 10,000 disciples of the Mountain Sea sect. All rewards have been collected into Chun Mu's pocket without exception. The system's pop-up windows frantically refreshed before him. Without careful scrutiny, one could hardly discern what was written on them. Indeed, observing the struggle from a safe distance and reaping the benefits felt immensely satisfying. After eliminating all members of the Mountain Sea sect, all blood demons returned to the small world. The Supreme Blood Demon resumed human size and reported back to Chun Mu. Well done. Chun Mu spared no words of praise complimenting him. The Supreme Blood Demon could not speak, but the pride and satisfaction within him were as abundant as ever. The 4 simple words from Chun Mu brought a sense of accomplishment to the Supreme Blood Demon that far surpassed the killing of tens of thousands. One might say the two were completely incomparable. Over 10,000 disciples of the Mountain Sea sect just vanished. Indeed, they are gone. The one responding had confirmed multiple times before, daring to nod emphatically. But those were the elite disciples of the Mountain Sea sect. Are you saying it's all fake? How could it be fake? If those are fake, what about the sect leader and those elders? They can't be fake, can they? The blood demon ancestor, he must be our blood demon ancestor. I suspect we have misunderstood. The one lying in the mountains was probably just a servant from billions of years ago serving him tea and water. I agree. The blood demon ancestor is undoubtedly him. Shoo. How can you as outer disciples dare to discuss the blood demon ancestor? Be quiet. Hearing himself being substituted as the blood demon ancestor, Chun Mu smiled faintly. Without speaking, he implanted commands into the Supreme Blood Demon's mind, instructing him to absorb the soul power of those over 10,000 individuals to expand the types of blood demon summoning. The Supreme Blood Demon nodded, raising his hand as thousands of strands of blood energy shot from his palm into the heavens like a torrential downpour. Fusion absorbing soul power. 10,000 blood demon soldiers were easily acquired. Chun Mu opened the system panel to check which types of blood demons could now be summoned. Devouring type can continually strengthen themselves by consuming others' flesh and blood with no limits. Undying type, as the name suggests, as long as the heart of the Supreme Blood Demon keeps beating, they can be reborn endlessly. Moreover, they can share the damage taken with the Supreme Blood Demon. Celestial Demon type, smaller in stature, possessing wings and high-speed flight abilities. Transformation type can mimic the appearance of anything, even changing colors regardless of life and death. Imitation type can learn and utilize any attack 100, sharing the knowledge with all upon one person mastering it. A total of 5 new summoning types were unlocked. The gains were indeed substantial. As an ordinary user of cheats, one might be content to stop here. However, as one who possessed the authority to break through limitations, Chun Mu decided to directly modify and acquire templates for all summoning types. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. The system's response was as swift as ever. One could say it was always at one's beck and call. Over 10,000 types of summoning directly turned the page count into 999. Summoning quantity. All selected and modified to unlimited. Whatever you want you can have. Such limitations should not exist in a cracked fantasy world. Naturally, whatever feels good is what should come. Chun Mu was very curious about what these thousands of blood demons would look like. Summon all the Supreme Blood Demons. Meanwhile, at the back mountain blood demon cliff. Whoosh. A water column shot dozens of meters high as a flesh-colored figure burst forth from the blood magic pool. Upon reaching the shore, he quickly took out a robe and put it on. In the spirit separation realm, I have finally broken through. Now, even if the Mountain Sea sect wishes to wage war, I need not fear, I can fight. This person is none other than Zhao Futu, the sect leader of the Blood Demon sect. Odd, why does it feel like the blood energy inside the sect has strengthened considerably compared to before? Is it an illusion? What is this overwhelming pressure? Why are the bones of the ancestor completely exposed? They look so pristine. One might think they just died not long ago. Could it be that the ancestor is aware of the troubles facing the Blood Demon sect and intends to lend us a hand? Thinking this, he quickly adjusted his posture, lifting his lower garment to reveal his white pant legs. Kneeling on the ground, burying his head and touching the ground, he said thank you for the ancestor's protection. He faced the terrifying white skull, bowing 3 times to express how sincere he was. Rising again, he suddenly discovered that in the blood-red sky above stood numerous bloodthirsty blood demons. These blood demons varied in form, and most of them, even Zhao Futu, the sect leader of the Blood Demon sect, had never seen before. He only recognized the tip of the iceberg, but even that was enough to leave him dumbfounded. Heavens! Isn't that the roaring blood demon which has been lost for 1,000 years? Wait, that is the frenzied blood demon known as the strongest warrior, the 9th sect leader's favorite blood demon, heavenly demon. It really exists. It's not just recorded in ancient texts. Zhao Futu was astonished, unable to comprehend why so many ancient-level blood demons suddenly appeared in the Blood Demon sect. After all, these were beings he had never heard of, either existing in legends or described in ancient books as powerful blood demons. He couldn't think of any other explanation than to attribute them to ancient origins. Any one of them would be enough to easily crush him, who had just broken through to the spirit separation realm, overflowing with confidence. And there were thousands of them. What on earth is going on? Zhao Futu's gaze returned to the Bone Mountain ancestor. Is this protection a bit too much? He felt that he was not worthy of such blessings. Meanwhile, at the Mountain Sea sect, several elders were discussing how to welcome back Zhui Yuanji and his group after their triumphant return. Is it all right to hold the celebration tomorrow morning? You think too highly of those trash from the Blood Demon sect. Before long, they will definitely be annihilated by the sect leader. Then let's move it to the evening. Just as they were deliberating, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Elder, something terrible has happened. What happened? The 5th elder did not associate this matter with Zhui Yuanji and the others who were out in battle, thinking something must have happened within the sect. Sect leader, all the life tokens of the over 10,000 disciples who went to battle, as well as those of the powerful members, have all shattered. The young disciple reported truthfully. What? The 3 elders' faces turned ashen. Yet they did not think the disciple would dare to joke about something like this. They promptly moved towards the life pavilion to check the life tokens of Zhui Yuanji and the others. Why did this happen? They shattered, all shattered. Could it be that there was a problem with the life tokens? It must be that way. Yes, it must be that way. How could a mere blood demon sect completely annihilate our elite Mountain Sea sect? The 5th elder immediately ordered someone. Mobilize all remaining flying boats. Follow me to the blood demon sect. He intended to confirm this matter personally. They had long since understood the blood demon sect's details through core members they had placed within it. That little bit of strength could never be a match for the Mountain Sea sect. According to the predicted script before the battle, they shouldn't even last a day. Yet now all those who went to battle had their life tokens shattered, including the sect's powerful members. This result was something the 5th elder could hardly believe or accept. He had to go personally to investigate. His gaze returned to the blood demon sect. Bang! 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 Slapping his rigid, almost petrified thigh, Zhao Futu decided to leave the back mountain and find someone to clarify what was really happening. An unprecedented pressure enveloped his heart. The cultivation at the spirit separation realm provided Zhao Futu with no sense of security whatsoever. Sword riding. Or perhaps he should just walk. He worried about falling from the sky. It felt as if this path, which he had traversed countless times over the years, had suddenly become so arduous. Every step felt as heavy as if filled with lead. After much difficulty, he finally arrived at the main hall of the sect. Feeling the overwhelming blood energy that caused one's cultivation to continuously grow, Zhao Futu swallowed hard. He then turned his gaze to Wu Shufeng and the others. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the presence of the supreme blood demon. 16 wings. Staring in disbelief, there are blood demons like this. Moreover, it seemed that those thousands of ancient-level blood demons soaring high above were all summoned by him alone. Zhao Futu found it hard not to suspect that the ancestor had been resurrected. Who else but his own ancestor could command such a scene? Under modification. Modification successful. What was modified? Chunmu felt that the supreme blood demon not being able to speak was quite troublesome, so he simply added a language function for him. Realizing he could now speak, the supreme blood demon was taken aback, then clasped his fists towards Chunmu. Master, I have summoned all types of blood demons as per your request. Chunmu's gaze quickly swept across the sky. This was far more oppressive than 100,000 human troops. 1 against 100. Too conservative. 1 against 1,000,000, 10,000,000, a billion. That's more like it. Which one of these, if singled out, isn't of world-destroying caliber? Not. Then modify until it is. Master. After confirming that those blood demons were summoned by the supreme blood demon, hearing him address Chunmu as such, Xiaofutu could no longer remain composed. He gasped in astonishment. Everyone turned their attention towards him. At that moment, Xiaofutu felt immense pressure, cold sweat pouring down. Because the crowd included the thousands of blood demons above them. In a daze, he saw a large door with 2 figures, one black and one white, standing at the entrance waving at him. Sect leader. It was Wu Shufeng's shout that brought Xiaofutu's awareness back from the clouds. It's Deputy Sect Leader, what exactly is happening? Sect Leader, the individual over there is a being more terrifying than the blood demon ancestor. I personally suspect he is a being of blood demon origin. Thanks to his intervention, we were able to eliminate over 10,000 elites of the Mountain Sea sect and ensure the blood demon sect's safety. Wu Shufeng stepped forward, briefly explaining everything. There was no time to explain everything slowly to Xiaofutu. However, Wu Shufeng's words only registered in Xiaofutu's mind, as that person is more terrifying than the blood demon ancestor. More terrifying than the blood demon ancestor. By the way, Sect Leader, there's one more thing I need to report to you. During your seclusion, I took the liberty to have the entire blood demon sect pledge allegiance to the esteemed one. You won't blame me, will you? Wu Shufeng asked tentatively, glancing up again and then at the 16-winged supreme blood demon. Xiaofutu. As Chunmu opened the system backpack, he hesitated over what to use for the billionfold rebate. Suddenly, he felt that using an existing magical artifact for this purpose was lacking in challenge. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a small pebble at his feet, so he bent down to pick it up. He waved for Su Qingtian to come over. Extend your hand, Chunmu commanded. All right, Su Qingtian obediently raised his hand. Chunmu placed the small pebble which he pinched between his thumb and index finger into the palm of Su Qingtian. A small pebble. Su Qingtian struggled to understand Chunmu's intention behind this. Was he trying to convey that no matter how strong he became in Chunmu's eyes, he was merely as insignificant as this pebble? To always remain humble and never become arrogant. Chunmu did not speak, and Su Qingtian did not dare to ask any further, suppressing his conjectures about Chunmu's intentions. He cleared his mind of unnecessary thoughts. Meanwhile, Chunmu was intently focused on the content of the system pop-up window before him. Granting the small pebble was successful. Billionfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a town prison stone 1. The town prison stone, upon reviewing the details, Chunmu learned was already a transcendent sacred object beyond the heavenly tier. In the entire Xianxia realm, there was only one, a personal sacred object that only the emperors of the Xian kingdom were qualified to possess. It was rumored that even those at the half-step Tribulation Transcendence could be subdued by it. It was a treasure of the nation. Chunmu was curious about how the Xian royal family would react if they knew that the sacred object they had passed down through generations had been casually picked up by him from the roadside. How would it feel to have such an ordinary pebble so easily obtained? Satisfaction. It would not be fulfilling, for human desire is a bottomless pit. Among these people, your strength is the weakest. This town prison stone is bestowed upon you for your own protection. Chunmu spoke nobly, but in reality, he merely regarded the other as a tool. However, to be treated as a tool and granted a national treasure, it was likely that no one in the world would refuse such an offer, right? Town prison stone. Isn't that a sacred object that only the Xian royal family can possess, the only one in the entire Xian realm? A sudden shock surged within his heart. Without doubt, Su Qingtian could clearly sense that this was an extraordinary sacred object that should not exist in the mundane world. Unparalleled in power. You know quite a bit, but this is not the one owned by the Xian royal family. Rest assured they wouldn't dare to trouble you, Chunmu explained. Thank you for the gift, master. In that moment, Su Qingtian thought he could understand the true meaning represented by the pebble and the town prison stone. He must have wanted him to know that the more loyal he was, the more benefits he would receive, right? But he had already decided to dedicate all the value of his future life to Chunmu. Even without this town prison stone, Su Qingtian would never entertain thoughts of betrayal. If Chunmu could read minds, he would surely tell him, you're overthinking it. I simply used you to gain a rebate. Granting the town prison stone was successful. Billionfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a town god stone, 1000. Not just 100 million. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mu realized that the rebate had upgraded from the town prison stone to the town god stone. A full 1 million. The power of the town god stone was incomparable to that of the town prison stone. It could suppress those in the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Even gods could be subdued. Whether it was the town prison stone or the town god stone, they would incur wear and tear with each use. Once the wear reached a certain extent, they would lose their effect. This is why historically the Xian kingdom had not used the town prison stone many times. However, once the quantity reached a considerably large number, the issue of wear became less significant. 1 million town god stones. Even with 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they could still be wiped out. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. For safety, Chen Mu changed the number of 1 million to infinite in a second. The world, especially the Xian royal family that had passed down the town prison stone, could not possibly imagine. A top-tier sacred object that everyone fought to obtain, and not only did he possess the upgraded version, but he could also use it without limits. The Extermination God Jade Sword. The Yama Tablet. Top-tier teleportation talismans. Afterwards, Su Qingtian was responsible for cooking. Lu Ruoshui took his place, treated as a tool by Chen Mu, continuing to gain rebates in hundreds of millions. This was even more outrageous than the hacking games Chen Mu had played before. Lu Ruoshui also gained numerous treasures as a result. Alright, that's enough for today. After feeling satisfied, Chen Mu glanced up, and as he spoke halfway, he was slightly taken aback. Why was this woman suddenly crying? What's wrong with you? Chen Mu furrowed his brow, puzzled. Master, please don't misunderstand. Ruoshui is just touched. I didn't expect Master to be so good to me. You are the best person to me in the whole world, like a reborn parent. Ruoshui is willing to dedicate her life to you at any time. Lu Ruoshui's eyes reddened, yet her gaze was exceptionally resolute. The items Chen Mu had granted her, no matter which one, would have been unattainable for Lu Ruoshui in the past, even if she practiced until death, let alone obtaining them. Thinking about it this way, it was understandable why she would be moved to tears. Alright, it's just some trinkets. Let's go eat. Chen Mu stood up and casually patted Lu Ruoshui's head. Lu Ruoshui's cheeks flushed slightly. This was the first time anyone other than her father had patted her head. So warm, so comfortable. After dinner, noticing that it was getting late, Chen Mu went straight back to his room to sleep. The enthusiastic foot washing service from the aloof senior sister was naturally not to be missed. Lu Ruoshui already understood what methods would make Chen Mu enjoy it more and be more satisfied. If Sidu Qing and Luo Yuru knew about this, they would surely spit blood in anger. Unfortunately, they were both scattered souls beyond saving. At that moment, a carriage pulled by 4 blood-sweating horses stopped in front of an inn set up in Angry Goat City. Angry Goat City, like Tianfu City, was the nearest city to the Xianxia sect. A pale-faced old man with a cunning tone took out a high-grade spirit stone and asked the waiter to prepare 2 sky-class guest rooms. Soon after, a man and a woman checked in. Brother, why did father send us to such a desolate place? Is a mere Qingxian holy son worth our personal involvement to win over? You're overestimating him too much, the young girl complained. Hey, father only said to let me come, not to bring you along, the young man retorted. The young girl's name was Qin Yu, the youngest princess of the Xian kingdom. The young man's name was Qin Yufei, one of the 9th princes. Brother, I'm just worried about you. How can you say that? It hurts my feelings, Qin Yu pouted indignantly. In any case, nothing must happen during the Qingxian sect visit. You should keep your temper in check, Qin Yufei repeatedly cautioned. He had received word that a large number of disciples from the Sacred Dragon sect and the Heavenly Sword sect had gone up the mountain, and then there had been no news. His intuition told him that the Qingxian sect was definitely not as simple as it seemed. He was worried that Qin Yu's fearless nature, which disregarded everyone, would bring her trouble. Oh, Qin Yu agreed sweetly, but in her heart, she did not take Qin Yufei seriously. As a princess of the Xian kingdom with the blood of the emperor flowing in her veins, how could a Qingxian sect that wasn't even in the top 10 dare to touch her? As Chen Mu opened the system backpack, he hesitated over what to use for the billionfold rebate. Suddenly, he felt that using an existing magical artifact for this purpose was lacking in challenge. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a small pebble at his feet, so he bent down to pick it up. He waved for Su Qingtian to come over. Extend your hand, Chen Mu commanded. All right, Su Qingtian obediently raised his hand. Chen Mu placed the small pebble, which he pinched between his thumb and index finger, into the palm of Su Qingtian. A small pebble. Su Qingtian struggled to understand Chen Mu's intention behind this. Was he trying to convey that no matter how strong he became in Chen Mu's eyes, he was merely as insignificant as this pebble? To always remain humble and never become arrogant. Chen Mu did not speak, and Su Qingtian did not dare to ask any further, suppressing his conjectures about Chen Mu's intentions. He cleared his mind of unnecessary thoughts. Meanwhile, Chen Mu was intently focused on the content of the system pop-up window before him. Granting the small pebble was successful. Billionfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a town prison stone 1. The town prison stone, upon reviewing the details, Chunmu learned, was already a transcendent sacred object beyond the heavenly tier. In the entire Xianxia realm, there was only one, a personal sacred object that only the emperors of the Xian kingdom were qualified to possess. It was rumored that even those at the half-step Tribulation Transcendence could be subdued by it. It was a treasure of the nation. Chunmu was curious about how the Xian royal family would react if they knew that the sacred object they had passed down through generations had been casually picked up by him from the roadside. How would it feel to have such an ordinary pebble so easily obtained? Satisfaction. It would not be fulfilling, for human desire is a bottomless pit. Among these people, your strength is the weakest. This town prison stone is bestowed upon you for your own protection. Chunmu spoke nobly, but in reality, he merely regarded the other as a tool. However, to be treated as a tool and granted a national treasure, it was likely that no one in the world would refuse such an offer, right? Town prison stone. Isn't that a sacred object that only the Xian royal family can possess, the only one in the entire Xian realm? A sudden shock surged within his heart. Without doubt, Xianxia could clearly sense that this was an extraordinary sacred object that should not exist in the mundane world. Unparalleled in power. You know quite a bit, but this is not the one owned by the Xian royal family. Rest assured they wouldn't dare to trouble you, Chunmu explained. Thank you for the gift, master. In that moment, Xianxia thought he could understand the true meaning represented by the pebble and the town prison stone. He must have wanted him to know that the more loyal he was, the more benefits he would receive, right? But he had already decided to dedicate all the value of his future life to Chunmu. Even without this town prison stone, Xianxia would never entertain thoughts of betrayal. If Chunmu could read minds, he would surely tell him, you're overthinking it. I simply used you to gain a rebate. Granting the town prison stone was successful. Billionfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a town god stone 100. Not just 100 million. Upon closer inspection, Chunmu realized that the rebate had upgraded from the town prison stone to the town god stone. A full 1 million. The power of the town god stone was incomparable to that of the town prison stone. It could suppress those in the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Even gods could be subdued. Whether it was the town prison stone or the town god stone, they would incur wear and tear with each use. Once the wear reached a certain extent, they would lose their effect. This is why historically the Xian kingdom had not used the town prison stone many times. However, once the quantity reached a considerably large number, the issue of wear became less significant. 1 million town god stones. Even with 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they could still be wiped out. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. For safety, Chunmu changed the number of 1 million to infinite in a second. The world, especially the Xian royal family that had passed down the town prison stone, could not possibly imagine. A top-tier sacred object that everyone fought to obtain, and not only did he possess the upgraded version, but he could also use it without limits. The extermination god jade sword. The Yama tablet. Top-tier teleportation talismans. Afterwards, Xianxia was responsible for cooking. Lu Ruoshui took his place, treated as a tool by Chunmu, continuing to gain rebates in hundreds of millions. This was even more outrageous than the hacking games Chunmu had played before. Lu Ruoshui also gained numerous treasures as a result. Alright, that's enough for today. After feeling satisfied, Chunmu glanced up, and as he spoke halfway, he was slightly taken aback. Why was this woman suddenly crying? What's wrong with you? Chunmu furrowed his brow, puzzled. Master, please don't misunderstand. Ruoshui is just touched. I didn't expect Master to be so good to me. You are the best person to me in the whole world, like a reborn parent. Ruoshui is willing to dedicate her life to you at any time. Lu Ruoshui's eyes reddened, yet her gaze was exceptionally resolute. The items Chunmu had granted her, no matter which one, would have been unattainable for Lu Ruoshui in the past, even if she practiced until death, let alone obtaining them. Thinking about it this way, it was understandable why she would be moved to tears. Alright, it's just some trinkets. Let's go eat. Chunmu stood up and casually patted Lu Ruoshui's head. Lu Ruoshui's cheeks flushed slightly. This was the first time anyone other than her father had patted her head. So warm, so comfortable. After dinner, noticing that it was getting late, Chunmu went straight back to his room to sleep. The enthusiastic foot washing service from the aloof senior sister was naturally not to be missed. Lu Ruoshui already understood what methods would make Chunmu enjoy it more and be more satisfied. If Siduqing and Luo Yuru knew about this, they would surely spit blood in anger. Unfortunately, they were both scattered souls beyond saving. At that moment, a carriage pulled by 4 blood-sweating horses stopped in front of an inn set up in Angry Goat City. Angry Goat City, like Tianfu City, was the nearest city to the Qingxian sect. A pale-faced old man with a cunning tone took out a high-grade spirit stone and asked the waiter to prepare 2 sky-class guest rooms. Soon after, a man and a woman checked in. "Brother, why did father send us to such a desolate place? Is a mere Xianxia holy son worth our personal involvement to win over?" "You're overestimating him too much," the young girl complained. "Hey, father only said to let me come, not to bring you along," the young man retorted. The young girl's name was Qin Yu, the youngest princess of the Xian kingdom. The young man's name was Qin Yufei, one of the 9th princes. "Brother, I'm just worried about you." "How can you say that?" "It hurts my feelings," Qin Yu pouted indignantly. "In any case, nothing must happen during the Qingxian sect visit. You should keep your temper in check," Qin Yufei repeatedly cautioned. He had received word that a large number of disciples from the Sacred Dragon sect and the Heavenly Sword sect had gone up the mountain, and then there had been no news. His intuition told him that the Qingxian sect was definitely not as simple as it seemed. He was worried that Qin Yu's fearless nature, which disregarded everyone, would bring her trouble. "Oh," Qin Yu agreed sweetly, but in her heart, she did not take Qin Yufei seriously. As a princess of the Xian kingdom with the blood of the emperor flowing in her veins, how could a Qingxian sect that wasn't even in the top 10 dare to touch her? In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. The sun was high in the sky as Qin Yufei and his companion's carriage reached the entrance of the Qingxian sect. "Isn't this ladder a bit too long?" Qin Yu looked up at the endless stone steps with a resentful expression in her eyes. Aside from her looks and the identity of a princess, she was almost no different from an ordinary person. Her talent was mediocre, and her cultivation speed was incredibly slow. Yet she was disinclined to practice, relying on her noble status as a princess, indulging in a life of leisure and enjoyment. Thinking to herself, with so many royal brothers and sisters, why should she bother to strive? "Let's go," said Qin Yufei, who had yet to learn sword control and could only ascend the mountain on foot. "No, I don't want my ankle to swell up tomorrow." With that, Qin Yu walked in front of a disciple guarding the gate. With her hands on her hips and a haughty demeanor, she commanded, "Go tell your so-called holy son that the prince and princess of the Xian kingdom have arrived, and he should come down immediately to pay his respects." This was undoubtedly the funniest joke the guard had ever heard in his life. A mere prince and princess thought they could make the holy son come down to meet them. Who gave you the courage? However, considering they were members of the royal family of the Xian kingdom, he decided it was best to remain silent. "Hey, are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying, or do you not understand human speech?" Qin Yu puffed up her cheeks and said fiercely, "All right, what good will it do to make things difficult for him? Let's go up the mountain. If you get tired, your royal brother can carry you later." Qin Yufei reached out and pulled Qin Yu back to his side. Qin Yu snorted lightly, pretending to shake her fist, and said, "You should thank my royal brother. If we were in the capital, I would have ordered to have you executed." Huh. I'm exhausted." Breathing heavily, what should have taken a mere incense stick's worth of time turned into a whole hour for the group. Qin Yufei himself could hardly remember how many times they had stopped to rest because of Qin Yu's complaints. Then, with coaxing and deception, they proceeded to the main hall of the sect leader. Meanwhile, someone arrived at the Qingyan mansion to inform Su Chengtian of this news. The message was then conveyed to Chun Mu, who had just finished washing his face and looked quite spirited. "The prince and princess want to see me." "Not seeing them. Why should I give them face? What does their royal status matter?" Chun Mu truly did not take them seriously. There was no need to consider whether they could provide him with cultivation resources. After all, what they had, he had. What they did not have, he also possessed. "All right, I will relay this immediately." Su Chengtian opened the door again and conveyed Chun Mu's message truthfully to the disciple. Through that disciple, the news was relayed back to the sect leader's hall, to Zhao Hengshan, and others, including Qin Yufei and Qin Yu. "What? Not seeing them? What does he mean by that? Does he dare to disregard our Xian kingdom? He is being disrespectful. He deserves to die." Qin Yu reacted with incredible agitation. After all her efforts to climb such high steps, she was met with nothing but a dismissive, light-hearted refusal. Taking a step back for the greater good. Enduring for a moment of tranquility. No. The more Qin Yu thought about it, the angrier she became. The more she endured, the more she felt at a loss. Her heart felt like it was about to explode. Born with a silver spoon, raised in luxury, how had she ever suffered such indignities? Qin Yufei stood by silent, not stopping Qin Yu. He was waiting for Zhao Hengshan to express his stance. He believed that as the sect leader of the Qingxian sect, he would never allow a holy son to provoke the authority of a dynasty, trampling the dignity of these royal offspring underfoot. It was not that Qin Yufei looked down on the holy son of Qingxian. Even if it was just that small holy son, the entire Qingxian sect lacked the qualification to be enemies with the Xian kingdom. The might of a nation is more than capable of crushing and destroying a sect without effort. As one of the 9 major princes and a future heir to the throne of the Xian kingdom, he naturally could not act as recklessly as Qin Yu. He had to remain composed. To avoid rumors spreading that would tarnish his image and decrease his favor in his father's eyes. A prince must naturally behave like one. Since the Holy Sun does not wish to see you, then please return. However, if you wish to stay in the Xianxia sect for a few more days, you may do so. Zhao Hengshan spoke without a second thought. On the surface, Qin Yufei's expression did not change much, but internally his features had become incredibly stiff. This guy, is he serious? Is he truly willing to oppose the entire Xian kingdom for a single holy sun? Zhao sect leader, we came here under the orders of the current holy emperor of the Xian kingdom to meet the holy son of Qin Xian. What you are doing is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Qin Yufei clasped his hands and raised them toward the heavens. Overtly and covertly, he threatened Zhao Hengshan, hoping he would wake up and carefully weigh the pros and cons. Even if 300 years had passed without a holy sun awakening, there was no need for such favoritism. A mere holy sun, was he worth the entire sect's backing? Think carefully. What is inappropriate about this? He does not wish to see you. What can I do? Zhao Hengshan smiled wryly. Qin Yufei's little intentions were seen through, but left unspoken. Zhao sect leader, if you continue like this, my father will surely hold the entire Xian sect accountable once he hears of this. Qin Yufei made his position clear. Exactly. You, a small Xian sect that doesn't even rank in the top 10 of the Xian kingdom, dare to oppose the Xian kingdom. Do you believe that with a single command from my father, the top 10 powerful sects will flatten you? Qin Ye's attitude was 10 times more arrogant as she pointed her finger at Zhao Hengshan's nose and said, no problem. If the Xian kingdom wants to go to war, we are always ready. Zhao Hengshan did not mind swapping his allegiance to another ruler. In his eyes, Chun Mu's value was far beyond the mere title of Holy Son of Qingxian. Serving him as a master or as a monarch felt almost the same. The latter even had a bit more prestige. In Zhao Hengshan's view, Chen Mu was far more suited to sit on the dragon throne of the Xian kingdom than members of the Qin family. You. Qin Yu was furious. What do you mean? How can a dignified princess act like a shrew? Cursing here. A voice came from behind. A shrew. Qin Yu turned around immediately, looking for the source of the voice. Upon seeing the person, her face turned red with anger as she questioned, who do you think you are to insult this princess? Dare to insult this princess? Do you believe I will? Chun Mu raised his hand from afar. An invisible large hand immediately distorted and exploded Qin Yu's entire being. Bang! Blood sprayed everywhere. It dyed a large area of Qin Yufei's side. The blood soaked through his clothes, giving him a sense of warmth as the inner garment clung to his skin. But this warmth was anything but comforting. Qin Yufei knew that with Qin Ye's personality, she would eventually get into trouble, yet he never expected that she would meet such a tragic end. Only a crumpled, tattered skin was left. You bastard. Do you know who she is? She is a princess of the Xian kingdom. Do you dare to kill her? Aren't you afraid of being exterminated along with your clan? Qin Yufei was furious. Compared to his concern for this half-sister, he was more disgusted at how a peer had the audacity to trample on his pride as a prince. Trample? How dare he? Anger surged and exploded at that moment. Princess, kill her, and what will you do about it? Xian kingdom, is it really that strong? Princess, is it just to kill her? Is Xian country that strong? Hearing this, Qin Yufei gritted his teeth, his fingers tightly clenched to the point where his nails dug into his palm. Blood oozed from between his fingers, plopping down onto the red carpet, appearing less conspicuous. Since he could remember, no one had ever made the Prince Qin Yufei feel so embarrassed. This brat is truly detestable. Who exactly are you? He questioned. In the hall, Zhao Hengshan spoke up to answer for Chun Mu. He is the Qingxian holy son you wish to meet. He is the Qingxian holy son. Zhao sect master, he killed my royal sister, and everyone present saw it. Don't you plan to do something about it? Are you saying that your Qingxian sect intends to stand against my Xian country for such a holy son completely opposing us? Qin Yufei began to exert continuous pressure on Zhao Hengshan and the other elders, attempting to force them to act. Just now you could protect this guy. Now that he has killed my sister, you can't possibly protect him any longer, right? But clearly Qin Yufei had misunderstood one thing. The relationship between the Qingxian sect and Chun Mu was misinterpreted by him. It was not the Qingxian sect protecting Chun Mu, but rather Chun Mu's existence could safeguard the Qingxian sect and Tianqi Shou. Zhao Hengshan remained silent, disdainful of a response. He had already made himself clear. If it was hard to understand, it was Qin Yufei's lack of intelligence which could not be blamed on him. Good. Very well. You Qingxian sect are all commendable. Tai Lao, there's no need to hide any longer, act now. As soon as Qin Yufei finished speaking, an old man in a black robe appeared beside him out of thin air. He removed his hood, revealing a full head of gray hair. Eighth Prince. Tai Lao was about to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Qin Yufei's angry voice. What are you still talking about? Don't hesitate, kill the one who murdered my royal sister. In his view, saying anything more at this moment was a waste of breath. It was better to kill Chun Mu and restore the royal family's dignity. The fact that Zhao Hengshan, the sect master of the Xianxia sect, only had the cultivation of golden core was not a big secret. Qin Yufei was not naive enough to leave the imperial city without a personal guard. Tai Lao was his most trusted confidant, a personal guard given to him by the emperor of Xian country 7 years ago, whose strength had already reached the half-step nascent soul stage. He could easily crush the sect master of the Xianxia sect, and killing a Xianxian holy son would be even less of a challenge. Qin Yufei wanted to see if Zhao Hengshan had the guts to cross the border and act. However, what Tai Lao actually wanted to say was that this boy had extraordinary means and his cultivation was likely not low. He suggested they hold back for now and discuss strategies after returning to the capital. But seeing Qin Yufei's aggressive attitude, it was impossible for him to have the opportunity to speak. Although he couldn't gauge Chun Mu's cultivation, Tai Lao had no choice but to act, stepping forward to unleash his half-step nascent soul cultivation and aura. Cultivation pressure. Chun Mu smiled lightly. Such matters were laughable in front of someone who possessed overflowing cultivation at the peak of this world. Boom. The next moment a wave of power descended, and everyone present felt their minds become chaotic as if a death knell was ringing in their ears. This is Tribulation Transcendence. Tai Lao knelt on both knees on the ground, as if rooted, unable to move a single bit. What? Tribulation Transcendence. Qin Yufei, with even lower cultivation, directly fell to the ground, crushed by that invisible force, unable to move. Let alone getting up at this moment, he couldn't even manage the small task of opening his upper and lower lips. On Zhao Hengshan's side, sitting in his chair, his hands had already crushed the armrests due to the pressure. Seeing this, Chun Mu formed a circle of spiritual energy, focusing it mainly on Qin Yufei and Tai Lao. Zhao Hengshan and the other elders felt gratitude, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Little did they expect that Chun Mu now possessed the strength of Tribulation Transcendence. Zhao Hengshan even considered stepping down from the position of sect master after this matter was resolved. Unworthy, he truly felt unworthy. A mere golden core in the face of someone with Tribulation Transcendence cultivation, even serving tea and water as an old servant, seemed insufficiently qualified. How could he be qualified to continue sitting in the position of sect master? It is often said that comparing people is like comparing the dead. In this moment, Zhao Hengshan and the others finally understood the meaning of this saying. Chun Mu walked a few steps to where Qin Yufei lay on the ground and asked, "What can you do?" Qin Yufei hated himself for being weak, lacking the strength to even argue. He knew that since Chun Mu dared to kill Qin Yu, he would certainly not hesitate to kill him. However, once news of his death reached Xian country, his father would definitely not sit idly by. At that time, his father would surely come with thousands of troops and the national sacred artifact to flatten the Xianxia sect. The dignity of the royal family must not be insulted. In Qin Yufei's view, Chun Mu obviously had such strength, but chose not to pledge loyalty to the royal family, which was simply narrowing his own path. What he could think of, Chun Mu could surely think of as well. To eliminate this hidden danger, he decided to take action ahead of time. He opened the system panel to check the map of the Zhongshuan realm. He located the capital Xian country's royal palace. Then he opened the sky-viewing mirror. At this moment, the world displayed in the mirror depicted Qin Yufei's father, the current emperor of Xian country Qin Shu, amusing several consorts in the harem. With a blindfolded expression and a lewd demeanor, there was no trace of the dignity an emperor should possess. He opened the system's backpack and found the town godstone, taking out a piece. That is a... Qin Yufei recognized it at a glance. That was the town prison stone. Why would the town prison stone exclusive to the royal family of Xian country appear in his hand? No way. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yufei discovered that the block of black stone resembling a small mountain had certain differences from the town prison stone in his memory. It was more refined. It must be a fake. How could a broken stone compare to a national sacred artifact? Qin Yufei comforted himself. Immediately after, he witnessed Chun Mu throw the town prison stone towards the sky-viewing mirror. Above the palace, a divine mountain immediately manifested. Qin Shu quickly learned of this news from the guards at the door, hurriedly stepping out, initially puzzled about how the national sacred artifact he carried with him had flown into the sky. After some searching, he unexpectedly discovered that there were actually 2 town prison stones in this world. Although he didn't know who was trying to harm him, Qin Shu immediately summoned the town prison stone to counterattack. Seeing this scene, Qin Yufei could already foresee the outcome, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. He believed that after witnessing the power of the town prison stone, Chun Mu would surely kneel and beg for mercy. Considering his overwhelming strength, Qin Yufei could choose to let bygones be bygones and take him as a subordinate. This way, he would have a better chance of securing the throne against the other 8 princes. Boom, boom, boom. The town prison stone and the town god stone pressed downward during the ascent. The air was continuously compressed and exploded, echoing throughout the entire capital. Bang! The next moment, the two mountains collided. The scene Qin Yufei envisioned did not occur. What he believed to be the genuine article was quickly shattered into pieces by the town god stone. Like an egg hitting a rock, it shattered at the slightest touch. Boom. The outcome is self-evident. The mansion known as Hongxiu Hall was crushed under the Zhanxin stone, merging seamlessly with the ground. Father, did he just die like this? The national sacred artifact shattered just like that. Qin Yufei's expression was blank, seemingly unable to recover from the shock. This was something he had never anticipated. On the other side, the Zhanxin stone returned to the size of a palm, rippling the surface of the Kuwaitian mirror and returning to Chun Mu's hand. Is the Xian kingdom very strong? Chun Mu's gaze returned to Qin Yufei, asking with a tone that pierced the heart. Qin Yufei didn't know how to respond. He wanted to beg for mercy but couldn't open his mouth. Perhaps the most despairing thing in the world is this. Chun Mu raised his finger and simply drew a circle in the air. Qin Yufei and Tai Lao, their heads rolling, all perished. Gulp. Witnessing this, Zhao Hengshan couldn't help but swallow hard. He felt fortunate to have firmly stood with Chun Mu and not with the royal family of the Xian kingdom. To him, the royal family was no different from ants. Among you present, who is interested in the throne of the Xian kingdom? Chun Mu asked. No one responded. They thought Chun Mu was joking. Little did they know, as long as they were willing, Chun Mu could truly let anyone among them sit on the throne. Why not sit himself? To wield power. To deal with political affairs all day. That was not the life Chun Mu desired. He preferred to control those in power. Master, I want to give it a try. Lu Ruoshui, standing by the teleportation portal, mustered her courage to speak. She wanted to seize every opportunity to strengthen herself and qualify to stand beside Chun Mu. If this continued, the distance would only grow more unattainable. All right, Chun Mu readily agreed. Letting Lu Ruoshui ascend to the throne of the Xian kingdom would indeed be more convenient, even saving the process of modifying loyalty. The two stepped into the teleportation portal, but the destination had long been changed to the capital, the royal palace of the Xian kingdom, leaving Zhao Hengshan and the others looking at each other in confusion, utterly bewildered. Could he be serious? In the royal palace of the Xian kingdom, the news of the Zhan Yu stone being broken and the emperor, along with dozens of concubines, dying tragically, soon spread throughout the royal family. Instead of seeking revenge, several princes had already gathered with their respective troops in front of the main hall to clarify the event's details. Elder brother, our father has just died, and you bring thousands of imperial guards here. What are you trying to do? How dare you say that? I didn't expect you to secretly control the Jinui. Brothers, the late emperor favored me the most during his lifetime, and logically, there must be a will appointing me as emperor. I advise you to lay down your arms and submit obediently. In light of our past brotherly ties, I might even show you some leniency. Shut your mouth. When did it become your turn to speak here? Are all the princes of the Xian kingdom like this? Chun Mu shook his head, speechless. Who? Upon hearing the voice, thousands of people looked up, only to see two unfamiliar figures standing at the entrance of the hall with no impression of them in their minds. They were still holding the Zhan Yu stone that should have shattered. Wait, that's the black stone that broke the Zhan Yu stone earlier. Someone noticed the clue. So it was you who killed my father. Faced with the accusation, Chun Mu showed no intention of answering. He raised his hand to select all the imperial guards, the imperial bodyguards, the Jinui, the death guards, and modify their loyalty. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. At this moment, the loyalty of thousands of people towards Chun Mu was 100%, while their loyalty towards Lu Ruoshui was 99%. Set in stone. Despite being quite certain that Lu Ruoshui would not betray him, it never hurt to be cautious. I plan to choose her as empress. Does anyone have any objections? Chun Mu asked. You must be dreaming. No way. She's just a woman not of royal blood. How can she be empress? A delusion. Long live the empress. Long live the empress. Long live the empress. In the next moment, tens of thousands knelt and shouted in unison. The sound was grand, deafening enough to almost overturn the heavens. Truly worthy of being well-trained elite soldiers. What are you all doing? Get up, all of you, get up. Do you intend to rebel, eh? The princes turned pale, despair evident in their eyes growing more intense. Now you can give them orders. Chun Mu turned to Lu Ruoshui, who was still in shock, and said, yes. Lu Ruoshui stepped forward and waved her hand. Her arm sliced down like a knife, ordering the execution of all the princes. Remembering Chun Mu's earlier words, to cut the grass without removing the roots is to let it grow again with the spring breeze. No, please don't. You can't do this to me. I am the crown prince. I am the crown prince. You dogs, how dare you actually rebel? You ungrateful wretches. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Amid the curses, several princes were stabbed, shot, and slashed with random weapons. Some were stabbed to death, others beheaded, turning to mush. In this state, wanting to survive again was very difficult, very difficult. Afterwards, Chun Mu handed the Zhenshin stone, which ended a dynasty, to Lu Ruoshui, and smiled. Rest assured, with this Zhenshin stone, no one will dare to rebel against you. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. In passing, he maxed out Lu Ruoshui's capabilities in governing the dynasty. Playing around with a female emperor isn't bad. I'm curious to see how far she can develop the Xian kingdom in the future. Thank you, master. Lu Ruoshui knelt, her tears no longer able to hold back, falling down. They dripped onto the ground like little flowers blossoming. Don't let me down. Chen Mu waved his hand and strode away. Ruoshui will never disappoint you, master. Lu Ruoshui vowed to make the Xian kingdom the #1 dynasty in the Zhongshuan realm. For some reason, since just now a myriad of brilliant and powerful governance and reform ideas had inexplicably emerged in her mind, as if she had learned them without a teacher. This feeling was simply too miraculous. She thought it must be her master secretly bestowing blessings upon her. No doubt it must be. Your Majesty, when will the coronation ceremony be prepared? Several commanders came to kneel on one knee at the steps and asked. Now. Meanwhile, on Chen Yu's side, Xianxia sect, Qingyan mansion, he did not use the teleportation portal to return. The reason? Simply because the corpse of a prince lying in the hall was still missing one. The Xian kingdom has a total of 9 princes, 1 dead in Xianxia sect, and subtracting the 7 corpses in front of the hall, 1 was still missing. Chen Mu learned through the system that this person was named Qin Wuk, the youngest among the 9 princes. Years ago, he was punished to confinement for 50 years for teasing the current empress while drunk. He had been in the cold palace without seeing the light of day, teasing the empress, confined for 50 years. The more Chen Mu thought about it, the more he felt that this script seemed a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. In the cold palace of eternal night, located in the southern part of the imperial palace, the 9th Prince Qin Wuk suddenly opened his eyes, and spiritual energy burst forth, filling every corner of the cold palace. Very good to have broken through to the heart movement realm at such a young age. You must be a dragon among men. Given time, golden core and nascent soul will surely be within your grasp. At that time, regardless of your mother's hatred or those who conspired against you, they will all be trampled under your feet. Listening to the voice of the elder echoing in his mind, Qin Yuqi smiled faintly. Thanks to the elder for accepting me as your disciple. If it weren't for you unlocking the shackles of my spiritual roots, I would probably still be regarded as useless by everyone. That cannot be said. You and I have mutually accomplished each other. If it weren't for you awakening me with your life force and nourishing my soul, I would have long been reduced to ashes and ceased to exist. 3 years ago, Qin Wuk was favored by the emperor due to his exceptional talent, but this also attracted considerable jealousy. On that day, he was caught off guard and brought to the imperial garden by the empress, where they were initially having a pleasant conversation. Unexpectedly, the empress suddenly loosened her clothes, revealing her jade shoulder, shouting that Qin Yuqi was committing a grave crime, violating ethics, and was worse than a beast. At that moment, the emperor arrived, and Qin Wuk was left speechless, suffering the fate of having his cultivation abolished, demoted from his status as a prince, and forever confined to the cold palace. Subsequently, Qin's mother knelt for 3 days and nights in the rain, yet she did not even get to meet the emperor, let alone plead for mercy. In the end, she fell gravely ill and passed away in despair. From that moment on, a deep-seated resentment toward the emperor was buried in Qin Wuk's heart, even though he was his biological father. Fortunately, the heavens did not abandon Qin Wuk. He accidentally discovered that a powerful remnant soul was sealed within an abandoned well in the back courtyard of the cold palace. He nourished it with his life force for half a year before awakening it, then became a disciple, restored his spiritual roots, and quietly practiced for 2.5 years. Under the guidance of the elder and with countless powerful techniques provided, Qin Wuk finally reached the heart movement realm. Claiming to be a genius is absolutely not an exaggeration. After all, among the 9th princes besides himself, even the currently most powerful crown prince barely broke through the fusion realm. Qin Wuk made up his mind to continue quietly cultivating until he could crush all adversaries. Then he would kill the emperor, seize the throne, live the life he had always dreamed of, to wield power over the world while indulging in the embrace of beauty. You scoundrel, since you wronged me and accused me of lewdness, once I achieve the grand Tao, I will ensure you get your due. To be a lifelong servant. All right, master, just now when I broke through, I felt a massive wave of spiritual energy. What could it be? It must be someone causing trouble in the palace, suppressed by your father with the prison stone, right? The elder, who had been wholeheartedly protecting Qin Wuk, had not paid close attention. The prison stone. That thing is indeed troublesome. With it, I find it hard to kill that dog of an emperor. Don't worry, as long as you diligently cultivate the techniques I taught you to perfection, even if he has holy artifacts for protection, I can still easily take his head. Yes, master, you can rest assured. I will definitely work hard and not disappoint you. Qin Wuk promised. Continue cultivating. Before he could finish, he suddenly paused. Master, what's wrong? Xianxia asked softly. Someone is coming. Their aura is not simple, be careful, the elder warned, seriously reiterating his caution. Then with a creak the door was pushed open. The one who entered was Xianxia, his gaze directly landing on Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. I doubt that the emperor would ever expect that the son who was supposed to be reduced to a waste would possess great fortune, not only inheriting a legacy, but also reshaping his spiritual roots, cultivating faster than before his fall. Xianxia's secrets have long been thoroughly seen through by Xianxia. It is no exaggeration to say that he is undoubtedly the person who understands Xianxia the most in this world, even more than Xianxia himself. Xianxia stood up, snorted disdainfully. It seems someone is quite eager for me to die, huh? Unexpectedly, he ultimately revealed himself. Looks like, Master, we need to change our cultivation location. But before that, please give me some time to deal with this assassin. It's a good opportunity to test my strength. The elder replied, all right, your strength is increasing rapidly. At this rate, it won't be long before you can't hide it anymore. Changing places for cultivation is safer. Kid, since you know I'm not a waste, what gave you the courage to come and try to kill me? Boom. A gust of wind erupted. With the elder's permission, Xianxia instantly appeared in front of Xianxia, his expression ferocious, fingers resembling tiger claws attacking Xianxia's face. Xianxia would show no mercy to those who opposed him. He must eliminate them swiftly. Clap. Bang. 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 Xianxia had yet to react when he was sent flying like a leaf, rolling several meters away, crashing hard against the wall. Lying on the ground, his body feeling as if all the bones had been dislocated, Xianxia's fierce expression finally froze, mouth agape in shock. On his face, a bright red palm print was visible, gradually swelling up. The lines of the palm clearly emerged. Xianxia could hardly believe that he who currently possessed the strength of the heart movement realm was unexpectedly slapped away, without even noticing it. You seek death. Xianxia unleashed all his spiritual energy, wrapping it around his arms, imbued with the ferocity of a tiger and dragon, charging again towards Xianxia. Slap. Yet the result was reminiscent of a returning swallow. This is the so-called child of great fortune. Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile. He had completely lost interest in Xianxia. Master, why? Why is this happening? Why am I so weak? Xianxia asked in disbelief. It's not that you're weak, but that kid's strength is too great. The elder said. In this case, you will transfer control of your body to me, and I will help you deal with him. The elder spoke. All right. Xianxia nodded without a second thought. Hearing this, Xianxia laughed. You don't even realize you're being sold, fool. Nonsense. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with the eyes of one looking at a fool. Yet the next moment, he clearly felt that something was not quite right. Simply transferring control of his body, why was his consciousness gradually becoming blurred, even disappearing? Master, what is happening? My consciousness is fading. The elder ignored Xianxia's question, his gaze sharp, locking on to Xianxia. Kid, thanks to your appearance, I can take control of this body ahead of time. Unfortunately, at only the heart movement realm, my cultivation will drop significantly. You will bear the consequences for this. Upon saying this, Xianxia immediately realized he had been used. The reason the elder was willing to help him was merely to deceive his trust, thus seeking an opportunity to seize the body. He had truly been taken in. How could Xianxia ever imagine that the venerable Meng Lao, whom he respected deeply as if he were a second father, had regarded him as nothing more than a puppet for soul possession from the very beginning? Techniques, elixirs, cultivation secrets. It turned out that everything was merely to make him stronger and enhance his physical quality. Thus it would facilitate the inheritance of greater cultivation after his soul possession. This sudden realization of being exploited left Xianxia in utter despair. This despair was more profound than being framed by the Empress, where he could argue but be left speechless. It felt as though knives were piercing his heart repeatedly, turning it into a pulp. His questions were completely ignored by Meng Changqing. Now Meng Changqing had no reason to maintain any relationship with him. Quickly mastering this new body. I didn't expect you to be foolish enough to wait for me to succeed in soul possession. It seems you really want to die, don't you, eh? His tone was mocking. At that moment, the spiritual energy surrounding Xianxia had intensified several times more than before. His cultivation soared from the fusion realm to the third level of the nascent soul. Meng Changqing never considered the possibility of being outmatched at the third level of the nascent soul. Shaking his shoulders, he twisted his neck, cracking sounds echoing as he exhaled heavily. Ah, the feeling of rebirth is truly wonderful. Only after dying once can one truly appreciate how comfortable it is to be alive. Suddenly lowering his head with a face darkened and eyes sharp as blades, he looked at Xianxia and said, now it's time to settle the issues between us. You must bear the cost for my unintended loss of cultivation. Is there a chance that I am stronger than you? Looking at Meng Changqing's confident expression, Xianxia asked seriously. A joke? You say you are stronger than me? Bang! Boom! Before Meng Chanqing could finish his sentence, the spiritual energy surged from behind Chen Mu like a towering wave hundreds of meters high, crashing down forcefully. It charged straight at Meng Chanqing. Meng Chanqing stared in shock at all of this, feeling as if he was facing a monstrous flood, an unparalleled killer. Then, engulfed by the spiritual energy, his body uncontrollably soared into the air. Bang! Boom! He smashed through countless walls, stirring up clouds of dust. Ah! Oh! Ah! The cries grew increasingly sharp. Meng Chanqing, in tattered clothes with disheveled hair, leaned against the wall, his legs trembling violently. His pupils flickered with fear and panic, continuously shouting, "Tribulation Transcendence! Tribulation Transcendence! Tribulation Transcendence!" His mind was clearly in a state of confusion. Climbing up the fallen brick wall, attempting to escape, Chen Mu from hundreds of meters away raised his hand and grasped. Crack! 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 Bones shattered, accompanied by a spurt of blood splattering like ink several meters away, composing a gruesome feast in an instant. The consciousness of the ninth prince Qin Wuju was completely erased the moment Chen Mu unleashed his might. As the child of fortune, if Chen Mu did not intervene, even with such a wretched master, his fate would undoubtedly not be so dire. Most likely, he would have reversed the soul possession on Meng Chanqing, refining him to enhance his own cultivation. Or perhaps he could have touched his heart, becoming true master and disciple. Yet none of that mattered anymore. After all, Qin Wuju stood against Chen Mu. Misunderstanding himself was one thing, but to shout threats and violence. He merely wanted to evaluate if the child of fortune had any value for use. But insistently crashing into the blade was truly foolish. The sound of horns echoed from afar. Solemn. Sacred. It was likely for Lu Ruoshui's coronation ceremony. Chen Mu had no interest in attending. Closing the system pop-up from killing Meng Chanqing, it contained nothing that could be called a treasure. At least for Chen Mu, who was akin to a walking treasure trove, it held little value. It would be better to give away a town guardian stone and receive 1,000,000 town guardian stones in return. He opened the teleportation gate, returning to Xianxia's sect Qingyun mansion, lying on a lounge chair, leisurely basking in the sunlight. It didn't take much time for news about the transition of the Xian kingdom's royal family, with the empress named Lu Ruoshui taking power to spread throughout the entire Xian kingdom and even the vast Sangshuan world beyond. An empress in power is rare in the Sangshuan realm. Looking back through history, there might be around 1%. In the Master Hall, "Are you sure the newly appointed empress is named Lu Ruoshui?" Zhao Hengshan repeatedly confirmed with the disciple who came to report. Returning to the sect master, the disciple confirms 100%. Zhao Hengshan glanced at the elder seated on his left, then at the elder on his right. He felt a mix of emotions, completely unsure how to express his feelings at this moment. Chen Mu was serious. He truly let a female disciple of Xianxia's sect, his personal maid, ascend to the throne of the Xian kingdom. If Zhao Hengshan's memory served him right, it had been nearly 500 years since the Xian kingdom last had an empress. What merits did Xianxia's sect possess? Looking at Zhao Hengshan's grim expression, the elders were not unable to understand him. But to say the most complex emotions belonged to Lei Yin City Lu family might just be the case. When they saw luxurious carriages adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons stop at their doorstep, bringing a decree to take him into the palace, Lu father Lu Hanqing was left dumbfounded. After confirming multiple times, he could finally be sure that the other party was not joking with him. Wasn't his daughter studying and cultivating in Xianxia's sect? How could she suddenly become the empress above tens of thousands in the Xian kingdom? Lu Hanqing could not recall having any past entanglement with any royal female. In the carriage, he frantically swore to Lu Mu that he absolutely had not done anything to wrong her. He was truly wronged. In the blink of an eye, the sun set. Disciple passing by Qingyun mansion accidentally discovered a pattern engraved on the ground beside him. It seemed to be a formation. Whoosh. When the two ends connected, a blue light erupted. Then a graceful figure emerged from within. It was their ideal stunning senior sister, Lu Ruoshui. However, the current Lu Ruoshui was vastly different from their previous impressions. With a cold makeup, dressed in luxurious garments, and the alternating black and red silks adorned with 5-clawed dragons. This was clearly attire meant only for an emperor. How could senior sister Ruoshui wear a dragon robe? Could it be? The newly crowned empress named Lu Ruoshui from the earlier rumors is not just someone with the same name. Senior sister Ruoshui has truly become the empress of our Xian kingdom. Then we pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Some quick-witted individuals had already taken the lead to kneel in reverence. Lu Ruoshui, with her back turned, gently raised a hand signaling them to rise. She stepped up the stairs, walking towards the main entrance of Qingyun mansion. Just as the disciples were suspecting whether senior sister Lu, now seated in the dragon throne, would seek revenge against the Holy Sun for treating her like a slave. Bang, bang, bang. They saw Lu Ruoshui raise her hand again, knocking on the great door softly, saying, "Master Ruoshui is back to wash your feet." At the fifth watch, thanking all the great lords for their gifts. If the great lords like it, please click on the free small gift. I strive to write 20,000 words as soon as possible. The flattering voice and demeanor left those who had just connected Lu Ruoshui of the Xianxia sect with the current empress of Xian country, Lu Ruoshui, momentarily speechless. They couldn't help but question, is this really a person? Where is the majesty of the emperor? A dignified empress washing someone's feet, is that reasonable? But upon further thought, the object of the empress' foot washing was none other than their holy son, who possessed multiple sacred bodies, the unparalleled genius of the ages. With this in mind, it seemed there was nothing out of place. On the contrary, it felt like an honor for the mere empress to wash the feet of their holy son. Well, regardless of what others thought, they had already convinced themselves. With a hum, the vermilion door swung open. Seeing Lu Ruoshui in her imperial robes, Su Qingtian was momentarily taken aback. Initially puzzled, he wondered why Lu Ruoshui, who always clung to Chen Mu, had not been seen for so long today. Upon hearing Chen Mu casually explain that she had gone to the capital to take up her role as Empress, Su Qingtian thought he was joking. But now seeing Lu Ruoshui in her cloud-patterned imperial attire, he finally realized that his master was not joking. Lu Ruoshui had truly become empress. Did she ascend to that position through her own abilities? Su Qingtian had never considered that point, believing it was his master who was secretly pushing her forward. From Lu Ruoshui's current demeanor, it was easy to see. In her eyes, Su Qingtian sensed an unprecedented respect. His heart swelled with even greater submission to Chen Mu. Is the master present? Lu Ruoshui's words brought Su Qingshan's thoughts back. Yes, the master is preparing to rest. It seems I returned just in time. Lu Ruoshui said joyfully, lifting her skirt and stepping over the threshold into the Qingyan residence. Su Qingtian did not stop her. Because even though Lu Ruoshui was now an empress, her identity, no matter how exaggerated, was merely that of a maid. Upon entering the Qingyan residence, bang! The door slammed shut, leaving a crowd of onlookers stunned. Truly worthy of our holy son, even the maids in the residence are the current empress. Do you think the person who opened the door is also a major figure who covers the skies with one hand, but we just don't know it? Is there any need to ask? Definitely. With the holy son, how could there be anyone ordinary? Indeed, after all, even the guard dog is a divine beast, the Qilin. As they spoke, their gazes turned to the small black figure lying at the door, which was noticeably larger. No longer looking foolish, it now exuded a certain martial majesty. In response, the small black lay on the ground, unresponsive, resting with closed eyes. Feeling hungry, it took out several 9th-grade superior pills from the spatial ring custom made by Chen Mu from around its ankle and swallowed them, refining them, enhancing its cultivation. Those watching couldn't help but envy. They didn't have the Qilin bloodline, nor spatial rings, and definitely not 9th-grade superior pills. This was the reality of living worse than a dog. Living worse than a dog. At this moment, countless Qingxian disciples regarded becoming Chen Mu's dog in the future as their life goal. Some even thought about whether they should get a roast chicken to curry favor with this esteemed dog. Meanwhile, inside the Qingyan residence, Lu Ruoshi was carrying a wooden basin, having fetched a basin of blue dread spiritual spring water from the backyard's spiritual spring pool, preparing to wash Chen Mu's feet. She even specifically asked the blood dragon god which Chen Mu had raised to spit out a mouthful of dragon blood essence into the basin, making the task even more effective. Looking at Lu Ruoshui squatting in front of the bed, earnestly removing his long boots and white socks, placing them into the wooden basin, Chen Mu felt quite pleased. Being able to have an empress wash his feet, such treatment looking across the entire Zhongshuan realm, surely made him the #1 person. To be honest, he hadn't expected Lu Ruoshui to specifically activate the formation and rush back before he went to sleep. Such loyalty was off the charts. Lu Ruoshui said nothing, carefully attending to each of Chen Mu's toes, not missing a single gap between them. Her snow-white orchid fingers gently caressed the tops and soles of his feet, infusing them with strands of spiritual energy. It was a unique sensation in his heart, especially with Lu Ruoshui adorned in her fine attire, her golden ornaments swaying lightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing from a disciple that Lu Ruoshui had returned and had already entered the Qingyan residence, Zhao Hengshan and his group found themselves in a dilemma. Now that she is the esteemed empress of Xian country, if we don't go pay our respects, isn't that too disrespectful? But she is after all a disciple of our Qingxian sect. For us elders to pay respects to her, a junior, is that. He hesitated to finish his sentence. Lu Yuchan. As Lu Ruoshui's true mentor, her current mood could be described as chaotic. Just a short while ago, this proud student had humbly sought her guidance, and now she had inexplicably become someone else's personal maid, which was already surprising enough for Lu Yuchan. To think that now she had inexplicably become the current empress. This contrast and turn of events were truly hard for Lu Yuchan as a mentor to accept. She even doubted whether she had entered a state of delusion while cultivating. Was everything before her merely an illusion? Reaching behind her, she pinched a bit of flesh at Lu Ruoshui's waist. Hiss! Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, unable to help but draw in a breath of cold air. It hurt. It really hurt. It was real. Even confirming this, Lu Yuchan was still unsure whether to feel happy or worried. She always felt that the distance between herself and Lu Ruoshui was growing ever more distant. In any case, regardless of the past, now that she is the Empress of Xian Country, we as citizens of Xian Country must go pay our respects. Otherwise, if word gets out, it might make people think that we old folks of the Qingxian sect are rude and lacking in etiquette. Ultimately, all disputes were settled with Zhao Hengshan's statement. The group rode their swords through the winds, heading towards the Qingyun residence. In less than a moment, they all arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Hengshan rapped on the door. Sect Master Zhao and esteemed elders. When Su Qingtian opened the door, he was somewhat surprised that these people had come to visit Qingyun residence so suddenly. After a brief thought, he realized they were likely here for the newly crowned Lu Ruoshui. Without asking further, he stepped aside, saying, "Please come in." And he preemptively explained before Zhao Hengshan could speak, "The Master and Her Majesty the Empress are in the backyard." "Thank you." After Zhao Hengshan spoke, he took 3 steps in 2, leading a grand procession towards the backyard. On the way, he did not forget to remind everyone, "Put away your airs in front of them. You must not make any mistakes. Do you understand?" "Yes," they replied in unison. Even without Zhao Hengshan's words, they already understood the gravity of the situation. One was the current empress, and the other was a prodigy who could easily topple a dynasty with his will. They could not afford to offend either of them. Upon arriving at the backyard, the wooden door happened to be opened from within. "Then Master Lu Ruoshui will take her leave now. Please rest well." Coincidentally, they saw Lu Ruoshui clad in imperial robes, carrying a wooden basin, exiting from Chun Mu's room, chatting and laughing. "Wait a minute. Is that a foot bath?" Zhao Hengshan couldn't help but turn to the elders standing beside him. "I think it should be right," replied the elder, who was equally distracted, his mind drifting far away. The Empress, one of the 4 great powers of the Xian Kingdom, was actually serving a foot bath to the holy son of her own sect. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, who could have imagined? Could it be that he misunderstood? Perhaps it wasn't a foot bath, but a treasure basin. Sect Master and elders and master. After closing the door, Lu Ruoshui turned around and saw Zhao Hengshan and the others, not understanding why they had all come to Qingyun Manor. Were they here to pay their respects? She seemed to have forgotten her identity as the Empress of the Xian Kingdom. "Ruoshui." Zhao Hengshan started to speak, but was interrupted by Lu Ruoshui. "Sorry, Sect Master, can we wait until I dispose of the foot bath water before speaking?" "All right, please go ahead," Zhao Hengshan replied with a stiff smile, gesturing politely. Internally, he was shocked it really was a foot bath. Zhao Hengshan turned his gaze to Lu Yuchan, feeling the need to say something. "Junior sister Lu, you have a good disciple. The sect master is joking. Nowadays, I fear I am no longer qualified to call myself her master," Lu Yuchan said with a bitter smile. No one refuted this. After all, among them, no one could match Lu Ruoshui in terms of cultivation. Having stayed by Chun Mu's side for so long, she had probably obtained many treasures. Together, they might not be her match. "Sect Master, esteemed elders, may I ask what brings you to see me?" Lu Ruoshui inquired upon her return. Zhao Hengshan clasped his hands and led the group in bowing. Zhao Hengshan, Sect Master of Qingxian Sect, pays respects to the Empress. Lu Yuchan of Qingxian Sect pays respects to the Empress. Zhao Weiyan of Qingxian Sect pays respects to your Majesty. Watching the gathered Sect Master and elders kneeling before her, Lu Ruoshui felt at a loss. "Hey, Sect Master, esteemed elders and Master, what are you doing?" Lu Ruoshui attempted to help Zhao Hengshan up, but he resolutely did not rise. Lu Ruoshui had no choice but to wave her hand helplessly. "Please rise. Please rise. Thank you, your Majesty." Hearing this, Zhao Hengshan and the others finally dared to stand. Seeing this, Lu Ruoshui finally understood that they had come specifically to pay their respects to her. Knowing that she could not persuade them otherwise, she decided to let it be. After the formalities, Zhao Hengshan and the others did not linger. Since Chen Mu had already gone to sleep, they were even less inclined to disturb him. Left behind were Lu Ruoshui and Lu Yuchan sitting under the pavilion, the atmosphere incredibly awkward. "Master," Lu Ruoshui began, but Lu Yuchan immediately said, "Your Majesty, you are being too modest." "Master, please don't say that. Once a teacher, always a father. No matter what happens now or in the future, you will always be my master." Lu Ruoshui was not one to forget her roots. Without Lu Yuchan's protection and pampering, she would not have reached this point. "Ruoshui." Lu Yuchan's eyes were filled with emotion. Sighing deeply, she felt a sense of relief. I never expected that just a few days ago you were still troubled in front of your master about your breakthroughs, and now you've skyrocketed in cultivation and hold great power. I owe all of this to the power and cultivation granted to me by my master. Without him, I would be nothing, Lu Ruoshui generously admitted. After that, the two chatted a lot. Lu Yuchan learned many things about Chunmu that she had not seen before from Lu Ruoshui. For example, the submission of the Holy Dragon sect, and even the Blood Demon sect. What? She exclaimed, immediately shocked. You mean the Blood Demon sect, and even the Holy Dragon sect have submitted to him? Yes, if they don't submit, they will die. Lu Ruoshui nodded seriously. Lu Yuchan no longer doubted this. Sweeping through the Holy Dragon sect, one of the top 10 strong sects, reviving the once world-shaking Blood Demon ancestor with ease, and with just one command causing him to self-destruct his heart to restore the sect's vitality. These things sounded absurd, yet they indeed seemed like something he could accomplish. She couldn't help but reveal, I never expected that as the master of the Pure Moon Peak, I would envy your maid's status at times. Hearing this, Lu Ruoshui excitedly replied, If you wish for this, master, I can ask the master to make you his maid as well, and we can serve him together. Lu Yuchan was caught off guard, finding herself hesitating. She forced a smile. Maybe it's better to forget it. He would definitely prefer young women like you while I have already aged. Master, you are being too humble. You are the recognized first beauty among our disciples in Xianxia sect. In terms of beauty, Lu Ruoshui sincerely felt that Lu Yuchan resembled a celestial being. Especially her temperament, it was extraordinary. I think it's better to forget it. It's getting late, you should rest early. I also need to return to rest. Lu Yuchan gently shook her head and stood up. All right. Seeing her firm attitude, Lu Ruoshui no longer insisted. The two left Qingyun Manor together. After the formation was drawn again, Lu Ruoshui was teleported back to the capital city, to the palace. This teleportation formation was something she found in the royal treasury, which could be used to return to Qingyun Manor daily to attend to Chunmu's daily needs. Being a maid was her main duty, the empress. Just a part-time job. Besides, she could also bring back more delicious pastries from the capital for Chunmu. Looking at the blue light extinguishing and the formation disappearing, Lu Yuchan's face was filled with heavy thoughts. In a voice only she could hear, her lips moved slightly, murmuring, should I have agreed? A strong wave of regret gradually swept over her heart. She felt as if she had made the wrong choice. But the person had already left, and it was too late to regret. To serve him. What does serving entail? Could it be that Ruoshui has already? Thoughts ran wildly in her mind, conjuring up vivid and alluring images. Lu Yuchan's fair cheeks quietly flushed a faint pink. Seeing a disciple approaching from afar, she quickly mounted her sword and left. Her heart raced fiercely. Shame, regret, distress. A mix of emotions intertwined in her mind. She decided to return quickly and cultivate. Forget about these. Palace. What a pity, truly a pity. I was looking forward to serving the master together with my master. Hiss. Why do I feel a sense of sharing a husband? What sharing a husband? Lu Ruoshui, you truly have no shame. Lu Ruoshui cupped her face with her hands, fidgeting. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking sound outside the door, her expression immediately turned cold. Come in. Your Majesty. What is it? News has come from the Zhuyan Kingdom. They wish to see you to discuss matters concerning the border. Zhuyan Kingdom. Lu Ruoshui thought, if she wasn't mistaken, Zhuyan Kingdom and Xian Kingdom had always been in a hostile relationship with constant battles at their borders. Moreover, the overall national strength of Zhuyan Kingdom was stronger than that of Xian Kingdom, and this move seemed absolutely insincere to Lu Ruoshui. Yet she still agreed to this matter. She couldn't back down. She couldn't let Qinmu lose face. On Zhuyan Kingdom's side. Father, why must you personally go? I can go. That Empress of Xian Kingdom isn't worth such effort. She doesn't have that qualification. Prince Zhu Xiaotian spoke up. What do you mean by that? Zhu Changzhan asked curiously. I received news that before that woman ascended to the throne, she was just an inconspicuous minor sect of Xian Kingdom, a lowly maid by the Holy Sun's side. Is there such a thing? Upon hearing this, Zhu Changzhan immediately became interested. Tenor, please elaborate. Indeed, His Majesty, the news I received is that a few days ago Xianxia sect has finally awakened a new Holy Sun after 300 years. And that woman, named Lu Ruoshui, was originally a talented female disciple within the inner court of Xianxia sect, the Grand Senior Sister, but she was given as a maid to the Xianxia Holy Sun to serve him. Now who knows what kind of luck she stumbled upon to become the Empress of the Xian Kingdom. From my perspective, it is mostly due to the internal strife in the Xian Kingdom, and she is a lost royal bastard which the treacherous ministers find easy to control, thus they pushed her forward. Zhu Xiaotian did not hide his thoughts and laid them bare. Xianxia sect. It is indeed an obscure sect, and the Xian Kingdom actually promotes such a person to be the emperor. It seems that the fate of the Xian Kingdom is at its end, and it is time to consider dispatching troops to attack. Zhu Changjian decided that after meeting Lu Ruoshui, they would finalize the attack plan. They could no longer engage in petty skirmishes like before. They must annex the Xian kingdom. If we miss this opportunity, who knows how many years we will have to wait. As long as we annex the territory of the Xian kingdom, our Zhuyan kingdom will definitely have a chance to become the #1 power in the Zhongshuan realm. No one dares to oppose. No one can rival us. After learning Zhu Changhan's thoughts, Zhu Xiaodian pounded his chest and volunteered, "Father, I will personally lead the troops to trample the Xian kingdom." "Good. Truly my son is ambitious as you wish." Zhu Changjian laughed heartily. They were nearly certain of conquering the Xian kingdom. In such a large country, they actually selected a maid to be the empress and sit on the dragon throne. How could it not lead to decline? A maid, what virtue or capability does she have? Could it be that the holy son who supports her can back her up? Ha ha ha, ridiculous. The next day Chen Mu just opened his eyes, and upon opening the door, he found Lu Ruoshui had been waiting outside early. "Master." Lu Ruoshui greeted him with a bright smile. "Why are you here at this time? Don't you have court?" Chen Mu asked curiously. "To serve my master, I moved the court time forward by half an hour," Lu Ruoshui replied. Chen Mu hesitated for a moment and nodded lightly. "Well done." Lu Ruoshui chuckled. "Thank you for your praise, master. I will continue to work hard." After taking a few steps, Chen Mu stopped. "Should I change Golden Core Realm to Tribulation Realm?" "Change." "Modifying." "Modification successful." Seeing Chen Mu stop, Lu Ruoshui was about to ask what was happening, but she felt a surge of qi and blood spiritual energy surging within her. Nascent Soul Realm. Exit Aperture Realm. Divine Sense Realm. Great Ascension. In an instant I have broken through to the Tribulation Realm. Without a doubt this must be the work of Chen Mu. Tears of gratitude filled her eyes as she knelt and said, "Thank you, master. This is what you deserve." Chen Mu favored intelligent and loyal people. Lu Ruoshui's attitude was worthy of him, granting her the cultivation of the Tribulation Realm. This way, if trouble arises in the future, I won't need to act myself. Ooh, I find it troublesome. And it can also help me solve some of my troubles. A win-win situation. Lu Ruoshui stood up, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and said with a choked voice, "Master, I specially ordered the royal kitchen to make some pastries for you. Would you like to try? If you like them, I can have them make some for you every day and deliver them." "All right." Chen Mu agreed. After Chen Mu finished his breakfast, Lu Ruoshui took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth before hurriedly returning to the capital. Dealing with various state affairs, the first issue was the flood in the northern region. After finishing all the tasks, it was already 2 hours later. Initially, those civil officials were somewhat worried that this new empress who relied on brute force would be the beginning of the Xian kingdom's decline. However, after seeing the decrees she had revised and the reform proposals, these officials were genuinely impressed. They even felt that their years of efforts had gone to waste. They needed to observe and learn more. Indeed, the old saying holds true: one should learn until old age and live until old age. The more they respected themselves, the deeper Lu Ruoshui's gratitude toward Chen Mu became. Before long, news came from outside the palace that the people of Zhuyan Kingdom had arrived at the city gates. Lu Ruoshui rose and headed to the main hall to prepare in advance. She wanted to see what schemes these people from Zhuyan Kingdom were planning. In the hall below, Zhu Changjian glanced at the person sitting on the platform and felt somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I have long heard that the Xian Kingdom produces beautiful women. Now that I see it, the rumors are indeed not false." Harmonized Body Realm. Lu Ruoshui murmured upon seeing the 4 figures, her tone laced with quiet admiration. The master truly possessed foresight. "Master," a young eunuch standing nearby wondered. Surely he had misheard. Who in this world could possibly hold the title of master to Her Imperial Majesty the Empress? Then Lu Ruoshui rose and descended the marble steps. Seeing her stride purposefully toward him, Zhu Changjian felt no fear, only a sly rising delight. He assumed she was trembling with dread, about to kneel and beg for mercy, pleading to cede fewer cities. His gaze swept over her graceful figure and that peerless nation-toppling visage. If she showed even a hint of willingness, Zhu Changjian might consider reducing his demand by 2 cities. As the ancients wisely said, to die beneath the peony is to live and die as a true connoisseur. He craved dominion over lands. He craved conquest over beauty. To taste the essence of an empress even once would be a triumph worthy of legend, something to boast of for generations. Boom. In the next breath, a razor-sharp current of spiritual energy sliced past Zhu Changjian's ear-lifting strands of his temple hair. His smile froze midair. A warm, viscous liquid splattered across his back, soaking through his robes. Harmonized Body Realm. Hardly impressive, Lu Ruoshui declared, her voice glacial. Zhu Changjian did not rush to reply. Slowly he turned toward the right rear of his own body. There among the four he had brought two half-harmonized body experts lay severed cleanly in half, cut down by that single lethal surge of qi. Blood and entrails spilled across the stone floor. Even Zhu Changzhan, a veteran commander hardened by countless battlefields, felt a wave of nausea rise within him. Ugh, let alone the civil ministers. As for the generals, their loyalty to her imperial majesty surged fiercely, not born of duty but awe. None had imagined that harmonized body masters would fall before this empress as effortlessly as melons cleaved by a blade. Those were harmonized body masters, slain with a mere twitch of a finger. Was this some cruel jest? How dare you? Boom. Before the entire court, Lu Ruoshui severed the arm Zhu Changzhan had raised to point accusingly at her. My hand. My hand. Clutching the ragged stump, Zhu Changzhan staggered backward, then tripped over a corpse and collapsed hard onto the ground, sitting dazed in a pool of blood. Though he pressed tightly to stem the flow, crimson jetted relentlessly between his fingers. Your Majesty. The remaining two harmonized body masters rushed forward, stepping between Zhu Changzhan and death, spiritual energy flaring in desperate defense. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? Lu Ruoshui's spiritual energy erupted from within her, like a dam bursting a torrent, overwhelming all resistance. They felt infinitesimal, powerless. Their faces paled. This is Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Tribulation Transcendence. That single phrase sent shockwaves through the hall, every soul stunned into silent disbelief. The civil ministers had never dreamed that Lu Ruoshui, already a political prodigy, would also reign supreme in the martial path. The generals, too, had never fathomed her cultivation could reach such staggering heights. And the palace guard captains, those closest to the throne, knew better than most Lu Ruoshui sat upon this imperial seat only because of Chun Mu. They had assumed her a mere ornament, until this moment. Now they viewed her with newfound reverence and deep chilling apprehension toward Chun Mu's true strength. They had heard it with their own ears, Lu Ruoshui addressing him as master. If even her servant had reached Tribulation Transcendence, what then was the master? Thud, thud. We swear eternal fealty to Xian Kingdom, begging your majesty's clemency and sparing our lives. Both harmonized body masters dropped to their knees, bowing low before Lu Ruoshui in abject surrender. Yu. Though he understood their terror before a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator, Zhu Changzhan's heart twisted in bitter anguish. Unnecessary. Her voice was ice, her action, swifter, colder, more merciless. With a flick of her wrist, both heads rolled from their shoulders. Silence. Then a spray of crimson drenched Zhu Changzhan from head to toe. His body jolted, shaken to its core. She had slain two harmonized body masters with a single gesture. Surely this was not some grotesque farce. Yet there she came, advancing steadily toward him. Zhu Changzhan could hear his own pulse now, thudding like funeral bells in his ears. His mouth went dry. No, you cannot kill me. If I perish, Zhu Yan Kingdom's million-strong army will trample. Bang. His head tumbled from his shoulders. A lifetime of battlefield glory, and this was how it ended. What? Huh? Sensing the strange expressions on those around her, Lu Ruoshui turned and saw emerging from her own shadow a blood demon. The demon raised a clawed hand, siphoning the life force from Zhu Changzhan's fallen men, then dissolved back into the realm of darkness. So the master has been watching over my safety all along. A tender, grateful light softened Lu Ruoshui's gaze. Master, did I just hear that correctly? Impossible, you must have misheard. With Her Majesty's strength, who could possibly be her master? Exactly, surely I misheard. Guards, her sharp command cut through the murmurs. We are here. Lu Ruoshui cast a cold glance at the corpses. Mount their heads upon the north gate. Let them serve as warning to all. Grant them half a day. If they do not withdraw their troops by then, I shall march myself to crush them. Yes, Your Majesty. Faced with such unassailable authority, even the boldest generals dared not hesitate. All this unfolded before Chun Mu's eyes, reflected perfectly in the sky-scrying mirror deep within Qingyun Manor, where he reclined nibbling delicacies and fruit as if watching a play. This girl grows ever more regal. Would you not agree? He asked Su Qingtian, who stood respectfully beside him. Indeed, Your Honor. I foresee Lu Ruoshui inscribing her name indelibly upon the annals of history. Su Qingtian bowed slightly. Inwardly, he mused that foolish emperor would surely die never knowing. The empress whose might shook heaven and earth was once merely a foot-washing maid in her master's service. Meanwhile, in Tianfu City. Chu Wushuang, having spent a fortune acquiring a grand residence, practiced spear techniques with relentless fervor in the courtyard. At that moment, Su Fu entered through the gate carrying a lacquered food box. Chu Wushuang, ravenous, planted her spear upright in the earth and seated herself at the stone table. Uncle Fu, what delicious treasures have you brought today? She asked eagerly. Your favorite drunken chicken pear blossom cakes, first-rank tofu. Su Fu opened the box, placing each dish before her with practiced grace. Wow, so lavish. Chu Wushuang swallowed hard saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth. Just as she reached for her chopsticks, Su Fu spoke casually. Oh, and word arrived from the capital. Xian Kingdom has changed rulers. A new sovereign ascends the throne. She barely glanced up. What did the emperor of Xian Kingdom matter to her? Not in the slightest. Their worlds shared no thread of connection. The Chu family held no ties to the imperial house. The new ruler is a woman, a female sovereign. Now that is intriguing. Yet even so, her attention remained firmly fixed upon the feast before her. Her name is Lu Ruoshui. Chu Wushuang's chopsticks paused midair, suspended motionless. I think it's most likely just a case of the same name, right? Chu Wushuang came back to her senses, expressing her understanding. And then there's the Empress of the Xian Kingdom. The leap is rather unexpected. Initially, when I heard this news, I thought the same, but it seems it isn't merely a case of sharing a name. Over in Thunderflame City, countless families are celebrating with lights and decorations. Moreover, there are rumors that the Lu family was received in the capital yesterday and entered the palace. Su Fu continued to share the information he had gathered. Uncle Fu, do you think all of this could be related to him? Chu Wushuang asked, turning to inquire about Uncle Fu's opinion. In my opinion, it's nearly certain that he possesses such capabilities. Su Fu seemed to have an answer in mind regarding this matter. However, even if he has so many Tribulation Transcendence experts by his side, it's impossible that the entire imperial family of the Xian Kingdom has no one of that caliber backing them, right? Furthermore, who in the world doesn't want to be emperor? Since he has seized the throne, why wouldn't he sit upon it himself? Would he just hand it over? Chu Wushuang couldn't make sense of it. Perhaps he is simply indifferent to fame and fortune. Su Fu was not very certain. After all, he only had a fleeting acquaintance with Chen Mu. There is nothing wrong with being indifferent to fame and fortune, but that is imperial power. How many people covet it, yearning for what they cannot attain? Forget about it, Uncle Fu, let's not discuss this anymore. You should sit down and eat. After I finish, I still need to practice my spear. Chu Wushuang took the initiative to end the topic. She didn't want anyone to think that she regretted breaking off the engagement. Chu Wushuang never regretted what she had done. She knew that there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. The marriage contract had already been rescinded and publicly burned, severing all ties between her and the Chen family Chen Mu. But she was still very curious about how Ruoshui came to sit on the throne as the empress. Once friends who admired each other without conflict, now successful, yet she, lost in thought, she filled her belly with a few bites and once again took up her spear to practice. Boom, boom, boom. The spear was powerful, creating a fierce wind that whipped through the air. Compared to her concerns, Chen Mu had long forgotten the existence of Chu Wushuang. At this moment, he was using the sky-peeping mirror to observe the scene at the northern border of the Xian Kingdom. 1,000,000-strong troops appeared, indeed imposing. The image just happened to capture the moment when the corpse of the emperor of the Zhuyin Kingdom, Zhu Changzhan, along with four close guards, was transported to the capital using a teleportation array. Splash, splash, splash. Iron hooks pierced heads, and the city gates were closed. This news soon reached Zhu Xiaoyan, the prince of the Zhuyin Kingdom, who was currently waiting behind the army for the order to attack. Bang! What? My father is dead. Zhu Xiaoyan slammed his palm down, shattering the wooden table in front of him, rising in shock and fury. Those treacherous Xian Kingdom scoundrels even dared to sever his majesty's head and hang it on the city wall for all to see. This is utterly despicable. Your Highness, I plead for your orders. Quickly command an assault on the city. Within 3 days we will surely reach the imperial palace of the Xian Kingdom. A general filled with righteous indignation stepped forward to ask for command. Attack the city. Zhu Xiaotian hesitated not for a second. On one hand, as a son, it was unacceptable for him not to take revenge on his father's murderer. On the other hand, as the prince, he needed this opportunity to prove his strength, to firmly secure the throne and take absolute control. He could not let this golden opportunity slip away. Dressed in armor, he mounted his warhorse. Zhu Xiaotian personally led 1,000,000 troops, no longer held back, charging forth like a torrent of steel. A group of fools who have not learned their lesson. From the sky-peeping mirror, seeing Zhu Xiaotian leading 1,000,000 lions towards the northern border, Chen Mu was quite displeased. He raised his hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger. A wisp of spiritual energy was sent through the sky-peeping mirror, traveling thousands of miles to the northern border of the Xian Kingdom. Silent like an invisible sickle. Oh no! Quick, notify the capital. The army of Zhuyin Kingdom is pressing toward us. The guards on the city gate were shouting. Soon after, out of the corner of their eyes, they spotted a striking crimson color, very blinding. Turning around, they saw that the vast army was pierced through the middle. Countless corpses lay strewn about. Blood flowed like a river. A true river of blood. Everything in sight was stained crimson. Bloody. Blinding. On closer inspection, it could be seen that the warhorses and armored soldiers were all uniformly severed at the waist. The remaining tens of thousands stood frozen in place, no longer moving. Leaderless. This had little to do with it, it was primarily due to fear. Half of their troops had inexplicably perished, and they didn't even know the reason. How could they not be afraid? No need to report. The Zhuyin kingdom has retreated. The guard quickly reacted, shouting to the side. Little Lu, don't you dare report false military information, that's a death sentence. The person below the wall reminded. I truly did not deceive you. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Zhuyin army perished in an instant, and the rest were scared out of their wits, fleeing in all directions. The guard explained. If you don't believe me, you can come up and see for yourselves. He waved his hand. When several people climbed up the city wall and saw the nearly million corpses, including horses, their eyes widened in disbelief. The blood gathered into small rivers, surging toward the city gate. It was a scene of utter carnage. How could this be? They focused on the guard, pressing for answers. I don't know, it just happened in the blink of an eye. The guard still wanted to know why. Behind the sky-peeping mirror. Witnessing all of this, Su Chantan swallowed hard, his fingers and toes gripping tightly, a wave of intense cold sweeping through his body. He gained a completely new understanding of his master's strength, far beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, he annihilated millions of lives. 1,000,000 soldiers before him were less than mere ants. Those who knew they were soldiers, and those who didn't, might have thought they were just grass to be easily cut down. It was entirely different from what he had imagined. The Chun Mu Su Qingtian had envisioned was not even on the same dimension as the real him. Truly terrifying. The emperor is dead and the prince is dead. Chun Mu folded his arms, murmuring to himself, seemingly lost in thought. Then he lifted his gaze to Su Qingtian standing beside him. What orders do you have? Su Qingtian hurriedly spoke. What are your thoughts on imperial power? Chun Mu countered. Imperial power. Su Qingtian pondered for a moment, shaking his head. It's too far from me. I don't know how to respond. Let me rephrase the question. Are you interested in the throne of the emperor of the Zhuyin kingdom? Chun Mu got straight to the point. The throne of the emperor of the Zhuyin kingdom. Are you suggesting that I become the emperor of the Zhuyin kingdom? Su Qingtian gulped, not just his hands and feet, but even his body tensed up. The supreme imperial power long yearned for by countless people was now laid before him. Indeed, I do have this thought. Rather than being an emperor, I would prefer to be a hands-off manager. Chun Mu even contemplated simply replacing the emperors of the other two kingdoms with his own people. This way, the entire Xianxia realm would be thoroughly in his grasp. I will do it. After understanding Chun Mu's intentions, Su Qingtian nodded heavily in agreement. Since Chun Mu had already spoken to this extent, even if not for himself, for the goal of becoming the steward, Su Qingtian was willing to take on this heavy burden. Although deep down he had a bit of a lazy disposition, mastering imperial power had been something he wouldn't have dared to even dream of before. Relax, I will arrange everything for you. To put it bluntly, with this huge gift pack, even a newly awakened beast could manage the country efficiently. Then he opened a portal, locating it at the capital of the Zhuyin kingdom. At that moment, a group of civil and military officials wore serious expressions, and the hall was silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, unsure of what to say. Yet their hearts were pounding rapidly, becoming faster and faster, with some even frequently wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. The current emperor had been assassinated, his head displayed on the city wall, and even the crown prince had been brutally slain. But what terrified them the most was that the million-strong army of the Zhuyin kingdom had been decimated in the blink of an eye. This was clearly beyond their comprehension. Moreover, according to reports from the front lines, it seemed, not only did they not know who had attacked, but they hadn't even seen a shadow of the assailant. Before agreeing to dispatch troops, they were confident, believing that wiping out a mere Xian kingdom would be an easy task. However, they never expected that within the Xian kingdom lay such a terrifying trump card. Could it be a demigod on the verge of achieving divinity, far beyond the Tribulation Transcendence realm? If that were true, the Zhuyin kingdom had surely kicked a hard wall this time. They absolutely should not have dispatched troops, inviting disaster. What is that? Suddenly someone noticed a swirling, fluctuating portal appearing before the dragon throne. Hearing the sound, they all looked up. A teleportation portal. How could a teleportation portal appear in this place? Just as they were puzzled, Chun Mu and Su Qingtian walked out one after the other. As for the two of them, after searching their memories carefully, the officials confirmed they had never seen them before. Just as they were about to inquire about their origins, they saw Chun Mu grabbing Su Qingtian's shoulder and pushing him onto the dragon throne. What are you doing? That seat isn't for just anyone to sit on. Get down now. A first-rank military general rushed forward and shouted angrily. Bang! With a burst, the military general's body violently expanded, tearing apart, and exploding blood spraying up to 7 or 8 meters away. Throughout the scene, the gazes of the people were tightly fixed on Chun Mu and Su Qingtian, yet from beginning, To end, they failed to notice any signs of them taking action. A jolt ran through their hearts, and the words they were about to shout were hurriedly chewed up and swallowed back down. They realized these two were not to be trifled with. While they may excel at governing the world and leading troops in battle, in terms of cultivation, they couldn't be called geniuses, even being somewhat mediocre. Heaven in most cases is fair. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is dead. I wish to appoint him as the new emperor of the Zhu Yan Kingdom. Anyone who has objections, step forward now. Chunmu patted Su Chengxian's shoulder and went straight to the point. To appoint him as the new emperor of the Zhu Yan Kingdom. Who does he think he is? By what right? Of course, such thoughts they only dared to voice in their hearts. They were afraid that voicing it would lead to a gruesome end. Step forward. They didn't have the courage at all. Even if they did, their legs felt as if they weren't their own, completely out of control. They could step back, but they simply couldn't move forward even a half step. Any thought of resistance was immediately met with a vision of death, blood-red and vivid. The pressure was overwhelming. Since there are no objections then. Impudent. Just as Chun Mu's words reached halfway, a voice and several figures suddenly charged in. Without anyone noticing, they had already entered the Great Hall. Elder Qian, Elder Wu, even Elder Jiang has come. The last time I saw them was at the coronation ceremony. This aura. It seems Elder Qian has just broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. 3 Tribulation Transcendence experts. Heaven bless our Zhu Yan Kingdom. The appearance of the 3 elders instantly gave confidence to the group, and they smiled broadly. After using the system to check, Chun Mu could ascertain. Indeed, these 3 were at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, one having just broken through, while the other 2 had both reached the 2nd level of Tribulation Transcendence. The heir to the throne of the Zhu Yan Kingdom is not something a wet-behind Thier's little brat can speak of. You have no qualifications. Elder Qian, having just broken through a few days prior, felt confident and was looking for a chance to test his skills. Chun Mu had no objection to giving him such an opportunity, summoning the Supreme Blood Demon. Boom. The rich, immense blood aura instantly engulfed the entire palace, drowning everyone within. Is this the Blood Demon? Elder Wu recognized it. How you think such a lowly summoning technique can oppose us? You must be dreaming. Elder Wu, Elder Jiang, no need for you to act. I will handle this. Elder Qian charged forward, preparing to launch an attack to break through the Supreme Blood Demon's defenses, circulating his qi to unleash a heavenly tier technique, the heaven-piercing palm. A massive golden hand struck the ground, creating a trench several dozen feet wide. Yet the moment it was about to touch the Supreme Blood Demon, it shattered and dissipated instantly. Not bad, Elder Qian thought, preparing to close in for an attack to break through its defenses. Heavenly Demon Hand. His arm swelled to several times their size, muscles and veins bulging like a demonic hand reaching towards the Supreme Blood Demon. However, in the next second, Elder Qian suddenly felt something was off. He could no longer feel his arms or legs. Bang! Then looking down, his dismembered body fell to the ground. All that remained active was his head. As his gaze shifted downwards, he discovered that both his arms and hands had been severed. They had vanished without a trace. Bang bang! Elder Wu, Elder Jiang, and the others clearly witnessed it as it unfolded right before them. This was completely different from the Blood Demon they had known. Even disregarding Elder Qian's recent breakthrough and unstable cultivation, they were still at the 2nd level of Tribulation Transcendence. They couldn't even see the motion of the Supreme Blood Demon raising its hand. Just what kind of power did this Supreme Blood Demon possess? How powerful could it be? Could it transcend the Tribulation Transcendence realm? The Supreme Blood Demon raised its arm, its bloodied hand extending infinitely, wrapping around Elder Qian's head and pulling it back to the front. Elder Wu, hurry, save. Before he could finish the words save, the sound of bones cracking and blood spraying rushed into everyone's ears. It was not loud, yet deafening. Wu Lao and Zhang Lao exchanged glances, deciding to join forces and confront the Supreme Blood Demon together. With the situation escalating to this extent, they as Tribulation Stage protectors of the nation could not afford to stand by. They attributed all the reasons to Qian Lao's recent breakthrough, his unstable Dao heart, and their underestimation of the Blood Demon's strength, which led to this outcome. Wu Lao and Zhang Lao resolved to learn from Qian Lao's previous experience and immediately exerted all their strength. One wielded a sword, executing a move from the Linglong sword technique, with verdant sword energy taking the form of a dragon, the sound of the sword resonating like a dragon's roar. The other transformed his spiritual energy into fire, making his arms appear significantly larger, the flames furious. Even from a distance of several meters, one could feel the heat waves crashing towards them, intensely scorching. This was a mid-tier heavenly technique, the Heavenly Fire Demonic Hand. The two split apart, planning to attack the Supreme Blood Demon from both sides, utilizing the blind spots in its line of sight. Regarding this flashy scheme, their eye contact conveyed understanding. The Supreme Blood Demon handled the situation in an exceptionally simple and brutal manner. Raising its arms, blood energy surged as it wove and thickened. In an instant it formed a pair of enormous blood hands which came together with a clap. Bang! Boom! The overlapping palms unleashed a powerful gust, instantly blowing away hundreds of civil and military officials, sending them crashing against columns and walls, falling heavily to the ground. It was a scene of utter chaos. Some quickly scrambled to their feet, looking up to comprehend the situation, only to find that Wu Lao and Zhang Lao were completely out of sight, as if they had vanished. When the Supreme Blood Demon's huge hands parted, faintly visible were two bodies crushed flat, with white bones protruding through their flesh in a grotesque manner. Though difficult to discern, certain details still allowed one to identify that those two bodies being devoured and merged by the blood hands were indeed Wu Lao and Zhang Lao. How is this possible? Qian Lao's recent breakthrough can be explained by his unstable realm, but these are two protectors with Tribulation Stage second layer strength. Merely the summoned blood demon possesses the strength to crush and slaughter Tribulation Stage cultivators, then he. Words faltered as everyone's gaze focused on Chun Mu. The originally naive young boy now stood like a true deity. After all, Tribulation Stage cultivators were incomprehensibly powerful in their eyes. Yet Chen Mu did not even lift a finger, relying solely on the summoned blood demon. He could unleash slaughter as if it were a game. If this isn't a god, then what is? If they were to elect the closest being to a god in the world, they would undoubtedly cast their votes for Chen Mu. What do you think of this blood demon? Chen Mu ignored the others and asked Su Qingtian. Unparalleled power. This was the most perfect definition of strength that Su Qingtian could think of at that moment. I will give you 100,000, no, 1,000,000 such blood demon legions. Do you have the confidence to suppress the entire Zhu Yin kingdom? Upon reflection, 100,000 was still insufficient to intimidate. Since it could be summoned indefinitely, it was better to increase it to 1,000,000. To suppress all potential negative outcomes to 0. Yes. Su Qingtian nodded vigorously. Very well. Chen Mu commanded the Supreme Blood Demon to begin summoning. Immediately, countless blood demons emerged from the chaotic realm, stepping through the opened portal. They filled every inch of available space. The civil and military officials witnessing this scene realized they were still in the palace. Those unaware might think they had fallen into the realm of hell, surrounded by evil spirits. Turning to flee, they were horrified to halt, discovering that in the area visible from outside the hall there were also numerous fierce and menacing blood demons. Packed tightly with hardly any gaps, not even a needle could be inserted. 1,000,000 blood demons. It was truly 1,000,000 blood demons. At first they thought Chen Mu was joking. This sort of thing was already powerful enough to be shocking. 1,000,000 of them, was he really not joking? Now they could finally be certain. Chen Mu was truly not joking. With this 1,000,000 blood demons, let alone the mere Zhu Yin kingdom, any one of them would be confident enough to conquer the entire Xianxia realm. After all, not everyone could treat Tribulation Stage cultivators as mere dogs. Chen Mu certainly deserved to be called the #1 in Xianxia. They usually hide in your shadows. You can summon them at any time and issue commands to them. Chen Mu explained. Give it a try. Okay. Su Qingtian remained in a daze like a puppet on strings, following Chen Mu's words. First, he let the 1,000,000 blood demons return to the shadow world. In the blink of an eye, the crowded scene before him became empty once again. The 1,000,000 blood demons had vanished without a trace. After that, Su Qingtian attempted to summon several times, all as he wished, worried that Su Qingtian might betray him, not to mention the locked loyalty. Su Qingtian indeed had control over that fixed number of blood demons, but it was merely the lowest level of control. The higher level of control was firmly held in the hands of the Supreme Blood Demon, and the topmost level was naturally in Chen Mu's hands. If Su Qingtian truly had such intentions, he wouldn't need Chen Mu to act. The 1,000,000 blood demons would instantly erase his existence. In Chen Mu's dictionary, betrayal was simply not allowed. Open the portal. Just as his foot lifted, it landed again. Glancing at the crowd below, Chen Mu recalled, by the way, you haven't given me your response yet. We are willing to pledge loyalty to the immortal. For eternity, we will never betray. The Chancellor, second only to one, was the first to kneel and declare. We are willing to pledge loyalty to the immortal. For eternity, we will never betray. We are willing to pledge loyalty to the immortal. For eternity, we will never betray. Seeing that even the Chancellor had submitted, what reason did the others of lower rank have to resist? The civil and military officials all complied. They were not submitting to Su Qingtian, but to Chen Mu behind him. An immortal. Chen Mu did not dislike this title. It sounded quite nice and pleasant. Regarding their submission not being to himself, but to Chen Mu, Su Qingtian bore no resentment. Rather, he hoped to see this outcome. I bid farewell to my master. As Chen Mu turned to enter the portal, Su Qingtian immediately stood up to send him off. Once the portal closed, although Chen Mu had left, the shock he left in everyone's hearts remained undiminished. Especially upon hearing Su Qingtan refer to Chun Mu as master, the shock multiplied once again. The coveted imperial throne which everyone yearned for he had casually given to his own servant. Such a bold act in the eyes of the world was undoubtedly the first. If they knew that Chun Mu had done this before, they would be even more astounded. Afterward, led by the chancellor, the Zhuyin kingdom hastily held the coronation ceremony for the new emperor. Within 2 days, the two great empires Xian kingdom and Zhuyin kingdom successively changed their emperors. This event, once spread, caused a tremendous stir throughout the entire Xianxia realm. In the capital city of the Xian kingdom, within the grand hall, those present listened intently as the prince described the unfolding scenes in the northern border. Lu Ruoxue was engrossed, for it concerned her master. How could she not be captivated? Regrettably, the details were insufficient. Lu Ruoxue lamented not being able to witness the divine and unparalleled spectacle in person. It must have been incredibly shocking. According to reports from the northern border, the number of soldiers from the Zhuyin kingdom who perished has exceeded 600,000. Among them was found the corpse of the crown prince Xianxia. After the report, the official did not forget to inquire, "Your Majesty, should we take advantage of this victory and seize the Zhuyin kingdom?" Seize the Zhuyin kingdom? Lu Ruoxue smiled faintly. The Zhuyin kingdom has already been seized. Already seized? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, failing to comprehend the meaning behind Lu Ruoxue's words. In fact, before Su Qingtan officially ascended to the throne, Lu Ruoxue had learned through a long-distance transmission of Chun Mu's orders stating that there was no need to attack the Zhuyin kingdom. The emperor of the Zhuyin kingdom had already been replaced by Su Qingtian, a fellow servant of the Qingyun mansion, just like Lu Ruoxue. This made Lu Ruoxue, who originally intended to bring the god-suppressing stone and her divine weapons to the Zhuyin kingdom to claim the throne, immediately abandon that thought. There is no reason for one's own people to attack their own. Lu Ruoxue did not wish to create trouble for Chun Mu in an attempt to perform. Such actions would only diminish her image and favor in her master's eyes. It was akin to stealing a chicken only to lose the rice. Lu Ruoxue did not elaborate further, and the prince's entourage dared not ask more. In any case, seeing her so happy was likely not a bad thing. Half a day later, in the Eastern Palace within the Tongtian Pavilion, a group of strong protectors of the Xian kingdom sat together, constantly expressing their astonishment. What? Not only the Xian kingdom, but even the Zhuyin kingdom has changed rulers. Indeed, I heard that someone single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of Zhuyin soldiers with one strike. One strike, tens of thousands. That's not even the most outrageous part. Do you know what the most outrageous part is? Do tell. The new emperor of the Zhuyin kingdom is named Su Qingtian, who, like our female emperor, is connected to the Qingxian sect. Another connection to the Qingxian sect. The information I gathered indicates he was originally a guard within the Qingyun mansion of the Qingxian sect. The Qingyun mansion. If memory serves, the empress was once a maid within the Qingyun mansion as well. The Qingyun mansion is the residence of the holy son of Qingxian. Who exactly is this holy son? At this moment, they were even more thankful that Chun Mu did not rashly intervene when he subdued the Xian emperor and seized the throne. Otherwise, at least half of those sitting here would be missing right now, or perhaps the place would be completely empty. Though they were the protectors of the Xian kingdom, they were not foolish enough to fight an opponent they knew they could not defeat, knowing it would lead to their demise. Having lived for hundreds of years, they valued their lives. Such reckless behavior was left to the younger generation. They had grown old. Focusing on their cultivation and seeking enlightenment on the path of immortality was the right course of action. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Xiantian kingdom, one of the four great powers of the Zhongshuan realm alongside the Xian kingdom and Zhuyin kingdom, the atmosphere was tense. Especially for the Xiantian Empress Luo Hanxiu and the Tianwu Emperor Zhao Xianming. Although the overall strength of Xiantian and Tianwu was significantly greater than that of the Xian kingdom and Zhuyin kingdom, it was not overwhelming. If they truly had that capability, they would have already led their armies to attack and conquer. However, within less than 2 days, 2 dynasties had mysteriously changed emperors. Moreover, both were related to the Qingxian sect. How could they feel at ease? Luo Hanxiu and Zhao Xianming could not help but worry that they might be the next to be killed and have their throne taken. Among them, Zhao Xianming even hid in the imperial study, refusing to come out. The surrounding guards had increased their numbers tenfold. Even a fly would find it hard to get in. In contrast, the Xiantian Empress Luo Hanxiu was sitting in the back garden, lost in thought, her captivating beauty now overshadowed by worry. In this world, how many people are not afraid of death? In any case, Luo Hanxiu was afraid. It felt as if an invisible sharp sword was hanging over her head at all times, which was very uncomfortable. Is it really the end of my life, Luo Hanxiu? Relying on those hidden strongmen from Xiantian. Luo Hanxiu privately thought it was unlikely they could be relied upon. The news of the massacre of Tribulation realm experts in the Zhu Yin kingdom treated like mere dogs must have reached their ears, regardless of whether they were willing to intervene. Even if they were willing, what could they do? Would they just add more blood to the palace walls? No, this cannot go on. I cannot sit and wait for death. Luo Hanqia's eyes suddenly brightened, clearly having made up her mind. She intended to disguise herself and leave the palace to visit the Xian kingdom and the Qingxian sect to personally meet the holy son of Qingshuan, who had gone silent after being chosen. She thought that the Qingxian sect must be deliberately hiding information about him, otherwise how could the Tiangong pavilion not have gathered any news about him? Instead of passively waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative to investigate, clarify the other party's intentions. After instructing her trusted aides about matters during her absence, she set off immediately, without daring to delay. After all, it concerned her life. Returning to the Qingyun mansion today was undoubtedly a day of revelry for those who were disciples of the Qingxian sect. Hey, did you hear? The emperors of the Xian kingdom and Zhuyan kingdom are both our Qingxian sect members. Our Qingxian sect, everyone is like a dragon. Do you think I have a chance to become a little emperor someday? Dream on. Stop flattering yourself. They were able to sit on the throne because of the Holy Son. Still calling him the Holy Son. Now it's popular to call him the Divine Son, the Son of Heaven. I want to enter the Qingyun mansion so badly. Why else? Don't you realize that being a servant in the Qingyun mansion can turn into a Qilin, but being a slave there can make one emperor? Hiss. That makes sense. Chunmu sat inside the Qingyun mansion hearing quite a bit of this from outside the wall. Is the news spreading this fast? He was somewhat surprised Chunmu had no intention to deliberately hide anything. Such a glorious achievement, why should he conceal it? It was not something shameful. Flattery and praise were certainly more pleasing to the ear than scorn and suppression, and he had no peculiar preferences. Glancing around, he noticed everyone had left, and the vast Qingyun mansion suddenly felt much emptier. What had sounded a bit noisy in the past now became quite pleasant to remember, especially Lu Ruoshui's soft, endearing calls of her master. Could it be that I am still someone who fears solitude? Chunmu joked to himself. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking too much and opened the system's decryption function page, eager to see if there were any interesting features. The features of the cracked version are bizarre and absurd. Attack effects: this can imbue any attack, even a basic strike, with a powerful visual aura, bringing an ultimate presentation. One-click plunder: this feature is more direct and violent. Any target can be plundered regardless of level as long as it is selected and confirmed, instantly robbing cultivation levels and money, leaving nothing behind. Eavesdrop on thoughts: you can actively eavesdrop on others' thoughts or passively listen in. Each of these features could serve as a protagonist trump card. As for Chunmu, amidst the myriad of dazzling functionalities, what attracted his attention was not some flashy effect, nor the one-click plunder, but rather a cracked feature called Traveling Panda. It can travel the world and bring back countless random treasures every time it returns. Interesting. Would you like to activate the Traveling Panda cracked feature? Activated. Activation successful. Traveling Panda status activated immediately. A round, plump, black and white creature appeared before Chunmu, a divine beast deeply etched in his memory. This adorably foolish little fellow was a national treasure in the world before his reincarnation. Legend has it that in ancient times it was the exclusive mount of Qiyu known as the Iron-Eating Beast, gazing at the clumsy panda sitting on the ground, not even reaching his height. Chunmu suddenly felt worried. Would it be bullied if he sent this little fellow out to search for treasures? After all, this was the fantasy continent, not to mention various demon beasts. If those cultivators noticed the little fellow's presence, they would surely mistake it for some rare wild beast, either capturing it to sell at a high price or skinning it for blood to refine pills. Chunmu was very sure that in the entire Xianxia realm there was only one panda, which was the one before him. Its rarity is self-evident, though he knew that as a product of a cracked feature this panda wouldn't be simple. Nevertheless, to be safe, Chunmu decided to check its attribute panel. To his astonishment, this little fellow actually possessed strength comparable to that of a harmonization realm cultivator, truly worthy of being an ancient divine beast. Would you like to change harmonization realm to tribulation realm? Despite being amazed, Chunmu did not want this little fellow to be bullied when going out, even if there was only a 0.001 chance. It must be nipped in the bud. Having long dreamed of owning a pet, now that the dream had finally come true, he must cherish it. Modification successful. The little fellow showed a nonchalant attitude towards its power enhancement, behaving adorably foolishly. Chunmu couldn't help but facepalm, feeling concerned, even though it already had the maximum cultivation level for the current world. Just as Chunmu was about to speak, asking the panda to go out and search for treasures, a system prompt popped up before him. Would you like to name the panda? Naming. For someone who struggles with naming, this is 100 times harder than defeating several Tribulation Realm cultivators. Those old codgers who took hundreds of years to break through to the Tribulation Realm would surely vomit blood if they knew Chen Mu had such thoughts. Unable to fight back, they could only sulk, feeling aggrieved. Forget it, I'll just call you Iron-Eating Beast. Chen Mu thought this name was quite nice. Naming in progress. Iron-Eating Beast named successfully. Would you like to send the Iron-Eating Beast out to travel? Yes. Dispatch successful. Just as the system prompted, the panda had already lowered its body on all fours, waddling towards the door. It lifted its paw and with a hum pushed the big door open. Hearing the sound, the little black dog that was sleeping at the door perked up its ears. It opened its eyes and took a glance, immediately standing up, driven by curiosity, approaching the panda that was struggling to climb over the threshold. Woof, woof, woof. It barked twice. The panda raised its gaze, exuding an aura, causing the little black dog to immediately shut its mouth. It wasn't out of fear. The little black dog sensed the same aura from the panda as it did from Chen Mu, seeing it as a playmate. But for the panda, it was merely an obstacle hindering its travels. Witnessing all of this, Chen Mu chuckled. This little fellow, though not big, has quite the temper. The current size of the Iron-Eating Beast was indeed a few circles larger than the little black dog, but compared to those demon beasts, it was still vastly inferior. Not to mention those epic beasts of 10,000 or even 100,000 years. After the panda crawled out of the door, the little black dog jumped inside, whining pitifully as it approached Chen Mu, squatting down with droopy ears. Chen Mu gently patted the dog's head in comfort. At the same time, he opened the sky-peeking mirror, and the image automatically followed the panda's movements. Soon the panda bumped into a disciple from the Xianxia sect walking towards it. What is that? A demon beast. I've never seen a demon beast like this before. It seems to pose no threat. Wow, it looks so cute. Is it someone's spirit pet? I want to touch it, it's so fluffy. I advise you to be cautious. That is a divine beast that came from Qingyun Mansion. I even saw it roar, and that little black dog with the bloodline of a Qilin was scared away. So strong. Hearing that the panda was from Qingyun Mansion, those disciples immediately dismissed the idea of approaching, all retreating. In their eyes, everything associated with Qingyun Mansion was untouchable and should not be offended. Those who dared to act recklessly are now, without exception, long gone from this world. The panda thus leisurely walked towards the mountain gate under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Afterward, it stopped before a bamboo forest. Without hesitation, it burrowed in. Rather than believing there were treasures inside, Chen Mu would rather think the iron-eating beast was hungry. The panda had quite the appetite, and not just any bamboo forest, but a spiritual bamboo grove. The taste and nutritional value were extremely high. This behavior of the panda sparked concern and heated discussions among the onlooking disciples. Why did it enter the purple bamboo forest? Could it be dangerous? What danger could there be in a bamboo forest? That's the sect master's favorite 1,000-year spiritual bamboo, rare in the world. To prevent disciples and demon beasts from causing destruction, a 1,000-year demon beast was specifically raised to guard it. Do you think it's dangerous? A 1,000-year demon beast. Should we hurry and inform the Holy Sun? If this little cutie dies in the purple bamboo forest, we're definitely going to have a hard time. Listening to these conversations, Chen Mu felt a wave of speechlessness within. When did my reputation turn into that of a dreaded villain? Shouldn't it be friendly and approachable? Moreover, how could a mere 1,000-year demon beast possibly contend with the iron-eating beast? Even before Chen Mu modified its maximum cultivation level. Roar. Just as he was thinking, a deafening roar of a tiger suddenly echoed from behind the Kuitian mirror. Many disciples of the Zhongshuan sect stumbled back several steps, frightened by the overwhelming power of the roar. It's out. The Millennium Demon Beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger. Its appearance is already terrifying enough, especially with those fangs that extend beyond its jaw, and its entire body is engulfed in such scorching flames. Indeed, it's not only difficult to approach, but one must also be constantly wary of being burned by the flames. Even demon beasts emerging from the Qingyun prefecture are significantly smaller in size compared to this one. Quick, hurry to notify the Holy Sun. In the eyes of most, size equates to a judgment of the demon beast's power level. In their view, when it comes to cuteness, the panda undoubtedly wins. However, in terms of strength, the Crimson Flame Tiger clearly dominates. Seeing the panda completely ignore the presence of the Crimson Flame Tiger, it broke a millennium-old spiritual bamboo with a single paw sitting on the ground as it effortlessly tore apart the bamboo with its sharp teeth, clearly enjoying its meal. This little guy is incredibly bold. Even in a life-and-death situation, it still remembers to fill its belly. Oh no. The spiritual bamboo which the sect master loves most has actually been eaten by it. Not good. The Crimson Flame Tiger is enraged. Watching the tiger bare its teeth and snarl, flames spewed forth from its mouth. It then leapt forward several meters, charging towards the panda, who was sitting on the ground focused on enjoying the spiritual bamboo. Everyone's hearts instantly rose to their throats. Disciples who planned to go to the Qingyun prefecture to inform Qinmu also stopped in their tracks, believing it was too late. The panda was undoubtedly doomed, about to perish under the tiger's jaws. Especially when they saw the crimson flame tiger leap up and pounce. The panda's death seemed almost a foregone conclusion. However, just then they noticed the panda casually lift one arm, its paw open, revealing the claws hidden within. Bang! Boom! Then with a single paw it struck the tiger's head. And then, the crimson flame tiger transformed into a mist of blood, and the last trace of flame lingering in the air was completely extinguished. Throughout it all, the panda didn't even spare a glance at the crimson flame tiger, fully engrossed in devouring the spiritual bamboo. After finishing one stalk, it shifted its waist and hips, heading for the next stalk of spiritual bamboo. All this, a millennium demon beast killed with a single paw. Surely this isn't a joke. It must be said this truly is a divine beast emerging from the Qingyun prefecture. Yes, at this size it probably hasn't fully grown yet. Even in its juvenile stage it possesses such terrifying strength. Once it matures, it will surely overturn the heavens. If it continues to devour the spiritual bamboo like this, there won't be any left. Should we notify the sect master? After much deliberation, a disciple decided to head to the Zhongzhu Peak to inform Xianxia that the crimson flame tiger had been slain and the spiritual bamboo devoured. What? Who has such audacity to harm my spiritual pet and spiritual bamboo? Upon learning of this, Xianxia erupted with rage and stood up furiously. The spiritual bamboo was something he had purchased at a great price, worth a fortune. The crimson flame tiger was also a spiritual pet he had raised for decades, not to mention the countless pills put into its nurturing. Now, however, it had been killed and harmed. How could Xianxia remain calm and not be enraged? Reporting to the sect master, the disciple heard that the black and white bear is from the Qingyun prefecture. The disciple reported truthfully. Not knowing its name and having never heard of it or seen it, I could only name it by its color. Qingyun prefecture. Xianxia's change in demeanor could be described as if he had turned into a different person. Instantly deflated, his mood flipped faster than turning a page in a book. Calming down and thinking carefully, it was indeed impossible for something that could kill a millennium demon beast like the crimson flame tiger with a single paw to be an ordinary character. Moreover, it came from the Qingyun prefecture. It's fine now, you can return to your cultivation. Xianxia waved his hand, turning his head away, tears welling in his eyes. What else could he do? No matter how much grievance he felt, he had to swallow it down. What millennium demon beasts, what millennium spiritual bamboo, compared to Qinmu, the Holy Sun, were simply insignificant. Even if Qinmu said the spiritual bamboo was insufficient, Xianxia would still have to rush around, without stopping, hurrying, to find a way to bring some back. Is it humble? Everything is for the development of the sect, it's not shameful. The disciple takes his leave. In no time, a vast bamboo forest had been completely consumed by the panda. After finishing the task, it left without a trace or name. Continuing to sway its chubby panda backside, it descended the mountain. Causing onlookers to feel utterly enchanted, it was simply too adorable. It melted the hearts of countless men and women. The most crucial point is its strength is equally impressive. Many people couldn't help but sigh that finding a partner is no match for having a demon beast like this. The sense of security was off the charts. Slowly making its way down the Qingshin mountain, it stood at the mountain gate looking around. Has it finally remembered its true mission? Qinmu couldn't help but comment. Through the map and the panda's trajectory, Qinmu could basically confirm that it intended to head to a place called Burial Immortal Mountain. Legend has it that this mountain conceals the treasures of the Immortal King, which is why later generations began to refer to it as Burial Immortal Mountain. However, until now, hundreds or even thousands of years have passed, and there has been no news of anyone finding the treasures of the Immortal King. Of course, even if they truly found it, it is highly likely they would not disclose it. If some old monsters heard about it and set their sights on it, it could very well lead to disaster. Since this little one is heading to Burial Immortal Mountain, it seems the rumors are true. There really is a treasure of the Immortal King buried there. Qinmu concluded. He had intended to use the system map to see what treasures were buried in Burial Immortal Mountain, but he discovered that the number of people heading to Burial Immortal Mountain was rapidly increasing, and it was happening in an extremely short period. A previously deserted mountain peak was now crowded with nearly 1,000 people. Are they all here to seek treasure? Looks like the competition is fierce. While joking, Qinmu noticed in the Kuwaitian mirror that the iron-eating beast was racing towards a cave. The cave entrance was unusually large, and on the stone walls one could see numerous claw marks, each a finger deep. It was chaotic. The panda stepped in without hesitation. The surroundings gradually darkened until it reached a point where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Fortunately, the Kuwaitian mirror could activate a light mode illuminating the area, as if it were daytime, making everything clear once more. After walking 100 meters, a massive figure came into view. That entity was not unrelated to the panda. A mountain-backed black bear. The reason it is called a mountain-backed black bear is that it constantly carries a small mountain on its back. That small mountain can even be used as a weapon to crush enemies. Compared to the mountain-backed bear, the panda appeared even smaller than when facing the crimson flame tiger. The two were simply not on the same level. Demon beast named mountain-backed bear. Cultivation 10,000 years, 90,000 years. Skills: crushing, bite, powerful slap, giant mountain overhead. A demon beast with nearly 100,000 years of cultivation. Demon beasts are categorically different from humans. Their cultivation is measured in years. The older the year, the stronger the power. Roar. Upon noticing the presence of the panda, the mountain-backed bear stood up. In its upright position, it appeared even more gigantic. Its roar echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire burial immortal mountain.